Hashtag Chapter 1. The Book of Cause and Effect. One of the 8 major families of Xuanhuan City, the Mo family. My parents were the strongest people in Xuanhuan City, with hopes of becoming top-tier powerhouses in Jeremiah. Because of my parents, my status was revered, and no one dared to show disrespect. My parents died unexpectedly on an outside mission, and my status plummeted. The attitudes of the Isaias and clan members changed dramatically. I've been frail and sickly since childhood, relying on medication to keep me alive. Despite being healthy, I couldn't cultivate, spending 5 years without any progress, unable to channel spirit energy into my body. Before the incident, my father had painstakingly obtained a spirit-sensing pill and promised to help me refine it upon his return, so I could embark on the path of cultivation. My father never came back, and the spirit-sensing pill was withheld by the family head and given to someone else. My childhood friend and closest companion, Crystal, invited me here and pushed me off a 100-meter cliff with a single palm strike. Falling off the cliff, I luckily hung onto a towering tree and survived. Denny let out a heavy sigh, his face filled with bitterness. His recent experiences had indeed been miserable. Do you think understanding our past history means I shouldn't make things difficult for both families? That it would be better if I were dead? Denny's voice was icy cold, repeating what Crystal had said before pushing him. If not for these unexpected events, he would have been engaged to Crystal as planned. Thank you for helping me see through all of this. Denny's expression turned cold as he stored everything deep within his heart, never to forget. After resting at the spot for some time, he prepared to head home. He couldn't stay at the bottom of the cliff overnight. At the bottom of the cliff, wild grass grew rampant, and scattered rocks made the path difficult to traverse. Denny, supporting his severely injured body, struggled to move forward. That is what? Suddenly, he stopped. Not far ahead, a shimmering light appeared, looking very strange. Before he could react, the light flew directly towards him and entered his head. Boom. His brain felt like it exploded, the world spinning wildly as vivid and shocking scenes flashed rapidly through his mind. Simultaneously, primordial sounds like those from the dawn of creation echoed, along with heavenly chants of immortals. The sun and moon shattered, the cosmos collapsed, while dragons soared majestically, and Kirans tread across the heavens. A tall, majestic figure gazed down from above, seemingly enduring a calamity, positioned at the center of countless trials. After a long while, these phenomena finally disappeared. The Book of Cause and Effect. He was inwardly stunned. The strange phenomena vanished, but something new emerged in his mind. It was a golden sheet of paper, radiant with light, enveloped in chaotic mists, inscribed with 3 grand characters of supreme Taoist meaning. Although he didn't recognize these ancient characters, he clearly understood their meaning. A golden sheet of paper anchored his sea of consciousness. It remained calm and unresponsive, seemingly non-existent yet truly present. After studying it for a long time without discovering anything, he gave up and continued his journey, still struggling with his injuries. The journey was long, and the path hard to navigate. With his weakened condition, it took him a full day to return to Xuanhuan City as night fell. Xuanhuan City was vast and prosperous, bustling even at night. Shops were mostly open, illuminated brightly with crowds of pedestrians coming and going. Denny's face was pale, gasping for breath after every few steps, severely injured. Master Avon, what happened to you? Talon saw Denny and hurriedly supported him. Having returned late from an errand, he hadn't expected to encounter Denny. Rick, I'm fine. Just sustained some injuries during an outing. Denny forced a smile. This was a trusted confidant of his father and the manager of the Mo family pharmacy who had always treated him well. How careless of you. Talon was deeply worried and said, let's take Master Avon to the pharmacy first, so I can treat your injuries. No need, don't trouble yourself. Denny waved him off, not wanting to accompany Talon. Since the incident involving his parents, the Mo family's attitude towards him had completely changed. If Talon got too close to him, he might be implicated. What are you saying, Master Avon? Talon knew what Denny was thinking and forcibly supported him, saying, without your father, I'd be dead long ago. My life belongs to you. Unable to resist, Denny was carried into the pharmacy by Talon. The pharmacy had 3 large storefronts, spacious and well-staffed. Upon seeing Denny, their expressions subtly changed. Please wait here. Talon helped Denny sit on a chair, then went to prepare medicine for him. Shortly, Talon returned with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. It was effective for promoting blood circulation and chi flow. After drinking the soup, Denny gradually regained his color. Manager Sean, please fetch some herbs for me. I need them for alchemy. A well-dressed youth strode in confidently. It's young Master Chance. Talon smiled warmly and quickly approached, saying, young Master Chance, what herbs do you need? I'll fetch them right away. This young man was named Adden, who held a high status in the Mo family and was among its brightest young talents. Adden was gifted not only in cultivation but also in alchemy, one of the few in the Mo family allowed to freely take herbs from the pharmacy. Why are you here too? Adden's expression turned cold upon seeing Denny. An incorrigible waste of space who couldn't cultivate, Denny was still respected by everyone in the clan, something Adden found intolerable. Just passing by, so I decided to stop for a moment, Denny responded calmly. Just passing by? Adden sneered, pointing at the medicinal soup bowl in Denny's hand. Do you still think you can take whatever you want from the pharmacy like before? This is just a regular medicinal soup for promoting blood circulation, nothing valuable, Talon quickly interjected. Times have changed. Previously, he wouldn't have thought twice about giving Denny even the most precious herbs. But now, this ordinary medicinal soup could cause significant trouble. He's already finished it. It's too late to protest. Adden laughed coldly, saying, this won't go unpunished. I'll report it to the Isaias for their judgment. Your days as manager are over. And you. He shifted his gaze to Denny, abusing our previous relationship to act recklessly, you will also be punished. Punish me alone. Leave Rick out of it. Denny looked at Adden. The bowl still has remnants. The Isaias can check whether it's a common medicinal soup for promoting blood circulation. Regular medicine doesn't violate clan rules. You really crack me up. Adden burst into laughter. You can barely take care of yourself, and you're trying to protect others? With disdain, he added coldly, you can't save anyone. He's done managing, as I said. And you won't escape punishment either. Chapter 2. Spirit Recognition I. A cold smile flashed across Denny's face. Adden was clearly making trouble for him on purpose. How could Adden, who excelled in alchemy, not recognize this as ordinary medicinal soup? Elio still suffered because of his involvement. As he pondered how to deal with Adden, someone entered the pharmacy. Is anyone here? The man asked. Desmond's, yes. Taking advantage of the moment, Elio hurriedly approached. Is the shopkeeper around? I wish to sell some herbs, the Zeke said politely. The Mo family pharmacy sold medicine, but also bought herbs. I am the shopkeeper. May I inquire what herbs you wish to sell? Just take a look. The Zeke then took out a plant and handed it over. It was a snow lotus, its leaves translucent like fine jade, occasionally emitting a flicker of spirit light, appearing quite extraordinary. 100-year-old snow lotus. Beside them, Adden exclaimed, excitement clear on his face. This is no ordinary 100-year-old snow lotus. It has already cultivated a spirit within, making it very precious and an upper-grade spirit herb. His eyes were gleaming, clearly eager to get this 100-year-old snow lotus. I didn't expect that young master had such discernment. Without handling it, just by one glance, you identified the age of this snow lotus. The Zeke looked impressed. Young master is truly remarkable. How do you wish to sell it? Adden asked, not bothering to look at Elio's expression beside him. Elio wore a distressed look. Who does business like this? Even if it really is a 100-year-old snow lotus, wanting it desperately doesn't mean acting rashly. If they did so, the seller would surely inflate the price intentionally. Moreover, he had been managing the Mo family pharmacy for many years and wasn't unfamiliar with spirit herbs. This snow lotus indeed seemed superior and very much like an upper-grade spirit herb. However, it still needed thorough examination. This is a spirit herb I obtained through immense difficulty. Had it not been for urgent needs, I wouldn't even think of selling it. The Zeke said, 20,000 spirit stones. I won't haggle, either it works or it doesn't. Before Elio could interject, Adden had agreed. Fine, no problem. Let's complete the transaction now. 20,000 spirit stones, neither too high nor too low, fell within a normal range for spirit herbs. However, this was no ordinary spirit herb, but an upper-grade one. Buying this for 20,000 spirit stones felt like a bargain to Adden. He could easily resell it for double. What are you waiting for? Bolivari up and get the spirit stones out. Didn't you hear me? Adden rebuked. Young Master Chance, this is not a minor transaction. We need careful consideration and at least a detailed examination of this snow lotus. Elio tried to persuade him. Are you doubting my judgment? Adden scoffed. Stop talking nonsense and bring the spirit stones over. You can't handle the consequences if we mess this up. Doubt your judgment? Denny walked over, looking seriously at Adden. Do you even have judgment? Are you insane or sleep-deprived? Adden's expression turned icy. How dare Denny speak to him like this? A decade-old snow lotus, soaked in some concoction, giving off the appearance of an upper-grade spirit herb, and you can't even tell the difference? Desmond, you claim to have judgment? Denny said. Now you're lecturing me? Adden laughed derisively, glancing disdainfully at Denny. What do you know? I've already cultivated the spirit recognition eye. How could my spirit recognition eye be wrong? Spirit recognition eye. Upon hearing these words, both Denny and Elio's expressions changed. They hadn't expected Adden to cultivate the spirit recognition eye. The spirit recognition eye is incredibly powerful yet extremely difficult to cultivate. Every alchemist and artifact maker desires to cultivate it. The spirit recognition eye can easily see the true nature of various materials and precisely observe the changes during alchemy or forging. For alchemists and artifact makers, the spirit recognition eye is invaluable, something they all aspire to cultivate. However, it is so rare that not even one person in 1,000 can cultivate it. Having a spirit recognition eye, and still not seeing this as ordinary herbal decoction? Denny's heart grew colder. There was no longer any doubt. Adden was deliberately causing trouble. Under normal circumstances, the spirit recognition eye doesn't make mistakes. Nothing can deceive it. Still, Denny remained convinced it was a decade-old snow lotus, not a 100-year-old one. His conviction stemmed from the golden page in his mind. When the Zeke showed the snow lotus, Denny was curious, and the golden page reacted. Words appeared on the golden page, glowing divinely, dazzling, and splendid. He couldn't read these words but understood their meaning. Cause. Decade-old snow lotus placed in lane transformation pool gains the appearance of a 100-year-old upper-grade snow lotus. Effect. Exposing the Zeke's deception can avert Elio's crisis of being dismissed as shopkeeper and increase Elio's loyalty. Cause and effect. Denny's heart pounded. Could it be that this golden page reveals cause and effect, hence called the causal record? If everything were true, he would have surpassed natural limits. Young Master actually cultivated the spirit recognition eye. No wonder you can identify the snow lotus instantly, the Zeke flattered with a smile. With the spirit recognition eye, young Master will undoubtedly achieve unimaginable heights. While flattering Adden outwardly, he inwardly despised him. What kind of spirit recognition eye is this? Even with the spirit recognition eye, it doesn't work. He had never failed before. The Mo family wasn't a small force. One of the 8 major families in Yunshan City, daring to come here without confidence? He'd be dead if something went wrong. However, he was still nervous. How did Denny see through everything? Denny was right. It wasn't a 100-year-old snow lotus, but a decade-old one soaked in a concoction. Just luck. I've gone to the Xiran family and Yun family pharmacies. No problems there. A mere boy, not fully grown, can't possibly figure it out. The Zeke thought, convinced Denny was just guessing. Herbs soaked in the Lane transformation pool don't reveal discrepancies. Let's continue the transaction. Don't let this ignorant kid ruin our deal. Adden spoke arrogantly, ordering Elio, Bolivari up, what are you waiting for? I'll go now. Elio dared not delay further. The spirit recognition I doesn't air. Hold it, Rick. Denny stopped Elio, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. Rick, first let the store's strongmen seal off the shop. Chapter 3, kneel down. Seal the shop? Elio was stunned, unsure of what Denny intended to do. However, he still followed Denny's instructions and had the strong members of the Mo family quickly seal the shop. The medicine shop contained many valuable herbs, so the Mo family always stationed strong individuals there. After the Mo family's powerful members sealed the shop, the Zeke's heart raced wildly. Could something truly go wrong? He felt an ominous premonition. What are you doing? If you don't trust me, we don't have to do business. He angrily flicked his sleeves and prepared to take the snow lotus away. The Yunshan City isn't only your Mo family's pharmacy that collects herbs. I can sell it elsewhere. There's no need for me to endure this humiliation here, he added. Don't be angry. Adden hurriedly stopped the Zeke with a full smile. He doesn't know anything. Let's ignore him for now. We'll deal with him properly after the transaction, guaranteed to make you feel relieved. He glared at Denny fiercely, saying, if you dare speak recklessly again, I'll break your legs. Then he said to Elio, quickly bring the spirit stones over. Haven't you seen that the guest is upset? He believed in his spirit eye's ability to discern. This must certainly be a top-grade spirit herb. I will, young Master Chance, please don't be angry. Elio replied as he was about to fetch the spirit stones. A 10-year-old snow lotus isn't even worth one spirit stone. If you buy it with 20,000 spirit stones, what will happen when the Isaias at home find out? Denny sneered and stopped Elio again. If this matter wasn't related to Elio, he wouldn't bother caring. But as the shop manager, if Elio were punished, Denny knew he would also be implicated. You keep mentioning the 10-year-old snow lotus. Prove it then. Adden glared coldly. If you can't prove it, you'll kneel down and apologize to our guest. And if I prove it? If you prove it, I will apologize to you. But this is absolutely impossible. Adden was confident, his face showing disdain for Denny. No need to apologize to me. Denny remained calm. Just kneel and apologize to Rick after it's proven. He deserves it? Adden snorted derisively. Ask him if he dares to make me kneel. Dare not, dare not. Young Master Avon, please stop talking about it. Treat it as if it never happened. Elio interjected hastily. Adden had the spirit eye and wouldn't make a mistake. He didn't want Denny to suffer any loss. Can't let it slide. Adden sneered. A word spoken is past recalling. I demand that he kneels and apologizes to our guest today. This was Denny's own fault. He wouldn't let it go easily. Of course, it can't be ignored. Denny stated. He walked to the Zeke. May I trouble you to give me the snow lotus? Sure. The Zeke handed the snow lotus to Denny without a word. The situation had escalated to a point where he couldn't avoid it. Denny took the snow lotus, glanced at it a few times, then reached out and plucked a delicate leaf from inside the snow lotus. Immediately, the originally remarkable-looking snow lotus lost all its luster and turned very ordinary. If anything stands out, it's just this leaf, Denny said calmly. Though outwardly calm, he felt very tense internally. He wasn't 100% sure if the results from the gold paper were correct. Fake drug. Elio's eyes widened. Because of this leaf, this snow lotus looked so extraordinary. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Adden's face went pale as he snatched the snow lotus back and inspected it closely. His expression worsened. Indeed, it was just a 10-year-old snow lotus. I was wrong. Give me another chance. I won't dare again. The Zeke cried. We'll talk about your issue later. Denny ignored the man. He stared at Adden. The truth has been revealed. It's time to fulfill your promise. What kind of person are you? Who cares if I kneel or not? Adden retaliated harshly. How could he possibly kneel and apologize? Young Master Avon, forget it. Everything's fine. There's no need. Elio interjected from the side. Although he also wanted Adden to kneel and apologize, his earlier behavior was too outrageous. He worried about Denny's future since Adden held a significant status, especially after this huge incident. Do you hear me? Adden sneered, feeling reassured that Denny had no power left and couldn't harm him. Be sensible. Apologize to me and I can ensure you more good days in the Mo family. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't have good days. He was an elite among the younger generation of the Mo family, now far above Denny in status. Denny ignored Adden. He looked at the Mo family's strong members guarding the pharmacy and asked, will you follow my orders? Desmond's. Follow young Master Avon's orders. The guards answered loudly. They had all received great kindness from Denny's father. Though Denny's father was no longer around, they would still obey Denny's commands. Great. Denny's gaze sharpened like two drawn swords, staring at Adden. Kneel or not? Adden clenched his teeth, pale-faced, terrified by Denny's piercing eyes. Thud. He knelt on the ground. Mr. Sean, I was wrong. Please forgive me. After apologizing, an overwhelming sense of shame and anger filled his heart. He wouldn't let this go easily. No problem. Elio was somewhat frightened. Bolivar humiliated. Adden rose from the ground, glaring at Denny like a venomous snake. Finally, he left the pharmacy. Young Master Avon, you must be extra cautious from now on. Elio sighed heavily. Without a doubt, Adden wouldn't let this pass. Denny's life in the Mo family would undoubtedly become harder. Being cautious solves nothing. Denny remained calm. It's irrelevant now whether I'm careful or not. Changes occurred. His circumstances had undergone a tremendous transformation. Even if he was extremely careful, it wouldn't change anything. Whatever needed to come would inevitably come. Thus, he feared no enmity with Adden. Young Master Avon, rest assured, we will always be your support, no matter what happens, Elio declared firmly. So are we. Young Master will always be our young master. The Emo family's guards shouted in unison. Denny nodded gratefully. Now, only people like Elio could remain loyal to him. Now it's time to handle your issue. Denny narrowed his eyes and looked at the Zeke. The Zeke's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Denny was a ruthless person. In Denny's hands, he feared there would be no good outcome for him. Chapter 4. Inducing spirit into the body. Tell me, how many times have you done this? The Zeke seemed calm and composed after entering the medicinal garden. Denny guessed this wasn't the first time he had engaged in such activities. I'm so unlucky. I got caught on my very first attempt. Young master, please give me another chance. I will never do it again, the Zeke said in a weeping tone. He did not want to admit it, for if he did, the Zyron family, Yun family, and other powers would never let him go. Don't put on a show for me. Denny sternly replied. Would you like me to take you for a stroll around the city's pharmacies? I've sinned. There were 5 of them. The Zeke could no longer hide it. Good. Denny nodded and said, thorned over all your spirit stones. Oh yes, in the lane transformation pool. Desmond's. The Zeke agreed, considering it was better to suffer financial loss than something worse. But then he suddenly remembered something and his expression changed. Lane transformation pool? What lane transformation pool? I don't have one. Not going to repent until you see the coffin? Denny gave a meaningful look at the Zeke. Do you think that if I mentioned the lane transformation pool, I wouldn't know whether you had one or not? The Zeke immediately deflated. He took out the spirit stones and the lane transformation pool and handed them to Denny. There were many spirit stones in a storage bag. After checking them over without finding any issues, Denny put them away. The lane transformation pool was a tiny pond, about the size of a palm, with water continuously flowing within. Though Denny did not know how to identify the authenticity of the lane transformation pool, he had the cause and effect record. It confirmed that this was a genuine lane transformation pool, revealing its origins and effects. Cause. The lane transformation pool was crafted by Ajax and lost due to a great battle, eventually found by Helmeton. Effect. Entering the lane transformation pool could cleanse the bone marrow, strengthen the body, induce spirit into the body, and initiate cultivation. Ajax, Helmeton. Denny narrowed his eyes. Ajax was a famous powerhouse in Jeremiah Howe with unfathomable strength, and Helmeton must be the Zeke before him. Go! Denny waved his hand, letting the Zeke leave. He took out the storage bag, removed most of the spirit stones, and said to Elio, Rick, take these spirit stones. You can submit some to the clan and divide the rest among yourselves. This matter needs to be reported to the clan. Elio didn't take all the spirit stones but only a portion, saying, these should suffice as an explanation to the clan. The rest, young Master Avon should keep. You need them more. I've got enough. Denny waved the storage bag, just distribute them, no need to say more. He continued, it's getting late, I won't linger further. I'll leave now. After finishing, he left the pharmacy and returned to the MO residence. The guards looked at him with disdain. Bowl of our man hearts. Denny sneered inwardly. Before the incident, every time he returned, the guards always greeted him respectfully. Now, they wouldn't even acknowledge him. Returning to his courtyard, he closed the door and locked it. Cultivation. His expression was excited. According to the cause and effect record, the lane transformation pool would allow him to enter the path of cultivation. Unable to step into cultivation for 5 years, and now he was finally about to start. How could he not be excited? He placed the lane transformation pool on the ground. Soon, the palm-sized pool transformed into a real pond, filled with clear water radiating spiritual energy. Extraordinary indeed. Denny undressed and entered the lane transformation pool, sitting down. Boom. A warm current rushed into his body rapidly, making him feel like he was on fire, his skin turning red. He felt the currents nourishing his organs and enhancing his physical abilities. After a long while, the warm currents disappeared. He stood up, leaving the lane transformation pool. Significant changes had occurred. His physique became robust, like a beast, capable of easily breaking a stone block weighing dozens of pounds with a punch. Let's try with a spirit stone. Denny's eyes shone as he took out a spirit stone, gripping it in his hand. Spirit stones contained spiritual power and were extremely hard, tougher than steel. He exhaled deeply, squeezing the spirit stone with all his might. His veins popped out, displaying immense force as the spirit stone shattered into powder, scattering on the ground. So strong. He couldn't help but exclaim, surprised. Shattering the spirit stone into powder, rather than fragments, indicated his current strength was truly formidable. Third level of the incarnation stage might not achieve this level of power. Incarnation, meridian, thorough understanding, profound spirit, Zyrefuel. These were cultivation stages, and there were even higher levels beyond. Cultivation. Denny quickly sat down, activating the MO family cultivation technique, drawing spiritual energy into his body. The cause and effect record hadn't deceived him. After entering the lane transformation pool, he genuinely could draw spiritual energy into his body and begin cultivation. Moreover, he drew spiritual energy faster than expected, the influx almost visible to the naked eye. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, he practiced all night. Morning came with radiant sunlight, and he ended his cultivation session. Despite staying up all night practicing, he didn't feel the slightest fatigue. Instead, his energy and vitality surged. The lane transformation pool had strengthened his constitution. One night, third level incarnation. He grinned widely, unable to stop smiling. Reaching the third level of incarnation in just one night was an incredibly fast rate of improvement. Bang. At this moment, the door opened. Denny, Latoya has asked you to come. Oh my god, you pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes? It was a woman who barged in, blushing furiously as she ran out upon seeing Denny's unclothed body. Why didn't you knock? Denny muttered. This is what happens when you don't knock before entering. Last night, eager to practice, he hadn't bothered with clothing. He had already put away the lane transformation pool. It was a treasure that shouldn't be revealed lightly, as it would bring him much trouble. What does Diana want from me? He dressed as he pondered. The woman was Diana's attendant, and the Latoya she referred to was indeed Diana. Diana, granddaughter of Urban of the Emo family. Before the incident, Diana had been close to him, but after the incident, her attitude towards him drastically changed. This time, Diana's invitation likely wouldn't bode well. I'll see what she's up to. Denny chuckled coldly, unafraid. Although his status in the Emo family had changed drastically after the incident, he wouldn't face any major troubles within the Emo family. Let's see what tricks Diana has up her sleeve. Dressing quickly, he left the room, curious to see what Diana had planned. Chapter 5. 10 Slaps. The servant girl's expression turned peculiar upon seeing Denny. Ava recalled Denny's well-built physique. Why hadn't she noticed how good his figure was before? He was all muscles. Ava couldn't help but steal glances at Denny out of the corner of her eye, muttering to herself. Wipe that drool off. It's dripping. Okay. The servant girl hastily wiped her mouth, but came up empty-handed. What drool? You. Ava shot Denny a furious glare, indignant that he was clearly teasing her. Let's go. Denny chuckled and walked ahead. How come he seems like a completely different person? The servant girl murmured under her breath as she hurriedly caught up. They arrived at Diana's courtyard. The courtyard was picturesque with lush green trees dotted around, a small bridge over running water, and occasionally, spiritual fish leaping out of the water, creating a serene scene. Crossing the bridge, they reached a pavilion in the garden where Diana was chatting and drinking tea with someone. Upon seeing Denny approach, a clear disdain flickered across Diana's eyes, unhidden. However, when her gaze shifted to a young man beside her, her eyes were filled with delight and admiration. Brother Milton, I've brought him here for you. What do you want with this fellow? He's nothing now. Baxter had a handsome face, wore a green robe, possessed piercing eyes, and exuded extraordinary charm. This was Milton, one of the outstanding youngsters from the Yun family, one of the 8 major families in Yunshan City, holding a high position. It's not me who wants to see him, but my brother. Milton remained calm. Beside him sat a teenager who had been glaring hatefully at Denny ever since he entered. Denny, even you have your day. The teenager sneered, clearly having a deep-seated grudge against Denny. Is that all? Denny realized everything. He recognized both the youth and the teenager. The teenager was the younger brother of the youth, named Clifford. Clifford was not a good person, exploiting his family's power to act recklessly in Yunshan City, earning himself the nickname of Zyrettle Demon. Once, Denny chanced upon Clifford bullying a Violet and attempting something untoward. Enraged, Denny had slapped Clifford. Clifford could only bear it, despite his anger. His parents were among the strongest in Yunshan City, so Clifford didn't dare lay a hand on Denny. Is that all? With a sudden lurch, Clifford stood up and said, Denny, don't you understand your current situation? Your parents are dead, and you're nobody now. Don't mention my parents. You aren't worthy. Denny's gaze instantly turned cold, sharp like an eagle's, causing Clifford to shiver involuntarily. Why should I fear him? Clifford blustered, quickly recovering. Denny had nothing left now, posing no threat to him. I've remembered that slap all along. Today, I'll return it tenfold. That was why he had come here. Sorry, looks like you'll have to keep remembering, Denny replied coldly. 10 slayo yuan. What's there to talk about? Go give him 10 slaps, then we'll leave, Milton ordered coldly. Sure. Clifford responded, approaching Denny step by step. Denny, the wise man adapts to circumstances. Times have changed. You just need to accept those 10 slaps. Diana spoke calmly. By the way, don't go crying afterward. You should know no one will care. At least this is still the Emo family. You actually allowed outsiders into the Emo family to deal with me. Alright. Denny looked at Diana, his gaze turning colder. He talks too much. Clifford approached, raised a hand, and swung a slap at Denny. Smack. A crisp, loud slap echoed. Less talking. It'll save you some trouble. Diana smiled faintly. Beside them, Milton's face darkened ominously, almost dripping with malice. Brother Milton, what's wrong? Diana, confused, followed Milton's gaze, and her face instantly paled. What? Ava couldn't believe it. The person being slapped was Clifford. Blood trickled from Clifford's cracked lips, a bright red palm print on his face. He intended to slap Denny, but Denny was faster, slapping him back. I'll kill you. He roared, eyes bloodshot. He came here to take revenge, but ended up being slapped again. Spiritual energy surged, inflating his clothes as he unleashed a powerful gust of wind, demonstrating his 5th-level corporeal realm. That slap would cleave through iron. Desmond, Clifford's hand never even touched Denny, who moved faster, his hand glowing brilliantly, slapping Clifford again. Boom. Clifford flew backward, landing heavily and stirring up dust. Spiritual energy. Milton's pupils contracted sharply as he abruptly stood. Did he just see what he thought he saw? Spiritual energy fluctuations in Denny's slap. How could this be? Had Denny started cultivation? Not possible. The spirit sensitivity pill was given to Emo Bolivar by the Barak. Diana's eyes widened, disbelieving. Milton's eyes sparkled as he stared at Denny. There's no mistake. He has begun cultivation and is currently at 3rd-level corporeal realm. His higher realm allowed him to discern Denny's level clearly. Ah? Diana's mouth gaped open. Already at 3rd-level corporeal realm? If Milton said so, it must be true. 10 slaps, right? Come, 8 more to go. Denny ignored Milton and Diana, stepping toward the fallen Clifford. Himph! Milton let out a cold snort, light bursting from his body, ready to strike Denny. This is the Mo family. Denny turned sharply, looking at Milton. No matter what, I am still part of the Mo family. If you attack me, think about whether you can leave safely. Milton's face darkened, wanting to attack but hesitant. Denny was right. Regardless, Denny belonged to the Mo family, and attacking him inside wouldn't be overlooked. The Mo family still had its pride. Tinsleo Yuan, stand up and fight him. You're at 5th level corporeal realm. Why should you fear him? He's only at 3rd level. Milton shouted coldly. He couldn't act, but Clifford could. A match between them seemed like a friendly sparring, while Milton, being too high level, had no reason to intervene. After 2 slaps, Clifford was already terrified. But hearing his brother's words, what could he do? He had no choice but to confront Denny. Brother is right. My realm is higher than his. How can he possibly match me? He kept telling himself, trying to muster courage. Chapter 6, Nadine. Die for me, Clifford shouted, mustering all his courage and swinging his fists forward with force. This was a high-ranking fist technique, not something anyone in the Yun family could easily practice, and it was well known in Yunshan City. Despite Clifford's high status, he had the qualifications to learn this technique. However, it was clear that Clifford didn't particularly enjoy cultivation. Otherwise, someone of his status wouldn't only possess the strength of the 5th level of the corporeal transformation realm. Under normal circumstances, Clifford's realm should have been higher. This is the Yun fist. Diana recognized the fist technique Clifford was using. With such a high realm in the Yun fist, Denny, you're definitely going to receive those 10 slaps. Her face was filled with malicious delight. On the other side, as Clifford continuously unleashed the Yun fist, confidence gradually built up within him. Although he didn't like cultivating and hadn't practiced the Yun fist much, it was still a renowned technique of the Yun family, with formidable power. In his hands, it could unleash significant strength. Even if he were up against someone at the same level, they wouldn't be able to block his Yun fist. 10 slaps? No, I will give you 50 slaps. He sneered, confident that he had Denny cornered. Satisfy your wish. Facing the powerful Yun fist, Denny remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He had attempted to clash with the Yun fist earlier. Though the Yun fist was strong, it wasn't beyond his capacity to fight back. After undergoing bone marrow washing in the Lane transformation pool, his physical body had become exceptionally powerful. Even though his cultivation realm was 2 levels lower than Clifford's, he could make up for this disadvantage through sheer physical strength. His fists pounded forward without any specific fist technique, meeting Clifford's Yun fist head-on. Clifford sneered in disdain, saying, "It looks like you haven't cultivated any techniques yet. Do you think you can win me like this? Have you not woken up yet? Do I need any special techniques or abilities to win you?" Denny remained calm, putting more power into his fists, which now emitted brilliant light. With a resounding boom, his fists broke through Clifford's Yun fist, striking him squarely on the chest. Instantly, Clifford was knocked to the ground, his ribs broken, blood spurting out uncontrollably as he writhed in agony. Denny quickly approached Clifford and started slapping him repeatedly on the face. 3 slaps, 5 slaps. Denny kept counting as he slapped Clifford, making sure not to miss out on the promised 50 slaps. Everything happened so fast that neither Diana nor Milton could react in time. Get lost. Realizing what was happening, Milton flew into a rage, charging toward Denny from where he stood. Denny reacted swiftly, pulling back from Clifford and retreating away from Milton. 50 slaps, right on the nose, not one more, not one less. If you feel itchy next time, you can always come find me again. Denny left Diana's courtyard. He had managed to slap Clifford 50 times just before Milton reached him. Where do you think you're going? Milton's eyes blazed with fury, having watched Denny slap Clifford 50 times right before him. He couldn't bear the humiliation. His pride was shredded. He swore Denny would pay an even heavier price. Brother Milton, don't be impulsive. If you attack him here, there will be serious consequences. Diana hurriedly stopped Milton. If Milton were to physically assault Denny within the Mo family compound, she would face severe punishment too. Milton's face darkened, heavy with anger, but he restrained himself. Brother, it hurts. It really hurts. Clifford sobbed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground in pain. What hurts, huh? I told you to cultivate properly, but you didn't listen. Now look at you. You can't even beat a waste of space. Milton berated him harshly, frustrated by Clifford's incompetence. Had Clifford taken cultivation seriously, he wouldn't be in this state now. Crawl back home on your own. Milton angrily turned away, leaving Clifford behind. The humiliation was unbearable. He couldn't take Clifford back to the Yun family like this. It would damage their reputation. You're useless. Being beaten up by Denny like that. Don't look at me. I won't help you either. Diana glanced at Clifford in disgust before leaving the garden and returning to her room. Eventually, Clifford was left alone in the garden, rolling around in pain, crying out for mercy. It would take him a long time to make it back home on his own. Meanwhile, Denny returned to his courtyard. As he arrived, he saw a slender and graceful Violet standing there. Brother, you're back? The girl ran over to Denny, naturally wrapping her arm around his. Denny inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from her. You've grown up. You shouldn't be this close to me anymore. How will you find a husband if you act like this? Denny chuckled. The girl wasn't just anyone. She was Nadine, whom Denny had saved from Clifford. Orphaned, she had chosen to serve Denny out of gratitude, acting as his attendant. However, Denny never treated Nadine as a servant. He considered her his little sister. You're my brother. What's there to be afraid of? If I can't get married, then so be it. I'll just stay by your side forever. Nadine said defiantly, her fair face illuminated by the sunlight, making her appear even more beautiful and endearing. You. Denny affectionately scratched Nadine's nose. He had reminded her about this many times. but she always disregarded his words and stayed close to him. At that moment, Denny thought about checking Nadine's cause and effect through the book of causes and effects. Soon, words appeared. Cause. Parents are members of one of the 9 holy clans, forced to leave their only daughter in Yunshan City due to internal clan conflicts. Effect. Too great to present currently. The holy clan sounds incredibly powerful. Is Nadine's background really that shocking? Such a great achievement. How great is it? It can't even be presented. Denny was deeply moved by this revelation. The book of causes and effects even mentioned the holy clan, yet couldn't reveal Nadine's ultimate outcome. Clearly, Nadine's future achievements would be astounding. Not bad, with Nadine around. Who will I fear in the future? He chuckled inwardly. If others knew this thought, they would surely scoff at him. Relying on his sister? What about mine? He remembered himself and wanted to see his own cause and effect. I'm bound to be even stronger, right? He laughed to himself, waiting for the book of causes and effects to reveal his destiny. Chapter 7. Jeremiah sect. After obtaining the causal record, Denny had been too busy to have time. Now he finally had some free time and wanted to see his own karma and causes. He was filled with anticipation. Both the cause and effect are blank. What does this mean? The words cause and effect appeared on the causal record, but there were no other explanations. Could it be that his previous causes and effects were immeasurable? I've only had the causal record for a short time. I still can't determine its exact functions. Denny felt that if he could learn more about the causal record, things would improve significantly, and he might see his own cause and effect. Arvin brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly space out? Nadine blinked her large eyes and stared at Denny. It's nothing. Denny snapped back to reality and chuckled. Why did you come here? Shouldn't you be preparing well? What will happen when you get to the Jeremiah sect? Nadine was incredibly talented. After returning with him to the Mo family, he treated her like his younger sister. With his help, Nadine also embarked on cultivation. Ava showed great talent in cultivation and later became a key figure for focus training within the Mo family. Nadine participated in the disciple recruitment examination of the Jeremiah sect, not only passing their evaluation but achieving outstanding results, ranking among the top examinees. Such excellent performance ensured that after entering the Jeremiah sect, Nadine would undoubtedly receive intense cultivation support, leading to potentially remarkable achievements. Jeremiah sect. This was one of the most prosperous and powerful cultivation forces in Jeremiah. Every young man in Jeremiah dreams of cultivating in the Jeremiah sect. Each time the Jeremiah sect recruits disciples, it is a significant event. All the young generation from Jeremiah participate. That's an enormous number. However, the final number of people who pass the assessment is pitifully small. If one person out of 1,000 passes, it's considered good. The examination is extremely difficult. Nadine managed to pass the exam and rank high, making her truly astonishing. Jeremiah sect. I don't want to go, Nadine said softly, looking down. Why not? That's such a good opportunity. So many people wish they could get in. Why should I leave your side during these turbulent times? My silly little sister. What use is staying by my side? Denny laughed and said, you should go to the Jeremiah sect and cultivate diligently to become stronger. Then, when brother needs help in the future, you can assist me. Nadine didn't respond, revealing a thoughtful expression. You're right. I'll prepare immediately and definitely cultivate diligently at the Jeremiah sect. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, no one will dare bully you. Ava came to terms with it. Staying with Denny now would limit her ability to help him. Entering and succeeding in the Jeremiah sect would allow her to contribute much more to Denny. This was a ruthless world where strength reigned supreme. Without power, one could only be bullied. Great. Denny smiled brightly and said, I'll wait for the day you succeed in your cultivation. When that day comes, others will say, that's Nadine's Isaias brother. How proud I'll be. But I still want others to say, that's Denny's younger sister. Nadine murmured. Denny stroked Nadine's silky hair and said, whoever it is, let's all work hard. We have a long life ahead. Let's create a bright future together. Desmond's. Nadine nodded vigorously and said, brother, take care. I will. Nadine bid farewell to Denny and returned to prepare. Speaking of going to the Jeremiah sect, there's another person from Yunshan City. Denny narrowed his eyes. Yunshan City is large, but compared to the entire Jeremiah, it is tiny. There are countless cities like Yunshan City and Jeremiah. It's already quite impressive for one city to produce a person who can enter the Jeremiah sect. Many cities don't even manage to send one, but Yunshan City has two. One is Nadine, the other is Crystal. Crystal also passed the Jeremiah sect examination and achieved very good results, ranking highly. Someday, we will meet again, and when we do, I will surely return that kick. Denny's voice was cold and determined. Originally, he had little hope of avenging that kick from Crystal, but now, with the causal record, he would definitely repay that kick. He returned to his room, closed the door, and took out the lane transformation pool to continue soaking, enhancing his physical constitution. After soaking, he continued to practice cultivation. He aimed to reach the 5th level of the body integration stage, so he could choose a cultivation technique from the Mo family martial pavilion. Once he reached the 5th level of body integration stage, he would be allowed to choose a technique from the pavilion. Originally, he didn't need to go through this process. If his parents were still around, he wouldn't need to go to any martial pavilion. They would teach him the best techniques. And these best techniques were not found in any martial pavilion. The effectiveness of the lane transformation pool made Denny's body increasingly strong. With a stronger physique, Denny's cultivation speed increased rapidly. In just one day, he broke through 2 stages, reaching the 5th level of body integration. One day and one night. From 0 to the 5th level of body integration. Such speed was unimaginably fast. If anyone knew, they would be utterly shocked. Denny stood up, left the courtyard, and headed for the Mo family martial pavilion. After some time, he arrived at the entrance of the pavilion. Many people were coming and going from the pavilion, including young Mo family members and Isaias cultivators. Hey, who's this? How amusing. Denny is actually at the martial pavilion. What's going on? Is he trying to pick a technique from the martial pavilion? Has he woken up from his dream? Or does he think he's still the revered young master? Seeing Denny, several people sneered and ridiculed him. Denny ignored them and walked straight into the martial pavilion. After the incident, he had heard too many similar voices and learned to filter them out automatically. The main reason was that he couldn't embark on cultivation. Otherwise, despite his parents' troubles, his situation wouldn't have become so dire. This isn't Arvin Brother Avon? How amusing to meet Arvin Brother Avon here. A young man spotted Denny, quickened his pace, and caught up to him. Denny glanced at the youth, ignored him, and kept walking into the martial pavilion. Still as arrogant as ever. Baxter sneered, blocking Denny's path. The martial pavilion, open only to those at the 5th level of body integration and above. Do you meet the requirement? Denny raised his head, his gaze sharp and intimidating, and asked, does it concern you whether I meet the requirements or not? A good dog doesn't block the road, so scram. Baxter's face turned icy. Well, it does concern me. I'm in charge of the martial pavilion now. No one can enter without meeting the requirements. It's you who should scram. Hashtag chapter 8, Albert. Interesting. Denny's lips curved into a smile. So, no one can enter if they don't meet the requirements? At that time, I brought a certain dog into the martial pavilion, he continued. I wonder if that dog met the requirements. The young man standing before him was someone Denny recognized, Albert. Albert wasn't an important member of the Mo family. His status within the clan was quite low, as he belonged to a peripheral branch of the Mo family. It was by sheer chance that Denny met Albert once, and afterward, Albert decided to follow him. Denny treated Albert very well. Under normal circumstances, members from peripheral branches didn't have the qualification to practice the Mo family's martial arts techniques or engage in cultivation. However, Denny brought Albert to the martial pavilion, and, through his connections, got the Isaias to help select a fine technique for Albert to practice. Albert had decent talent, and quickly embarked on his cultivation journey, gradually advancing in realm. Denny regarded Albert as a friend, even though Albert always insisted he was just a follower. Despite this, Denny did his best to genuinely assist Albert. Albert received many cultivation resources he wouldn't have otherwise obtained, which helped him reach higher realms. Throughout this time, Denny believed Albert to be a true friend. However, after a certain incident occurred, Albert was the first to turn against him. When asked why, Albert said that deep down, Denny still saw him as a subordinate, treating him like a mere follower. He claimed that all the things given to him were unimportant. Denny never shared the important resources with him. Denny laughed. Bolivar man, greed knows no bounds, just like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This saying indeed held true. Denny gave Albert everything he could. What Albert wanted, it wasn't that Denny refused to give, but rather, he couldn't give. For instance, Albert wanted to practice the Zyrengian palm technique. Zyrengian palm was a core technique of the Mo family, not something anyone could practice without permission. Only those who gained unanimous recognition from both the Mo family patriarch and the Isaias were allowed to cultivate it. How could Denny possibly give such a technique to Albert? Desmond, Albert thought Denny hadn't tried hard enough and didn't treat him as a friend. Hearing these words, Albert's expression turned colder. Everything Denny said was true. Forget about the past. The past is the past. Now is now, he sneered. Now, since you're here, if you don't meet the requirements, don't even think about entering. Who says I don't meet the requirements? Denny's face turned cold. Open your eyes wide and see if I meet the requirements. With that, his body emitted a radiant light, revealing that he had reached the 5th level of body realm. 5th level of body realm. Heaven, he really made it. Those around were shocked, unable to believe what they saw. How could they believe it? After 5 years of cultivation, Denny hadn't yet begun practicing until his father obtained the spirit sensitivity pill to help him. Then, when something happened to Denny's parents, the spirit sensitivity pill was withheld by the family head and given to someone else. How could Denny start cultivating then? Desmond, Denny not only started cultivating, but also reached the 5th level of body realm. It was too unbelievable and surprising. Albert's eyes widened in disbelief. A dog remains a dog. It can never become human. Denny remained indifferent, walked forward, and entered the martial pavilion. Arvins guarded the martial pavilion. One of them glanced at Denny and said, register. The Isaias had witnessed everything outside. Denny registered and proceeded to the 1st floor of the martial pavilion. The building had 9 floors, each requiring a specific realm to enter. At the 5th level of body realm, he could only choose techniques from the 1st floor. Outside, Albert's face darkened. Follow me. He gestured for some young disciples to join him. These new cultivators at the 5th level of body realm needed to pick techniques from the martial pavilion. Watch him closely, don't let him get any techniques. He led them to a corner and instructed them. Sure. We'll follow Tao brother. These disciples responded quickly. They knew Denny's situation and understood it was unwise to offend Albert over him. They soon entered the martial pavilion, registered, and followed Denny. At first, Denny didn't pay much attention. There were many people inside the martial pavilion. However, soon he noticed a problem. Whenever Denny showed interest in a technique and attempted to pick it up, someone would always beat him to it. Clearly, these people were deliberately targeting him. Denny, you sure know how to pick popular techniques. Albert mocked as he approached. A dog will never do anything humane, only canine deeds. Denny retorted, ready for the confrontation. Feeling clever, huh? Wait till you cry. Albert sneered menacingly. Denny ignored him. What was there to argue with the dog? He approached another technique. Sure enough, someone moved to snatch it. Earlier, Denny might have overlooked it, but not anymore. Did they think he was an easy target? His hand shot out with lightning speed. Despite their earlier move, none were faster than him. He grasped the technique firmly. Trash. Aelbert muttered under his breath. How humiliating that right after mocking Denny, he snatched the technique. Pay attention. If he gets another technique, I'll make you eat your words. Aelbert glared fiercely at the young disciples. It won't happen. He can't get another technique. The young disciples were determined. With so many of them, letting Denny succeed again would mean they were truly useless. They all became more alert, closely watching Denny. This isn't good. Denny shook his head and placed the technique back. One could only take one technique from the martial pavilion. He wanted a better, or more suitable one. He continued searching, moving to the next technique. As soon as he stopped, the young disciples lunged at the technique in front of him. Don't act like dogs. Doing this makes you worse than dogs. Denny's hand flashed with a crystalline glow, pushing everyone away. He grasped the technique in front of him. Another failure? Aelbert's face turned green. Tao brother, it's all right. Let me help. A young man hurried over with a grin, having watched everything unfold. Why are you here? Aelbert was surprised but quickly smiled. I had something come up earlier and didn't get the chance to choose a technique. Who would have thought I'd end up helping Tao brother? Baxter explained rapidly. Chapter 9. Giving you a chance. 7th level body integration realm. Excellent, simply excellent. Aelbert's eyes lit up as he watched the young man, his smile growing wider. Baxter was named Mo Jeremiahu, an ordinary disciple of the Mo family who had once received his assistance. There was a limit on the number of times one could enter the martial arts pavilion. Those above 5th level body integration realm were only allowed to enter the pavilion once. Most disciples of the Mo family would come to choose martial arts techniques upon reaching 5th level body integration realm. Therefore, most of those in the first floor of the martial arts pavilion were at 5th level body integration realm, with very few exceeding this level. Denny was formidable, having easily shoved aside other disciples during the scuffle earlier. Aelbert was wondering how to deal with Denny when, unexpectedly, Mo Jeremiahu appeared. Mo Jeremiahu was at 7th level body integration realm. How could Denny hope to compete against him again? Relax, brother Tao. Mo Jeremiahu said confidently. With you here, I'm definitely reassured. Aelbert laughed. At that moment, Denny put down another technique he had picked up. It was still an ordinary technique, not what he desired. Accept your fate. Mo Jeremiahu approached Denny and spoke chillingly in his ear. I have my eye on you. It's better if you don't resist uselessly. Come, call me brother. Aelbert also came over and said proudly, if you behave yourself and call me nicely, I'll let you go with the technique. Otherwise, you will leave empty-handed. Call me brother. Don't struggle anymore. The martial arts pavilion can only be entered once, and there is only 1 hour to choose a technique. If no technique is chosen within the hour, it's considered an automatic abandonment. Note, I've replaced the Chinese character string fangqi with its English equivalent abandonment to ensure the text reads naturally in English. Brother Tao is far more powerful than you now, even responsible for overseeing the martial arts pavilion. Calling him brother wouldn't hurt you. Around them, the young disciples began to cheer for Aelbert. Among so many trees, indeed there are all sorts of birds. Denny's face turned cold. Did these people really think they had him cornered? Hilarious. He walked over to a technique and stopped. You can take it. Mo Jeremiahu wasn't worried at all. His expression held a mocking air as he looked at Denny. He was confident in himself. Idiot. Denny remained calm, swiftly extending his hand. Before Mo Jeremiahu could react, the technique was already in Denny's possession. In an instant, Mo Jeremiahu's expression changed, filled with embarrassment. He hadn't even reached out yet, and the technique was taken by Denny? He had been too arrogant, not taking Denny seriously. Believing he was 2 levels higher, he thought he could surely be faster. Denny flipped through the technique in his hand and placed it back. This wasn't the technique he sought either. I'll give you a chance. If you manage to snatch any technique from me next time, I'll leave immediately. Denny glanced indifferently at Mo Jeremiahu, continuing, and, I'll let you go first. Want to play? Fine. He would gladly play along with Mo Jeremiahu. How? Arrogant. What a big mouth. Murmurs spread around, drawing many young disciples who were intrigued by Denny's words. Mo Jeremiahu, after all, was at 7th level body integration realm. Was Denny really not taking Mo Jeremiahu seriously? Okay. Mo Jeremiahu sneered, this is on you. Wait, I'm not done yet. Denny stayed calm. If you snatch any technique, I'll leave. But if you fail, you'll bark like a dog twice. Dare you? Bark like a dog twice. Mo Jeremiahu hesitated. Losing and barking in public would be incredibly embarrassing. Do you dare to play as well, doggy? Denny glanced at Aelbert, speaking lightly. Aelbert didn't respond. He, too, hesitated, afraid to accept casually. He had suffered continuous failures and couldn't afford to promise lightly. His concerns were immense. Too good for nothings, too scared to take up the challenge? You thought you could intimidate me? Pathetic. Denny scoffed. Stop making a fool of yourselves here. I've already given you the first move. Hearing Denny's ridicule, Aelbert and Mo Jeremiahu's faces turned red, letting them go first. They dared not accept, which was humiliating, especially with many young disciples watching. He's just bluffing, why fear him? Would 7th level body integration realm lose to 5th level? Agree. The young disciples, fully enjoying the spectacle, cheered wildly. After all, if Mo Jeremiahu or Aelbert lost, it didn't affect them. They weren't the ones barking like dogs. They enjoyed the show. Agreed. Do you think I'm scared of you? Aelbert's face darkened. But if you lose, you must call me brother, and bark like a dog here. Let's do it. Denny's expression remained calm. What happens if you lose, you know? Won't lose. Mo Jeremiahu gritted his teeth. Losing meant barking like a dog. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Denny walked 2 steps and stopped before a technique. This one. You go first. As soon as Denny spoke, Mo Jeremiahu immediately struck out for the technique. However, he failed. Denny's hand was quicker. How is this possible? Jeremiah cried out, unable to believe it. Being at a higher realm, how could Denny be faster? Aelbert's face turned livid, pale as death. Could they really lose? All the young disciples around them changed expressions. Could 5th level body integration realm possess such speed? Too fast. Before anyone noticed, the technique was already in Denny's hands. Don't lose heart. If this one doesn't appeal to me, you still have a chance. Denny, unfazed, examined the technique before placing it back. Another unsuitable technique. Continue. Denny spoke calmly. So, confident. Still going on. Denny was incredibly confident. The young disciples were stunned. If they were in Denny's place, they would never dare do this. Who knew what might happen? This time, it's mine. Jeremiah sneered, gathering all his strength. Since he couldn't beat Denny in speed, he'd beat him in power. When grabbing the technique, he would use his strength to block Denny. This way, Denny's speed wouldn't matter. Feeling Jeremiah gather his inner strength, Aelbert understood his plan instantly. Excellent. A smile spread across his face. This time, they were certain. 7th level body integration realm strength could crush 5th level. Denny had dug his own grave, lifting a rock only to drop it on his foot. This translation adheres to the instructions provided, ensuring natural English flow, maintaining paragraph structure, and preserving character names accurately. Chapter 10. Practicing the martial technique. This one. Denny paused in front of a martial technique, gesturing for Jeremiah to make his move. Spiritual energy swelled up as Jeremiah struck out directly, focusing all his 7th level embodied realm strength into his extended hand, forming a spiritual energy barrier that blocked the martial technique from all sides. Clever. If speed doesn't work, use power. Not bad at all. The young disciples around them praised him. Useless. Denny remained calm, extending a hand and forcefully breaking through the spiritual energy barrier, knocking Jeremiah's hand aside and easily seizing the martial technique. Thud thud thud. Jeremiah staggered back several steps, his internal chi and blood churning violently, his face deathly pale. What's going on? So powerful. Everyone around was startled. It was entirely unexpected to see Jeremiah being pushed back like this. On the other side, the Arvin of the martial pavilion also showed a trace of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. I'm not fond of this martial technique. You still have a chance, Denny said. He flipped through the martial technique in his hand, shook his head, and put it down again. Unsuitable. Denny continued selecting techniques while Jeremiah used every means possible to try and stop him. But Jeremiah never succeeded. He didn't manage to snatch even one martial technique. He hung his head in dejection, completely giving up. This had happened more than 20 times now. There was no way he could succeed. Beside him, Aelbert looked even worse. He glanced around, hoping to leave unnoticed. Sneaking away would be disgraceful and would invite ridicule, but it was better than barking in public. Speak what you say, lose a bet, and accept defeat. Just as Aelbert was about to slip away, the Arvin of the martial pavilion spoke calmly. Aelbert's face turned green. He obediently returned. With the Arvin speaking, how could he dare refuse? He would have to bark in public next? These don't seem suitable either. Denny sighed. All the techniques in the first level were too ordinary. Cultivating them would be of little benefit to him. However, as he picked up the next technique, his expression changed slightly. There was a reaction in the record of cause and effect deep within his mind. The record of cause and effect shone brightly, splendid and dazzling, with words appearing on it. Cause. The Tao Jeremiah, Layer 1. Due to the outbreak of the Holy War, the 9 layers of the Tao Jeremiah were scattered across the world. The ancestor of the Mo family fortuitously obtained it, but did not understand its true meaning, placing it in the first level of the martial pavilion. Effect. Practicing Layer 1 of the Tao Jeremiah can lay the foundation for the world's strongest base. Tao Jeremiah. Denny's heart pounded excitedly. The world's strongest foundation. He nearly jumped with joy. He hadn't expected to find such an extraordinary martial technique in the first level of the martial pavilion. If not for the record of cause and effect, the Tao Jeremiah would have continued to remain obscure. You've had your chance. I've chosen my martial technique. Denny was clearly delighted. All the young disciples focused on the martial technique in Denny's hand. Is it actually this technique? Poor judgment. Earlier techniques were stronger than this one, yet he chose this. No one chooses this technique without regretting it later, feeling they've wasted a precious opportunity to enter the martial pavilion. Anyone who chooses this technique never makes much progress. Discussion went on. The technique Denny selected was somewhat notorious. Those who had chosen it called it the most useless technique. It has nothing to do with judgment. Time is almost up. He simply ran out of time. One disciple noted carefully, having kept track of Denny's remaining time. Ah, I see. That's right. His time is running out. The young disciples immediately understood. Aelbert and Jeremiah looked even worse, their faces green and purple. They didn't care what technique Denny chose. Denny's choice meant they lost and would have to bark in public. Bolivari up, don't waste time. Everyone's watching and listening. There's no escaping this. The young disciples cheered, waiting for Aelbert and Jeremiah to bark. Aelbert stole a glance at the martial pavilion Arvin, only to find him watching back. All hope left him. Woof, woof, woof. He shouted almost in tears, running out of the martial pavilion after finishing, unable to face anyone anymore. Seeing Aelbert bark, Jeremiah had no choice. With a flushed face, he mimicked a dog's bark before dashing away from the martial pavilion. No one expected such an outcome. The eyes of the young disciples in the martial pavilion all changed when they looked at Denny. They felt Denny seemed different from before. They couldn't quite pinpoint how, but Denny truly appeared to have changed. Deep in the Arvin's eyes, a strange light flickered. Denny's performance surprised him as well. Arvin, I've chosen this martial technique. Denny brought the technique to the Arvin for registration. The Arvin looked at Denny thoughtfully and didn't register it. Choose another one, he said calmly. Even after the time limit, he could still choose again. The young disciple's expressions changed. It appeared the Arvin didn't want Denny to waste this opportunity. After all, the technique Denny had chosen was terrible. Any technique in the first level was better. I think this technique suits me well. Thank you, Arvin, for your consideration, Denny politely replied. The Arvin was doing this for his own good. As you wish, the Arvin said nothing more, registering the technique for Denny. Denny left the martial pavilion with the technique, returning to his courtyard. Dao Jeremiahing. He couldn't wait. Locking the door, he took out the Dao Jeremiahing and began studying it seriously. The Dao Jeremiahing was profound and complex, and despite reading it thoroughly, Denny gained no immediate insights. If mastering it were so easy, it wouldn't be placed in the first level of the martial pavilion. Denny remained calm, knowing it wouldn't be simple. He read through it repeatedly, then practiced according to the instructions in the Dao Jeremiahing. However, the results were poor, not even as effective as the Mo family's heart technique he had previously practiced. Boom. Suddenly, grand saintly sounds resonated in his mind, stirring supreme, transcendent laws and order. Billions of brilliant rays erupted from the record of cause and effect, and a faint figure emerged, hovering above it. Then, the figure started moving, seemingly practicing a technique. Dao Jeremiahing. Denny was shaken inside, soon confirming what the figure was practicing. It was indeed practicing the Dao Jeremiahing. Heaven. The power of the record of cause and effect is incredible. His heart raced, amazed by its function. Not only could the record of cause and effect show cause and effect, but it could also demonstrate martial techniques. Chapter 11. The physical body is the foundation. The Tao Classic was supreme and transcendent. Even its foundational sections were profoundly complex and hard to comprehend. Otherwise, the ancestors of the Mo family wouldn't have placed it on the first floor of the martial pavilion. However, under the practice of that blurry figure, the Tao Classic gradually became simpler. Denny clearly understood its meaning. He then began practicing along with the blurry figure. Just as he started, the surrounding spiritual energy began surging violently into his body. This speed of absorbing spiritual energy could be considered monstrous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His whole body radiated light as his realm rapidly ascended. Compared to the Tao Classic, the cultivation method of the Mo family was insignificant. He continued cultivating until dawn the next day. 9 layers of inner body realm. Denny's face lit up with a radiant smile. In just 2 or 3 days, he had reached the 9th layer of inner body realm. This speed was astonishingly fast. Not only in Yunshan City but also across the entire eastern part of Jeremiah. No one could match this speed. But within all of Jeremiah, there were still such prodigies like Crystal. Otherwise, Crystal wouldn't have achieved such high realms and cultivations at such a young age. Cultivation method, I have, but martial techniques and divine abilities are still missing. Denny squinted his eyes thoughtfully. Martial techniques and divine abilities greatly enhanced one's power. He wanted to cultivate these to strengthen himself. I want to go to Chansfeng Mountain. His expression grew solemn. Chansfeng Mountain was the most famous mountain in the eastern border region. It was teeming with ferocious beasts and was extremely perilous. Named after its resemblance to dragons and phoenixes, this was where his parents had met with an accident. Desmond, he always felt they were still alive. When the Mo family's experts searched Chansfeng Mountain for his parents, they did not find any bodies, only various relics and large amounts of blood belonging to his parents. Given those circumstances, the likelihood of his parents being in trouble was very high. But without seeing their bodies, he would never believe they were dead. I will go once I'm stronger. Denny clenched his teeth. Going to Chansfeng Mountain required prudence. He needed to reach at least the spiritual profound realm. Otherwise, he would be sending himself to death. However, reaching a certain realm wasn't enough. He also needed powerful martial techniques and divine abilities to ensure greater safety during his trip to Chansfeng Mountain. Let me visit the Hengtian auction house. He had already been to the martial pavilion, which required him to reach the 5th layer pulse formation realm before entering the 2nd floor. At his cultivation rate, reaching the 5th layer pulse formation realm wouldn't take long. Then, he could re-enter the martial pavilion to select more profound cultivation methods and divine abilities. Nonetheless, he still wanted to visit the Hengtian auction house. The Hengtian auction house, located in Yunshan City, was the largest auction house in the city. It auctioned off a wide variety of items. With the cause-effect ledger, he might find good deals there. The Hengtian auction house seemed like a great place to explore. Leaving the Mo family residence, he headed towards the Hengtian auction house. Outside the Mo residence, he found himself on a bustling street. Yunshan City, a major city on the eastern border, was densely populated with people from all walks of life. The 8 major clans had deep roots in the city, influencing many industries. However, auction houses were a special case. There was only one in Yunshan City, the Hengtian auction house. The background and origins of the Hengtian auction house were both mysterious and formidable. The 8 major clans feared it and dared not compete against it. Yuan family members. Denny sneered. Upon leaving the Mo family compound, he noticed he was being followed. After careful observation, he identified them as Yuan family members. Without doubt, they were sent by Milton to seek revenge for Clifford. Pretending not to notice them, he turned into a narrow alleyway. They followed him inside. Where did he go? How did he disappear? Their expressions darkened as they lost track of Denny. Looking for me? Denny appeared calmly from around a corner, startling them. They quickly regained their composure. You injured young Master Clifford and think you can live comfortably? Cooperate with us and you'll suffer less. These were indeed Yuan family members, following orders from Milton to wait outside the Mo family compound. Having witnessed Denny's strength, Milton was furious and ordered surveillance right away. This time, the people sent were all around the 9th level of inner body realm. Why bring you here if I knew you were following me? Denny asked coldly. Am I stupid? After spotting the followers, he activated the cause-effect ledger to confirm their intentions and strength. 6 ninth layer inner body realm individuals. He was also at the 9th layer inner body realm. Bringing them here was a test of his own strength. The faces of the 6 Yun family members changed, but they weren't about to be intimidated easily. Attack. They gritted their teeth, surged forward, and unleashed their strongest forces, striking towards Denny. Spiritual energy surged, generating fear scales. The 9th layer inner body realm already possessed considerable spiritual power, nearly capable of severing steel. Denny moved. He exerted himself fully, pushing his state to the limit, dashing forward like a cheetah. Shadows of fists flashed, palm winds cut like knives. The 6 Yun family members wielded martial techniques, enhancing the power of the 9th layer inner body realm even further. Denny, lacking martial techniques, was at a slight disadvantage. Desmond, his physical strength was so formidable that even if struck by martial techniques, he could withstand the blows. Is this guy human? He follows the path of body cultivation? The 6 Yun family members were shocked. They had never seen anyone with such a powerful physique. Body cultivation, a long-forgotten practice that had not been seen for years. How strong can a body be? Useless. Spiritual energy is the true path. The decline of body cultivation proves it, they replied coldly, quickly regaining their composure. As they said, body cultivation was useless and abandoned long ago. No matter how powerful a body might be, it was still defenseless against heavenly spiritual energy. Who says body cultivation is useless? It's just difficult to master compared to cultivating spiritual energy. Denny's expression was cold. And remember, I am not a body cultivator. I simply have a strong physical constitution. Indeed, he wasn't a body cultivator. His physical strength was enhanced by the Lane transformation pool. Remember, the physical body is the foundation. Only when your body is strong can everything else be strong. Chapter 12, Gem. The Lane transformation pool had undeniably enhanced Denny. Although Denny and the Yun family members were all at the 9th stage of corporealization, Denny possessed a more profound amount of spiritual energy within his body compared to the Yun family members. This advantage became evident when he fought against them. His powerful physical body and substantial spiritual energy allowed him to combat 6 Yun family members. The sound of air being torn by strikes continuously echoed as spiritual energy surged like waves. Various martial techniques erupted, bombarding Denny from all directions. Denny was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His strength lay in his formidable physical body and abundant spiritual energy, but his weakness was that he lacked martial skills, putting him at a significant disadvantage in battle. The 6 Yun family members attacked from different directions, unleashing overwhelming power. Surrounded by them, Denny felt like a trapped beast, and the situation wasn't favorable. However, Denny was smart and knew how to maximize his advantages. He focused on one person, disregarding the others, using his powerful body and spiritual energy to close in for a close-range combat. Damn it! The other 5 Yun family members' expressions changed. With Denny entangled with one of their own, they feared accidentally hitting their comrade with their attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Denny's fists hammered down, gathering spiritual energy from his body and striking relentlessly at the person he closed in on. The distance between them was too close for martial skills to be effective. That person couldn't pull away. Denny clung onto him tightly. Spitting blood, his chest bones shattered under Denny's fist strikes, his face turned deathly pale. Denny pressed his advantage without mercy, leaving no room for recovery. After a relentless barrage, the person was knocked to the ground, completely incapacitated. Swish. Denny moved swiftly, closing in on another target and maintaining close-quarters combat. At such proximity, martial techniques had limited effectiveness, causing the entangled opponent to immediately fall into a defensive position. Denny's fists glowed with flowing spiritual energy, smashing through his opponent's defenses like breaking bamboo. A few punches sent this opponent sprawling to the ground, coughing up blood and unable to continue fighting. The remaining 4 didn't hesitate. They grouped together and unleashed powerful martial techniques, combining their energies to attack Denny. Close-quarters combat put them at a disadvantage, so they changed tactics, aiming to seize control and not give Denny an opportunity. Remaining calm, Denny continued with his chosen method of engagement. He had no other choice. Only close-quarters combat offered a chance for victory. Their united force made it difficult to get close, but Denny pushed through, enhancing his physical strength with the spiritual energy coursing through his body. He absorbed the onslaught and managed to close the gap. With a roar, he struck hard at one of them. The man was thrown back, spitting out blood and screaming in agony. Denny broke through their formation, quickly attacking the remaining 3 with relentless fist strikes. Despite lacking formal martial techniques, his speed was impressive, and the strength of his strikes, bolstered by deep spiritual energy, felt like being hit by celestial iron. The trio's formation crumbled, overwhelmed by Denny's fierce onslaught. Blood spilled everywhere as Denny decisively defeated each of the Yun family members. Lying sprawled on the ground, the 6 Yun family members wore incredulous expressions. How could this happen? 6 of them had been utterly defeated. Tell Milton not to send lackeys. They just come here to die. If he really wants to avenge his brother, let him come find me himself, Denny said calmly before leaving the alley. Milton, the standout among the Yun family's younger generation, stood at the 5th stage of meridian formation. Compared to Denny now, Milton was nearly invincible. But Denny had the causal record, the Lane transformation pool, and had begun practicing the Tao Jeremiah. Reaching the 5th stage of meridian formation wouldn't be too difficult for him. My clothes are dirty. After battling the Yun family members, Denny's clothes were in tatters. He bought a new set from a nearby shop. Dressing anew, he headed to the Hengtian auction house. Hengtian auction house was majestic, spanning 9 floors, each level hosting auctions of varying value. The first floor auctioned items of the lowest value, while the 9th floor held the most valuable treasures. This is who? As Denny prepared to enter the Hengtian auction house, a mocking female voice sounded beside him. You're coming here to buy the spirit pill that will allow you to start cultivating? Laughing, the woman approached, looking down at Denny with disdain. What does it matter? Denny's voice was cold. He recognized her. She was very familiar to him. Verna, Crystal's attendant. They had once been close. Crystal often came to Denny's residence. Verna always accompanied her. Not much, except in your current state. Do you even have spirit stones to spend here? Verna sneered. Without your parents, what are you? I heard the patriarch of the Mo family gave away the sensing spirit pill your father worked so hard to acquire for you. Ava glanced at Denny, adding, falling off a cliff and still surviving. Your cockroach-like resilience is quite something. Clearly, she was close to Crystal, who had told her about Denny's survival after the cliff incident. Smack. Moving faster than lightning, Denny slapped Verna, sending her reeling to the ground, dazed. Don't mention my parents again, or I'll kill you. Denny's tone was icy, a murderous intent swirling around him. His parents were his unshakable bottom line, his ultimate taboo. How dare you hit me? Enraged, Verna couldn't believe Denny, having lost all support, dared strike her. True, she was just an attendant, but servitude elevated with status. Her mistress, Crystal, had passed the Nine Flowers sect examination with flying colors, destined for greatness within the sect. No one in Cloud Mountain City dared disrespect her. A lowly servant. I hit you. So what? Not satisfied? Call your mistress over. Denny remained cold. Even if she comes, I'll hit her just the same. Chapter 13 can't endure for a moment. Without Latoya, you dare to spout such nonsense. If Latoya were here, would you dare do this? Verna's eyes blazed with fury, half her face swollen and burning in pain. Crystal had already gone to the Jeremiahu Balavara sect to report. Dare to be insolent before me again, and I'll make sure the other half of your face swells up too. Denny ignored Verna and walked straight into the Hungtian auction house. Verna stamped her feet in anger. Crystal had always been kind to her, but as just a maid who had never practiced cultivation and possessed no power of her own, what could she do? Otherwise, how could Denny, this sort of waste, have slapped her? Latoya Wong, what happened? At this moment, a group of people came from afar. The foremost among them was a young man whose eyes lit up upon seeing Verna. He instantly quickened his pace and approached Verna. Ah, young Master Zhou Zirang. Baxter named Zhou Zirang was the youngest son of the head of the Zhou family, one of the 8 great families of Yunshan City. Verna felt slightly flustered. Even the young master of the Zhou family called her Miss and treated her so politely. What servant could be this influential? However, soon her expression darkened. The fiery pain on the right side of her face reminded her that she had just been slapped. Someone bullied Latoya Wong? What audacity! Latoya Wong, rest assured. Regardless of who this person is, I will ensure justice for you. Zhou Zirang patted his chest in assurance. For a servant, he wouldn't have cared at all, let alone shown any courtesy. But times had changed. Verna's owner, Crystal, not only successfully passed the Jeremiahu Balavar sect's assessment, but was also said to receive special attention from the Jeremiahu Balavar sect. With Crystal's rise in status, Verna's naturally elevated as well. Most importantly, he wanted to connect with Crystal. The Jeremiahu Balavara sect was one of the most powerful forces in Jeremiahu. How vast was Jeremiahu? It covered east, west, south, north, and central regions, each area incredibly extensive. Even accomplished cultivators would find it challenging to travel between these regions without considerable time and effort. Under normal circumstances, cultivators traveled between regions through teleportation arrays. In this vast Jeremiahu, the number of cultivation sects was innumerable. The fact that the Jeremiahu Balavara sect was crowned as one of the strongest forces in Jeremiahu made it undeniably formidable and astonishing. With such a powerful sect like Jeremiahu Balavara, their recruitment criteria were understandably stringent. Countless youths from Jeremiahu participated in the examinations, yet fewer than 10% passed. Not only did Crystal pass, but she also gained the Jeremiahu Balavara sect's favor. He wanted to leverage Crystal's influence to help him enter the Jeremiahu Balavar sect as well. Waste from the Mo family, Denny. Verna gritted her teeth, almost wanting to devour someone. Who is it? Him? Zhou Zirang laughed loudly. Rest assured, I will surely bring Denny before Latoya Wong for her to deal with as she pleases. Initially, he was worried about being unable to handle whoever had slapped Verna, but it was Denny, leaving him completely unbothered. Denny was a waste, relying solely on his parents' power all along. Now that Denny's parents were absent, he was anyone's punching bag. Then thank you, young Master Zhou. He's inside the Hungtian auction house now. He's inside the Hungtian auction house? Zhou Zirang frowned. It's not easy to take action inside the Hungtian auction house. We should wait until he comes out. He was also unruly, often using the Zhou family's clout to bully others in Yunshan City. However, he didn't dare cause trouble within the Hungtian auction house. His family had warned him strictly not to provoke them under any circumstances. It's fine, I'll make him come out now. Verna glared coldly, unwilling to wait another moment. Ava wanted revenge immediately. Don't be rash. This is the Hungtian auction house. I know the Hungtian auction house is fearsome, but my Latoya has received special attention from the Jeremiahu Balavara sect, so they might give her some leeway. And besides, Denny is nothing now. Zhou Zirang pondered. It was indeed true. Crystal was no longer ordinary. The Hungtian auction house wouldn't offend Crystal over someone as insignificant as Denny. I'll wait here for Latoya Wong. Okay. Verna stepped into the Hungtian auction house. Denny was still in the hall. A clerk from the Hungtian auction house was asking which floor Denny wanted to visit. I want to see floors 1 through 9. He was there to find treasures at bargain prices. Good items could appear on any of the floors. You're only worthy of entering the first floor, and you can only enter the first floor. Verna sneered. Floors 2 to 9 require sufficient bidding capital to enter. Do you have that? One half-swollen face not enough for you? Come out if you dare. Verna's eyes blazed with anger. Reliance on external support? Did someone come to back you up outside? Denny saw right through Verna's intentions. What afraid? Verna strutted arrogantly. Young Master Zhou Zirang is waiting for you outside. Ava wasn't worried about Denny staying inside, because even if he stayed, she had ways to make him leave. So it's Zhou Zirang. Denny knew Zhou Zirang, the youngest son of the Zhou family head, who supposedly broke through to the Chi Pulse realm just a few days ago. Afraid to come out? Don't worry, you don't have a choice. Even if you don't want to come out, you will have to. Verna growled menacingly. Afraid? Denny looked at Verna. You rely on others to intimidate me. What am I scared of? Wait outside. I'll come out after I'm done here. Dog depending on someone else's strength. These 4 words enraged Verna, deeply wounding her pride. I'll tell you, Denny. Latoya never liked you from the start. To her, you're just a toy, a joke. Even when Latoya spent time with you, it was because the head of the household forced her. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have gotten close to Latoya. You're a toad aspiring to eat swan flesh? Go eat mud. Verna ranted furiously. Although she was very angry, everything she said was true. From the beginning, Crystal hadn't liked Denny and was unwilling to associate with him. It was all forced upon her. You hit me and then tried hiding in the Hengtian auction house? I tell you, it's impossible. I want you to kneel before me like a dog and lick my shoes. Verna glared fiercely at Denny. Ava then turned to look at the clerk of the Hengtian auction house. My Latoya Crystal treats me like a sister. Now I've been humiliated. I hope the Hengtian auction house gives Latoya Crystal face by expelling this person. The kindness will be remembered by my Latoya. Translation ends here. The next part of the chapter continues as expected, adhering closely to the original structure and tone while ensuring readability and accuracy in English. Chapter 14. The Heavenly Een Constitution. Crystal. An absolute figure of renown in Cloud Mountain City now. No one didn't know her name. A disciple destined for focused cultivation under the 9 Bolavaras. It was an unparalleled honor. Reviewing all of Cloud Mountain City's history, there had never been a case like this. When Verna mentioned Crystal, her face beamed with pride, as if she were talking about herself. I thought some big shot arrived. Turns out it's just a maid. Laughter echoed nearby, accompanied by a casual tone. Verna's expression immediately darkened. What did that mean? Looking down on her? Saying she was a maid to her face? Ava followed the sound and froze when she saw who spoke. A girl. Beautiful beyond imagination, beautiful like a dream, beautiful enough to make people feel inadequate. Too beautiful. Ava had never seen such a beautiful person. For a moment, even she, being a woman, was shocked and dumbstruck. Denny also turned his head. The girl's face wore a faint smile, with a peerlessly beautiful appearance. A head of smooth, black hair casually cascaded over her shoulders, and her ears shone with a pure brilliance, transcending the mundane. Are you looking down on me, or my young lady? Verna snorted coldly, waking from the girl's beauty, her tone unfriendly. Who still dared to belittle her young lady now? Ava was furious. What's the difference? The girl laughed again, appearing like a celestial Kira descending to the world, enchantingly beautiful. Who are you? How dare you despise my young lady? Verna snapped angrily, her chest heaving. Despise? Not really. However, having such a conceited and domineering maid as a sister-like figure suggests your master isn't much better either. The girl's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't truly care about Crystal. Verna was infuriated. First, she was slapped by Denny, and now this mysterious girl disdained Crystal. This she could not tolerate. Do you people at Hengtian Auction House just stand by watching this cheap slut insult my young lady? If you don't handle this matter properly, my young lady will never let your Hengtian Auction House off easily. Ava yelled coldly at the staff of Hengtian Auction House. Ava wished she could act herself, but without any cultivation, she lacked the power. And the girl looked far from ordinary. Hengtian Auction House might have a terrifying background, but in her heart, the 9 Bolavaras sect was stronger. Slap. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. Verna hadn't even noticed it when a slap landed right across her face. Ava was immediately slapped to the ground, her cheekbone broken, several teeth knocked loose. Not knowing your place, let alone you, a mere servant, even your master dares not dishonor young Latoya. The shadow roared coldly, murderous intent surging. The manager of Hengtian Auction House. Remember this. This matter won't end here. I'll report it honestly to my young lady. You prepare yourselves for my young lady's wrath. Verna's face was covered in blood, behaving almost deranged. Ava recognized the person who slapped her. It was Frederick, the manager of Hengtian Auction House. Thinking you're great because you joined the 9 Bolavaras sect? Frederick sneered. Don't say your young lady is merely a disciple. Even if she became an Isaias of the 9 Bolavaras sect, she can't act so recklessly at our Hengtian Auction House. Denny felt a chill. What kind of background did Hengtian Auction House have? Could the 9 Bolavaras sect do nothing against them? Verna didn't dare speak further, endless fear rising in her heart. Hengtian Auction House was clearly more formidable than she imagined. Supporting her bruised body, she struggled to rise, each step leaving a bloody footprint as she trembled and left Hengtian Auction House. Even an Isaias of the 9 Bolavaras sect couldn't challenge them. Ava was terrified, fearing she would involve her young lady. Oh, what happened? Outside, Zhou Zirang was startled by Verna's wretched appearance. Did Denny dare to make a move in Hengtian Auction House? It's nothing. Wait here for Denny to come out. Verna's eyes were bloodshot. Ava couldn't afford to provoke Hengtian Auction House, but could she not deal with Denny? All this started because of Denny. Ava would return everything tenfold, 100-fold. Sorry, to have made a guest uncomfortable in the store. Inside the auction house, the girl apologized cordially to Denny. Treat guests well, and maintain our reputation, she said to Frederick beside her before turning and leaving. Desmond's, young Latoya. Frederick responded respectfully, quickly instructing the staff before following her closely. Young Latoya? Denny's eyes narrowed, his interest piqued. The manager of the illustrious Hengtian auction house treated the girl with such respect. Her identity must not be simple. Book of Cause and Effect. He unfolded the Book of Cause and Effect, wanting to see the girl's past and present. Soon, dazzling light flashed within the book, small lines of text appearing. Cause. Amira, age 16, daughter of the Murong clan chief, possesses one of the 9 unique constitutions, the Heavenly Yin Constitution. Effect. The host can help Amira resolve the issues with the Heavenly Yin Constitution, transforming it into the strongest constitution. The Heavenly Yin Constitution. Live not past 20 years. Denny's heart quaked. Such a beautiful Amira actually had this constitution and wouldn't live past 20. From the Book of Cause and Effect, he learned that Amira had chosen to travel far and wide after learning she wouldn't live past 20, eventually arriving at Cloud Mountain City. The Murong clan, the force behind Hengtian Auction House. Never heard of it, but undoubtedly, the Murong clan must be incredibly powerful. Denny hurriedly followed. The Book of Cause and Effect also revealed how to treat the Heavenly Yin Constitution. Young Latoya, wait. Denny called out, stopping Amira. Amira turned around, her clear and pure eyes gazing at Denny. Under that gaze, Denny momentarily lost himself, feeling somewhat flustered, but he soon steadied his mind. I have something I wish to discuss privately with young Latoya. What could possibly require a private conversation? Amira smiled lightly, stunningly beautiful, like a fairy untouched by the human world. Matters concerning the Heavenly Yin Constitution. The Heavenly Yin Constitution. Instantly, Amira's face changed drastically, her pupils constricting as she stared intently at Denny. How did this person know she had the Heavenly Yin Constitution? I have a method to treat the Heavenly Yin Constitution, Denny said calmly. You do? Amira's expression changed again as she sized up Denny. The Murong clan, a family with thousands of years of inheritance and unimaginable depth, had found no solutions for the Heavenly Yin Constitution. And yet, this Denny claimed he had? Prepare a private room. Her expression flickered, and finally, she instructed Frederick to prepare a private room. No one wanted to die, and she definitely didn't want to die. Though she didn't believe Denny could cure the Heavenly Yin Constitution, a spark of hope remained, hoping to live on. Frederick had no idea what Amira and Denny were discussing. His level was too low. He didn't know Amira possessed the Heavenly Yin Constitution. Daring not ask, he swiftly arranged a private room. Amira and Denny entered the private room. ####Chapter 15, Confidence. You said you can cure the absolute Yin Constitution? How? Tanya's striking beauty remained calm as she looked at Denny, but Denny could see the turmoil in her eyes. Ava was not as calm as she appeared. Judging by Lord Harry's attitude toward Latoya, you must hold a very esteemed position. Acquiring medicinal ingredients shouldn't be an issue. Denny spoke, listing several medicinal names. Starlight grass, 10,000 Desmondar purple ginseng, Olivandra dew flowers. These ingredients, refined according to a specific formula, can extend your lifespan and help you overcome the life-threatening period around your 20th birthday. The herbs and the formula were all revealed through the Book of Cause and Effect. Tanya's expression changed. The ingredients Denny mentioned were all extremely rare, something ordinary people would never know about. Ava began to believe him. What about the formula? She asked. This potion requires at least a master-level alchemist to refine, but I imagine that wouldn't be an issue for someone like you, Denny responded, quickly detailing the formula. Tanya carefully memorized the formula. Do you really just tell me all this outright? Tanya's gaze was profound. She wanted to understand Denny's true intentions. Why would Denny help her when they didn't even know each other? If I don't tell you, how else would you trust me? Denny chuckled. This is only a method to alleviate the condition, not to eliminate it entirely, but I do have a way to completely cure it. Eliminate it? Tanya was visibly moved. Desmond's. Denny nodded. However, I can't reveal that method right now. The absolute Yin Constitution could indeed be cured and turned into one of the strongest constitutions. However, the method wasn't presented in the Book of Cause and Effect, which indicated that the host's realm was too low for it to be displayed. Who are you really? Tanya calmed down. I'm just an ordinary young man from Cloud Mountain City. Denny said, Latoya can first try refining the medicine and see if it works before we discuss anything further. According to the Book of Cause and Effect, once Tanya took the alleviating medicine, she would feel changes in her body. At that point, she wouldn't doubt him anymore. With that, he left the secret chamber. Inside the chamber, Tanya pondered. Could such a capable young man appear in the Eastern Edge? Etienne, listen to me. Ava took out a jade talisman, speaking to herself. However, she wasn't really talking to herself. It was an extremely precious communication device that allowed long-distance conversations. Refine it according to the formula I provided. Get it done as quickly as possible. Etienne, bring it over yourself. After giving instructions, she left the secret chamber. Denny was still at the Eternal Sky auction house. Ava intended to observe him closely. Frederick stood guard outside the chamber, bowing respectfully. Latoya. I need all information on this person. Understood. Frederick turned to leave, investigating Denny's background for Tanya. Tanya then went downstairs to the auction hall. Denny was inside. Everything being auctioned on the first floor was quite ordinary and had little value, but oddly enough, Denny examined every item with great seriousness and care. Is he here looking for bargains? Tanya laughed lightly, approaching Denny's seat. Ava concealed her unparalleled beauty, otherwise, there would surely be chaos. Auctions were a significant part of the Murong clan's main business. Though she hadn't paid much attention, she had learned some from her clan members. Denny looked like someone seeking a bargain. Ava had seen many like him while learning from her clan members. Well, can't you? Tanya said with a smile. Of course. Tanya continued with a teasing tone. But I suggest you not get your hopes up too high. Though this is just a small branch of the Eternal Sky auction house. The appraisers here have undergone rigorous training. One of the most important things in an auction house is accurate appraisal. Otherwise, fake goods would proliferate, ruining the reputation of the auction house. Perhaps. Denny didn't engage further with Tanya, continuing to focus intently on the items being auctioned. On stage, a young and attractive female auctioneer expertly introduced each item, stirring emotions. But here comes our highlight, a century-old spirit jade coral. Not only is it beautiful, but it's also practical, enhancing cultivation speed when placed in a cultivation area. The auctioneer announced passionately, bidding starts at 500 spirit stones. Ava declared the starting price. It's nice, but too expensive, someone muttered. 500 spirit stones could hire an array master to create a small spirit gathering array. Wouldn't that be more useful than this spirit jade coral? Interest in the room was lukewarm, with no bids coming forward. No bids, let's move on to the next item. The auctioneer called out loudly. 500. Suddenly, Denny bid. Great, this gentleman has bid. Any higher bids? The auctioneer asked. Is he a plant? Another voice wondered aloud. It's not worth 500 spirit stones at all. Others joined in, many turning to look at Denny, suspecting he was a shill hired by the auction house. He probably lacks discernment. This guy must be desperate to cultivate, hearing that spirit jade coral boosts cultivation speed, and jumping at it immediately. People jeered. Denny had become somewhat of a celebrity in Cloud Mountain City, so everyone knew his story. A bargain? Tanya chimed in. I advise you to give up. I've assessed this spirit jade coral. Its owner insisted on pricing it at 500 spirit stones, but it's worth at most 300 spirit stones. We'll see when I get it, Denny replied with a knowing smile. Would the book of cause and effect be wrong? No. So confident? Tanya became highly interested. When the owner brought the spirit jade coral, he claimed it was very valuable, insisting it be priced at 500 spirit stones minimum. The appraiser told the owner it wasn't worth that much and it would go unsold. But the owner remained adamant. Worried about errors, the chief appraiser was consulted. Tanya also happened to be present and appraised it casually. The result was the same, an ordinary century-old spirit jade coral. Without this confidence, why would I come to the Eternal Sky auction house to seek a bargain? Denny wasn't hiding anything since Tanya had already figured it out. No one bid. The auctioneer instructed staff to deliver the spirit jade coral to Denny. He handed over 500 spirit stones, and the transaction was finalized. Denny acquired the century-old spirit jade coral. He nearly grinned ear to ear. He truly found a treasure, and this piece of spirit jade coral should fetch at least 200,000 spirit stones. Turning 500 spirit stones into 200,000 spirit stones. This was a profit of over 400 times. Hashtag chapter 16. Creating confusion. An error in the appraisal? Aaliyah was taken aback. Looking at Denny's expression, it seemed as if he truly had found a treasure. Could she and the chief appraiser of this place have made a mistake? But soon, she shook her head. How could there be an error? Ava had studied with the Isaias of her clan for a time, each of whom were top-tier appraisers who had never made a mistake. A regular 100-year-old spirit jade coral. How could she get that wrong? Ava didn't believe it. It's wrong. Denny extended his hand, his spiritual energy solidifying into a blade as he began to peel away layers from the spirit jade coral. A large amount of spirit jade shavings fell. Everyone around was stunned. He was peeling away the spirit jade coral that he had purchased for 500 spirit stones? Was he mad? Their focus was entirely on this act, completely overlooking the fact that Denny was using spiritual energy to form a blade to peel the spirit jade coral. Spiritual energy transformed into a blade. Not only did this require one to step onto the path of cultivation, but also demanded a very profound amount of spiritual energy. Denny's reputation in Yunshan City was that he had spent 5 years cultivating and still couldn't guide the spirit into his body to start cultivation. Layer by layer, Denny was extremely serious, almost as if he feared destroying a priceless treasure. The spirit jade coral shavings flew, and the originally large spirit jade coral quickly became much smaller. Finally, Denny stopped, having shaped the piece of spirit jade coral into a pearl-sized sphere. 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core. Aaliyah's expression changed. She had indeed misjudged it. This wasn't any ordinary 100-year-old spirit jade coral, but an extremely valuable 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core. No wonder I misjudged. Ava murmured under her breath. Since it was a 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core, it was understandable. Coral that produced a bead core was highly complex, forming a self-protective structure that was very difficult to appraise. And the efficacy of a 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core was precisely to see through all deceptions and penetrate illusions. It's fine, you're still young, so making a mistake is normal. Young. Aaliyah was speechless. Denny was at most just a year or two older than her, and he said she was young? 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core. Is it real? My goodness, if it's true, Denny will have made a huge profit. The crowd was in uproar, all agitated and excited. They had heard of spirit coral bead cores before. They were treasures capable of dispelling illusions. Next, their excitement grew even more intense. Nothing on the auction platform was missed. They observed everything closely, afraid of missing out on anything good. Unfortunately, their knowledge was limited. No matter how meticulously they examined, they saw nothing extraordinary. They decided not to bother examining anymore and simply waited for Denny to bid. 500 spirit stones. At this point, Denny made his bid. 600. 700. 800. Bids came one after another. The female auctioneer on stage didn't need to rouse the crowd. Their emotions were already too intense. On stage, the female auctioneer was dumbfounded. Only an ordinary spirit weapon, the Moonfall sword, worth no more than 200 spirit stones, was being auctioned, yet the bidding price had already surpassed 1,000. It was still rapidly rising. Is there something special about this sword? Aaliyah asked, suspecting another wrongly appraised spirit sword. Denny didn't respond. In the end, the Moonfall sword sold for 1,600 spirit stones. That person was very excited, carefully inspecting the Moonfall sword after acquiring it. Desmond, he couldn't discern anything extraordinary. Master Emo, could you explain what makes this sword powerful? He approached Denny with the sword, humbly seeking guidance. Denny picked up the Moonfall sword and inspected it carefully before saying, Alas, I made a mistake. I thought this was a king-grade magic weapon. So, it's just an ordinary spirit weapon? Desmonda. Denny nodded. With a thud, the man couldn't bear the shock, his vision blackening as he fainted. 1,600 spirit stones. He had bought an ordinary spirit weapon. What a huge loss. You did this on purpose. Aaliyah instantly realized everything. Given how hard it was to identify the 1,000-year-old spirit coral bead core, Denny had merely watched from afar to make this determination. Without a doubt, Denny definitely possessed extremely high appraisal skills. Would someone with such high appraisal skills easily make mistakes? Ava didn't believe it. You're very clever. No one will follow your bids now, and when you find something good, you can acquire it easily. What can I say, poor man? Denny shrugged. He was really poor, with not many spirit stones to his name. The spirit stones he obtained from the Emo family pharmacy, he mostly gave to people like Elio, keeping only a portion for himself, which amounted to a few thousand spirit stones. If he wasn't frugal, he wouldn't have been able to bid for anything valuable. The first floor auction gradually concluded. Denny placed several bids during this time, but they were only to create confusion. None were for anything valuable. Finally, no one followed his lead anymore. He had made too many apparent errors. Denny left the first floor and came to the second. The second floor auction was still bustling. Compared to the items on the first floor, the items on the second floor were better. Aaliyah did not follow. Frederick had already gathered all information regarding Denny and was reporting to Aaliyah. His father isn't much, but his mother is quite formidable, with an untraceable background. It's deeply intertwined. Frederick looked serious. Information about Denny and his father was easy to gather. But Denny's mother was no simple individual. He faced significant obstacles. To thoroughly investigate Denny's mother would require the headquarters' involvement. Did Denny's parents really die? Too many inconsistencies. It's hard to confirm. Aaliyah nodded, her gaze deep. Latoya, I'm here. At this moment, Aaliyah's communication jade pendant flickered, and a voice echoed in her mind. Go fetch Etienne. Aaliyah said to Frederick. Sure. Frederick turned and left, returning with a Zeke in tow. The Zeke had a stern face, dressed in a green robe, his eyes sharp and wise, as if they could see through all worldly matters. Is the medicine ready? Aaliyah's expression was somewhat excited. Desmond's. The Zeke nodded, personally refined by Urban. Urban, the greatest alchemy master within the Muru clan. Countless powerhouses sought him to refine medicines, yet he rarely took on such tasks. Latoya, where did you get the formula? The Zeke couldn't help but ask. Urban was astounded by the formula. It's an ancient Dan formula that has long been lost. Let's discuss this later. Did Urban say if there's any problem with the pill? No problems. Urban was very certain. It's beneficial for Latoya, with no harm whatsoever. Hearing the confirmation, Aaliyah's slender body trembled, her stunning beauty adorned with excitement. Once believing she would die at 20, now, there was hope. Chapter 17 Lamar. Etienne, auction master, please watch over him for me while I go refine the pill. If he wants to leave, you must ask him to stay and wait for me. Miley said earnestly. At this moment, she no longer harbored any doubts about Charles. Urban was a true alchemy master. If Urban said there was nothing wrong with the pill, then there was truly nothing wrong. Right, all his expenses at the auction house will be covered by us. Before leaving, Miley gave one last instruction. Him. Etienne raised an eyebrow. Who could Latoya be talking about? In such a remote and small city like Yunshan, there could hardly be someone who could make Latoya so concerned. Latoya is talking about Charles. Frederick was very nervous. He knew that Etienne was a true powerhouse within the clan, holding an esteemed position. He quickly introduced Charles's situation to Etienne. Charles has had quite a bumpy fate. Let's go take a look. Etienne became interested and followed Frederick to the second floor. The auction on the second floor was bustling but had little of interest to Charles. After the second floor auction ended, Charles went up to the third floor. Similarly, he didn't find anything of value on the third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor, eighth floor. As he ascended each floor, Charles found nothing of particular value. Hongtian Auction House had a high level of expertise in appraisals. When he reached the ninth floor, he spotted a familiar face. Charles. This person also saw Charles and looked surprised, clearly not expecting to see him here. Fatso. Charles smiled and playfully punched the man. You're the one who's fat. I'm not fat at all. The man pouted. Indeed, the man wasn't fat. He had a slender, tall build far from being plump. I noticed, but I still liked it when you were chubby. Round and soft, just like a ball. How nice. Nice my ass. You're the one who looks like a ball. As they bantered, the man's expression darkened. I'm sorry, I didn't visit you during those difficult times. He felt guilty. They were close friends, yet when Charles faced misfortune, he didn't visit him even once. Don't apologize, I understand your predicament. Charles patted the man on the shoulder without blame. After experiencing so much upheaval, he had come to understand many things. The man's name was Lamar, his best friend, a member of the Hugo family, one of the 8 major clans of Yunshan City. However, Lamar was not a key member of the family, just from a branch lineage who managed to enter the main clan. Before the incident, Lamar held a good position in the Hugo family because of their close relationship. But after the incident, Lamar's status within the Hugo family had likely changed significantly. So, Charles did not blame him. Lamar had it tough too. I am useless. Lamar's eyes welled up with tears. When I heard about what happened to your parents, I wanted to visit you right away, but the Hugo family Isaias stopped me. The Isaias forbade me from visiting the Emo family. They said if I visited the Mo family, they would expel my entire family from the Hugo family. I am so useless. He had moved into the main clan with his parents. If he were alone, he wouldn't fear, but he couldn't ignore his parents' well-being and had to bow to pressure. You need to work on your tendency to tear up over everything. I'm just emotional, but seeing you like this now, I feel relieved. Lamar wiped away his tears, genuinely happy to see Charles looking fine. By the way, why are you here? Lamar asked. Just browsing around, got nothing better to do. At that moment, a group of young men and women came up to the 9th floor, all handsome or beautiful. Oh, Lamar, you're still in contact with Charles? The leading young man sneered. The current Charles is a troublemaker, bringing bad luck to anyone who associates with him. You should be more cautious. Then, he laughed mockingly. Anyway, it doesn't matter since you'll soon be expelled from the main clan and kicked back to your branch lineage. It won't happen. This time, I'll definitely get a good ranking in the clan competition. Lamar clenched his teeth. So, that's why you came to Hungtian Auction House? The young man laughed contemptuously. They say Hungtian Auction House has pulse formation pills. You rushed here, hoping to buy one and break through to the pulse formation realm. Do you have enough spirit stones for that? Most people coming to the 9th floor for the auction were there for the pulse formation pill. This pulse formation pill was extraordinary, of extremely high grade. Taking it and refining it would guarantee the formation of at least 3 meridians, making it miraculous and astounding. Pulse formation realm. Only then did one truly enter the realm of cultivation. Bowl of Armans had 9 meridians, each immensely powerful. All cultivators dreamed of opening more meridians within the pulse formation realm, but opening all 9 meridians was exceedingly difficult. Few beings throughout history had achieved it. Those who opened all 9 meridians were unparalleled geniuses. Opening 5 meridians indicated impressive talent, far above average individuals. Under normal circumstances, most cultivators could only open 1 or 2 meridians. 3 were already rare. This pulse formation pill guaranteed the formation of at least 3 meridians, possibly even more. Its value was undeniably high. Most participants on the 9th floor were there for this pulse formation pill. Lamar blushed red, unable to speak. Truthfully, he didn't have enough spirit stones. He had come here just to try his luck. He knew how precious the pulse formation pill was. You what? Pathetic. Prepare to return to your branch. The young man laughed disdainfully as they entered the auction hall. What's happening with the clan competition? Charles raised an eyebrow. Zaya listening to their conversation, the competition seemed significant. Nothing. Lamar didn't want to disclose the truth. Charles had enough troubles lately, and he didn't want to burden him further. If you consider me a friend, tell me. Charles's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Lamar, his tone heavy. All right. Lamar sighed, recounting everything. The clan competition was indeed crucial. Due to Charles's misfortune, Lamar's status within the Hugo family plummeted drastically. The Hugo family hadn't outright expelled him but warned that if he didn't achieve a good rank in the clan competition, he would have to leave the main clan. Currently, he was at the 9th level of body entry stage. Upon hearing that Hungtian Auction House had pulse formation pills for auction, he immediately came. If he could obtain the pulse formation pill and form 3 meridians, he would have a much higher chance of getting a good rank in the competition. That's why. Charles patted Lamar on the shoulder. Don't worry, the pulse formation pill is yours. Saying this, he walked straight into the 9th floor auction hall. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique. Oh? Lamar was baffled. Did Denny know what he was talking about? This was a pulse formation pill that could at least strengthen 3 meridians. Everyone who came to the 9th floor auction house was primarily after the pulse formation pill. The bidding for such an item would be incredibly fierce. Denny was not the same as before. Did he have enough spirit stones? Let's go in, and we'll keep our distance. Denny entered the 9th floor auction house. Given his drastically diminished status, if Lamar stayed too close, it would only bring him trouble. Inside the 9th floor auction house, there were many people, more than on all the previous 8 floors combined. And most of them weren't ordinary. They were dressed in luxurious attire. Denny glanced around and saw representatives from the 8 major families of Yunshan City. The 8 major families were Emo family, Yun family, Xiran family, Hugo family, Zhou family, Zaire family, Wang family, and Thorn family. The auction had already started within the 9th floor auction house, but the interest of those present was minimal, and very few participated in the bidding. They were all waiting for the pulse formation pill. Brother Ira, your Emo family's focus has arrived. Someone chuckled mockingly as they saw Denny enter the auction house. Trash, should have been exiled from the clan long ago. A youth beside them snorted coldly, clearly harboring ill will. His name was Victor, the youngest son of the head of the Emo family. Now 12 years old, Victor had received the spirit induction pill originally sought with great difficulty by Denny's father. He had commendable talent and could still guide spiritual energy into his body even without the pill, embarking on cultivation. But with the aid of the pill, the benefits were greater. In just over 10 days, he advanced from scratch to the 9th level embodiment realm and was about to reach the pulse formation stage. Now he appeared here, clearly preparing to claim this pulse formation pill. The spirit induction pill, refined by a grand alchemy master, allows Brother Ira to build the best foundation. If Brother Ira secures this pulse formation pill as well, he will become much stronger and might even open up 5 meridians. The person sighed enviously. The spirit induction pill was no ordinary pill. If it were, Denny's father wouldn't have struggled so hard to obtain it. 5 meridians are the minimum. My goal is 6 meridians. Victor's eyes sparkled with confidence. The benefits of the spirit induction pill were immense, and his father had said that if he could secure this pulse formation pill, he could certainly forge at least 5 meridians and possibly even 6. Denny found an empty seat and sat down. The pulse formation pill. No matter how many people competed for it, he must win it. At the first floor, he had obtained the spiritual coral pearl heart, worth at least 200,000 spirit stones. With such a valuable treasure, no one could outbid him. This time, We are auctioning a piece of a dragon elephant beast's chest bone. A dragon elephant beast is a powerful monster comparable to a transcendent realm powerhouse. Its chest bone is the essence of its entire body. It can be used for refining pills or forging weapons and is highly valuable. Buying it now will definitely be profitable. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. On the auction podium, the sensuous female auctioneer passionately introduced the chest bone. The dragon elephant beast is indeed powerful, and the chest bone is undoubtedly the finest part of its body. However, the starting price of 10,000 spirit stones seems a bit high. Desmonda, murmured several voices below, expressing lukewarm interest. In reality, if this chest bone were auctioned under normal circumstances, it would definitely draw some bidders. The dragon elephant beast was extremely powerful and difficult to slay, and its chest bone, being the most essential part, made for excellent materials for refining pills and forging weapons. Although a 10,000 spirit stone starting bid was steep, there would likely be bidders. But everyone was here for the pulse formation pill and didn't want to waste their spirit stones elsewhere. The chest bone might end up failing to sell. While there were many valuable items auctioned earlier on the 9th floor, all of them failed to sell due to anticipation for the pulse formation pill. Use the causal record to see. Denny opened the causal record to examine the cause and effect surrounding the dragon elephant beast's chest bone. It was essential for him to do this for every auction item. Soon, the cause and effect appeared on the causal record. Cause: a dragon elephant beast, a unique monster species with trace heavenly dragon bloodline, after countless generations, now lacks any hint of that lineage. However, this particular chest bone shows a return to ancestral traits, revealing the re-emergence of the heavenly dragon bloodline. Effect: Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique can be extracted from the dragon elephant beast's chest bone. Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique. Denny's heart pounded vigorously with excitement and agitation. What kind of creature was the heavenly dragon? One of the 10 great beasts of the ancient era. During ancient times, the 10 great beasts were absolute overlords, even surpassing powerful deities who served as food for the beasts. What a misfortune for this dragon elephant beast to show ancestral traits and get killed before growing up. Denny sighed. If not for its demise, this dragon elephant beast would have become an invincible monster. No one wants to bid? On the platform, the sensuous auctioneer smiled, saying, "Then let's move on to the next item." "I will bid," Denny suddenly spoke up, announcing a price. The auctioneer was surprised, not expecting anyone to place a bid. Ava had prepared for the chest bone to fail the sale given the prior auction's outcomes. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiling and asking, "Anyone else? Who's bidding?" "Oh, it's Denny. Hearing the chest bone can refine pills, he's going for it?" The crowd laughed mockingly upon recognizing the bidder. 11,000 spirit stones. Someone placed a bid, instantly drawing much attention. Victor. This will be entertaining. People's faces showed sly smiles. Victor had no real need for the chest bone. Bidding on it was clearly targeting Denny. 15,000 spirit stones. Denny directly raised the bid. The chest bone containing the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique was invaluable. No one would stop him from securing it. 20,000 spirit stones. Victor sneered, having plenty of spirit stones. Winning this chest bone wouldn't significantly impact him. Desmond's, this was deliberate provocation against Denny. Denny had always been doted upon in the MO family, something Victor resented deeply since childhood. Why should someone like Denny receive such affection? Now, he had his chance and intended to crush Denny mercilessly, ensuring Denny faced nothing but setbacks. 30,000 spirit stones. Denny increased the bid by another 10,000. Victor's expression changed. 30,000 spirit stones exceeded his expectations, making him feel unable to accept it. Further increases could jeopardize his bid for the pulse formation pill. ##### Chapter 19. Meridian Formation Pill. 3 million spirit stones. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. This price was too high, far exceeding the inherent value of the dragon elephant beast sternum. However, no one dwelled on it for long. It was clearly a battle of pride. Sky brother, it's fine. Our goal isn't this sternum. What if we let him have it? We're here to bid for the Meridian Formation Pill. Beside Victor, someone advised him, fearing that Victor might get carried away and continue bidding. Victor had almost given up, but hearing that he could just let Denny have it. No, he couldn't. He got carried away. 4 million. He shouted loudly. If you want something, it depends on my mood whether I'll let you have it or not. His expression was cold and challenging as he looked at Denny. Letting Denny easily obtain the dragon elephant beast's sternum gnawed at him. Denny ignored Victor and directly raised the bid. 5 million spirit stones. You. Victor's face turned green. 5 million spirit stones far exceeded his budget, which would significantly impact his ability to bid for the Meridian Formation Pill. He couldn't bid any higher. Where did Denny get so many spirit stones? Did his father leave them behind for him? His eyes turned icy cold. He would definitely tell his father everything when he returned home. He believed his father needed to take back all that belonged to the MO family. 5 million spirit stones. Is anyone else bidding? The sexy, voluptuous female auctioneer chuckled, thinking the auction was about to conclude. 5 million spirit stones was indeed too high a price. Sure enough, no one bid higher, and the female auctioneer signaled for the dragon elephant beast's sternum to be delivered. I have an item to auction. Can I pay the spirit stones after this item is sold? Denny asked. He didn't have 5 million spirit stones on him. The man delivering the dragon elephant beast's sternum's expression immediately darkened. Are you trying to cause trouble? How dare you bid without spirit stones? He scolded, deeply displeased. 5 million spirit stones was no small sum. Could Denny really have something valuable enough to sell for that much? The first person to cause trouble in the Hungtian auction house. He sneered and waved his hand, summoning several formidable individuals from the Hungtian auction house. Get him out. He was arrogant, looking down on Denny. Forget about the current Denny. Even the old Denny wasn't qualified to cause trouble in the Hungtian auction house. Stop. At this moment, Frederick arrived. He and Etienne had been following Denny. Amira had seriously warned them to treat Denny well. How could he let Denny be humiliated? When did the Hongtian auction house start treating guests like they were less important? Frederick scoffed, extremely dissatisfied. Even if this person wasn't Denny, he wouldn't have stood by idly. The man delivering the dragon elephant beast sternum had clearly violated the rules of the Hongtian auction house. Manager, I apologize. This man's face turned pale, realizing Frederick was here. Cold sweat poured down his face as he understood he had severely breached the rules. Apologize to the guest, then collect your payment and leave the Hongtian auction house. Frederick was cold and unyielding. Usually, it might be different, but now, with someone as important as Etienne watching, he couldn't afford to show favoritism. Sorry. The man quickly apologized to Denny, handed over the dragon elephant beast sternum, and left without lingering. Denny took the spiritual coral pearl core, saying, Manager, I want to auction this spiritual coral pearl core. Can I pay the 5 million spirit stones after it sells? Of course. Frederick smiled and took the pearl core. He wanted to say there was no need to worry about the 5 million spirit stones. The young miss had instructed that regardless of how many spirit stones Denny bid, the Hongtian auction house would cover it. But he couldn't say that in public. With so many people around, if they acted that way, how could the auction proceed? The Hongtian auction house's reputation would be questioned. Then, he left. This boy is not simple. Etienne's eyes gleamed, fixing Denny with a serious gaze. He truly isn't simple. Even the young miss didn't notice this spiritual coral pearl core, yet he did, spending only 500 spirit stones. Frederick said beside him. His insight is sharp. With the dragon elephant beast sternum, he also profited greatly. What? Profited? Frederick was surprised, asking, wasn't this just a battle of pride? Is there something significant about the dragon elephant beast sternum? I sensed a trace of dragon aura on that sternum. Etienne's expression was grave. The dragon aura on the dragon elephant beast sternum was very faint, almost undetectable. However, with his high cultivation and strong perception, he still sensed it. Lane aura. Frederick sucked in a cold breath, his eyes widening in shock. With dragon aura, the price of the dragon elephant beast sternum would skyrocket 100-fold. Cold sweat dripped down his face. First the spiritual coral pearl core, now this sternum with dragon aura. How many valuable items had slipped away under his watch at the Hongtian auction house? The auction continued. One precious item after another was presented for auction, but the audience still showed little interest and didn't place bids. Finally, the main event arrived. This is a meridian formation pill refined by a famous alchemist from Jeremiah Howe. Consuming and refining it will open at least 3 meridians. Those with astonishing talent can even attempt to open 5 or 6 meridians with this pill. Without needing the auctioneer to hype up the crowd, excitement immediately surged. Everyone's eyes lit up, fixating on the meridian formation pill on stage. The auction began instantly, with a starting price of 5 million spirit stones. Desmond, before it even started, the price already surpassed 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones. An entire minor clan savings might only amount to that. Even for major clans, 10 million spirit stones was no small sum. Alas, I shouldn't have wished for it. Lamar's face was bitter. 10 million spirit stones was an astronomical price for him. This meridian formation pill was destined to be out of his reach. After surpassing 10 million spirit stones, fewer bids were made as most people were unable to bid further. 11 million. Someone from the Xiran family bid. 11,500,000. The Zhou family also placed a bid. 12 million. Subsequent bids were mostly from the 8 major families. Only they could continue raising their offers. However, for them, tens of millions of spirit stones was still a substantial amount, so their bids weren't as aggressive. 17 million. Victor opened his mouth, placing a high bid that directly surpassed the previous highest by 3 million spirit stones. His father valued him greatly, wanting him to become the strongest. For this meridian formation pill auction, his father had prepared a large number of spirit stones for him. Chapter 20. Impending Catastrophe. 17 million. It's really the Mo family. I'll withdraw from bidding for the pulse-forming pill. I can't afford it. The large clans like the Xiran family and the Zhou family shook their heads and sighed, reluctantly giving up on the auction. When Denny's parents were still alive, they were the strongest in Yunshan City, allowing the Mo family to flourish even more. Compared to the other clans, the Mo family had a deeper foundation. Victor is destined to rise. With the spirit-sensing pill to start his cultivation and then the pulse-forming pill to assist with pulse formation, his future prospects are boundless. In the ranks of future powerhouses, he will definitely secure a place. Many people inside the venue looked at Victor with envy in their eyes. Victor's growth has been incredibly smooth. No one else is bidding? If no one else bids, please send over the pulse-forming pill. Victor smiled as if the pulse-forming pill was already in his hands. On stage, the voluptuous and enchanting female auctioneer also thought no one would bid further and was about to announce the end of the auction, with the pulse-forming pill going to Victor. But right at that moment, someone placed a bid. 18 million. The female auctioneer was startled, swallowing her words that were almost out. Ava looked up and saw it was Denny. A murmur spread through the crowd, many people turning their gazes toward Denny. He must be deliberately causing trouble. Someone who couldn't even produce 5 million spirit stones. How could he possibly have 18 million? Many shouted, clearly not believing Denny could come up with 18 million spirit stones. After all, Denny couldn't even produce 5 million earlier. Victor's face turned icy cold. Was this aimed at him? 18 million. I think we should inspect it first before proceeding, otherwise, I might suspect there's some foul play here. His bold words actually questioned the integrity of Hongtian Auction House. Sucking breaths echoed around the room. Victor truly had nothing to lose, given how mysterious and powerful the background of Hongtian Auction House was. Was Victor not afraid of getting into trouble by openly questioning them? However, others harbored similar suspicions since Denny couldn't produce spirit stones but still bid higher, seemingly raising the price intentionally. Sir, you don't need to worry. Hongtian Auction House has always been reputable and never engages in such price-inflating behavior. You can rest assured in your bid. If he cannot produce the spirit stones, the pulse-forming pill will belong to you, and the price remains at 17 million spirit stones. On stage, the female auctioneer smiled and said, "Fine." Victor thought for a moment, then shouted another price. 18,500,000 spirit stones. He was worried that Denny's parents had left him a lot of things, fearing Denny might really get the pulse-forming pill. 20 million. Denny remained calm, directly increasing the bid by 1,500,000 spirit stones. The Zyrang Coral Pearl Core could sell for at least 20 million spirit stones, and if auctioned, it would certainly fetch an even higher price, especially since he had provided the Dan formula to slow down Amira's condition. Spirit stones were not a big problem for him. Victor's face darkened as if it could drip water. He couldn't go higher. His father had set a limit of 20 million spirit stones for him. No one else bid. After several inquiries, the female auctioneer announced that Denny had successfully bid and would receive the pulse-forming pill. The spirit stones will be settled after the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core auction. Denny said, "What is that thing? Can it be worth 25 million spirit stones?" Victor, unwilling to give up, said he must produce the spirit stones now. Otherwise, this pulse-forming pill won't be given to him but to me. At this moment, Frederick walked out and stood on the auction stage. He took out the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core, showing it publicly, saying, "I think it's necessary to explain this. This is what young Master Denny put up for auction. The Zyrang Coral Pearl Core can dispel illusions and enhance magical artifacts when refined into them, providing better effects. It is extremely valuable. This is the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core. Not to mention anything else. With just this Zyrang Coral Pearl Core, young Master Denny has sufficient spirit stones to cover everything." Upon hearing these words, chaos erupted within the venue. It really was the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core. Where did Denny get it from? They had all heard of the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core. It was indeed highly valuable. Victor's gaze turned sinister, filled with resentment. How could Denny possibly obtain the Zyrang Coral Pearl Core by himself? This must have been something left behind by Denny's father. "No worries, we'll see each other at home." He gave a cold laugh and turned to leave, knowing this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. With the pulse-forming pill auction ending, the entire 9th floor auction concluded, and everyone started leaving the auction house. Frederick came to Denny immediately, very politely inviting him. Denny nodded and followed Frederick to a private room. Inside the room, he saw Etienne. Etienne was robust and stern, very composed. As Denny looked at Etienne, Etienne was also observing him. Neither spoke, their eyes meeting as if trying to read through each other. Denny unfolded the Book of Causality, instantly understanding information about Etienne. He was impressed. The Moron clan was truly formidable, managing to refine the medicine and deliver it so quickly. The Moron clan is powerful, but the internal struggles are even fiercer. He muttered to himself, seeing more information on the Book of Causality. Big calamity would soon befall Etienne and Amira. The Dan formula was effective, and the refined medicine significantly improved Amira's condition. However, some members of the Moron clan, upon learning this, harbored murderous intentions, wanting to eliminate Amira and Etienne. The Book of Causality presented all the causes meticulously. Amira had an extremely high talent, but couldn't live past 20 years old due to her absolute body. But this situation now had some relief. Some in the Moron clan worried Amira threatened their status, harboring murderous intentions. Nothing stands in the way of interests. Denny sneered inwardly. The one wanting to kill Amira was Nigel. Nigel, the grandson of the Grand Arvin of the Moron clan and a top talent among the younger generation, was expected to become the next clan leader if nothing unforeseen happened. The Moron clan leader only had one daughter, Amira, who wouldn't live past 20. Denny felt it was necessary to warn Amira. If Amira died, the Dan formula he gave her would have been for nothing. Was the Dan formula given by Sir to Latoya? Etienne broke the silence, asking. Amira didn't tell him where the Dan formula came from, but he deduced it was related to Denny, or why would she care so much? Desmond's. Denny nodded, asking, "Is Latoya refining the medicine? How do you know the medicine has been refined?" "Senior, you obviously aren't an ordinary person. I didn't see you earlier, so you must have come to deliver the medicine," Denny replied. Etienne showed a surprised look. The Denny in front of him was truly extraordinary and remarkably intelligent. "Latoya asked Sir to wait here," he said. "All right." Denny nodded and sat down, waiting for Amira to finish refining the medicine. Chapter 21. Green Mystic Sect. Inside the private room, it was very quiet. Etienne had many questions. In Yunshan City, a peripheral small city, an unfathomable young man like Denny had appeared, which was surprising and beyond his expectations. He wanted to ask and learn more about Denny. However, he didn't dare. Ayana was here, and he didn't dare make decisions on his own, fearing that it might upset Denny and ruin major affairs. Denny didn't speak either. If he needed to remind anyone, it would be Ayana. No matter how strong Etienne was, he still followed Ayana's orders. Thus, the silence continued until Ayana arrived. Ayana entered the private room, dazzlingly charming, her skin radiating a crystalline luster, an absolutely enchanting beauty. It really worked. Etienne was extremely excited. With his highly advanced realm and strength, he could sense changes in Ayana. It was a positive change. The death aura had noticeably weakened. "Desmond's, it works." Ayana nodded, her eyes also revealing excitement. Ava truly hadn't expected that something even their Mayan clan and couldn't solve could be alleviated by Denny. "Master Denny, here is the Spirit Coral Pearl Core. As for the spirit stones spent on bidding for the Vein Zai ranking pill, you don't need to worry. The Hongtian auction house will cover this expense." Frederick retrieved the spirit coral pearl core and passed it to Denny. Denny said nothing as he accepted it. Comparatively speaking, Ayana benefited greatly. Her condition had been alleviated, extending her life. This amount of spirit stones wasn't significant. Latoya, may we have a word? He asked. Sure. Ayana nodded, and Etienne and Frederick left the private room voluntarily. With such a great favor, Ayana will repay you tenfold. If you can completely resolve the absolute body, my Mayan clan will repay you 100 or 1,000 times more. Ayana's face was filled with sincerity, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Denny had mentioned having a solution to completely cure the absolute body. Denny nodded and said, the absolute body is one of the ancient absolute bodies. Resolving it is undeniably challenging. However, Latoya doesn't need to worry too much. I indeed have a method, and I will seek you out in the future to help thoroughly resolve the absolute body. The Book of Cause and Effect only provided a formula for temporary relief, not a complete resolution. But this was merely because his realm and strength were too low to reveal the thorough method. Once his realm and strength improved, the Book of Cause and Effect would naturally display the complete resolution. Now, can it be done? Ayana asked, trembling, wishing she could resolve her condition immediately. Not yet, Denny replied. All right. Ayana took out a token and handed it to Denny, saying, this is our clan's token. If you need anything, just show this token. It will ensure your safety. I come from the Mayan clan, which you may not have heard of. However, you can contact me through any Hungtian auction house with this token. The Mayan clan, an ancient lineage, had deep roots and always remained hidden from the world. Desmond, they also cultivated several public forces openly. The Hungtian auction house was one of these openly nurtured forces. Ava paused and then added, I've heard that Crystal treated you very unfairly. Do you need help? The Jeremiahua sect is not worth mentioning in front of the Mayan clan. Mentioning Crystal instantly made Denny's eyes sharp and piercing. He genuinely cared for Crystal, but she pushed him off a cliff. This was his greatest pain. No need. Denny's gaze was intimidating, almost radiant. I will take personal revenge. He paused for a moment, thinking, and then asked, Hungtian Auction House has access to much information. I want to ask Hungtian Auction House to help find information about my parents. To be honest with you, earlier I had someone investigate your background, including your parents. What happened? Denny asked anxiously. He didn't mind Ayana investigating his background. What mattered was his parents. There are too many suspicious points. It's hard to confirm whether your parents are truly dead. Ayana informed Denny of everything Frederick had found out, including information about Denny's mother. Is my mother so important? Denny was taken aback. Thinking back, he realized he had never heard his parents mention his mother's family. If it cannot be confirmed, there's still a chance she's alive. He was very excited. Desmond's. Ayana nodded, saying, rest assured, Master Denny, once I return to the clan, I will mobilize all available resources to thoroughly investigate. Hopefully, we will uncover everything. Thank you. Denny sincerely thanked her. Don't mention it. If anyone should be thanked, it's you. Given the astonishing background of his mother, it would be difficult for him alone to uncover everything. He needed Ayana's help. Thinking of this, Denny felt it necessary to warn Ayana to prevent any mishaps. I've experienced many changes recently and have gained some insights. Denny's gaze was profound. Good fortune and misfortune coexist. Sometimes, good fortune can turn into misfortune. With Latoya's absolute body being alleviated, I hope you will be cautious. I believe some people might not wish for you to be well. What do you mean? Ayana didn't quite understand Denny's meaning. Nothing special. Denny chuckled. Having experienced many changes, I have many insights. I just randomly commented, but I still hope you act cautiously. After speaking, he left the private room. Lamar was waiting for him. He and Frederick, along with Etienne, had previously instructed Lamar to wait for him outside. After all, the vein-ranking pill was auctioned for Lamar. He went to another private room where Lamar was waiting for him. Luckily, I fulfilled my promise. Brother here? He smiled and handed the vein-ranking pill to Lamar. This is too precious. Lamar hesitated to accept it. He had witnessed the entire auction process and knew how valuable the vein-ranking pill was. Just take it. Denny forced the vein-ranking pill into Lamar's hands. Lamar trembled all over, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, thank you. The vein-ranking pill not only affected him, but also his family. Without it, both he and his family would be expelled from the main clan. We don't need to be so formal. Denny patted Lamar on the shoulder. We can't stay in Yunshan City forever. After solving your problem, I hope you will join me to try entering the Green Mystic Sect. Green Mystic Sect. Lamar shuddered. The Green Mystic Sect was one of the most powerful and prosperous cultivation forces in Jeremiahua, like the Jeremiahua sect. Was Denny planning to cultivate at the Green Mystic Sect? The Green Mystic Sect will start accepting disciples soon. We can go together. Denny's eyes gleamed. Ever since obtaining the Book of Cause and Effect, he wanted to cultivate at the Green Mystic Sect. Cultivating within the Green Mystic Sect would allow him to grow faster and develop better. He couldn't stay in Yunshan City forever. Chapter 22. A forceful response. Denny bid Lamar farewell and left the Hungtian auction house. Before leaving, he found Frederick and asked him to send someone to visit the Hugo family. Lamar, after all, belonged to a branch family and suffered discrimination within the main family. Previously, because of Denny's intervention, Lamar had not faced much trouble within the main family. Now that things had taken a turn for the worse, the discrimination would likely resume. Even though Lamar had performed well in this clan competition, his situation in the Hugo family's main branch would remain difficult. Therefore, Denny instructed Frederick to help resolve this issue for Lamar. With Hungtian auction house's people intervening, the Hugo family would not dare to make life hard for Lamar or his family. Finally, Verna glared at Denny with venomous eyes, as if she could kill him with her gaze. Ava and Zhou Zirang had been waiting here for Denny to come out. Ungrateful fool, do you know your place? How dare you harm Latoya Verna so severely? Zhou Ziring shouted coldly. Latoya Verna? Denny burst into laughter. The son of the head of the Zhou family calls a servant girl miss? The Zhou family must be truly in decline. You piece of trash, how dare you say the Zhou family is no good? You won't leave here easily this time. Zhou Ziring yelled angrily. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them, glaring at Denny with icy eyes. Denny, come with me. The man sneered, looking at Denny with ill intent. He was none other than Milton, who had personally come this time. Huh. Denny yawned and stretched. Can you really do anything to me? I know what you're thinking. Zhou Ziring sneered. You think since you got the meridian binding pill, the Mo family will protect you. Ball of Armf, you're wrong. The Mo family will protect the pill, not you. We won't touch your meridian binding pill. The Mo family won't care then. Milton knew Denny had successfully bid for the meridian binding pill from his observation. Do I need the Mo family to protect me? Denny's face remained calm. Does the young master of the Zhou family want him to? Fine, capture him first. Let the Zhou family deal with him as they please, then I'll take him away. Milton declared. All right. With a roar, Milton and Zhou Ziring moved to apprehend Denny. However, before they could get close, a massive palm appeared out of nowhere, sending them flying with tremendous force. Frederick had appeared and stood by Denny's side. Master Denny is a distinguished guest of the Hengtian auction house. Anyone who touches Master Denny is making an enemy of the Hengtian auction house. Frederick shouted coldly. Milton and Zhou Ziring, though formidable and among the best of their generation, were nothing before Frederick. Distinguished guest? Making a move on him means making an enemy of the Hengtian auction house? Milton and Zhou Ziring, bloodied and horrified, were utterly panicked. They fled immediately. Latoya Verna won't forgive you. Verna shot Denny a fierce glare before turning to leave. Thank you, Director Zaire. Denny expressed his gratitude. Prince, shall I accompany you back to the Mo family? Frederick asked. Denny paused, then said, all right, follow me back to the Mo family, but only appear when I signal you. The Mo family was still his home, and unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to escalate matters. Agreed. Frederick nodded. Meanwhile, Amira and Etienne set off for the Morong clan territory. Thanks to the teleportation array at the Hengtian auction house, they initiated their return journey. Just as they began the teleportation, a loud explosion occurred, causing the space-time rift to collapse chaotically. Latoya, something has gone wrong. Amira and Etienne materialized in a different location, having prepared for this possibility. They had activated the teleportation array without fully stepping into it. Amira remained silent, deep in thought. Let's go. They continued their journey back to the Morong clan territory. At the same time, Denny returned to the Mo family. So many people welcome me? Denny chuckled, appearing calm and composed. Upon passing through the Mo family gates, he saw many people. Isaias, the family head, and Victor. Welcome you. Victor sneered, don't misinterpret our intentions. This isn't a welcome for you. Thorned over the meridian binding pill. It's not suitable for you right now. The family head's gaze was cold. Head, you weren't always like this. Denny sighed. Before his parents' incident, every time he met the family head, the latter was exceptionally kind to him. Don't bring up the past. The family head stated coldly, as the head of the family, I have to think about the entire clan. I also regret what happened to your parents, but dwelling on it does no good. You lack cultivation talent. Even with the spirit sensing pill, your path won't be long. I heard you started cultivating, which is great news. But as I said, your future is limited regardless. The meridian binding pill won't benefit you either. I hope you understand and hand over the meridian binding pill. Victor is stronger and can use the meridian binding pill to advance, possibly entering top-notch sects like Jeremiahua sect and leading the Mo family to greater heights. He held high hopes for Victor, which is why he had allowed Victor to bid with so many spirit stones for the pill. Understand and hand over the meridian binding pill? Denny smiled coldly. The spirit sensing pill my father left for me was supposed to be kept by the family head, yet he gave it directly to Victor without even asking me. What did I say? Did I cause a scene? I didn't say or do anything. After my parents' incident, did anyone console me or tell me not to be too sad? No one did. The family treated me like scum, shaming me. What have I done wrong? I obtained the meridian binding pill with my own abilities, without using a single spirit stone from the Mo family. Why should I hand it over? Besides, it's too late. I've already given it away. Don't say Victor is better, or the hope of the Mo family. I don't think Victor is better than me. If anyone represents the Mo family's hope, it's me. I hope the family head doesn't make a mistake. Denny stood firm, giving a forceful response. ##### Chapter 23, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Before returning to the Mo family, Denny had hoped that the family head and others wouldn't go too far. But he was mistaken. Bolivar man hearts can be dark and ruthless. Upon his return to the Mo family, they immediately demanded the pulse condensation pill from him. Blasphemy! How dare you accuse the family head? You've only been on the path of cultivation for 5 years. Do you have the audacity to claim Victor is not stronger than you? To think you even say we should see you as a hope for the Mo family. Laughable. It's enough that you aren't a laughingstock for others to mock our family. The Isaiah sneered, their expressions filled with malice. The family head stared intently at Denny, disregarding the others, and asked, who did you give the pulse condensation pill to? He cared about nothing but the pulse condensation pill. With the mishap involving Denny's parents, the Mo family's advantages were disappearing. Ziron family's crystal had passed the 9 glory sects evaluation, scoring outstandingly well. If this continued, the Ziron family would become stronger, and the Mo family would weaken. Therefore, he gave the spirit sensitivity pill to Victor and used all the family's resources to help Victor acquire the pulse condensation pill, hoping to make him stronger and a beacon of hope for the Mo family. But all this was ruined by Denny. A raging fury built within him, and he even entertained thoughts of killing Denny. I gave it to Lamar, my friend, Denny said calmly. You actually gave the pulse condensation pill to an outsider. Despicable. What good are you to this family? You ungrateful cur. The Isaiah seethed with anger. Grayson, don't listen to his nonsense. Something as valuable as the pulse condensation pill. How could he possibly give it to someone else? Victor refused to believe it. Don't test my patience, the family head said coldly. Where is the pulse condensation pill? I've already told you. I gave it to Lamar. Denny showed no fear. Regardless of whether you've given it away or not, I want to see the pulse condensation pill. The family head said sternly. Deliver the pulse condensation pill to me tonight. Impossible, Denny replied directly. Do you wish to die? The family head's demeanor turned menacing, his murderous intent evident. Thorned over the pulse condensation pill, and I'll ensure your safety for the rest of your life, allowing you to stay within the family. If you fail, I will kill you. The pulse condensation pill was crucial to him. He must obtain it by any means necessary. I've warned you not to push me, yet you've still forced matters to an extreme. Denny shook his head and sighed deeply. He was utterly disappointed. Any hopes he had for the Mo family vanished in an instant. Do you know, family head, that there was more than just Crystal who passed the 9 glory sects examination in Cloud Mountain City? He looked up at the family head. The family head raised an eyebrow. Someone else? How did he not know? Stop babbling nonsense. If there was another person, how could we possibly not know? And Isaiah snapped. How could you not know? Clearly, I didn't want you to know. Denny explained. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't give me the chance. There indeed was another person who had passed the 9 glory sects examination with excellent results, none other than Nadine. He had intended to tell them, but after his parents' incident, the entire Mo family detested him. Disheartened, he kept quiet about Nadine's achievement. Pretending now, are you? Just say who it is. Don't tell me it's your worthless friend Lamar. I've seen him. He doesn't even qualify to take the examination. Victor sneered, convinced that Denny was exaggerating. Watch your mouth. Insult my friend again, and I'll make sure you never speak again. Denny's gaze was sharp, intimidating Victor so much that he involuntarily shrank back. Who is it? The family head narrowed his eyes, eager to know. Nadine. Denny answered. Nadine? Who is she? Ava was once your servant. The lies you tell. A servant couldn't even attend the examination, let alone reach the 9 glory sect. The Isaiah snickered, thinking Denny was making up stories. Did she pass? The family head trembled, recalling what Denny's father had mentioned. Denny's father had spoken highly of Nadine's potential, suggesting she might pass the 9 glory sects examination and sending her for the evaluation. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously. How could a servant possibly pass the 9 glory sects examination? Ava passed, with outstanding results. Entering the 9 glory sect, she will surely receive focused cultivation support. The family head remained silent, staring into Denny's eyes for a long moment. I will send people to investigate. If it's true, then this matter is closed, and you won't need to hand over the pulse condensation pill. But until then, you must remain in the Mo family, and you can't leave. He dared not act rashly, fearing complications if Nadine had indeed passed the examination. Sorry, I won't stay in the Mo family anymore. Also, whether Nadine passed or not is none of the Mo family's concern. Denny's expression was cold. He had lost all hope in the Mo family. You think you're someone? Pathetic. This is all a lie you fabricated. Victor mocked. A lie? Why would I fabricate one? Denny laughed bitterly, thoroughly disappointed. The Mo family truly cannot recognize talent. Mo young master has such exceptional qualities yet faces such humiliation. Oh, originally, the Mo family could have become stronger through Mo young master, but you destroyed everything yourselves. Frederick entered the Mo family compound, sighing as he spoke. The family head's face paled. What did Frederick mean? What was his relationship with Denny? The Isaiah's faces also turned white. What was Frederick doing? Supporting Denny? You say Mo young master is inferior to Victor? 10. Even 100 Victors combined wouldn't match Mo young master. Frederick found it genuinely amusing. Who was Denny? Even the young miss respected him immensely. Victor was nothing compared to him. I am not as good as him? Victor retorted, his youthful arrogance showing through. I advanced from 0 to 9th level embodiment realm in just 10 days. And him? 5 years to step onto the path of cultivation. In what way can he compare to me? We are worlds apart. I'm in the heavens, while he's on the ground. Ignoring his father and the other Isaiah's expressions, Victor ranted freely. The Eternal Heaven Auction House. An entity feared by all family factions in Cloud Mountain City. Frederick, the proprietor of the Eternal Heaven Auction House, was clearly supporting Denny. Victor's actions were inviting disaster for the Mo family. A frog at the bottom of the well thinks the world is limited to what it sees. A small achievement makes one believe they are incredible. Desmond, they don't realize how vast the world is and how many extraordinary talents exist. Your minor achievements amount to nothing. Frederick shook his head. He knew far more than Victor, who was overly arrogant. Chapter 24 No more connections. The head of the auction house is right. I'm truly ignorant. The family patriarch hurriedly apologized. The Mo family could not afford to offend the Hungtian auction house. Especially now, with the death of Denny's parents, who were the strongest members, the Mo family had even less ability to offend the Hungtian auction house. Furthermore, he was inwardly astonished. When did Denny have such a deep relationship with the Hungtian auction house? For the head of the auction house to personally stand up for Denny, he regretted it bitterly. If only he had known this beforehand, he would never have treated Denny like that. Nadine, the Hungtian auction house. Denny was right. Denny was the hope of their family. You're formidable with the Hungtian auction house backing you up, but no matter what, I am stronger than you, an unchangeable fact. Victor gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat even after his father had apologized and taken responsibility for him. He refused to believe he was weaker than Denny. Unchangeable fact? Denny smiled. Don't live in the past forever. Everyone changes. How can changing help? Do you dare to fight me? Victor, feeling utterly aggrieved, wanted a battle to prove his superiority. Fine, as you wish. Denny calmly replied. That's what you said. Victor sneered and threw a punch filled with powerful spiritual energy, causing the wind to howl and moving at lightning speed. Victor himself was talented and further enhanced by Zyrangdan. His foundation was stronger than others. Frankly speaking, almost no one at his level could surpass him. His arrogance shone through as his fist glowed with spiritual light, so powerful that even steel and gold would struggle to withstand it. Bang! Denny raised his hand and punched back. A brilliant spiritual light erupted and collided spectacularly with Victor's fist. Crack! A bone-breaking sound resounded. Victor's arm was fractured on the spot, agony instantly covering his face. Aya! Victor cried out in pain, his face pale and tears streaming down. This? The Emo family patriarch and Isaiah's expressions changed dramatically. Did Denny reach the 9th level embodiment too? With the spirit-sensing pill aiding his cultivation, Victor was undoubtedly far superior to peers. How could he suffer such a loss in a direct clash? The patriarch's astonishment grew even more. He clearly remembered that when the Martial Pavilion Isaias reported, Denny was only at the 5th level embodiment. How did he advance to the 9th level embodiment in just one day? I'll kill you. Victor roared in uncontrollable rage, transforming his other hand into a palm strike aimed forward. This was the soaring cloud palm. Emo family secret art taught only to core disciples. Whoosh! Spiritual energy rolled like the sea, layer upon layer crashing toward Denny with a force amplified fivefold by the soaring cloud palm. Even cultivators who had successfully condensed meridians would find it hard to resist easily. Denny's eyes glinted, taking large strides forward and rushing toward Victor with a clenched fist. Without any cultivation techniques or spells, he could only resort to brute force. Boom boom boom. The air tore apart as Denny fiercely charged through the waves of spiritual energy. His fist was like a divine hammer, its intense light breaking through layers of spiritual waves. With a final bang, his fist struck Victor's chest directly, instantly breaking his ribs and sending him flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. So strong. The Isaiahs were chilled by Denny's immense power. Without using any techniques or spells, he unleashed sheer raw strength, which was terrifyingly powerful. What if he used them? Their faces turned odd. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they couldn't deny that Victor was indeed inferior to Denny. Victor's face turned stark white, devoid of any blood color. He struggled to stand up for another round but realized he couldn't do it. From today onward, there are no ties between me and the Emo family. Denny's voice was icy cold as he turned away. He had given the Emo family chances, but they had left him heartbroken. The Emo family valued interests over sincerity. Avon, I'm wrong. Don't go. The patriarch shouted, trying to retain Denny. Is it me you want to keep? Or the connection with Nadine and the Hungtian auction house? Denny saw through the patriarch's intentions immediately. If he weren't related to Nadine or the Hungtian auction house, would the patriarch try to retain him? It was impossible. Before, when the patriarch forcibly demanded the meridian condensing pill, everything was laid bare. Gone. With a calm face, he left the Emo family, Frederick following behind. Thank you for your help this time. After leaving, he sincerely thanked Frederick for the considerable assistance provided. It's nothing, it's my duty. Frederick smiled, adding, in the future, when Master meets Latoya again, please put in a good word for me. The respect Latoya showed towards Denny baffled him. Despite not knowing why, he was certain that maintaining a good relationship with Denny would benefit him greatly in the future. Definitely. Denny nodded. I need to leave town for a few days. Please look after Lamar for me. He wanted to visit the Thousand Layers mountain outside the city. There were numerous demon beasts within, and he planned to practice the Heavenly Lane treasure art and hone his skills there. There's always someone watching over the Hugo family. You needn't worry. Good. Bidding farewell to Frederick, Denny left Yunshan City and headed towards Thousand Layers Mountain. Thousand Layers Mountain was far from Yunshan City, located to its south. It took Denny an entire day to reach it. Quite lively. Denny observed the scene at the mountain foot where many people were gathered, selling various goods. Thousand Layers Mountain was home to numerous demon beasts and rare herbs, attracting many hunters and herbalists. Moreover, many disciples entered it to train. Miasma pills. Carry one. Necessary for venturing deeper where miasma harms the body. Fair price, 10 spirit stones each. Medicines to replenish chi and blood, heal wounds, 50 spirit stones each. Vendors' shouts were incessant here, bustling with activity, with many cultivators trading. Denny browsed through stalls, now accustomed to looking for treasures since obtaining cause and effect records. Vienna, look who's there? Am I seeing things? Is it really him? A young boy, looking surprised, asked a girl beside him. Denny, you're not mistaken. It's really him. The girl Vienna was equally stunned to see Denny there. A waste, actually daring to come to Thousand Layers Mountain? He must be cast out by the Emo family and thought he'd get lucky here, she scoffed, disdainfully. Chapter 25, A Dead End Awaits. Vienna, the Violet, and Noel, the young man, were both members of the Zyran family who had come to Chinchong Mountain for training. They had arrived here 3 days ago, unaware of recent events in Yunshan City, still assuming that things were going as usual for Denny. Zyrettle did they know that Denny was not the same as before. He was no longer the person they once knew. The Hungtian auction house now stood behind Denny, making even the head of the Zyran family dare not show any disrespect toward him. Hey, isn't this young Master Emo from the Emo family, Denny? Noel approached Denny with a grin and said, I didn't expect to meet young Master Denny here. Don't call him young master, call him future son-in-law. Noel, don't you remember? He's about to become engaged to Arvin Katrina Crystal? Vienna joined them as well. My bad, I really did forget. Noel slapped his forehead and then looked at Denny with a mocking smile. Son-in-law, when are you planning to get engaged to Arvin Katrina Crystal? If anyone should have forgotten, it would be me. Arvin Katrina Crystal passed the Jeremiahu Bolivar sex evaluation and has already gone to report there. The engagement might not happen anytime soon, Vienna replied. Probably not anytime soon either. Noel laughed out loud. Of course not. One is in the heavens, the other on the earth. One is a heavenly phoenix soaring through the skies, while the other is just a worm crawling in the mud. How could they possibly be together? Vienna also laughed heartily. The two of them sang praises to each other, clearly intending to humiliate Denny. They were merely bored, wanting to take pleasure in tormenting Denny. After Denny's parents had their accident, the head of the Zyron family promptly cut off contact between Crystal and Denny, something everyone in the Zyron family knew. They all understood very well that Crystal never truly liked Denny. Her previous interactions with him were purely by her father's order. Crystal never truly respected Denny from the bottom of her heart, and so did they. They had never held Denny in high regard. The most annoying thing is having flies buzzing around my ears. Denny frowned, and with lightning speed, his hand shot out and struck Vienna and Noel across their faces. Vienna and Noel were taken aback completely. They stood there stunned, their faces swollen. You, damn it. I'll kill you. Vienna and Noel flew into a rage, fiery spiritual light shooting from their bodies. Infuriated, they had never been slapped like this in their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of tearing air filled the air as they launched furious attacks toward Denny. Kids, if you want to fight, do it somewhere else, not here. What if you break something? And Hill standing beside a stall grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, looking quite intimidating. He extended a wrinkled, weathered hand, casually sweeping aside the force of Vienna and Noel's attack. There was no doubt, a formidable fighter. Vienna and Noel's expressions changed drastically. Chinchong Mountain housed all kinds of people, including ruthless killers. Despite the power of the Zyron family, they did not dare to act recklessly here. You're lucky today. Let's go. They glared fiercely at Denny and left the area. Zyrettlebrat, since Hill here helped you out, shouldn't you give some thanks? At least buy something from my stall. The Hill grinned again. But there's nothing I like. Denny replied. The Hill stall had nothing extraordinary, all items quite ordinary. This is your way of showing gratitude, not asking you to buy what you like. Why should I thank you? You foolish child. Those two have already reached pulse condensing realm, whereas you're only at the 9th level body realm. If I hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't know how badly you'd end up. Do you think I can't defeat them? What an arrogant little kid. Haha. Denny smiled but said no more, turning and leaving the stall. This little brat doesn't even feel grateful, the Hill grumbled. Sigh. It's getting harder to sell anything these days. This won't sell either. He sighed heavily again. Denny wandered from one stall to another, finding nothing exceptional or rare, just common items. Good things aren't found everywhere. He bought some necessities like healing pills and a map of Chinchong Mountain before officially entering the mountain range. Roar, roar, roar. Just entering Chinchong Mountain, he heard continuous roars of beasts. The deeper one went into the mountain, the stronger the beasts became. Vienna and Noel hadn't gone far. They kept watching him closely and followed him into the mountains. He could sense their unhidden murderous intent emanating from Vienna and Noel. These two intended to kill him within the Chinchong Mountains. Don't worry, we won't kill you here. There are too many people watching. It wouldn't be good for our Zyron family's reputation. Taste the fear of impending death. We will follow you relentlessly. Vienna and Noel sneered, wearing cruel expressions. Being slapped by Denny. For them, it was an unbearable humiliation. They wouldn't let it slide. They intended to make Denny pay with blood. Fear won't help you. I tell you, we've got our eyes on you. No matter where you go, we'll be right behind you until we kill you. You're dead meat. There's no escape. Eventually, you'll be alone somewhere. They looked at Denny as though they were staring at a corpse, determined to see him dead. Be careful not to be too cocky. It often leads to trouble. Denny said coldly. So what if I'm cocky? What can you do? You're just a fish on our chopping board, awaiting our mercy. Vienna and Noel showed utter disdain, not taking Denny seriously. What was there to respect? Denny was just a useless nobody who hadn't even entered the realm of cultivation. They could snuff him out with a wave of their hand. Their slap earlier was merely due to carelessness. Otherwise, how could such an uncultivated nobody have hit them? They possessed first-stage pulse-condensing realm strength and had open 2 meridians. Such superiority made Denny no match for them. That's fine. Keep following then. Denny chuckled, showing no fear. If they wanted to kill him, they should prepare for death. After cultivating the Tao Jeremiah, his senses had sharpened considerably. He could discern Vienna and Noel's realms. Though the difference between condensing pulses and not condensing pulses was significant, he wasn't an ordinary person. He felt confident enough to face Vienna and Noel. No point in pretending. Your death is inevitable, sooner or later. Vienna and Noel followed closely behind Denny, their faces filled with contempt, certain of Denny's doom. A dead end awaits you both. Denny walked calmly, choosing less traveled paths. He wasn't a saint. He wouldn't turn the other cheek. If someone tried to kill him, he'd fight back. ##### Chapter 26. Unexpected gain. Roar, roar, roar. The beast's roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the forest. Denny's expression was cold as he moved swiftly along the deserted path. Behind him, Vienna and Noel closely followed. With no one around, they could easily make their move, but they didn't. They wanted Denny to feel the terror of death. Confident in their strength, they thought Denny was nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Boom. Denny suddenly turned around, swift as a cheetah, his body radiating with dazzling spiritual light. His attack was fierce, charging directly at Vienna and Noel. He was too fast, and to them, he seemed like an ordinary person with no power. He smoothly closed the distance, landing a punch on Noel and a kick to Vienna's face. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Blood spurted out. Noel fell to the ground unconscious, while Vienna also lay sprawled on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Vienna and Noel were filled with disbelief. How could Denny possess such formidable strength? Denny's expression remained icy and decisive, quickly following up. His fists carried immense power, slamming forward. Everything happened so quickly that before Vienna and Noel could react, Denny had charged at them again. Denny's fists were like divine hammers, unstoppable. Noel was hit again, his chest caving deeply inward. On the other side, Denny kicked out again. His legs swung like a blade, sending Vienna flying and breaking bones inside his body. They had been too careless, not taking Denny seriously, which allowed Denny to unleash his full might and severely injure them. However, they had finally reached the meridian formation stage and had opened 2 meridians, making them not so easy to defeat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fiery rays of light surged from their bodies as they erupted into full force, their spiritual energy surging like a tide as they rushed forward. There are 9 meridians in the human body, each containing extremely powerful energy. Having opened 2 meridians, this gave them significant strength, making them stronger than an average meridian formation realm practitioner. Blade of Frost. Vienna shouted, her crystalline hands continuously striking, sending out one wave after another of icy blades woven from powerful spiritual energy, slicing through the air towards Denny. Destroy with 1 finger. Noel extended his right index finger, which thickened and emitted a dazzling glow. A beam as thick as an arm shot out from it, resembling an aurora, possessing shocking destructive power. Denny hadn't cultivated any divine techniques, so he could only meet them head-on. Energy flowed within him, and his body shone with brilliant light. He used his fists to strike against the icy blades and Noel's thick beam. The Lane transformation pool had strengthened his physical body, and bolstered by deep spiritual energy, it made him even stronger. Though the icy blades were terrifying, capable of cutting metal and severing spirit artifacts, Denny's fists were even harder. The clanging sounds continued as one icy blade after another exploded under his punches. Boom. Noel's beam struck Denny. The energy contained within was horrifying. Even a mountain would be blasted apart on impact. But Denny endured it, not even bleeding, just retreating a few steps back. The Lane transformation pool was indeed a true treasure, crafted by Ajax over his lifetime using countless rare and precious spiritual medicines. Originally meant for his daughter, it had ended up lost due to an accidental battle. Denny's cultivation in the Lane transformation pool significantly enhanced his physical strength to unimaginable levels, making it hard to break through. How is this possible? Vienna and Noel's faces turned deathly pale, unable to believe what they saw. To counter a powerful technique with raw physical strength? This was insane. Denny sneered, his figure flashing, his presence overwhelming like an awakened fierce beast. In one step, he reached Vienna and Noel. His fists, like iron and steel, whirled, pressing the air until it rumbled. Vienna and Noel hastily defended, their spiritual energy fully engaged. But it was futile. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Blood splattered everywhere as Vienna and Noel were sent flying, their internal organs shattered, losing all ability to fight. Don't kill us. We're sorry, give us one chance. Vienna and Noel cried and begged for mercy. Denny was ferocious beyond imagination. They weren't his match. They bitterly regretted ever provoking Denny if they had known he was this strong. I told you, following me means death. Denny was merciless, twisting Vienna and Noel's necks, ending their lives without hesitation. Had it not been for his powerful strength, he surely would have died at their hands, and quite painfully too. Vienna and Noel wouldn't have let him go. He didn't leave immediately but first searched Vienna and Noel for valuables before departing. He lacked everything now. Xiran Balavara is also in Thousand Peaks Mountain. As Denny walked down the road, his eyes narrowed. He found a letter on Vienna, addressed to the Xiran family by Xiran Balavara. Xiran Balavara, an outstanding young member of the Xiran family, possessed high-level cultivation. Xiran Balavara had always been training in Thousand Peaks Mountain. Recently, he discovered an exceptionally rare medicinal plant, so he wrote to the Xiran family requesting reinforcements. Vienna was supposed to deliver this message. Unfortunately, in trying to kill him, Vienna failed to deliver the letter promptly, and it ended up in Denny's hands. The Four Extremes grass won't be fully mature for some time yet. Xiran Balavara guards it, and no one else knows about it, so Vienna wasn't in a hurry to send the letter back. The Four Extremes grass was that medicinal plant, extremely valuable and rare. If consumed and refined, it would bring endless benefits. It could fetch at least 200,000 spirit stones at auction. Not all was lost. There's still an unexpected gain. Denny grinned widely. He was very interested in the Four Extremes grass. He didn't go directly there, but instead found a hidden cave and entered it. Xiran Balavara was no ordinary person, having already entered the meridian formation stage and opened 3 meridians. In the vast Yunshan city, Xiran Balavara was considered a prominent figure. Approaching Xiran Balavara directly would be suicide. He stood no chance against Xiran Balavara. Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique. Denny's eyes gleamed. He planned to cultivate the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique. This was undoubtedly an invincible treasure technique, which would greatly increase his strength upon cultivation. Pity, though the dragon elephant beast had regressed, its heavenly dragon lineage was still extremely diluted. The Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique is incomplete and severely fragmented. Denny sighed. The cause and effect record had extracted the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique from the dragon elephant beast's breastbone, but it was incomplete, only a single layer. One layer is enough, better than other techniques and methods. Denny was not disappointed and began cultivating the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique. Even just the first layer would make him much stronger. Chapter 27. The 5 pulses open. The cause and effect record had an astonishing effect. As Denny began cultivating the heavenly lane treasure technique, the same phenomena occurred as when he cultivated the Tao scripture. Strange scenes appeared in the cause and effect record, shrouded in a prehistoric atmosphere. A heavenly dragon emerged, swallowing the sky and eclipsing the sun, shaking the void to pieces. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the universe, countless stars falling from the heavens. What kind of heavenly dragon was this? It seemed to be the master of all creation, unstoppable by any force. Its body extended indefinitely, and with the use of the treasure technique, entire realms collapsed under its might. Next, the treasure technique refined itself, gradually descending to the first level. The essence of the first level treasure technique was fully revealed. Without hesitation, Denny quickly followed along to cultivate it. Even so, it took him a considerable amount of time before he could initially control the heavenly lane treasure technique. The first level treasure technique was a form of boxing, named Heavenly Lane Fist. Denny followed by swinging both fists, producing a faint dragon's roar, generating astonishing power far exceeding his pure physical strength. If he were to fight Vienna and Noel using the Heavenly Lane Fist, they would undoubtedly fall instantly. The explosive power of the Heavenly Lane Fist was truly overwhelming and terrifying. Go and test the power of the Heavenly Lane Fist. Denny walked out of the cave, finding a demonic beast at the pulse formation stage, and battled it using the Heavenly Lane Fist with fierce impact. The punch exploded, casting multiple shadows with a faint dragon's roar, and an indistinct shadow of a heavenly dragon hovered around. The demonic beast couldn't withstand a single punch, and was immediately killed. Indeed worthy of being called the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique, the demonic beast felt fear and couldn't fully unleash its strength. Denny observed clearly. After he used the Heavenly Lane Fist, the demonic beast trembled violently, terrified to the extreme. However, even with that fear, the one-punch kill still left a strong impression. Demonic beasts are naturally more powerful than cultivators. Among peers, demonic beasts often win. The Heavenly Lane Fist was shockingly powerful. After knowing the might of the Heavenly Lane Fist, Denny returned to the cave. He retrieved the lane transformation pool and entered to cultivate, enhancing his physical strength and improving his constitution. Black liquid flowed out from the pores on his skin. Impurities within his body were being forced out with the help of the lane transformation pool. After some time, he walked out of the lane transformation pool. His skin emitted a faint glow, and his physical strength had increased again. The spirit liquid inside the lane transformation pool had noticeably decreased, as each session of physical enhancement consumed its liquid. Tao scripture. He sat down cross-legged, unfolded the Tao scripture, and accumulated spiritual energy. The Tao scripture began to circulate, and surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flooded into his body, almost visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy in Chinchong Mountain was abundant, making cultivation here very effective. With the enhancement from the lane transformation pool, Denny found he could now accumulate significantly more spiritual energy. Normally, with the amount of spiritual energy he now possessed, other cultivators would have already reached the pulse formation stage. But not him. His physical strength was too formidable, and it was clear he hadn't accumulated enough spiritual energy yet. There was still quite a distance to breaking through to the pulse formation stage. He wasn't in a hurry to break through to the pulse formation stage. He knew very well that the more spiritual energy he accumulated in his body, the greater the benefits would be. Nor was he rushing to Ziran Balavara. There was plenty of time left before the Four Extremes grass matured. Thus, he trained while fighting demonic beasts in the mountains to hone his Heavenly Lane Fist. 5 days later, he stopped cultivating. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of body establishment, unable to progress further without breaking through to the pulse formation stage. Breakthrough. His eyes gleamed as he prepared fully and started to break through the realm barrier to enter the pulse formation stage. Crack. A sound like glass shattering came from within his body. He easily and smoothly broke through the realm barrier, officially entering the pulse formation stage. The deep reserves of spiritual energy he had accumulated beforehand didn't pose any obstacle at all. However, he didn't relax for a moment. He knew that breaking through the realm barrier was just the beginning. The next part was the most important and the most challenging. Bolivarmans have 9 pulses, each containing tremendous power. At the pulse formation stage, these 9 pulses need to be formed, and the more pulses one can form, the higher the future achievements one can reach. Most cultivators hope to open all 9 pulses during the pulse formation stage, and some even choose not to advance to higher realms to stay in the pulse formation stage for longer, hoping to open more pulses. However, opening pulses isn't easy. Some people spend their entire lives and still cannot open an additional pulse in the pulse formation stage. Pulses are extremely difficult to open and connect. Focus on sensing. Denny remained calm, focusing on sensing the pulses in his body. To open and connect the pulses, one must first sense them. If you can't sense the pulses, opening or connecting them is impossible. Just 5 pulses, with one occasionally appearing. Denny felt unsatisfied. He wanted to open all 9 pulses. If others heard Denny say this, they would likely be driven to the brink of anger. Being able to sense 5 pulses indicated the potential to form 5 pulses. Forming 5 pulses was incredibly rare. Forget Yunshan City. Even in the vast capital of Jeremiah, there weren't many people who could achieve this. And yet, Denny still wasn't content. How frustrating. As long as I'm in the pulse formation stage, I can't continue to open and connect pulses. Sensing 5 pulses right away means I have a good chance of forming all 9. Denny's eyes gleamed as he began to open and connect the pulses. Spiritual energy circulated in his body, activating the sensed pulses one by one. He successfully opened 4 pulses. On reaching the 5th, he encountered difficulties. The 5th pulse was intermittent, and he couldn't clearly sense its location. 5th pulse doesn't want to appear? This won't do. I am destined to form all 9 pulses. Denny focused intently and finally determined the location of the 5th pulse, successfully opening it. With 5 pulses open, he could feel an endless stream of power flowing from them, filling his entire body with a sense of strength. If he were to fight Vienna and Noel again now, he could resolve it with just a slap. Let's go. Let's test the strength. Denny stood up, left the cave, and found a demonic beast comparable to the second level of pulse formation. With a single slap, thud, the demonic beast was turned into a pile of minced meat. So strong. If I used the heavenly lane fist, it would be even stronger. I might be able to blast a third-level pulse formation demonic beast with one punch. Excited, Denny searched for a demonic beast comparable to the third level of pulse formation to verify his thoughts. The heavenly lane fist struck, a faint dragon's roar sounded, and the third-level pulse formation beast was blasted to pieces by his punch. His speculation was correct. There's still some time. Let's see if I can improve my realm further. Denny returned to the cave to continue cultivating. Xiran Balavara was a standout among the younger generation of the Xiran family, not an easy opponent. He needed to become even stronger before confronting him. Chapter 28. Second Pulse Condensation Realm. The pulses within a human body are highly beneficial to cultivators. The more pulses one can open, the greater the benefits. Denny returned to continue his cultivation precisely because of this fact. Opening 5 pulses would inevitably allow him to cultivate faster. Indeed, as he circulated the Tao scripture and commenced cultivation, the power from the 5 pulses surged within him, clearly accelerating the speed at which he absorbed heavenly essence energy. Even when circulating the Tao scripture originally, his absorption speed was already quite fast. With the additional power of the 5 pulses, his absorption speed reached a terrifying level. If someone were here to witness such a rapid absorption of heavenly essence energy, they would undoubtedly be stunned speechless. Could someone at the first pulse condensation realm absorb at such a speed? Perhaps even cultivators at the 5th, 6th, or 7th pulse condensation realms couldn't achieve such rapid speeds. Heavenly essence energy poured into Denny's body like a flood, rapidly enhancing his realm and strength. In just 2 hours, he had already reached the peak of the first pulse condensation realm, on the verge of entering the second pulse condensation realm. 5 pulses are this powerful. If it were 9 pulses, it truly wouldn't be imaginable. Denny deeply felt this, longing for the day he could open all 9 pulses even more. It's no wonder all cultivators dreamed of opening 9 pulses. The benefits were simply astounding. Flash. A burst of rosy light emitted as Denny successfully ascended to the second pulse condensation realm. He continued cultivating, quickly reaching the peak of the second pulse condensation realm, just one step away from breaking through to the third pulse condensation realm. Haste makes waste. I should steady myself. Since I began cultivation, my realm has been advancing too swiftly. He stopped and ceased cultivating, fearing something might go wrong. Consolidate my strength. Leaving the cave, he roamed the mountain forests, battling various demonic beasts to solidify his realm and strength. Who is that? Is it Denny? How can he possess such formidable power? Did we see wrong? In the forest, people witnessed Denny's intense battles with demonic beasts and their faces turned pale in shock. Yunshan City's most unteachable person now possessed such immense strength, an unexpected turn of events that left everyone astonished. After a day, Denny ended his battle with the demonic beasts and headed towards Xiran Bolivar's location. It was a very hidden area. If not for Denny knowing its exact position, it would have been difficult to find. After some time, Denny arrived there. Fear there will be a chaotic battle soon. Denny murmured under his breath, eyebrows twitching. There weren't just Xiran Bolivar alone, but many others present. The outstanding younger generations of the 8 great families were all gathered there. In addition, several middle-aged men stood on both sides with mysterious expressions. Clearly, news of the four-pole grass had leaked out, attracting these people. Why are you all here? Xiran Bolivar's face turned ashen, looking particularly upset. Originally, he was alone here, but suddenly so many people appeared. Furthermore, he cursed Vienna and Noel inwardly. He had sent Vienna and Noel back to the Xiran family to send messages long ago. Why hadn't anyone from the Xiran family arrived yet? They've done a terrible job. He inwardly snorted coldly. Upon returning to the Xiran family, he definitely wouldn't let Vienna and Noel off easily. Now, with the four-pole grass about to reach its optimal harvesting time, and so many people appearing while reinforcements from the Xiran family hadn't arrived, the four-pole grass might fall into someone else's hands. Vienna and Noel truly ruined his big plans. Just overheard news about the four-pole grass and came over, only to find it really exists. Brother Xiran has been guarding this place for some time now, right? Ha, this is indeed an example of better late than early. Others laughed lightly. Who leaked the information? Xiran Bolivar's eyes turned icy. If he found out who leaked the news, he'd definitely take action against them. Who's that? Someone sharp-eyed noticed Denny nearby, feeling oddly familiar with an unusual gaze. Denny, how can it be him? After a closer look, they confirmed it was Denny. After saying this, every eye in the scene turned toward Denny. Chance time no see, how have you all been? Denny smiled faintly, walking forward. When he arrived, he didn't expect so many people to be here, so he didn't try to conceal his presence much. If he knew there were so many people, he wouldn't have shown himself openly but would have stayed hidden, observing the situation. Because signs indicated that there were hidden people lurking in the shadows. Showing up openly might invite trouble. How well? Definitely better than you. Interesting. Never thought someone like you could make it here. So, you also want to compete for the four-pole grass? A group of youth sneered mockingly. They had also been honing themselves in Thousand Peaks Mountain recently and didn't know how much Denny had changed. Waste. Don't embarrass yourself, Scram. A young man sneered coldly, filled with disgust, even thinking it was humiliating. He wasn't anyone else but the standout among the younger generation of the Mo family, Bruno. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know that even your grandfather wouldn't dare speak to me like this? Denny said calmly. Haha, Denny is still living in the past? Could it be that the Mo family still treats Denny as their esteemed son? The young crowd jeered and mocked. They were well aware that after Denny's parents' incident, Denny's status in the Mo family plummeted drastically. To put it bluntly, Denny was worse off than a servant. Do you wish to die? Bruno's face turned cold with rising anger. Times had changed. Denny still acted arrogantly before him? Don't provoke me. I've severed ties with the Emo family. Don't create trouble needlessly, Denny warned. You sure have a silver tongue, Bruno sneered. Talk about severing ties. It looks like the clan head expelled you from the Emo family. You'll understand once you return home. Denny didn't bother engaging Bruno further. The Emo family had hurt him deeply. He was utterly disappointed in them. If Bruno dared provoke him again, he wouldn't tolerate it. Expelled from the Emo family, huh? Normal. Expected that. Powerful. Became even bolder after being expelled. The young crowd watched amusedly, enjoying the spectacle. Now that Denny has been expelled from the Emo family, can his marriage arrangement with Crystal continue? Alia, an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Thorn family, remarked sarcastically. After Denny's parents' incident, everyone knew Denny and Crystal were no longer possible. His question was clearly deliberate. Katrina Crystal never said she would marry Denny. Everything was fabricated by Denny. Zyron Bolivara said coldly. Right. We in the Emo family also clearly know Denny doesn't match Crystal and have always advised him to give up on such fantasies. But Denny didn't listen and spread false rumors everywhere, saying he would soon become engaged to Crystal. Not having stepped on the path of cultivation for 5 years, he still dreams of marrying Crystal? Ridiculous. This is just too ridiculous. Bruno laughed derisively. Chapter 29. Astonishing Strength. Everyone was mocking and insulting Denny, including Bruno, who did the same. This scene looked truly hilarious. If the patriarchs of the 8 major families saw this scene now, they would definitely hang these people up and beat them. The current Denny's status was already far different from before. It was even higher. They were eagerly trying to befriend him, yet they dared to mock and insult Denny? This was truly courting death. Didn't you hear what I said? Denny's expression was cold, anger rising from within. Did they still think he was powerless as he once was? Insulting him so recklessly, disregarding his existence? What are you barking about? Bruno snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Kill me? Denny's face remained calm, but his words carried an absolute air of dominance. Try your move. I want to see how you plan on killing me. This is your own doing. 2 piercing beams shot from Bruno's eyes, his hair flying wildly as a dazzling light radiated from his body, making him look incredibly divine. Seeing Denny's impudence, he had decided to eliminate this stain of the Emo family right here. With a loud boom, he leaped high, looking down at Denny like a ferocious tiger descending from a mountain, delivering a powerful punch straight toward Denny. The sound of breaking air echoed continuously. This punch was terrifying, emitting a blinding brilliance. Even a steel mountain wouldn't withstand it, destined to be shattered. Striking flesh would be even more horrifying. Before the fist arrived, its formidable power swept across Denny, making his hair and clothes wildly sway. After this punch, you won't leave even scraps behind. Bruno looked at Denny with arrogance, as if observing a dead man. There will no longer be a Denny. The reunion of Denny's family will finally be complete, laughed other young elites from prestigious families. How could Denny, who hadn't even entered cultivation, possibly be a match for Bruno? After this punch, Denny was certainly doomed. A few middle-aged men nearby remained expressionless, showing no signs of worry. This world was that cruel. Without background or strength, life held no value and could be lost at any moment. Just as Bruno closed in on Denny, Denny moved. His expression calm. He delivered a punch that was as bright as the rising sun, colliding with Bruno's fist. Boom. 2 powerful energies collided, causing a tremendous explosion. The surrounding trees trembled, leaves fell endlessly, and the ground itself seemed to shake. Thud. Bruno landed on the ground, his punching arm seeming broken, throbbing with intense pain. His internal chi churned uncontrollably as he spat out blood, forming ghastly blood flowers. This. Everyone's pupils dilated, their faces filled with disbelief at what they saw. Bruno was knocked down by a single punch? It was too shocking, something none of them had expected. On the other side, Bruno himself couldn't believe it either. How could Denny possess such immense power? Second rank meridian formation. He clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Denny. From the spiritual energy burst during Denny's attack, he sensed Denny's realm. What happened in the few days Denny wasn't around? Was Denny really at second rank meridian formation? Weren't the sensory spirit pills given to Victor by the Emo family head? How did he enter cultivation? And reached second rank meridian formation? Other young elites of the prominent families watched Denny closely, sensing his current realm. They found it unbelievable. You're not good enough. Stop talking big. It's embarrassing, Denny said. Bruno's face turned red, actually being ridiculed by Denny. This enraged him beyond control. With another roar, he leaped from the ground, palms ready, rushing towards Denny. He unleashed the Cloud Ascension Palm. Overwhelmed by murderous intent, he sought to kill Denny and wash away the shame he had suffered. Cloud Ascension Palm, used by Victor during his battle with Denny. However, Victor's version paled in comparison to Bruno's. Bruno had clearly mastered it fully, rendering the power terrifying. As his palms struck, spiritual energy surged like 1,000 waves, heart-wrenching and terrifying. Die here, Bruno growled, radiating even more terrifying brilliance, his palms slicing through the air towards Denny. True to form as a standout among the Emo family's youth, his strength was formidable, destroying surrounding trees with intense spiritual energy into mere wood shavings. Denny's eyes narrowed, giving no room for error, meeting Bruno's powerful attack. Rumble. Formidable energy roared as Denny and Bruno clashed again, their figures intertwined in fierce combat. No cultivation technique or divine skill, just brute force? How many meridians has he opened? Alia was shocked, believing Denny must have opened numerous meridians, otherwise he wouldn't be fighting Bruno to this extent. Bruno was at 5th rank meridian formation, 3 ranks higher than Denny. Especially with Cloud Ascension Palm, his power burst was much stronger. Desmond Denny could still fight evenly with pure strength, undoubtedly indicating he wasn't an ordinary second-rank meridian formation cultivator, having opened multiple meridians. Bruno opened 3 meridians. Denny must have opened at least 5. Someone whispered, trembling in awe. 5 meridians. If true, Denny was truly terrifying. Throughout Yunshan City's history, there were hardly any who had opened 5 meridians. To open 5 meridians, in all of Jeremiah How, this could be considered genius-level talent. Bruno's shock only grew after unleashing Cloud Ascension Palm and failing to overpower Denny. It was completely unexpected. He quickly distanced himself from Denny, halting the confrontation. He remembered Denny's earlier words. Even his grandfather didn't dare speak to Denny like that. Originally, he dismissed such talk as nonsense, refusing to believe it. But now, he started to believe it. Denny had indeed opened at least 5 meridians, which was undoubtedly astonishing. Denny was stronger and more capable than him. Such a Denny would surely be highly regarded by the Mo family, possibly surpassing previous levels of importance. Denny, I was wrong. I apologize sincerely. We're both part of the Mo family. Let's work together. With our combined forces, the 4 extreme grass will surely be ours. He rapidly spoke. These words sent immediate tension through other young elites of the prominent families and several middle-aged men. If Denny, with his considerable strength, teamed up with Bruno, they would undoubtedly become the strongest force here. Chapter 30. Maturation. Everyone became tense, their gazes fixed on Denny, awaiting his response. It seems you truly haven't taken my words to heart. Denny shook his head. He had already made it clear that he no longer had any ties with the Mo family. Desmond, Bruno was still trying to rope him into an alliance? Bruno's expression changed. Did Denny really break away from the Mo family? At this moment, he no longer cared whether Denny had been expelled from the Mo family. With Denny being so astonishingly remarkable and having potentially opened at least 5 meridians, the Mo family would undoubtedly do everything in its power to keep Denny within the family. If Denny indeed severed all ties with the Mo family, it must be his decision. Bitterness welled up in his heart. He never expected Denny to have become so astonishingly extraordinary. Simultaneously, he was sure that the Mo family members would also feel very uneasy and filled with regret. The Mo family shouldn't have treated Denny like that. Now, a star capable of leading the Mo family to rise and reach unprecedented glory had lost all connections with them. We are ultimately one family, sharing the same bloodline. Blood is thicker than water. Won't you reconsider? Bruno pleaded, attempting to bring Denny back into the fold. After what happened to my parents, why didn't you say this then? Now, seeing I can make the Mo family stronger, you speak? People shouldn't be shameless. Denny remained cold, his resolve unchanged. He had been too deeply hurt by the Mo family and had lost all hope. Do you really want to completely sever ties? Bruno wouldn't give up. Boom. Denny didn't speak. His actions spoke louder. He stepped forward, bursting out from his spot like an awakened beast, exuding immense ferocity as he charged at Bruno. Denny's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, forcing Bruno to counter and defend himself. Bang bang bang. Denny's fists pounded out, releasing tremendous strength as he once again clashed fiercely with Bruno. Bruno's face turned dark and ugly, realizing Denny truly intended to completely sever ties and wouldn't let go easily. Do you even want the 4 Peaks grass anymore? He shouted angrily. The contest for the 4 Peaks grass hadn't started yet, but they were already fighting to the death, which would surely put them at a disadvantage later. Delaying the 4 Peaks grass contest? Denny looked calm and composed, completely unconcerned. Bruno's eyes blazed, nearly ready to explode from anger. Did Denny look down on him this much? Enraged, he stretched out his hand, and a long spear flickered with fiery red light appeared. Holding the fiery red spear horizontally, blazing flames surged, scorching heat sweeping everywhere. This was a high-grade spirit weapon, quite valuable, showing that the Mo family valued Bruno enough to bestow a spirit weapon upon him. Denny showed no fear, unleashing the power of his 5 meridians across his entire body, glowing brilliantly as he struck the spear forcefully with his fists. The effects of the lane transformation pool were astonishing, bringing his physical prowess to an incredibly formidable level. His fists defied the flames, clashing powerfully with the spirit weapon, sending sparks flying as if metals were colliding. Is he even human? Alia watched, swallowing hard. A flesh fist could actually clash with a spirit weapon? This shattered his understanding. Clang clang clang. Denny attacked relentlessly, forcing Bruno to retreat step by step, the fiery glow of the spear weakening. Opening 5 meridians truly made him powerful. Without using any skills or magic, he was still overpowering Bruno, who wielded a spirit weapon. This was the power of the meridians, the reason every cultivator wanted more of them. An additional meridian could create a significant gap. Spit. Blood splattered as Denny's punch hit Bruno, causing his chest to cave in, his face turning deathly pale. The spirit spear was also knocked out of Bruno's hands, falling to the ground. Clearly, Bruno was not Denny's match. The difference was too great, signifying defeat. So strong. Everyone's gaze towards Denny changed, astounded by the power he unleashed. Denny didn't use any skills, spells, or weapons, yet he was terrifying and fearsome. If Denny used skills, spells, and weapons, how strong would he be? They couldn't imagine, immediately viewing Denny as their strongest rival. Crystal sister, was she right? Zyron Bolivara whispered. Looking at such a powerful Denny, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Having opened 5 meridians, Denny now qualified to enter the Jeremiah sect for cultivation. Even more, Denny might receive even greater attention than Crystal. 5 meridians, truly rare. I wonder what Crystal sister's situation is now, whether the number of her meridians has increased. Crystal had opened 4 meridians and was still in the pulse formation stage, capable of continuing to open more meridians. Don't be so materialistic. Denny looked down at Bruno, his expression calm, devoid of sympathy. In the end, he still thought of the Emo family and held back, not taking Bruno's life. If it were anyone else trying to kill him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Bruno said nothing, his emotions complex. Despite his severe injuries, he struggled to pick up the spear and leave. His injuries were too severe, leaving him unable to compete for the Four Peaks grass. Staying would only bring more humiliation. Leave the spear behind. Denny extended his hand, and the spear instantly flew into it. He lacked a weapon, so he would use this long spear as his tool. Bruno gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, not only beaten up, but also having his spirit weapon confiscated. Still, he dared not say anything, bending over to leave the place. Denny swung the spear twice, finding it handy, then stowed it away. Next, he shifted his gaze towards the Four Peaks grass. Not far off, a four-leafed plant swayed in the wind, radiating brilliant spiritual light, brimming with essence, clearly something extraordinary. On each leaf, natural patterns existed, glowing brighter. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the patterns on the leaves were incomplete, somewhat lacking. As the brilliance grew more dazzling, new patterns began appearing on the leaves. Pattern completion signified the maturation of the Four Peaks grass. If harvested with incomplete patterns, the Four Peaks grass would become useless, even worse than weeds. Only after pattern completion should it be harvested, revealing its potent effects. Zyron Balavara knew this, so he waited instead of harvesting prematurely. The patterns are almost complete. Denny narrowed his eyes. The patterns on the Four Peaks grass were nearly perfect, indicating imminent maturation. Zyron Balavara and the other young elites, along with several middle-aged individuals, became tense, realizing the Four Peaks grass was about to mature. Swish, swish, swish. The Four Peaks grass emitted stunning, increasingly brilliant light. When the light reached its most dazzling and bright point, the patterns on its leaves became perfect. The Four Peaks grass had matured. This is mine. Mine. Zyron Balavara and the young elites, along with several middle-aged individuals, all moved simultaneously, dashing toward the Four Peaks grass. Each of them wanted to obtain it. ####Chapter 31. Mac D. June. The chaos erupted completely, with everyone using their strongest means and power to vie for the Four Poles grass. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out, sparks flying everywhere. They all possessed spirit weapons, which they immediately invoked to engage in battle. Denny did not move, standing still. He felt that it was too suspicious and that something might change. How could the news of the Four Poles grass have leaked out suddenly, attracting so many people? Someone must be setting up a trap. Boom. At this moment, the ground where the Four Poles grass was situated began to crumble. A huge earth serpent suddenly burst out from underground, opening its blood-red maw, exhaling a pungent stench as it instantly bit off an arm of a Zeke. Next, it lashed out with its serpent tail, unleashing a tremendous force that flung several young prodigies into the air. This is the guardian beast of the Four Poles grass. Everyone, attack together and kill it. Zyron Balavara screamed, charging towards the earth serpent. Others also reacted quickly, joining Zyron Balavara in attacking the earth serpent. The earth serpent was formidable. None of them alone could possibly deal with it. They were all very clear on this point. To obtain the Four Poles grass, they had to first unite and slay the earth serpent. Rumbling. Everyone unleashed their full strength, simultaneously attacking the earth serpent. The scene was incredibly shocking, with various spirit weapons shimmering ominously, unleashing astonishing destructive power. However, the earth serpent was indeed extremely tough. Various spirit weapons slashed at it, but couldn't cause even a scratch. Do not hold back. Alia roared, delivering the Thorn family's ultimate skill, sending out a palm strike that echoed with a tiger's roar. This palm strike was extremely powerful, striking the earth serpent, causing it to tremble violently as bits of soil skin fell off. Kill. Zyron Balavara also unleashed the Zyron family's ultimate skill, a sword technique, combining it with the spirit sword in his hand to unleash an even more powerful and terrifying force. A single sword slash sent out sword beams tens of feet long, imbued with a transcendent and terrifying sword intent. Others did not hesitate either, quickly employing their ultimate skills to bombard the earth serpent. The earth serpent let out a roar, oozing brown blood. It was wounded. However, it was far from easy to handle. Its entire body glowed as the area within several miles suddenly shook violently, and numerous earthen spikes shot out from the ground like 1,000 arrows, bombarding the attackers. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered like rain, staining everything red. Zyron Balavara and others suffered severe injuries from the earth spikes, but thankfully, they managed to withstand the bombardment of the spikes. Kill. Their eyes turned crimson, already filled with true fire as they engaged in an even more intense fight with the earth serpent. On the other side, Denny stood still, deep in thought. Could this be the plan of the person behind the scenes? Letting Zyron Balavara and others take down the earth serpent before he reaps the benefits. The earth serpent roared, its massive body rolling about, creating a storm of blood and wind. It flattened and shattered surrounding mountains and trees, debris and dust flying everywhere. It was strong, but not infinitely so. Unable to withstand Zyron Balavara and others' desperate fight, it was eventually killed. Almost immediately after the earth serpent died, Zyron Balavara and others rushed quickly toward the Four Poles grass. The Four Poles grass was their real target. Denny took a step forward, unable to resist intervening. Zyron Balavara and others were almost at the Four Poles grass. If he did not act now, Zyron Balavara and others would get the Four Poles grass. Not right. There must be someone. Denny trusted his judgment and did not make a move, stopping his foot mid-step. Whoosh! Zyron Balavara's figure flashed, leaving a trail of shadows. He successfully picked the Four Poles grass. Haha, it's mine. He was excited and agitated, not stopping as he flashed away. However, he didn't succeed. Alia and others intercepted him. It's not over yet. You're right. They attacked directly, snatching the 4 poles grass. Holding it in hand did not mean owning it. Only taking it away counted. Rumbling. Instantly, chaos broke out again as everyone used all means to seize the 4 poles grass. Ah, you are all dead. Xiran Balavara roared, eyes blazing with anger. He couldn't protect the 4 poles grass, and it was snatched by Alia. Alia, now in possession of the 4 poles grass, became the target of attacks from everyone else. He barely had it when Zeke snatched it away. Everyone wanted the 4 poles grass. No one could just walk away with it, making it exceedingly difficult. More blood flowed, and the combat grew even more brutal. The 4 poles grass made Xiran Balavara and others go crazy. They were willing to risk their lives. You dare. Xiran Balavara roared angrily as Alia tried to swallow the 4 poles grass whole. Stop. Cease. Everyone panicked, quickly acting to stop Alia. Denny couldn't hold back anymore. Gripping his spear, he raised his arm, ready to throw it to prevent Alia. Boom. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, snatching the 4 poles grass from Alia and flinging him aside. It's him. Denny narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure. He had seen this hill selling goods at a stall at the foot of the mountain. Zyrettle children, stop fighting. This is mine. I planted it here. The hill looked at the earth serpent's corpse and sighed heavily. Ah, Zyrettle Earth, you poor thing. You gave your life to guard my 4 poles grass. What? Situation? Xiran Balavara and others were dumbfounded, eyes wide open. The 4 poles grass was planted by this hill, and the earth serpent was placed there by him to guard it? You're fooling who? Xiran Balavara scoffed, raising his spirit sword, slashing horizontally. Forget whether he believed it. Even if this were true, he wouldn't give up the 4 poles grass easily. Thorned over the 4 poles grass. Kill. Others also acted immediately, bombarding the hill. They wouldn't give up the 4 poles grass either. Children, you are still too young. When I, Mac D. June, roamed the world, you weren't even born. The hill stood with folded hands, looking like a sage, gazing down upon Xiran Balavara and others. His body shone, forming a crystalline barrier that protected him, deflecting Xiran Balavara and others' attacks. Then, he extended his hand nonchalantly, sweeping out a powerful force that crushed Xiran Balavara and others. You are young and have plenty of beautiful times ahead. Leave now. I, Mac D. June, will not harm you. The hill said calmly. I'll remember this. Xiran Balavara glared fiercely at the hill and turned away. He was unwilling, wanting to stay, but after experiencing multiple battles, his strength was depleted, unable to fight further. Whoever this Mac D. June was, he didn't believe it. Back at the Xiran family, he would use all the Xiran family's resources to find this hill. Alia and others were in similar conditions, drained of strength and powerless to fight. They left reluctantly and bitterly. Denny did not leave. So, little child, do you want to exchange blows with me, the hill? The hill's gaze remained calm, still folding his hands. Translation provided maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and accuracy. Chapter 32. What a character. Just spar for a couple of moves then, Carlos said with a smile, remaining calm. This hill was not the Germain tiger at all. Furthermore, this hill was not Isaeusly but a teenager. He unfolded the Book of Causality. All information about the hill was displayed in the book. Cause. Germain, 16 years old, accidentally discovered the 4-pole herb in Lean Balavara. Due to lacking confidence in dealing with Lean Balavara, he intentionally spread the news about the 4-pole herb. Setting up a stall at the foot of the mountain was also to deal with those delivering messages, Lean Yu and Jace. Effect. Seizing the 4-pole herb can be used to open the 6th meridian within the body. The hill, also known as Germain, looked at Carlo's smiling face, feeling nervous, as if Carlo had seen through his disguise. This is impossible. Quickly, he dismissed this thought from his mind. He practiced the 7 illusions technique. Unless someone much higher in cultivation could detect it, no one would know. Carlo was only in the 2nd stage of meridian formation, and even if he had developed 5 meridians, it would be impossible to discover him. To discover it, one must at least be in the Tongxian realm. He had been hidden in the dark, seeing everything, and knew what level of strength Carlo possessed. Zyrettle brat, you're still young, and tend to act rashly. I won't argue with you, nor do I have any intention to fight such a small child, he said with an air of age-old wisdom. We met before, and despite some unhappiness, I quite like you. Well, let's meet again next time. After saying that, he turned to leave. Clang. Carlo raised his hand, the spear flickering with spiritual light, instantly landing in front of Germain, blocking his path. You can go, but leave the 4-pole herb, Carlo said. Germain's expression immediately turned cold. Zyrettle brat, didn't you see my techniques just now? You are courting disaster yourself. They themselves had no power to continue fighting. Can defeating them be considered skill? Carlo laughed and said, all right, stop pretending in front of me, young tiger. What do you mean? Germain's expression changed. Look what this is. Carlo reached out and activated the Spirit Coral Bead Heart. Spirit Coral Bead Heart. Germain immediately recognized the Spirit Coral Bead Heart, and his heart turned icy. The Spirit Coral Bead Heart had astonishing effects, capable of seeing through all kinds of illusions. There was no longer any doubt. Carlo truly saw through him. You are indeed remarkable. Everyone is fighting desperately over the 4-pole herb, yet you don't move at all. Germain fixed his eyes on Carlo, feeling that he had encountered a formidable person. Didn't Lean Balavara and the others realize this might be a setup? No, Lean Balavara and the others were not fools. They definitely sensed something, but even so, they couldn't resist the allure of the 4-pole herb and fought desperately for it. But Carlo was an anomaly, remaining unmoved while Lean Balavara and the others vied for it. At the time, he paid close attention to Carlo, planning to wait until after Carlo took action before coming out. However, when xuanhuan was about to swallow the four-pole herb, he couldn't hold back anymore and came out early. I've been waiting for you. Carlo smiled. You are indeed formidable. Fine, I'll give you the four-pole herb. Germain sighed, then actually threw the four-pole herb directly toward Carlo. A strange light appeared in Carlo's eyes. Was this too easy? He was very cautious, fully activating his inner strength and cautiously reaching out to catch the four-pole herb. Whoosh! Just then, a bright light shot out from under the four-pole herb, too fast for Carlo to react. When Carlo finally reacted, the bright light was already right before him. It wasn't true bright light, but a bead that exploded with great force upon reaching Carlo. The force from the explosion was incredibly strong. Fortunately, Carlo did not underestimate it and activated all his strength in advance, spreading it across his body, thus avoiding serious injury. Even so, he still got wounded and bled. His physical body was powerful, and with spiritual energy enhancement, he could withstand spiritual weapons without issue. Desmond, under the bead's explosion, he gained many wounds. The bead's force was incredibly strong. K. Germain clenched his teeth, looking terrible. That was a spiritual explosion bead, containing extremely strong spiritual energy. Once it exploded, even a 5th-stage meridian formation cultivator would die miserably, no chance of survival. But Carlo didn't even suffer severe injuries. Away. Using spiritual energy, he retrieved the four-pole herb and ran off, not lingering, feeling Carlo was too eerie and could possibly suffer a big loss in Carlo's hands. Boom. The void split. Germain was a ruthless character. On his run, he continuously threw spiritual explosion beads, attacking Carlo to prevent pursuit. Spiritual explosion beads carried incredible force, and their refining process was absolutely not simple. That Germain could throw so many clearly indicated he was far from simple. King bastard. Carlo cursed loudly. His physical body was strong, but it couldn't withstand so many spiritual explosion beads. Even his hair smoked from explosions. His clothes tore, and he gained more wounds, blood flowing down. But he was also astonishing. Germain threw at least 10 spiritual explosion beads, which, even for a 7th or 8th stage meridian formation cultivator, would be fatal. Desmond, he survived. The lane transformation pool brought him immense benefits, strengthening his body significantly and enhancing other aspects as well, such as sharper senses and faster speed. With keen senses and increased speed, he endured the continuous explosions from the spiritual explosion beads. Leave the four-pole herb behind. Carlo went wild, moving like lightning, following closely behind Germain, picking up the spear as he passed by it. How many meridians have you opened? Germain was almost in tears. How hard was Carlo to handle? He felt Carlo was much harder to handle than Lean Bolivara and the others. Could a 2nd stage meridian formation be this fierce? He believed Carlo had perhaps opened more than 5 meridians. Almost 6. Carlo's gaze shone brightly, determined to get the four-pole herb, crucial for opening his 6th meridian. Using momentum, he leaped faster, catching up with Germain, the spear like a sea dragon striking toward Germain. You really think Lord Day is easy to bully? Germain drew a large saber, swinging it gracefully. Watch as Lord Day kills you, he shouted coldly, his saber glowing brilliantly, emitting powerful waves of sword chi. Then come on. Carlo was fearless, the spear straightening and pointing at Germain. But the next moment, he frowned. What a character! He cursed loudly. Germain made a show of preparing for a major battle, but he threw the knife and ran, not hesitating at all. Let's fight another day, Germain shouted, dashing quickly through the forest. Chapter 33, good luck. Denny gritted his teeth. This Simon was truly unconventional. First, he launched a surprise attack with a spirit explosion pearl, and then he put on an elaborate show of running away. He didn't take any risks at all and was incredibly cautious. Swish! He sped up, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus traversing the mountain forest, causing the earth to tremble and trees to sway wildly. Simon's face showed signs of unease. Having cultivated 4 meridians, he possessed the strength of the 5th meridian realm, yet he couldn't shake off Denny. Determined, Simon took out a yellow talisman and attached it to himself. Instantly, his speed skyrocketed almost as if the ground shrank beneath him. It was so fast that it left people speechless. This was a spirit talisman that increased speed, expensive and extremely difficult to refine. He had only a few left on him. Just how many treasures does this guy have? Denny was astonished. Simon was very mysterious, and the causality record seemed unable to reveal Simon's true origins. The major causes and effects seemed not to be revealed by the causality record. Nadine was the best example. Its outcomes had never been shown. Moreover, other things like the method to cure Amira Ira's Injue body were also not displayed by the causality record. It might be related to my realm. Denny speculated that what the causality record could display was limited by his current realm. Once his realm and strength improved, these limitations might be broken. Ignore it. Keep chasing. This wasn't the time to ponder such matters. Simon's speed increased so much that he was about to disappear from sight. His body radiated brilliance, all his power activated as he leaped forward for hundreds of miles, pursuing Simon. However, the yellow talisman had increased Simon's speed too much, and Denny couldn't catch up. Simon vanished before his eyes. Something's not right. After surveying the surroundings, Denny smiled. This guy ran into a place he shouldn't have. Before entering the mountains, he bought a map of Thousand Layer Mountains and memorized it. This was no ordinary place but a highly dangerous area inhabited by a powerful beast, rivaling a 5th-tier Tongxian realm cultivator. Denny prepared himself and waited for Simon to return. Soon, he heard Simon's cries for help as Simon ran out of the dangerous area. To be nearly eaten upon entering. I'm really unlucky, Simon cried. Being chased by Denny, he had fled in panic into this treacherous place, narrowly escaping death by the beast inside. Swish! A cold gleam flashed as Denny wielded his spear and instantly struck at Simon. Simon hadn't even reacted when the spear pierced his chest. However, Simon seemed to wear some kind of treasure armor, causing the spear to spark without piercing through. You've got a treasure trove with you, Denny sneered. Simon was laden with treasures. Internally, Denny was disdainful. Why wouldn't Simon dare to fight him face to face with so many valuable items? All this stemmed from Simon's personality. Simon was cautious, more careful than anyone else. Without absolute certainty, he would never take risks. Simultaneously, he didn't want to easily use these treasures. They were hard to come by, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through such lengths to snatch the four-pole herb. He could have directly confronted Xiran Balavara. Primarily, he wanted to get the four-pole herb without lifting a finger. Unexpectedly, he encountered Denny. Despite using numerous treasures, he found himself at a disadvantage. Now, he found it hard to leave. Oh! Simon was on the verge of tears, deeply regretting his decision. If he knew this would happen, he should have directly attacked Xiran Balavara. Clank, clank, clank. Denny attacked decisively, his spear continuously striking, sparks flying everywhere. Simon's defensive armor was astonishingly strong, preventing any damage to him after several attacks. I'm angry. Simon's eyes blazed as he took out a large pair of scissors and slashed towards Denny. The bronze scissors, engraved with complex and obscure runes, looked ancient, clearly not something from modern times. Clink. The bronze scissors' power was shocking. One slash broke Denny's long spear in half. Denny was surprised. Simon indeed carried many good things. Heaven Lane Fist. Denny shouted coldly, discarding the broken spear and unleashing the Heaven Lane Fist. Roar. A dragon's cry echoed as Denny's punch unleashed, and a phantom dragon appeared, terrifying to behold. With a bang, Denny's fist smashed against the bronze scissors, shaking them violently. What are you? Simon felt uneasy. His impression of Denny was accurate. Denny was formidable, possessing such a powerful and terrifying fist technique. Denny's attacks were relentless, sweeping aside all resistance. The Heaven Lane Fist shook the void and made the ground tremble. Bam, bam, bam. The power of the Heaven Lane Fist was astounding, and Simon couldn't withstand it, quickly being suppressed. Here. Simon acted swiftly, tossing the four-pole herb away and fleeing in the opposite direction. Denny didn't chase Simon. He picked up the four-pole herb while Simon disappeared from view. This guy is not simple. Denny watched Simon's retreating figure, his expression serious. Simon was cautious, quick-witted, and very mysterious. Snatching the four-pole herb today wouldn't end well. In the future, Simon could become a significant threat. I need to be more careful. Simon's depth of strategy made Denny's success this time largely due to luck. Next time, he might not have such good fortune. He needed to be doubly cautious. Leave. His figure flickered as he left, ensuring he wasn't followed, then entered a cave. Open the 6th meridian. He sat down, took out the four-pole herb, and prepared to refine it to open the 6th meridian. Previously, he hadn't sensed the existence of the 6th meridian within his body, not even the 5th meridian clearly. Now, opening the 6th meridian would undoubtedly be difficult. Indeed, when sensing the 6th meridian, he found nothing, not even its presence. But he wasn't worried. The causality record, revealing the outcome of seizing the four-pole herb, also presented the method to open the 6th meridian. It was a special sensing method, which gradually clarified the position of the 6th meridian. To open a meridian beyond the 5th requires heavenly treasures to assist, not just relying on one's own strength. This was what the causality record had shown. Many people found it hard to open meridians beyond the 5th because they didn't understand this. Come. Denny consumed the four-pole herb and began refining it, using its power to open the 6th meridian. The four-pole herb was extraordinary, containing astonishing energy. After refining it, layers of power surged, opening the 6th meridian within him. Meanwhile, 2 young men arrived at Thousand Layer Mountains. Everything came so easily. He's actually here in Thousand Layer Mountains. This saves us a lot of trouble. One youth whispered, be low-key, don't be discovered, or it will lead to many unexpected issues. Another youth said solemnly. Chapter 34, White Tiger Demon Sage. Time ticked by as the 4 extremes herb was completely refined by Denny, and his 6th meridian was finally unlocked under its influence. Whoosh! Denny opened his eyes, emitting 2 beams of light that were almost tangible, strikingly remarkable. With the opening of the 6th meridian, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, even stronger than before. Let's give it a try. He moved swiftly out of the cave, finding a beast that rivaled a 5th rank Meridian Realm cultivator to engage in battle. Boom! With one punch, not even using Heavenly Lane Fist, but merely raw strength, he terrified and overpowered the beast, which fell instantly without any resistance. How powerful! Although Denny had estimated this beforehand, he was still astonished by the sheer force he possessed now. One punch was enough to slay a 5th rank Meridian Realm beast, truly formidable. The benefits of the 6th meridian are not just in power. Cultivation also improves immensely. This was confirmed when Denny had previously opened his first 5 meridians. With 5 meridians open, Denny's cultivation speed far exceeded previous rates. And with 6 meridians, it could only be faster. Indeed, Denny's cultivation became more efficient. The Tao Cannon combined with 6 meridians made him almost a vortex, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body furiously. Crack! A sound of breaking emerged from within him. He hadn't cultivated for long when he broke through another realm barrier, ascending from 2nd rank Meridian Realm to 3rd rank Meridian Realm. This wasn't the end. His power continued to increase rapidly, quickly reaching the peak of 3rd rank Meridian Realm, on the verge of entering 4th rank Meridian Realm. Consolidate. When he was at the Mo family estate, He read many ancient texts, learning that many geniuses face severe issues due to rapid advancement. Lately, his progression had been too fast. Fearing he might face similar problems later on, he forcibly stopped cultivating. The thousand-peak mountain range harbored countless beasts, offering excellent opportunities for refinement and consolidation. Roar, roar, roar. Beast cries echoed continuously as Denny engaged various creatures in fierce battles to hone and stabilize himself. A cat riding an elephant? While searching for beasts, he witnessed a peculiar sight that made his expression quite odd. A small cat with multicolored fur rode atop an enormous elephant the size of a small hill, legs crossed casually. It basked in the sun like a human, eyes closed contentedly. The elephant walked slowly and steadily, fearful of disturbing the cat. Curious, Denny activated the cause and effect record to investigate the cat's origins. Cause. The white tiger demon sage, after surviving a sneak attack by the gray wolf demon sage, fled with a sliver of demon soul. Over centuries, this sliver coalesced into the form of a cat, but was too injured to awaken white tiger memories or bloodline. Effect. Helping it can awaken white tiger memories and bloodline, granting access to the sacred techniques of the white tiger. One of the demon sages. Denny gasped, truly never expecting such an astonishing background for this little kitty. To reach the rank of a sage was no ordinary feat. It meant being among the world's most powerful beings. It's also a pitiable fellow. Denny sighed deeply. The cause and effect record clearly revealed that the gray wolf demon sage was once a close friend who betrayed the white tiger demon sage. What exactly is Mac's true nature? His thoughts turned to Mac again. While the cause and effect record could reveal information about Blue Mist sacred clan members and the cat, white tiger demon sage, it failed to unveil Mac's true origins, indicating he was far more mysterious and terrifying. Hello there. Denny approached the cat with a mischievous smile, greeting it warmly. Beasts were intelligent enough to understand and speak human language. Leave me alone. Don't disturb Cat Lord enjoying the sunshine, the cat replied lazily, opening its eyes. Denny's mouth twitched, tempted to smack the cat dead. A mere kitten, yet so arrogant? If not for knowing the cat's background, he wouldn't have hesitated. Wow, amazing. I see your luminous aura piercing the heavens and bones of wonder, surely of noble blood. Meeting you must be fate. Let me assist in awakening your heritage, propelling you to the skies. Denny spoke as if he were a mystic trickster. The cat glanced at Denny disdainfully. Where did you come from? Trying to deceive Cat Lord? I already possess noble blood. No need for your empty words. Denny wanted to say, could you stop being so self-absorbed? I really want to slap some sense into you. You haven't awakened your white tiger memories and bloodline yet. It all depends on me. I can make you stronger, help you become a sage. His face full of smiles, looking anything but trustworthy, as if coaxing a child. In reality, he despised himself for acting this way, but he needed the white tiger's sacred techniques. You're young, but your talk is mighty grand. The cat sat up, patting the elephant's head. Zyrettal elephant, teach him his place. Roar. The elephant roared, lifting its trunk in response to the cat. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Don't miss it. Haven't you felt something different in your blood, containing a kind of awe-inspiring power? One that makes other beasts fear you, regardless of their strength. Denny warned seriously. He didn't dare fight. The elephant exuded formidable waves, rivaling at least a mystical passage realm cultivator, while the cat sitting atop, undoubtedly, was even stronger. Despite his remarkable abilities, surpassing peers and capable of cross-rank combat, he would not stand a chance against such disparity. Wait, Zyrettal elephant. The cat halted the elephant, realizing there indeed was something unusual about its bloodline, unlike other cats. Denny spoke truthfully about this matter. Other beasts indeed feared it, feeling suppressed as though by a natural superior force. The cat always wished to uncover the origin of its bloodline but lacked direction. Give me a chance. I guarantee I won't disappoint you. Denny vowed sincerely. Can you really do it? The cat's gaze grew intense, staring intently at Denny. I've read an ancient text describing a revered bloodline. Based on my observations, yours matches that description perfectly. Denny explained, trust me, and I will certainly help you awaken this revered bloodline, transforming you completely and making you stronger. He chose not to mention the white tiger demon sage's memories. The cat was severely injured. Its memory couldn't currently be awakened. Only the white tiger bloodline's power could be stimulated partially. To fully awaken both memory and bloodline required future developments. ####Chapter 35, Partial Reunion. What do you intend? Amanita stared at Denny, suspicion clear in its eyes. Bolivarmans were devious and cunning. Countless demonic beasts had fallen to humans in the thousand-fold mountains. It feared that Denny harbored ill intentions. What could I possibly want? I simply don't want to see such a noble lineage fall into mediocrity. You're not thinking of keeping me as a pet, are you? Overthinking. Denny replied, I never intended to keep a pet, let alone a cat. If I did, it would be a lion, tiger, or leopard, something fierce. Zyrettal elephant, keep watch. If anything seems off, kill him without hesitation. Amanita whispered instructions to the massive elephant before leaping down. Looking at Denny, it asked, what needs to be done? It didn't want to miss this opportunity and wanted to try. The question of its lineage had long troubled it, and it wanted to unravel this mystery. Find a safe place, Denny suggested. Awakening one's lineage was not a simple matter. Any disturbance could lead to disaster. All right. Amanita jumped back onto the elephant, leading them into a valley. This is the White Elephant Valley. Denny scanned the valley and recognized it as a perilous location where a powerful white elephant resided, striking fear into anyone who dared enter. It must be this elephant. The giant elephant was entirely white and extremely powerful, likely the same one residing in the White Elephant Valley. They ventured deeper until they reached a secure spot. The elephant stood guard while Denny began helping the kitten reawaken its lineage. To awaken the lineage was, in fact, to help the kitten reunite its scattered ancestral blood essence. Ammonita's injuries were too severe, with its primordial blood essence dispersed and hidden. To grow stronger, it needed to reunite these fragments. Denny started by channeling spiritual energy into the kitten's body. The causality record had already revealed the locations of the scattered blood essences. He used his spiritual energy to guide and reunite these essences. A look of astonishment appeared on the kitten's face as it sensed something stirring within its lineage, though it couldn't quite grasp what it was. These ancestral essences were elusive, and without awakening memories, it didn't recognize this as the bloodline of a white tiger. The positions revealed by the causality record were limited, only showing a few locations. To reveal all the essences would require Denny to become stronger. Nonetheless, even uniting just a few essences would bring significant changes to the kitten, allowing the white tiger's sacred technique to reemerge. The white tiger's blood essence contained immense power, making the reunion difficult. Denny nearly exhausted himself, but finally succeeded after a long time. In an instant, the kitten erupted with a dazzling radiance, so intense it blinded anyone looking directly at it. Simultaneously, a roar reverberated through the mountain forest, causing every beast within the thousand-fold mountains to cower in fear. The nearest white elephant trembled violently from the impact, shaking the ground itself. Strange phenomena appeared overhead, hovering above the kitten, depicting a majestic white tiger trampling fierce beasts and rending gods apart. A truly terrifying sight. Stay focused, don't get distracted. This is a sacred technique, Denny shouted, reminding the kitten that with only a few essences reunited, the sacred technique couldn't last long. Latoying this chance meant losing the ability to understand the white tiger's sacred technique. Ammonita immediately focused, fully concentrating on understanding the technique without any distractions. Meanwhile, inside Denny's mind, the causality record glowed, projecting thousands of rays of light. The white tiger's sacred technique was dissected and analyzed, revealing its core principles to aid Denny's cultivation. Thanks to this remarkable function of the causality record, the sacred technique was simplified, presenting its essential truths to assist Denny's practice. He progressed faster than the kitten. Roar, roar. With each roar, Denny gradually mastered the sacred technique, his movements exuding formidable power. How come this feels like your bloodline ability? Ammonita glanced at Denny, instantly struck by how swiftly he had grasped the technique, delving deeper into its secrets than the kitten itself. After a moment, it refocused, determined not to waste this precious opportunity. Some time passed, and Denny finished his cultivation, having thoroughly mastered the white tiger's sacred technique with the help of the causality record. Ammonita continued practicing, albeit more slowly. However, as this was its own lineage ability, despite being slower than Denny, it wasn't far behind. Eventually, it too completed its practice, mastering the sacred technique. After the reunification of its blood essence, the kitten grew larger, now about the size of an adult dog. See? I didn't lie to you. Denny smiled warmly. You didn't lie, but you didn't tell me the whole truth. Helping me awaken my lineage power was just a ruse to get this sacred technique. Ammonita snarled, clearly perceptive, quickly piecing together the true intention behind Denny's actions. No need to be upset. We both benefit from this. Besides, remember, without me, you wouldn't have awakened this lineage. Denny pointed out. Even though the white tiger deity was severely injured, if not for Denny's help, the kitten might never have awakened its true lineage. You're not fair. Ammonita stared at Denny, feeling somewhat wronged, though unsure exactly why. Whether I'm fair or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you've grown stronger. Denny said, come with me. Your lineage hasn't fully awakened yet. We only managed to activate a small part of it. Ammonita remained silent, mistrusting Denny but acknowledging that its lineage was still incomplete, and the sacred technique obtained was merely a fraction. I'll come with you, but remember, I am not your pet. Don't worry, you're not my pet. You're my friend. Denny grinned widely. This was a deity beast. Though currently the kitten was nothing special, with the help of the causality record, it would surely recover fully. Having such a deity beast as a friend promised endless benefits in the future. Farewell, my beloved homeland. Ammonita looked back sadly, wishing it could live here forever, but now faced imminent departure. You don't belong here. A greater and more beautiful world awaits you. Denny reassured her. Chapter 36, Ernest. Denny set off, walking out of the Thousand Peaks mountain with Moira. Through the tempering and consolidation in the mountains, he had already reached the fourth stage of meridian formation. On the way, they encountered many people, all of whom looked at Denny with reverence. They had all come from Cloud Mountain City to this side of the Thousand Peaks Mountains recently, knowing that Denny was not what he used to be and had the support of Hongtian Auction House. You seem to be quite a celebrity. Almost everyone we meet recognizes you, Moira said. I'm a good person who always does good deeds and has excellent relations. Denny boasted. Is that so? Moira's eyes showed doubt. How did it feel like the truth wasn't that? Suddenly, there was a blinding light beneath Denny and Moira's feet, accompanied by one after another faint and intricate array runes flickering to life. Oh no! Denny's expression changed. They had been ambushed, with a teleportation array set up beneath their feet in advance. So this is the good relationship you spoke of? Moira was speechless. How could someone so good still be targeted? Denny wasn't really a good person. Quickly, they were teleported to a certain place. Looking around, they confirmed they were still in the Thousand Peaks Mountains. Not far ahead, two young men watched them with cold smiles. Who are you? Denny asked, as he did not recognize these two individuals. Those who will kill you. The two young men did not say much more and immediately launched a deadly attack on Denny. Both were beyond the mystical passage realm, and their attacks carried formidable power. Wielding spirit weapons, their killing intent was intense. I can't handle them. You take care of it. Feeling the strength of the two youths, Denny realized they were too strong for him currently. He moved back behind Moira, letting Moira take action. Why do you always rely on me, but now don't mention it? Moira glared disdainfully at Denny. Still, it stepped forward, preparing to engage in battle. Where did you come from, little kitty? Go away. One of the young men shouted, his spirit weapon bursting into a several zhang-long cold blade, striking directly at Moira. Roar. Moira roared like a tiger and said, Lord Cat is no longer a cat. Lord Cat is now a tiger. Hey, be low-key. Your lineage hasn't fully awakened yet. You're still a cat body, Denny called from behind. Looks like you're pretty tiger-like, rushing here to die. Then let's send you on your way first. The two young men didn't take Moira seriously and surged forward with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, shaking the surrounding trees, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Roar. Moira roared again like a fierce tiger, charging up from its spot. It intended to test the power of the white tiger sacred art, deploying it immediately. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated through the mountain forest, completely different from Moira's previous roars. Moira's entire body glowed, appearing like a true white tiger. Its paw swept forward with an unstoppable force, extremely frightening. Thud, thud, thud. The attacks launched by the two young men were shattered on the spot. Moira's paw hit them, sending them flying aside, spitting blood continuously. This isn't just any ordinary temperance. The two young men instantly dropped their contempt for Moira, becoming highly cautious. Fortunately, we were prepared. Killing Array, activate. The two youths formed hand seals and chanted spells, causing Array runes to appear continuously, along with bursts of horrifying power. This area had also been pre-prepared by the two young men, equipped with a killing array. Denny's gaze turned cold. What grudge made these two young men want to kill him so thoroughly? Cause and effect scroll. He unfurled the cause and effect scroll in his mind, probing the causes and effects of the two young men. Soon, the cause and effect of the two young men appeared on the scroll. Crystal. He hadn't expected that this matter involved Crystal. Someone reported to Crystal about Hungtian auction house supporting him. Afraid he might pose a future threat, Crystal sent people to kill him. Clearly, Crystal knew the terror of the forces backing Hungtian auction house and did not dare act openly, instead having someone infatuated with her do this. That person was named Ernest, an inner disciple of Jeremiah's sect. The two young men who came to kill him were members of Ernest's family. Crystal is doing well in Jeremiah's sect? Denny sneered. The detailed cause and effect presented by the scroll revealed that Crystal received key cultivation support after joining Jeremiah's sect. Ava had already opened 7 meridians, becoming a core disciple personally guided by Jeremiah's sect's Linus. Don't worry, karma will catch up, we'll meet again. Denny's voice grew cold. Crystal had hurt him the most, and he wouldn't let this go. Regardless of whether Crystal became a core disciple or even the Linus of Jeremiah's sect, he wouldn't let this go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless spirit swords, condensed from powerful spiritual energy, rained down from the sky, dense enough to block out the sun, cutting down. First setting up the teleportation array, and then laying down this deadly killing array. It was clear that Ernest had done thorough preparation to kill him. Roar. If I don't show my might, you really treat me as a sick kitten. Moira became ferocious, its fur bristling as it mobilized the white tiger's sacred art to its fullest potential. Its previously ridden white elephant could match a mystical passage cultivator in strength. Undoubtedly, Moira was stronger than the white elephant. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed incessantly. Moira was truly formidable, and the white tiger's sacred art erupted with shocking power, shattering the spirit swords and resisting them effortlessly. What kind of cat is this? A tiger cat? The two young men were dumbfounded. Moira was too strong. The killing array proved ineffective as it was about to break out of the formation. Run. They dared not hesitate, darting to leave the scene. The killing array was their strongest means, and now that even the killing array failed, staying would lead to a very grim outcome. Where are you going? Moira was fierce, bursting out of the killing array. Its claws flashed brilliantly, striking the fleeing young men to the ground in an instant. Smoke and dust rolled as the two young men's bones were scattered, looking utterly miserable. We were wrong. Our ignorance nearly cost us, intending to rob you both. We never thought you'd be so strong. Give us one chance. We won't dare do such things again. They cried for mercy, avoiding the true reason and hoping to save their lives this way. Ernest, Luo family, Jeremiah's sect, Crystal. Denny sneered, approaching the two young men. How do you know? The two young men's faces turned deathly pale, devoid of any vitality. They hadn't said anything. How did Denny know? ####Chapter 37. Departure. Do you think it's easy to know these things? Denny struck out, his spiritual energy manifesting as a blade. With a single slash, he decapitated two young men without hesitation. Tell me the stories inside. Amanita stared with wide eyes, her curiosity piqued. Don't ask nonsense. Denny smacked the kitten on the head and turned away. Ow, you brat, you have no heart at all. If not for me, you'd be dead by now. And you dare hit me like this. Watch out, cat lord. No, Gerardo. Might just eat you whole. They left Thousandfold Mountains and walked back toward Cloud Mountain City. Thousandfold Mountains was still quite a distance from Cloud Mountain City. Hey, let's talk about something, Denny said to the kitten with a smile as they walked. What? The journey is long and walking is tiring. Why don't I ride you, and you carry me? Ow, you dare use Gerardo as a mount? Watch Gerardo bite you to death. Amanita got angry and snapped at Denny. If you don't want me to ride you, fine, but why bite me? I see you're not a cat or a tiger, you're just a dog. Denny cursed, his clothes already torn by the kitten's bites. Cloud Mountain City remained bustling as ever, with busy shops and a constant stream of people. Master Avon has returned. Greetings, Master Avon. As soon as Denny entered Cloud Mountain City, he was surrounded by people, all greeting him warmly. He was the center of attention in the entire city. His expression remained calm. He greeted them politely but coolly, then proceeded straight to the Hugo family residence. This was human nature. When you were powerful, others would curry favor with you. But when you weren't, they'd kick you while you're down. I think you must have many stories behind you. Amanita, being clever, could read much from the expressions around them. Ava knew Denny must have experienced a lot. I wish those stories had never happened. Denny shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his voice. If he could, he truly wished none of it had happened. He wanted to stay with his parents forever. Passing through several streets, they arrived at the Hugo family. He needed to find Lamar and set off with him to participate in the Zhanxian sect examination. Welcome, young Master Avon. Please come in. Seeing Denny, the Hugo family immediately welcomed him with smiles. Given the support from the Hongtian auction house, they did not dare show any disrespect. Denny nodded and entered the Hugo family with the kitten, making his way to the main hall. Welcome, nephew. The Hugo family patriarch greeted him personally in the hall, saying with a smile, from the moment of your birth, I knew you were extraordinary and destined for great things. Indeed, my judgment was right. Zyrek a dragon or phoenix, you remain silent until you strike. But when you do, it's shocking. That's enough. I came to find Lamar. Impatient, Denny waved dismissively. He didn't want to hear such flattering words. I'll send someone to inform Lamar immediately. The Hugo family patriarch quickly responded and sent someone to fetch Lamar. Soon, Lamar arrived in the hall. Where were you? I've been looking for you for days. No worries, I went 1,000-fold mountains for a trip. Denny chuckled and asked, so, how many veins did you open? 5 veins. Lamar's face showed pride. Using the vein opening pill, he had opened 5 veins. Not bad, but compared to me, you're still lacking a bit. Lacking a bit? How many did you open? 6 veins. Denny replied. 6 veins. The Hugo family patriarch gasped, shocked. 6 veins. Even in Jeremiah Howe, someone who could open 6 veins could be considered a genius. Lamar was equally astonished. He thought he was impressive, but Denny was even more so. Are you ready? Let's go if you are. Already ready. Lamar nodded. Denny had mentioned going to Zhanxian sect for the examination during their time at the Hongtian auction house. Let's go. Denny, the kitten, and Lamar left the Hugo family. Outside the Hugo family compound, a crowd waited, including the Mo family patriarch and the Isaias. Denny. Seeing Denny emerge, the Mo family patriarch hurried over. Denny had already made his stance clear within the Mo family, but he didn't want to give up and tried to pull Denny back into the fold. We're family. Don't be so cold-hearted. Give the Mo family another chance, he pleaded. I've said what needs to be said. Take care of yourselves from here on out. Denny remained calm and left with the kitten and Lamar, heading to the Hongtian auction house. He came to bid farewell to Frederick. Frederick had helped him considerably, and he felt he should inform Frederick before leaving. Go ahead. A person like you should seek broader horizons. You shouldn't stay in such a small place, Frederick said. Thank you, auction master. I will remember your help. In the future, if I meet Amira, I'll mention it. That's very kind of you, master. Frederick was moved. Would you like to use the teleportation array? Zhanxian sect is quite far away. Not necessary. Denny shook his head. There's still plenty of time before the Zhanxian sect examination. I want to walk there, treating it as a form of training. Very well. Frederick nodded. May you have smooth travels and successfully pass the Zhanxian sect examination. After parting ways with Frederick, Denny and his companions left Cloud Mountain City. Really didn't expect you to have such a deep relationship with the Hongtian auction house. On the road, Lamar sighed deeply. Thanks. Lamar reined in his emotions and thanked Denny sincerely. After returning from the Hongtian auction house to the Hugo family, he encountered trouble. His parents were expelled from the Hugo family, and he too was denied the chance to participate in the clan competition. If it weren't for the intervention of the Hongtian auction house at a critical moment, his situation would have been uncertain. Don't thank me. This world is cruel. For your sake and your family, you must become stronger. Denny spoke these words to Lamar, but also to himself. He carried heavy responsibilities. To protect his family, he must become stronger. Meanwhile, in Jeremiah Howe, amidst the continuous mountains, on a mountain peak wrapped in spiritual radiance, he lost contact? A young man muttered, his expression grim after receiving this unwelcome news. Send more people after him. He must die. He gave the order, directing the clan to dispatch more assassins to pursue Denny. I promised Crystal that I would succeed no matter what. Otherwise, how will Crystal view me? His gaze was fierce. He never expected things to go awry. Indeed, he was none other than Ernest. Crystal hadn't mentioned Denny's connection with the Hongtian auction house, only that it was inconvenient for her to act directly due to potential gossip, so she asked him for assistance. Had he known about Denny's ties to the Hongtian auction house, he wouldn't have dared agree. Even if he had, his backing clan, the Luo family, would never have approved. The more formidable a force, the more they understood the terrifying background of the Hongtian auction house. The Luo family, though not a minor power, also clearly recognized the ominous reputation of the Hongtian auction house. Chapter 38. East Xiring City. The Zhanxian sect was situated in the bustling heart of Jeremiah Howe, while Yunshan City was merely a small town at the eastern edge of Jeremiah Howe. The distance between Yunshan City and the Zhanxian sect was extremely far. For such a vast distance, most people would choose to teleport via transmission array. However, Denny did not opt for the transmission array because the Zhanxian sect's evaluation wouldn't begin for 2 months. It was better to take this journey, honing their skills along the way and enhancing their strength. Are you a cat or a tiger? You look like a cat, but your body size is that of a little tiger, Lamar said as he looked at the kitten. Buzz off. Amanita huffed irritably. They had been traveling together for several days and had become quite familiar with each other. Lamar knew exactly what it was thinking from just one word. Lamar wanted it to be his mount. Tempering will do you good. I think you shouldn't care too much about pride. Besides, carrying us along can also help toughen up your body. Denny seriously educated the kitten, as he also wanted to ride on it. Roar. I'll bite you to death. Amanita snapped its jaws fiercely. With its esteemed lineage, how could it ever become someone's mount? Over the next 10 days, they continued their journey, traversing various mountains and cities, finally reaching the central and most prosperous area of the east. The roads were wide, filled with constant traffic, and in the distance, they could vaguely see a city ahead. That must be East Siring City. It's so huge. Even from a few hundred miles away, we can still see it faintly. Lamar expressed his awe. Several hundred miles was incredibly far, yet they could already see the outline of the city, proving how immense it was. East Siring City, the largest city in the eastern region, was many times larger than Yunshan City. The number of strong individuals within it far exceeded those in Yunshan City. If the 8 major families of Yunshan City were placed in East Siring City, they would only be considered minor family factions. Ah, what an adorable kitty. At that moment, a carriage pulled by a strange beast passed by Denny and his group. From within the carriage came a soft, delicate female voice. The beast was formidable, covered in scales all over, with horns on its head and red light swirling around it. Clearly no ordinary creature and undoubtedly powerful. A violet's face peeked out of the window of the carriage. Ava had a beautiful, doll-like face, large and expressive eyes full of spirit. The voice came from her mouth. Roar. Amanita glared fiercely at the girl in the carriage, retorting angrily, "You're the kitty. Your whole family are kitties. I'm a tiger, a celestial tiger, the king among beasts." Ever since it learned the white tiger's sacred art, it felt increasingly powerful and couldn't tolerate being called a kitten anymore. Every time someone called it a kitten, it went ballistic. It can talk too. Haha, it's a spirit cat. No wonder it's so big. The violet didn't get angry and giggled. Katrina, I really like this spirit cat. Can you help me? The violet turned to another woman inside the carriage and asked. Wait here. The other woman responded curtly, stepping down from the carriage. As soon as she descended, Lamar's eyes widened. Ava was a 17 or 18-year-old Kira, graceful and slim, with skin as white as snow and a face of breathtaking beauty, like a celestial being in a painting. Her demeanor exuded arrogance, as if everything else was beneath her. Her neck held high, proud like a peacock. You heard my sister, right? Put a price on it, and I'll buy this spirit cat. Ava spoke in a tone that brooked no argument, her beautiful eyes barely glancing at Denny and his group. Roar. Amanita exploded in anger. By my ancestors. It lunged forward to bite, caring not for the girl's beauty. To start off, she wanted to buy it. What did she think it was? A pet? Its speed was incredible, like an arrow leaving a bow, instantly closing in on the girl. Its jaws opened wide, fangs sharp as steel spikes, aiming to bite. The girl was no ordinary individual, renowned as a genius in East Siring City, especially coming from the Yu family, one of the major clans within the city. Ava never expected the kitten to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the kitten bit down on her arm. Ow ow ow, what are you wearing? Amanita snarled, its teeth aching as though biting into steel, almost chipping them. You. The girl was furious. She had actually been bitten by a cat. Had it not been for her protective clothing, her arm might have been severed. Infuriated, she struck out, her palms releasing a surge of spiritual power like a wave, attacking the kitten. I dare anything, Lord Tiger won't give up. Amanita growled and bit again. Its fur gleamed brilliantly, showing its clearly superior strength. The force unleashed by the girl was instantly neutralized. It clamped down once more. So hard. It cursed continuously, unable to break through her clothes' formidable defense. Get off me. The girl's face flushed with shame and rage as she struggled to shake the kitten off. But it was futile. The kitten was far stronger than her. What the heck? Mad cat attack. Where did this mad cat come from? Biting even Latoya Yu? Spectators gathered around, astonished, recognizing the girl as Yu Jeremiah, the eldest daughter of the Yu family. Yu Jeremiah was almost driven mad. Her cheeks flushed red. Amanita's biting was powerful, and although her protective attire wasn't fully destroyed, many parts had been torn, exposing patches of her white skin. Ava was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, a heavenly beauty of East Siring City, and now she had been humiliated by a cat, in public. Ava felt like killing someone, but none of it mattered. She wasn't as strong as the kitten. Almost through. Amanita's eyes shone brightly, speeding up its bites, determined to tear through Yu Jeremiah's protective attire. Onlookers also watched eagerly, waiting for the moment when they could feast their eyes on the spectacle. Suddenly, a jade pendant around Yu Jeremiah's neck emitted a glow, sending a powerful force that pushed the kitten aside. Her torn clothing shimmered with a spiritual light, quickly repairing itself. Such a pity. Just a bit more. The spectators sighed regretfully, their curiosity unfulfilled. Wasted effort. Amanita was on the verge of tears. After all that biting, it ended up like this. You all will die. Yu Jeremiah's murderous intent surged as she glared fiercely at the kitten before leaping back into the carriage, driving towards East Siring City. Ava desperately wanted to kill the kitten now. However, she knew very well that she wasn't a match for it. The jade was a protective treasure given by her grandfather, linked to her protective attire, providing only passive defense, incapable of offensive strikes. Ava had to return to East Siring City to gather reinforcements. Chapter 39. Don't worry. Ava ran fast. Otherwise, Lord Tiger would have surely bitten all her fat off. Paris gnashed its teeth and shouted. Fat. People who heard this were speechless. Yu Jeremiah wasn't even remotely close to being fat. Yu Jeremiah had such a great figure. Alright, stop showing off. Even if she hadn't run, you wouldn't dare bite her. Denny remarked. He saw clearly that the jade around Yu Jeremiah's neck was no ordinary object. It possessed strong protective power. If the temperance dared to bite again, it might end up losing all its teeth. Paris let out an unyielding howl but said nothing in protest. It really didn't dare. When it bit earlier, it had used all its strength. If it were to bite again, it would likely lose all its teeth. When it bit earlier, it already went all out. If it tried again, it might indeed lose all its teeth. Do we still enter the city? Perhaps we should bypass it, Lamar cautiously suggested, having overheard the bystanders discussing Lu Jeremiah and realizing her background. The Lu family was one of the most powerful forces in Dongling City. Entering the city would be like walking into a trap. Why spare them? Are we afraid of her? Anyway, it doesn't matter if we go in or bypass it. Paris initially sounded very tough, but then became noticeably apprehensive. Its strength far surpassed Lu Jeremiah's, yet Dongling City was her turf, and it wasn't invincible. We've been traveling for 10 days straight without proper rest. Let's go into the city to relax and enjoy a good meal. Denny spoke calmly as he strode toward Dongling City. Lamar didn't need to say anything. He trusted Denny and wouldn't let him face danger alone. He followed immediately. Paris hesitated, unwilling to go, fearing the outcome of entering Dongling City could be very grim. Desmond, it finally gritted its teeth and followed along. Prosperity came with risks. Its bloodline hadn't fully awakened, and it still needed Denny. What fools are these travelers, truly inviting death. There was a chance to run, but they came here willingly. Ah, today's youth, how do they think? Bystanders chattered, thinking Denny and company were rushing to their deaths. The Lu family ruled Dongling City. Once inside, they were doomed. Denny remained calm throughout the journey, his face revealing no worry. He had nothing to fear. Amira had given him a token granting full support from any branch of Hongtian Auction House. The strongest cultivation force in Jeremiah sect, was under Amira's influence, and the forces within Dongling City were insignificant compared to them. No matter how strong the Lu family was, it couldn't surpass Jeremiah sect or the power behind Amira. He had no reason to worry. They entered Dongling City. The tiger risked its life coming here with you. Don't forget that, the Temperance repeatedly reminded, cautious and vigilant. Calm down, Denny replied calmly. He asked passersby for directions to Hongtian Auction House and led Lamar and the Temperance there. Meanwhile, Lu Jeremiah gathered people and stormed out angrily from the Lu family mansion. Latoya Lu, they've entered the city? Desmond's, we saw them ourselves. They're in the city. Lu Jeremiah and her companions arrived at the city gate, receiving reports about Denny and company. In the city? Lu Jeremiah sneered. Good, now I don't need to worry they'll escape. Whoever it is, daring to humiliate Latoya Lu, they will die. A Lu family powerhouse quickly issued orders to set up controls in Dongling City and search for Denny and company. Is the head manager here? At Hongtian Auction House, Denny asked a clerk. May I know who you are? The clerk didn't answer directly, instead asking for Denny's identity. This was a massive auction house in Dongling City, much larger than Yunsan City. Meeting the head manager required more. Denny showed the token. Give this to the head manager, and he will understand. The token was finely crafted from black iron, inscribed with Murong. The clerk didn't know what the token meant, but recognized its value. He hurriedly took it. The head manager is busy. Please wait. Not in a hurry. We'll grab a meal across the street since we've been traveling long and are hungry. Just have the manager come find me later. Sure. The clerk responded, curious about who Denny was and why the head manager would personally meet him. He rushed upstairs to the private room where the manager was meeting several family heads. Denny and company left for the opposite side, finding a grand 9-story restaurant called Fog Palace. They were welcomed by a waiter who handed Denny a menu. Denny ordered some dishes and a pot of wine. You sure have nerves of steel. You can think of eating and drinking now. Paris was panicked, constantly glancing around. This was Lu Jeremiah's territory. Trouble could come at any moment. How could Denny be so calm? If you're scared of such a small thing, how will you accomplish great things in the future? Denny chuckled. If you're that afraid, why did you bite her in the first place? That was outside where we could flee anytime. Here it's her domain. We can't escape. It's different here. Paris glared at Denny, deeply uneasy and scared. Don't worry, don't worry. Denny smiled calmly, completely unworried. The Lu family was efficient, quickly tracing Denny to Fog Palace and setting up guards outside. Still daring to eat and drink at Fog Palace? Lu Jeremiah's voice was icy. This will be your last meal. Ava stormed into Fog Palace with her followers. They quickly found Denny and company. They're here. Paris spotted Lu Jeremiah and her group. It leapt from its seat in fright, searching for an escape route. Chapter 40, Boulevard Angshan. Luo Jeremiah arrived at the floating cloud palace, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Her figure was perfect, her beauty unparalleled, and she wore a white dress that made her look like a celestial being from a painting. So beautiful. Truly the #1 beauty of Dongling City. Many people couldn't help but exclaim, as Luo Jeremiah's beauty seemed unreal, dreamlike, captivating every heart with every movement. Inside the floating cloud palace, many beautiful girls lowered their heads, feeling inferior, not daring to compare themselves to Luo Jeremiah. You stay here first. Paris's figure flashed, moving incredibly fast, trying to escape. But soon, it came back in humiliation. Every corner of the floating cloud palace had been sealed off by Luo family members. There was no way to escape. Do you really expect us to remember your gratitude for sharing hardships with us? Lamar was speechless. Paris was indeed unreliable, running away at the first sign of trouble. Don't say those things, let's think about how to solve this, the Temperance said dejectedly. The guards everywhere were strong Luo family members, all more powerful than it. Even if it used the White Tiger sacred technique, it was destined not to escape from here. It has nothing to do with us. You are the one who bit her. She wants to kill you. Denny said. What? You're selling me out already? Paris bared its teeth, wishing to slap Denny. Just go quickly, don't delay our meal, Denny said with a smile. Paris growled, you're unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. It turned and shouted to Luo Jeremiah. This guy is my master. I only bit you because he told me to. Luo Jeremiah's expression remained cold. Now you're afraid? Too late. Today, none of you will escape. You all must die for me. The commotion here was loud, alarming even those upstairs, drawing many people down from various floors. Luo Jeremiah, what are you doing here? A young man descended from the 9th floor. Seeing Luo Jeremiah, his face lit up with joy. Brother Sean. Upon seeing the youth, Luo Jeremiah's cold expression vanished, replaced by a bright, happy smile. The young man's name was Bolivarong Sean, who had an astounding background, being the grandson of Hungtian Auction House's chief appraiser. In Dongling City, no one dared to disrespect Bolivarong Sean. Many sought to curry favor with him. The local factions knew the power and fear of Hungtian Auction House, hoping to establish ties with it. The Luo family also wished to connect with Hungtian Auction House, targeting Bolivarong Sean. They deliberately let Luo Jeremiah get close to Bolivarong Sean, planning for them to marry. Bolivarong Sean liked Luo Jeremiah very much, and they were set to become betrothed soon. What happened? Why did you bring so many people? Did someone provoke you? Bolivarong Sean asked. Someone used a beast to bully me. Luo Jeremiah gritted her teeth. You need evidence for your claims. What does using a beast to bully you even mean? It acted on its own. Don't lump us together. If it bullied you, take it up with it, Denny said. You brat. Lord Tiger swears this guy is my master, and if you want to kill, start with him. Paris shouted angrily. Once is forgivable. I'll treat it as a joke. Twice. I'll have to believe you seriously, Denny smiled. Don't play games. No matter how many times, you're still my master. Paris yelled, unknowingly falling into Denny's trap. Good boy. Denny laughed, patting the temperance's head. If you want me to be your master, sure, no problem. From now on, I'm your master. Enough. Luo Jeremiah fumed in anger. What were Denny and the others doing? Treating her like a fool? Daring to act so boldly in Dongling City? You've truly grown tired of living. Bolivarong Sean sneered. Haven't you knelt to apologize to Luo Jeremiah yet? Sincerely apologize, and I might let you keep your bodies intact. So impressive. May I ask who you are? Denny's eyes grew cold. Kneel, apologize, and keep the body intact? This person was truly arrogant, disregarding human life. My grandfather is Hungtian Auction House's chief appraiser. Bolivarong Sean beamed with pride. Oh, didn't your grandfather teach you manners? Do you understand the whole situation? You want to kill us right away? Denny replied coldly. I don't need your lecture here. Bolivarong Sean dismissed it. Last chance, kneel and apologize, or I'll make sure you don't leave this place alive. All right, I'll see how you can do that. Denny remained unperturbed by Bolivarong Sean's threats. He picked up chopsticks from the table and began eating. His spiritual senses detected that a powerful figure from Hungtian Auction House had come out, putting him completely at ease. How insolent! Luo Jeremiah was furious. How could they treat them with such disdain? Bolivarong Sean's face changed, eyes gleaming fiercely. He had never been underestimated before. With a loud bang, he leaped from the 2nd floor, his body glowing with radiant light. He struck with one palm, aiming straight for Denny's crown. He was truly ruthless, intending to kill Denny with this single blow. The token was given by him. At this moment, a group walked into the floating cloud palace, and one of the youths pointed at Denny. Isaias looked in the direction and saw both Denny and Bolivarong Sean about to strike Denny's head. His face instantly paled. Stop! He roared like thunder, incongruous with his Isaiasly appearance. The sound created ripples of light waves, startling strength impacting Bolivarong Sean. With a thud, Bolivarong Sean was sent flying, smashing heavily into the wall, leaving a large hole. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his spine was broken. Head of Hungtian? Bolivarong Sean's face turned deathly pale, disbelief in his eyes. The Isaias was the head of Hungtian Auction House, who usually doted on him. Why would he attack him? You're all right. Forgive me, it's my fault. The Isaias ignored Bolivarong Sean, rushing to Denny's side, humbly admitting his mistake. What's happening? Am I seeing things? Everyone was shocked, jaws nearly hitting the floor. No one dared to show disrespect, not even the heads of major clans in Dongling City. Desmond now. The Isaias spoke humbly to Denny. Luo Jeremiah's face turned snow white, cold sweat trickling down her back. Ava couldn't stop trembling, feeling a profound sense of despair. Ava realized she had encountered a formidable presence. Not a big deal. Have you eaten? If not, why don't we sit and eat together? Denny smiled. As long as you're not angry. Someone from Hungtian Auction House actually laid hands on you. This is a grave offense. The Isaias bowed, respectfully handing over the token. Here is your token. Rest assured, we will give you a satisfactory response. Chapter 41. Character is most important. There's no need for such formalities, head of the auction house. Carlo took the token with both hands, demonstrating his respect for the head. He then invited the head to sit down and glanced at Bolivarong Sean, saying, I heard that his grandfather is our chief appraiser here? After these words, beads of cold sweat rolled down Bolivarong Sean's face. Would his grandfather also be implicated in this? Desmond's. The head nodded and said, a young person's mistakes are closely related to their Isaias. Rest assured, I will severely punish him upon my return. That's unnecessary. Have his grandfather properly educate him. In life, character is the most important thing. Carlo had no intention of pressing the matter. After all, Bolivarong Sean was from the Hungtian Auction House, and he had a good relationship with them. Bolivarong Sean, when choosing a wife, choose wisely, don't just look at appearances. Inner qualities are far more important. I suggest you learn more about Latoya Yued Jeremiah's character before making any decisions. He had overheard discussions in the tavern and knew that Bolivarong Sean was planning to become engaged to Yued Jeremiah. You're right. Bolivarong Sean hurriedly agreed, then shouted at Yued Jeremiah, come and apologize to Mr. Ma immediately. Yued Jeremiah's expression turned complex and unpleasant, filled with reluctance. Ava came here to seek revenge on Carlo. How could she now have to bow her head and apologize? Latoya, go on. Beside her, one of the UF family's powerful figures whispered encouragement. Even the head of the Hengtian auction house respected Carlo so much. He was not someone they could provoke. I'm sorry. Yue Jeremiah gritted her teeth, forcing out an apology as she approached Carlo. The world is vast. Don't be too arrogant. Just because you come from a privileged background, it doesn't mean you can look down on others, Carlo said sternly. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Go. Carlo waved his hand dismissively. Let's go, Latoya. The UF family member was elated. Carlo did not delve deeper into the matter, which was an immense relief for them. They quickly left the floating palace. In the tavern, people stared at Carlo in disbelief, finding everything surreal and unbelievable. You tricked me. Paris bared its teeth. Carlo was truly despicable. He had a way to resolve the situation but didn't inform the cat beforehand, causing it immense worry and fear. What kind of tone is that? My pet. Carlo rubbed the cat's head, laughing playfully. I'll bite you to death. The cat opened its mouth, determined to bite, acknowledging Carlo as its master only to pull him into trouble. But it would never be his pet. However, it quickly shut its mouth and became obedient. A trace of energy from the head of the auction house had locked onto it. If it dared to bite, the consequences would be dire. Be good. Carlo laughed. Being my pet isn't a bad deal. Though the cat was a white tiger immortal saint, Carlo possessed the record of cause and effect. He would surely become a supreme powerhouse someday. As Carlo said, the cat wouldn't lose out. The food is getting cold. Let's eat and chat. Carlo raised his wine cup, drinking with the head. They discussed many things, including Carlo's plan to participate in the Zhanxian sect's evaluation. The head was slightly surprised. Given Carlo's token, if he wanted to join a sect, he could choose better ones than Zhanxian sect. Zhanxian sect was only one of the openly strongest cultivation forces in Jeremiah Hao. Many unknown forces within Jeremiah Hao were even stronger. Still, he didn't say much, unfamiliar with Carlo and wary of giving inappropriate advice. Head, I need some help again. I need some rare treasures. Carlo turned serious. This was the real reason he came to Dongling City. After traveling for several days, he had been greatly tempered and advanced from the 4th stage of pulse formation to the 5th. Currently, he had opened 6 pulses. After pulse formation, no more pulses could be opened unless done during this realm. He aimed to open 9 pulses. Opening more than 5 pulses wasn't easy. It required rare treasures. His 6th pulse was opened using 4 extremes grass. During their travels, they passed through many cities, visiting each local Hengtian auction house. Carlo hoped to find treasures to aid his progress. However, the smaller cities' auctions lacked what he needed. So, he came to Dongling City, the largest and most prosperous city in the east, hoping to find something useful in the local Hengtian auction house. Sure, whatever you need. We'll do our best to provide. The head readily agreed. Carlo held the most precious token of the Morong clan. He could walk freely in any Hengtian auction house or even within the Morong clan. Thank you, head. Carlo thanked him and returned to the auction house. Upon arrival, the head ordered the staff to bring out the most valuable treasures. These treasures were highly valuable, rarely seen, but didn't meet Carlo's requirements. Using the record of cause and effect, Carlo determined none could help him open his 7th pulse. He shook his head. Please put these away. These aren't what I need. No, give them to me. Paris's eyes gleamed, longing to grab all the treasures. Get lost. Carlo slapped the cat, then told the head, let me see each auction floor. This Hengtian auction house was larger, offering rarer items. Carlo walked through various floors, searching for suitable treasures. At the 9th floor, he paused, eyes fixed on a spirit herb being auctioned. It was a lotus flower with crystal clear leaves, seemingly carved from jade, radiating vibrant spiritual energy. Do you want this lotus flower? The head asked, having followed Carlo closely. Are you blind? Ignoring the good stuff from the head, yet wanting this mediocre lotus? The cat muttered. You wouldn't understand. Carlo was excited and said to the head, I'd like to meet the owner of this lotus. All right. The head nodded. Do you still want the lotus? If so, I can keep it. No need. Carlo shook his head. It's nothing special. Continue the auction. Chapter 42. Sunset Mountain Range. The auction house owner led Denny to the person who had auctioned off the lotus flower. This was a Zeke with dark skin, a robust build, and a face covered in scars. Owner. The Zeke was visibly moved, not expecting to meet the auction house owner in person. The owner was considered one of the true elite figures in Dongling City, someone ordinary people could never hope to see. It's fine. This young master wants to speak with you. The auction house owner nodded. I would like to ask where you obtained the lotus flower you auctioned? Denny asked. The Zeke hesitated. Is there something wrong with the lotus? There's no problem. Don't be nervous. I just genuinely want to know where you got it from. Indeed, there was nothing amiss with that lotus. However, unbeknownst to others, it was clearly recorded in the causality records. It was a companion lotus, growing alongside the crepe myrtle lotus. Crepe myrtle lotus was an extremely rare treasure, rarely seen in the world. A treasured lotus was sentient, possessing means to protect itself, and the companion lotus growing around it served as part of its defense mechanism. People often overlooked it because of the companion lotus. The Zeke remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. If you tell me honestly, I will give you some compensation. The auction house owner saw through the man's thoughts and spoke thusly. Being a wandering cultivator, everything the Zeke did was for profit, so his hesitation was a sign he wanted to gain from this. Sure enough, once the owner finished speaking, the Zeke immediately revealed everything. I found this lotus in the Sunset Mountain Range. He spoke very detailedly without omitting anything. Sunset Mountain Range. This was an enormous mountain range located at the intersection of the eastern and central regions. It housed many demonic beasts and natural treasures. Can you help draw a map? Denny asked. Sure. The Zeke nodded. The auction house owner immediately sent for paper and ink, and the Zeke began drawing on the paper. After some time, the Zeke completed the map and handed it over to Denny. True to his word, the auction house owner provided 5,000 spirit stones as payment to the Zeke. Thank you. The Zeke was very happy. 5,000 spirit stones were not insignificant. Denny and the others bid farewell to the auction house owner and left for the Sunset Mountain Range. Do you plan to go to the Sunset Mountain Range, young master? The auction house owner asked. Desmond's. Denny nodded. Since the Sunset Mountain Range was at the border between the eastern and central regions, it was conveniently on their way without wasting any time. Zhangqian sect was located in the central region, which was the most prosperous area of Jeremiah. Jeremiah was divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and center. Do you need my men to escort you? The auction house owner asked. No need, Denny replied. If I run into trouble, I can directly seek help from the Hengtian auction house in the central region. Right, there is also a Hengtian auction house in the central region. Thank you for your assistance. Denny and his companions parted ways with the auction house owner, left the Hengtian auction house, and headed towards the Sunset Mountain Range. Dongling City was situated in the central part of the eastern region, while the Sunset Mountain Range was at the border between the eastern and central regions. The distance between them was considerable, similar to the distance between Yunshan City and Dongling City. It took them more than 10 days, passing through various cities and forests before they finally reached the Sunset Mountain Range. Every time they passed through a city, Denny would enter and visit the Hengtian auction house to see if there were any rare natural treasures available. Unfortunately, none were found. Such luck was rare, only happening with exceptional fortune. The Sunset Mountain Range stretched endlessly, towering trees lining its expanse. Upon entering, one could feel the intense primitive aura. One side of the mountain range was the eastern region, the other the central region. The population within was mixed, with people from both the eastern and western regions. Roar, roar, roar. Beast roars echoed continuously within the mountains. Many of these demonic beasts were extremely powerful, and even the dominant ones struck fear into human experts, preventing them from getting close or provoking them. Jayla tried to roar upon entering but quickly withdrew her head after hearing the roaring sounds. In Chinchong Mountains, she had been the dominant one, fearless and unstoppable. Here, however, even a random beast could potentially end her life. Ava didn't dare act recklessly. There are many big guys here, she muttered, feeling apprehensive. The crepe myrtle lotus is deep inside. Denny's eyebrows twitched. According to the map drawn by the Zeke, the crepe myrtle lotus wasn't easy to obtain and required venturing deeper into the mountains. Before coming, he did extensive research. The Sunset Mountain Range was fraught with danger, and a single misstep could result in death, preventing one from leaving alive. Go with a group to venture deeper. He glanced around and noticed many people forming teams. The Sunset Mountain Range was perilous, so few traveled alone. Almost everyone grouped up before proceeding. Even the Zeke who obtained the companion lotus had ventured in with a team. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he wouldn't have been able to delve deep. Many companion lotuses grew near the crepe myrtle lotus, and the Zeke's teammates also obtained some. Is anyone going deeper? He approached a crowd and inquired. Going deeper? A young man looked him over carefully and asked, You want to go deeper? Desmond's, Denny replied. You should reconsider. Your cultivation realm is too low. You haven't even reached the Tongxian stage. Deep within isn't a place you can venture. The young man could discern Denny's cultivation level to be below Tongxian, indicating he was at least at the Tongxian stage himself. Young man, don't set unrealistic goals. While deeper areas do contain valuable resources, they are also more dangerous. You should stay near the outskirts. Know your limits. Don't act recklessly. Others nearby shook their heads, advising Denny against going deeper, where even demonic beasts were at the Tongxian realm or higher. Venturing in with cultivation lower than Tongxian was a sure path to death. Don't worry. My pet's realm is above Tongxian. I won't hold you back. Denny smiled, patting Jayla's head, signaling her to display her strength. I'm not a pet. Jayla bared her teeth, annoyed by Denny referring to her as a pet. Do you expect us to believe that? You're not at the Tongxian realm yourself. How could you have a Tongxian pet? The young man doubted, questioning aloud. Due to recombined bloodlines, Jayla's true cultivation was concealed, making it difficult for outsiders to determine her real strength unless they were significantly stronger. Clearly, the young man wasn't that strong. Why not test it out? See if it meets your requirements. Denny smiled confidently. On their journey, both Denny and Jayla underwent rigorous training and significant improvement. Now, Jayla was nearly comparable to a 5th-tier Tongxian cultivator. If she used the White Tiger Sacred Art, she could challenge even a 6th-tier Tongxian cultivator. Chapter 43, Joining the Team. I'll give it a try. The young man spoke up, walking with the kitten to an open area and assuming a fighting stance, ready to engage in battle. You go first. Amanita was extremely confident and allowed the young man to take the first move. The young man couldn't sense its true strength, but the kitten could easily perceive his. The young man was at the 4th level of the profound realm. To the kitten, the young man wasn't strong and posed no threat. Without saying much, the young man moved immediately. His steps were swift, zigzagging left and right as he used a divine stepping technique to confuse the kitten. Useless. Amanita's eyes gleamed with a special luster, immediately seeing through the young man's tactics. With a paw swipe, winds and clouds surged around. Astonishing spiritual energy stirred, and it struck the young man instantly. The young man grunted, suffering a heavy blow. Blood rushed within him, threatening to gush out. He stopped, clearly aware of the significant gap between himself and the kitten. Amanita far surpassed him. I'll go. At this moment, a bald, burly man stepped forward. Amanita has sufficient strength, but your strength is too low. If you wish to join our team, it needs to defeat me. He was the captain of this team and also the strongest member. If it were just the kitten, he wouldn't hesitate to let it join. However, there were not only the kitten but also Denny and Lamar. Only if the kitten was strong enough would he agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Denny and others join. All right. Denny nodded and said to the kitten, fight well, don't embarrass your master. If you mention master again, I'll leave now. Amanita bared its teeth, hating those two words. With such esteemed bloodline, how could it be someone's pet? It absolutely wouldn't agree. Stop complaining, you can leave if you want. Unless you want to remain a cat forever. Denny smiled, completely unfazed. You. Amanita immediately looked dejected. Without Denny, it truly couldn't manage. It had been trying to feel the presence of its other esteemed bloodline within its body, but couldn't do so at all. To awaken all its bloodlines, it really needed Denny's help. Come on. It didn't say more, and immediately took up the challenge. The bald burly man had already seen the kitten's strength. He didn't dare to underestimate it, and launched an attack first. His strength far exceeded that of the previous young man. His fists slammed with immense power, causing the void to rumble continuously. Spiritual energy swirled around him, and he was incredibly robust, striking with great force. Amanita's entire body emitted a dazzling light, its fur standing on end. It attempted to face off with the Barnabas head-on to better understand his strength. So strong. In an instant, it determined the strength of the Barnabas. The Barnabas was at the 6th level of the profound realm, incredibly powerful. Winning this fight wasn't going to be easy. However, it didn't give up. Although the Barnabas was strong, there was still a chance. It gathered strength from within its body, mobilizing partially restored bloodline power. Instantly, its aura surged, its strength greatly increased, making it seem like a tiger descending from the mountain. Boom. They clashed, explosions sounding off as they traded blows, each one powerful. The bald burly man used a martial art technique, unleashing an incredibly strong boxing style. In an instant, his strength multiplied, and a single punch could shatter a rock weighing hundreds of pounds. On the other side, the kitten employed the white tiger holy art. Even if it only revealed a small fraction of its potential, people could tell it was an extraordinary skill. Given its current low strength, it lacked self-defense capability. If anyone knew it possessed such remarkable abilities, it would certainly attract trouble. This issue had been discussed by Denny and the kitten. During their journey, they constantly experimented and finally found a way to hide the white tiger holy art. They didn't directly use the white tiger holy art, but instead infused its power into other techniques, camouflaging it. This reduced the effectiveness of the white tiger holy art, but it was very safe. With the power of the white tiger holy art, the kitten's strength surged, intensifying its battle against the Barnabas. Although not as strong as a direct burst from the white tiger holy art, it was still formidable. Amanita gradually gained the upper hand, subduing the Barnabas. Oh whoa! Amanita raised its head and roared, breaking through the layers of force released by the Barnabas, sending him flying back. I lost. The Barnabas withdrew from the fight, admitting his defeat. He could sense that the kitten had held back its claws. In a life-or-death battle, that claw strike could have cost him at least half his life. You can join our team? True to his word, he agreed for Denny and company to join. Pleasure doing business. Denny chuckled lightly. With their addition, the team would only benefit. The Barnabas then introduced the team members to Denny. His name was Lionel, and the one who battled the kitten earlier was named Dan. The team consisted of 4 more members, 2 present here, and 2 not. Ashley and Sandy should be returning soon. They're recruiting more members elsewhere. Lionel added, once they arrive, we'll set off together. Okay. Denny nodded, waiting for Ashley and Sandy. Not long after, Ashley and Sandy returned, followed by a man and a woman. Both of them exuded extraordinary charisma and appeared to be no ordinary individuals. Brother you, these are the teammates we recruited. They're very strong. Dodge is at the 8th level of the profound realm, while Amy is at the 9th level. Sandy introduced them proudly, indicating the man as Dodge and the woman as Amy. So high. Lionel was astonished, not expecting Sandy to recruit such high-level individuals. People at the 8th or 9th levels of the profound realm usually look down on teams like theirs. Before, he had tried to recruit such high-level individuals but always faced rejection because most of his team members were around the 5th level of the profound realm, not impressive enough for those higher levels. These are the new recruits I just added to our team. Let's introduce ourselves, he explained, hiding his shock with a smile. Can they join our team? Amy frowned, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction, clearly sensing that Denny and Lamar hadn't even reached the profound realm yet. Is this a joke? Dodge was equally displeased. Was it supposed to bring along slackers like Denny and Lamar into deeper areas? Chapter 44. The team disbands. Dodge, at the 8th level of profound realm. Note, the character Shen was not translated in the user's input. In the context of cultivation realms, Tongshen Jing is generally translated as profound realm. Therefore, I have made sure to accurately convey this term consistently throughout the text. Amy, at the 9th level of profound realm. The character Shen seems to be accidentally left in Chinese. In English, it should read profound realm to maintain consistency and fluency in the target language. They instantly sensed the exact realms of Denny and Lamar. Denny, at the 6th level of pulse formation realm. Lamar, at the 4th level of pulse formation realm. To them, such realms were simply a joke. Even someone at the 5th level of profound realm was a joke, not taken seriously by them. Note, I've removed the Chinese character Shen to maintain consistency and ensure the text reads naturally in English. Indeed, during their recent journey, Denny's realm had advanced from the 5th level of pulse formation to the 6th level. When Lamar left Yunshan City, he was at the 1st level of pulse formation. Through much trials and improvement, his realm now reached the peak of the 4th level of pulse formation. It traveled with them. Its strength is formidable. I fought against it, but could not match its prowess and ended up defeated. Lionel explained rapidly, knowing well why Dodge and Amy were unhappy. He was sweating bullets inside, fearing that Dodge and Amy might leave. However, he was a man of principle. Having made a promise to Denny and others, he wouldn't change his mind. If Dodge and Amy refused in the end, he would have no choice but to accept it. Although having Dodge and Amy on board would offer him significant advantages and more safety, he wouldn't violate his own principles. Strong enough to defeat you means something? Amy scoffed. Ashley and Sandy sincerely invited us, and we were moved by their sincerity, so we decided to join. But now, you want us to bring along 2 burdens? Sorry, we won't. Without reaching the profound realm, what can they do? You want to be good-hearted, but we don't. The deep areas aren't for sightseeing. We struggle enough just trying to protect ourselves. Note, the term Shin is specifically translated as profound here to maintain consistency in terminology. Dodge's voice turned cold. If you want us to continue, get rid of them. Brother you, what they say makes sense. Taking 2 pulse formation realms with us will drag us down. Let them go. It's for their own good too. Sandy and Ashley told Lionel. I've already promised them. Lionel insisted, unwilling to betray his principles. Funny, can't even save yourself, yet you want to protect others? Amy sneered. Someone like you won't last long, especially in these Sunset Mountains. To have us join you, this is how fortunate you are? Who else would be willing to bring your group into the depths? Dodge wasn't polite, adding, fortune has landed on you, but you reject it. Truly commendable. Though harsh, it was true. At around the 5th level of Profound Realm, it was incredibly difficult to find a team willing to venture deep. Different paths lead different people. We're not compatible, farewell? Lionel's tone also grew colder. Brother you, if this is your stance, we have to go. Brother you, this is a great opportunity. Think about us. Sandy and Ashley complained. They shared Dodge and Amy's view and didn't want to take Denny and Lamar. The team members like Dan were slightly discontent. Originally, without Dodge and Amy, taking Denny at all was acceptable. Now, with better options available, they naturally chose the best one. Think about us? Lionel looked at Sandy and Ashley. Isn't everyone here someone other teams rejected? My realm isn't low, perhaps stronger than all of you, yet able to join teams venturing deep. I only formed this team because you couldn't join others, pulling you all together to go deep. Now, you think I'm not considering you? He shook his head repeatedly, feeling disappointed and let down. In a cruel world where the strong prey on the weak, he remained kind-hearted and eager to help. He originally belonged to a deep venturing team. Seeing Ashley et al. Repeatedly failing to join any team, he felt sorry for them, quit his original team, and started this new one to gather them all. Now, Ashley and Sandy criticized him. He felt heartbroken. People are too pragmatic. These days, good-hearted people never live long, especially when they lack strength. Amy remained unimpressed, her face still showing disdain. Don't follow him. It's a dead-end path. Want to enter the depths with us? Come over. Dodge pulled people over. Brother you. I'm sorry. I want to enter the depths. Without hesitation, Sandy and Ashley joined Amy and Dodge. They felt guilty, thinking they wronged Lionel. But reality was harsh. Following Lionel wouldn't be as advantageous as joining Dodge and Amy. No problem. You have the freedom to choose. Lionel released them, letting go, focusing on doing what was right. You two, if you want to go with them, go ahead. He turned to Dan and the others. Brother you, sorry. Apologies. 2 more apologized to Lionel and joined Amy and Dodge. Brother you, I won't leave. Dan stayed. Only he remained in the team. He also wanted to join Amy and Dodge, but couldn't bring himself to abandon Lionel after being accepted while others rejected him. Not going. Amy sneered. 4th level of Profound Realm. The weakest among us. I wouldn't take you either. Good luck, guys. Keep it up. I hope we meet again in the depths. Dodge mocked sarcastically. Such low real meres entering the depths? Zyrically to be eaten by beasts midway. Amy and Dodge arrogantly led Sandy et al., heading deeper into the mountains. Denny was surprised, not expecting Lionel to stay true to his word, even rejecting Dodge and Amy. Roar kid, you've got guts, nicely done. Uncle Tiger admires you. Mavis shouted. In fact, even if Dodge and Amy agreed, it wouldn't have mattered since he wouldn't tolerate their arrogant attitude. Thanks. Losing them is not a bad thing but a good thing. Denny smiled. With us around, it's the best outcome. Hopefully. Lionel laughed bitterly, dismissing Denny's words. Mavis was indeed powerful but still inferior compared to Dodge and Amy. Could this really be a good thing? Zyressen up. Because of you, the team has scattered. Follow brother use orders every step of the way. Dan seethed, harboring resentment. Chapter 44. The team disbands. Dodge was at the 8th Profound Shen realm. Amy was at the 9th Profound Shen realm. They instantly sensed the exact realms of Denny and Lamar. Denny was at the 6th Connecting Pulse realm. Lamar was at the 4th Connecting Pulse realm. Such realms were a joke to them. Even those at the 5th Profound Shen realm were considered a joke, not worthy of their attention. Indeed, during this period of travel, Denny's realm had improved from the 5th Connecting Pulse realm to the 6th Connecting Pulse realm. When Lamar left Cloud Mountain City, he was at the 1st Connecting Pulse realm. He also went through much hardship and training, eventually reaching the peak of the 4th Connecting Pulse realm. They are together, very strong. I fought with him and lost. Lionel explained quickly, understanding why Dodge and Amy were unhappy. He was sweating, truly fearing that Dodge and Amy would leave because of this. However, he was a man of principles. He had promised Denny and others, and wouldn't go back on his word. If Dodge and Amy ultimately disagreed, he could only accept it. Although their team would greatly benefit from having Dodge and Amy join, offering more security, he wouldn't violate his principles. So you think being stronger than him is impressive? Amy sneered. Ashley and Sandy sincerely invited us. Moved by their sincerity, we decided to join. But now, you want us to bring along 2 burdens? Sorry, we don't agree. Those who haven't even reached the Profound Shen realm, what can they do? You want to be good, but we don't. Going deeper isn't sightseeing. We can hardly guarantee our own safety. Dodge's voice turned cold. If you want us to continue joining, get rid of them. You go. Everything Amy and Dodge said makes sense. Bringing 2 Connecting Pulse realm members will be a drag on all of us. Let them go. It's for their own good too. Sandy and Ashley said to Lionel. I've already made my promise. Lionel said, unwilling to compromise his principles. Funny, can't protect yourself yet want to protect others? Amy mocked, someone like you won't live long, especially in the Sunset Mountains. Had we joined, how fortunate would that have been? Who else would be willing to bring a group like yours deep in? Dodge continued impolitely, good fortune came to you, but you reject it. Incredible. His words were harsh but true. Finding a team to take someone around the 5th profound Shen realm strength into deeper regions was very difficult. Different paths lead to different destinations. We aren't on the same path, let's part ways then. Lionel's tone grew chilly. You go if you insist, we have no choice but to leave too. This is such a great opportunity, please consider us too. Sandy and Ashley complained, aligning with Dodge and Amy's thoughts, not wanting to include Denny and Lamar. Dan and other team members also felt somewhat dissatisfied. Without Dodge and Amy, bringing Denny all along would have been fine. Now with better options available, they naturally wanted the best one. To think about us? Lionel looked at Sandy and Ashley. Who among you hasn't been rejected by other teams? My realm may not be high, but it's not low. I can join teams heading deeper. It was seeing you couldn't join any other team that led me to form my own, bringing you all together to enter deeper as one. Now, you say I didn't consider you? He shook his head, feeling disappointed and disheartened. The world was cruel, survival of the fittest. Yet he chose not to be ruthless or heartless, staying kind-hearted and helpful. Initially, he was part of a team entering deeper. Seeing Ashley and others unable to find teams for deeper exploration, he quit his old team out of kindness and formed his own, inviting Ashley and others to join. Now, Sandy and Ashley actually spoke like this. He felt a chill. Both of our mans were indeed very practical. These days, good people never live long, especially good people without power. Amy remained unimpressed, showing disdain. Don't follow him, he'll only lead to death. If you want to enter deeper with us, come over. Dodge openly solicited support. You go sorry. I want to go deeper. Without hesitation, Sandy and Ashley joined Amy and Dodge. They felt guilty, thinking they were letting Lionel down. But reality was harsh. Traveling deeper with Lionel paled in comparison to doing so with Dodge and Amy. No problem, you're free to choose. Lionel released them from guilt, deciding to focus on himself instead of worrying about others. You can choose too. If you want to go with him, feel free. He turned to Dan and the others. You go sorry. Apologies. 2 others apologized to Lionel before joining Dodge and Amy. You go I stay. Dan remained, leaving the team reduced to just him. He wished to join Dodge and Amy, but he felt remorseful. So many teams refused him, only Lionel accepted him, pulling him into the team. He didn't want to abandon Lionel now. Not leaving? Amy scoffed, you're at the lowest level, even I don't need you in my 4th profound Shen realm. You guys keep going, I'm rooting for you. Hope to see you deeper. Dodge sarcastically urged onward, deliberately saying opposite words. Such low-level members might never reach deeper, likely devoured by beasts en route. Dodge and Amy arrogantly led Sandy et al., leaving Lionel behind, rushing toward deeper regions. Denny was surprised, not expecting Lionel to be so principled, rejecting Dodge and Amy. Wolf kid, you did well. Tiger Grandpa appreciates you. Indeed, even if Dodge and Amy agreed to join, it would not have happened. Their arrogance and rudeness were unbearable. He preferred avoiding that tension. Thank you. Losing them is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Denny smiled. With us, it's the best outcome. Hopefully. Lionel smiled bitterly, unconvinced, not fully believing Denny's words. Paris was indeed powerful, but still far weaker than Dodge and Amy. Could this really be a good thing? You need to listen up. Because of you, the team split. Follow UGE's commands. Dan was furious, harboring much resentment. Chapter 45, Clementine. Could Dan not feel resentful? What was originally a well-functioning team had dissolved so easily. It would be difficult to reassemble a team like this again. High-level cultivators looked down on their team. Lower-level cultivators rarely ventured deep into the mountains. Especially since their team included Denny and Lamar, who were still at the Pulse Formation realm, it would be even more challenging. No problem, let's see if we can recruit some more people. If not, we'll set off as we are. If we're careful, we should still be able to venture deeper. Lionel addressed everyone, instructing them to look for new members. They split up to search for recruits. Denny, Lamar, Haroun, Moira, they stayed together. Recruiting people wasn't an easy task. Those who wanted to go deeper turned Denny and Lamar down immediately upon sensing their realms. And lower-level cultivators didn't want to go deep inside either. Can you take me deeper? As Denny and the others searched for suitable targets, they heard a pleading voice. It was a teenage girl, around 15 or 16 years old, with a well-developed figure, skin as white as snow, big watery eyes, and a pure, beautiful face. Zyrettel's sister, I really wish I could take you, but your realm is too low. One of the team members shook his head. Though he was impressed by the girl's beauty and wanted to develop a relationship with her, her realm was too low, only at the 5th stage Pulse Formation realm. Even if he agreed, the other members wouldn't. Alright. The girl felt disheartened. Ava hadn't expected it to be so difficult to enter the depths. This wasn't the first time she'd been rejected. It had happened many times already. Denny's eyes narrowed in interest. His spiritual perception was very keen, and he sensed that this girl was different from ordinary Pulse Formation realm cultivators. I really am different. He stared wide-eyed, stunned after consulting the cause and effect record. Cause. Clementine, the daughter of the Luo clan chieftain in central Jeremiah, possessed astonishing talent, having formed 7 pulses. Because her grandfather was celebrating a long life, she wanted to pick medicinal herbs from the depths herself as a sign of filial piety. Effect. Helping her fulfill this wish could make her a friend. This must definitely be added to our team. It wasn't about making friends, but rather the clear indication from the cause and effect record. Clementine had hidden protectors from the Luo clan. The chieftain's daughter, her identity was incomparably revered. Clementine thought no one in the Luo clan knew about her plan, but in reality, they were fully aware. If they recruited her, their team's safety would certainly be assured. Xyretl sister, do you want to go deeper? Denny approached with what he thought was a charming smile. Unbeknownst to him, such a smile looked extremely sleazy in Clementine's eyes. Lothario, a man lusting after her beauty. Clementine instantly categorized Denny as such. Don't want to. Ava refused outright without hesitation, turning around and leaving swiftly. Denny wanted to curse. Was he that scary? Don't leave, don't leave. I heard you want to go deeper. Teams going deep have high requirements for member levels. Even if you search here for a month, it will be very hard to find a team. You're the best choice if you want to go deeper. Denny ran up and said. Clementine stopped. Though young, she was very stubborn, determined to achieve her goal. Otherwise, she would have asked for help from her clan instead of acting alone. Denny was right. With her low level, teams venturing deep all turned her down. All right. Ultimately, she agreed. Having a team was better than none. Let's go. Our team is very strong. My pet Temperance can handle 10 at once. Denny chuckled. Ayo. Haroun roared loudly. I'm a tiger, not a cat. As for being called a pet, it just rolled its eyes, knowing it was futile anyway. So cute. Big kitty. Clementine saw Haroun and instantly fell in love with it. Amanita was beautiful and very popular with girls, just a bit on the large side. Let's go. Seeing Clementine's fondness for Haroun, Denny was delighted as they returned to where they had agreed to meet Lionel. Before long, Lionel and Dan returned. They had failed to find anyone. You managed to get someone? Dan looked pleased seeing Clementine. Finally, there was a new member. But when he sensed Clementine's realm, his expression darkened. Pulse Formation Realm? Speechless, utterly speechless. How did he end up with another Pulse Formation Realm person? Forget it. He consoled himself. How could Denny, who was at such a low realm, possibly recruit any powerful cultivators? Lionel said nothing, pulling Denny aside and whispering, You can't try to flirt like this. 3 Pulse Formation Realm members going deep? It's absurd. Calm down. Denny chuckled softly. I'm not flirting but doing something great for our team. Do you know who she is? Ava's the daughter of the Luo clan chieftain in Central Jeremiah How. The daughter of the Luo clan chieftain? Lionel almost shouted. Being from Central Jeremiah How himself, he knew how powerful the Luo clan was. Undoubtedly, in this area, the Luo clan was one of the largest forces. Are you sure? He lowered his voice suspiciously. Could Denny be lying just to impress her? Absolutely. A regular girl wouldn't want to go deep. Ava's here to gather herbs for her grandfather's birthday, Denny whispered back. Keep it secret. She doesn't want her identity revealed, or she wouldn't be able to join any team. Lionel sized up Clementine with his eyes. True, she didn't seem like a regular girl. Her demeanor was extraordinary. All right, I'll trust you this time. In any case, the team composition wouldn't change much. And if she was indeed the chieftain's daughter, they would benefit greatly. The Luo clan wouldn't let anything happen to her. Let's go deeper. They began their journey, officially entering the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains were majestic and vast, with towering peaks lined up one after another. Lush with greenery, massive trees standing tall, and dense vegetation thriving with primal energy. The essence of spirituality was overwhelming here. Without doubt, cultivating in such a place would yield far better results compared to other areas. Indeed, many chose to stay in the Sunset Mountains, both cultivating and toughening themselves. The outer areas were crowded, while monsters weren't common as most feared appearing easily. After all, beasts were treasure troves for cultivators, who wouldn't miss a chance to hunt them down. Denny and the others proceeded smoothly without encountering any dangers. However, as they moved further, people became fewer, and beasts gradually increased in number. Chapter 46, where something unexpected happens. Roar. A rhinoceros, its body covered in scales and as large as a small mountain, charged forward with astounding force, causing the ground to tremble violently as it approached. Thick trees snapped and broke under its impact, dust rose from the ground, and rocks flew everywhere from the shock waves. Lionel reacted swiftly, immediately dashing forward. Arms spread wide as he unleashed a powerful punch to intercept the rhinoceros. So hard. His face turned pale. The rhino's hide was terrifyingly tough. His fist felt like it had struck iron, almost shattering his bones. Ayo. Amanita leaped into action, jumping from its spot, first standing on end as it slashed forward with a claw. To everyone's surprise, the fierce rhinoceros showed a trace of fear in its eyes after the kitten's attack. Why was it afraid? Even the rhino didn't know. It was an instinctive fear. Amanita's claws shimmered with a cold light, releasing powerful spiritual energy that penetrated the rhino's tough hide, causing blood to splatter. Roar. The rhinoceros bellowed in rage, its eyes burning with fury, desperately wanting to tear the kitten to pieces. But deep inside, it was overwhelmed by an insurmountable fear of the kitten, too terrified to fight back. Despite sensing its own superior strength, the rhino couldn't suppress its fear and eventually turned and fled. Amazing! Anastasia's eyes sparkled. Charles hadn't lied. This kitten was indeed formidable, having driven off even a rhinoceros. Tiger Grandpa is naturally amazing. Don't say one bull, even 100 would be no match for me. Amanita preened, but Lionel felt something wasn't quite right. He had fought both the kitten and the rhino and knew their strengths very well. While the kitten was stronger than him, the rhino was far more powerful. Likely even an 8th stage spirit profound realm practitioner wouldn't be a match. Could this ferocious rhino have been driven off by the kitten? Roar. Just then, a roar that shook the forest echoed through the mountains. Birds and beasts scattered wildly, leaves fell continuously from the trees, and an overwhelming malevolent aura spread. So that's why. The rhino wasn't scared away by you. It was frightened by this demonic beast. Dan shouted. Don't worry, Tiger Grandpa is here. There won't be any trouble. Amanita remained calm, not at all flustered. It was confident that its bloodline suppressed the rhino and knew how formidable its own lineage was. However, soon enough, it lost its composure, trembling all over. What kind of demonic beast was this? Taller than 100 meters, it could touch the clouds with a single raised hand. Its mouth opened, swallowing a massive bird dozens of meters long in one gulp. Run! It was the first to flee, moving incredibly fast. But you said there would be no trouble. Dan sneered. This kitten really wasn't reliable. He ran just as fast, knowing that a beast of such colossal size could crush him with a single step. How can the outskirts be so dangerous? As the kitten ran, sweat streamed down its face. The Sunset Mountains were truly terrifying. Even the outskirts harbored such fearsome and monstrous beasts. Roar! 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 Beast roars resounded, indicating that the gigantic creature had encountered an ambush. Explosions erupted in its vicinity, sending rocks flying and shaking the entire mountain range. From a distance, they could see several human figures engaging the beast in battle. Charles and Lionel exchanged glances without a word, but they understood each other. Though they couldn't see clearly, they knew these figures were the Luo clan's strong warriors. No one else would dare challenge such a terrifying beast. The Luo clan was protecting Anastasia. Something unexpected might be happening deeper inside. Lionel gazed towards the depths, his face filled with worry. Normally, such creatures lived deep within, not near the outskirts. Though they had ventured far in, they were still in the outskirts, far from the depths. Encountering such a terrifying beast here led him to believe that something significant might be happening deeper in. Do we still proceed, brother you? Dan was shaken. Even the rhino was incredibly strong, let alone the giant beast. He feared they wouldn't make it to the depths. Go! Lionel gritted his teeth. He had matters to attend to in the depths and would brave the dangers no matter what. I will too. Charles nodded. The purple ash lotus lay deep within, connected to his seventh pulse. He couldn't abandon it halfway. I'll go too. Anastasia waved her tiny fists firmly. Her stubborn nature wouldn't allow her to give up until she reached her goal. Can I choose not to go? Amanita whined, genuinely not wanting to risk its life deeper in. You don't have a choice. Charles slapped the kitten's head. They continued on their journey deeper. The path ahead grew increasingly perilous, with demons as powerful as the rhino appearing frequently, and some even stronger. Definitely something wrong in the depths. Lionel was certain. Entering the depths should be difficult, but not this hard. If nothing unusual was happening, so many powerful demons shouldn't be roaming the route to the depths. Fortunately, they were cautious and managed to evade many strong demons, gradually closing in on the depths. Much of this success owed to the kitten. With part of its bloodline reconnected, it emitted a terrifying aura that kept stronger demons at bay. Had it not been for this aura, even greater caution wouldn't have helped them evade the powerful demons. What they thought was evasion was merely those strong demons not approaching. These demons were mostly below the spirit profound realm. Those above wouldn't fear the kitten's aura and might even attack, considering it nourishment. Amanita's restored bloodline was still insufficient to intimidate higher-level demons. Wow, never expected you'd actually make it this far. While Charles and company were traveling, they encountered another group of people, the group led by Avon Carey. The mocking voice belonged to Avon Carey. Fascinating. Nearly reaching the depths. Tell us how you made it. Did you crawl here like turtles? Hiding everywhere, barely showing your heads, just sneaking in? Dodge was even more arrogant, looking down on Charles and his group, mocking them harshly. He despised Charles's group from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 47. Dark. A bunch of flies, how annoying. Amanita was very displeased. Amy and Dodge had extremely poor attitudes, looking down on everyone and constantly belittling them. Who are you people? Are you that powerful? You speak so rudely. Did no one teach you manners? Anastasia was equally unhappy. What did it mean to be as slow as a turtle? That was just too insulting. These are the teammates you found? No real strength, but quite a sharp tongue. Amy snorted coldly, her gaze filled with hostility as she looked at Anastasia. It was all because Anastasia was too beautiful. Even she paled in comparison before such beauty. Ava envied Anastasia's looks. Zyrettle girl, it's okay to eat more, but not to talk too much. Understand? Dodge's voice turned icy. Naturally, he stood on the same side as his sister, Amy. You're describing yourself, aren't you? Denny retorted. We didn't provoke you first, yet you came over here with such harsh words. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Can't be bullied, huh? Dodge laughed loudly, showing utmost disdain. What were Denny and company even worth? They had fought their way here. They were extremely strong. With a simple command, he could have Denny and company bleeding out right there. Brother you, don't be stubborn anymore. You should know by now how difficult this path is. Not only have the demonic beasts increased in number, they've also grown stronger. Sandy tried to persuade Lionel, saying, Brother you, don't stay with them any longer. Come with us. They'll drag you down to your death. Desmonda, brother you. Big Katrina, Amy, and Brother Dodge are genuinely powerful. All those demonic beasts along the road were cut down. Ashley joined in, worshipping Amy and Dodge. Both held some sort of powerful magical artifact. Although the demonic beasts were formidable, they weren't a match for the artifact and were all killed. Forget it. Go your way. We'll go ours. It's fine. Lionel gently refused with a laugh. He had seen the Luo clan's protectors who were secretly safeguarding Anastasia. Regardless of how strong Amy and Dodge were, they could never compare to the Luo clan's protectors. Besides, even if he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't abandon Denny and the others. He wasn't that kind of person. To give face but not to respect it. Amy snorted coldly, proud like a peacock. Ava disdained Lionel and company from the bottom of her heart. A strange light flashed in Denny's eyes. Why would someone as arrogant as Amy join a team? Especially considering Ashley, Sandy, and others weren't particularly strong. Someone like Amy or Dodge should team up with cultivators at the mystical spirit realm level. There must be a reason behind this. As expected, He sneered inwardly and opened the record of cause and effect, instantly grasping everything. Amy and Dodge had already ventured deep before. This was their second time venturing into the depths. On their first trip, they discovered an auspicious place and obtained a powerful magical artifact at its edge, a bronze bell of exceptional power and extraordinary rank. Even a gentle shake could unleash astonishing force. Overjoyed, they wanted to explore deeper into the auspicious place. However, the inner area harbored boundless terrors and countless traps. Even with the bronze bell, they couldn't enter. So, they emerged and teamed up with others, using them as cannon fodder to help them enter the auspicious place. They neither chose the overly strong nor the overly weak. Too strong, and they might catch wind of the plan. Too weak, and they'd likely do nothing. That's why they teamed up with Ashley and others. They met their criteria. Denny became interested in this auspicious place. According to the record of cause and effect, the bronze bell obtained by Amy and Dodge was not ordinary. It had great significance and was only found outside the auspicious place. Greater treasures and opportunities might await within. Don't waste our time with useless talk. Let's move. Dodge sneered and set off with Amy and others. We should go too, Denny said, and began walking with Lionel and company. They proceeded one after the other toward the depths. Wish us to clear the obstacles ahead for you? Nice try. Dodge turned back, shooting icy glares. Follow behind, relying on them to infiltrate deeper? Never. Go away and don't get in our way. Amy's expression froze, emitting heavy killing intent. Neither would she agree. Have some decency, all right? Is this your private path, only for you to walk? Amanita bared its teeth, wishing it could slap Amy and Dodge. Only it lacked the confidence to defeat them. If we're in front, the demonic beasts will naturally attack us, not you. If you're capable, don't follow us, lead the way. Sandy said. Sure, no problem. Denny didn't say much, leading Lamar and others to the front. This puts us at a disadvantage. Anastasia complained. It was obvious. Whoever led faced the greatest risk. If it were someone else, fine. But Dodge and company were infuriating. It's fine, Denny laughed easily, unconcerned. Would he choose something disadvantageous? No. Conditions had changed in the depths, adding many powerful demonic beasts. He deliberately kept pace behind Amy and company to ensure their safety. He intended to reach that auspicious place. Along the way, they encountered few strong demonic beasts. This wasn't luck or caution. It might relate to the kitten's bloodline or the hidden protection by the Luo clan. Either way, they remained safe. True enough, after traveling a long distance, they hadn't encountered any demonic beasts. What's going on? Are they this lucky? In the rear, Sandy muttered. This was far from normal. Usually, every step forward meant danger. Encountering attacks regularly, following Denny and company this far without incident was bizarre. Roar. Suddenly, beast roars echoed, trees shook, and the ground trembled slightly. I knew it. How can anyone be this lucky all the time? Sandy laughed. A powerful demonic beast emerged. Let's see what they do. Amy smirked, hoping to see Denny and company fail, especially Anastasia, but soon, they were stunned. What did they see? Demonic beast charged from ahead, bypassing Denny and company, heading straight for them. Hell, Dodge cursed. Why did this happen? Did the beasts find Denny and company less appetizing? Chapter 48. Unbelievable luck. A black bear with pitch black fur as dark as ink charged towards Dodge and his group, its body as massive as a small hill. It lunged forward with a gaping blood-red maw. As it ran, the ground trembled violently, stones flew in all directions, and an overwhelming aura of bloodlust filled the air. It was terrifying. Strangely, the bear didn't attack Denny's group, but went after them instead. This left Dodge and company feeling quite unsettled. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, people were whispering among themselves. Mocking Latoya Anastasia, are they even worthy? They need to be taught a lesson. With ill intent on their faces, they were indeed powerful members of the Luo clan. Seeing Amy and others mocking Anastasia, they grew furious and deliberately controlled the black bear beast to deal with Amy's group. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy tolls of a bell rang out, sending waves of golden light rippling outward. Amy and Dodge reacted swiftly, jointly summoning a bronze bell to counter the black bear. The bronze bell glowed and hung suspended in midair. Its body was intricately carved with images of many mythical beasts, powerful and astonishing ancient creatures, some of which were legendary invincible monsters. What is that bell? Not far off, the strongmen from the Luo clan looked grim. Despite their extremely high levels, they couldn't determine the true grade of the bronze bell. This bronze bell was undoubtedly a great treasure. Roar. The black bear roared, unleashing all its power. It was incredibly strong, comparable to a cultivator in the mystical spirit realm. But under the sweeping waves of golden light from the bronze bell, it was no match and was instantly killed. The reincarnation bell? Denny murmured, identifying the name of the bronze bell. The origins of this bell were truly astounding. The causal record only revealed the identity of the previous owner of the reincarnation bell, but did not present the original owner. Moreover, the previous owner was too weak, unable to unleash even 1% of the reincarnation bell's strength. Brother, you saw that. Katrina, Amy, and Brother Dodge are really formidable. Ashley admired them immensely, shouting towards Lionel. Lionel smiled but didn't respond. No matter how impressive they were, he wouldn't abandon Denny's group. Be more careful. Bolivarman hearts are complex. Don't just look at the surface, Denny said calmly. Amy and Dodge, these two were ruthless individuals. They led Ashley's group deeper, yet most of Ashley's companions wouldn't survive. We're moving. Denny and his party continued onward, and Amy and her group remained behind them. On the journey, they encountered many beasts, but without exception, like the black bear, they only attacked Amy's group and bypassed Denny's group. What's going on here? Do we have such a deep hatred from beasts? Sandy and others fumed. Beasts emerged from ahead, only to skirt around Denny's group and attack them exclusively. It was infuriating. Even Amy and Dodge were speechless. Were Denny's group accompanied by a god of luck or a beast god? The beasts completely ignored them. Though they had the reincarnation bell, activating it consumed a lot of energy. Initially, it was fine, but as time went on, their energy waned, diminishing the power of the reincarnation bell. This made them suffer greatly, forcing them into direct combat. The beasts were exceedingly strong, each comparable to a mystical spirit realm cultivator. Engaging in battle with them, they endured countless hardships. By now, they were in miserable conditions, clothes torn, wounds covering their bodies. Ashley and Sandy were no different. They involuntarily joined the fray, suffering heavy losses and sustaining severe injuries. This made them regret deeply. If they had known, they should have stayed with Lionel. Lionel's group's luck was truly too good. Continuing like this, they might not make it deep inside, while Lionel's group could very well succeed. What's happening to us? Lionel and others were also baffled. Once or twice was forgivable, but so many times. It couldn't be a coincidence? It's nothing. They're afraid of me, Sir Tiger. Therefore, they dare not act against us. Amanita arrogantly believed it was due to its lineage. Denny inwardly shook his head, not convinced it was the kitten's doing. If they were truly afraid, why would the beast still come out? Amy's group was right behind them, not far off. After some thought, Denny had the answer. As members of the Luo clan, upon seeing their miss suffer humiliation, how could they do nothing? The beast attacking only Amy's group definitely had something to do with this. Just give them a taste, but don't kill them. Denny thought to himself, wanting to continue following Amy's group to the place of opportunity. The hidden Luo clan experts seemed to have no intention of killing Amy's group. After they sustained heavy injuries, no more beasts appeared. In fact, they initially planned to kill Amy's group, but later changed their minds. Shocked by the reincarnation bell, they wanted to uncover its true origin. Therefore, they spared Amy's lives and stopped manipulating the beasts to attack them. This is too strange. Sandy wore a puzzled face. The beasts endless before but none after? There's nothing wrong with it. Normal, Amy replied, not finding it unusual. Ava had been deep inside once before and new changes had occurred within. The beasts appearing along the way were directly related to these changes in the depths. Currently, the deeper regions were almost empty, with few beasts remaining. So, she wasn't surprised. She felt it was normal. They were about to enter the deeper regions. How disgusting. Dodge cursed angrily. All along, he had been waiting for Denny's group to fail, but in the end, he only made himself look foolish instead. It was fortunate no more beasts appeared. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives. The depths are reached, let's part ways here. Denny and his group entered the depths. Lionel bid farewell to Denny. They formed a team to enter, but would separate once inside. Hold on. Denny held back Lionel, saying, let's travel together for a bit longer. Bolivar? Lionel was confused. What did he mean? I think it's better to follow them. Denny said, looking at Amy's retreating group. Amy's group had also entered the depths but hadn't split up, heading together toward a certain location within. Why follow them? Lionel asked. They haven't separated. Also, don't you find it strange that Amy and Dodge teamed up with Ashley and others? With Amy and Dodge so proud, can they possibly see value in Ashley? Denny explained, Amy and Dodge might have ulterior motives regarding Ashley and others. I think it's best if we keep tabs on them. Who cares? If they die, it's their own fault. Amanita assumed Denny was worried about Ashley's lives. Let's follow and see. Maybe we'll gain unexpectedly. Denny suggested. Lionel was a decent person. Denny wanted him to benefit as well. If they reached the place of opportunity and gained from it, they would all surely reap great rewards. Chapter 49. The Horrifying Valley. Denny and the others stealthily followed behind, maintaining a safe distance from Kimber and her group to avoid being detected. I'm telling you, it's truly your lucky day to team up with us. My family received news that deep within this area lies an exceptionally astonishing place of great fortune and transformation. Inside, every opportunity for transformation is extraordinarily transcendent. Along the way, Kimber told Ashley and the others. Thank you, Katrina Kier. Ashley and the others had complete trust in Kimber, showing no suspicion, their faces filled with gratitude. Deeper inside was even more serene, completely devoid of any animal roars. Kimber and her group arrived at a certain location without any trouble. There was a valley, its grass green and lush, trees towering, and the spiritual essence rich and thriving. Right here. Kimber's eyes gleamed as she finally returned to this valley. Are those herbs spiritual grasses? Sandy asked. Apart from the green grass and trees, she didn't see anything else inside the valley. Do use your brain, alright? Could they be spiritual grass? However, if you had any brains, you wouldn't have come here with us. A strange smile crept onto Kimber's lips, her attitude drastically different from before. What does Katrina Kier mean by this? Sandy and others' faces changed. They had a bad feeling brewing in their hearts. What do you mean? Get to the front now. Dodge shouted and kicked Ashley, sending him sprawling to the ground. You all better behave. Kimber coldly ordered. With your kind, you actually thought you could obtain extraordinary opportunities and transformations? Have you ever looked at yourselves in the mirror? You're nothing but cannon fodder we brought along to scout the path. Ava dropped her pretense, revealing her true nature. You. Ashley and the others' faces turned pale. They never imagined the truth would be like this. Bolivari up. Kimber and Dodge summoned the reincarnation bell, forcing Ashley and the others to move ahead and scout the path. Not far away, hidden in the dark, Lionel's face was icy cold, cursing, despicable. He also didn't expect Kimber and Dodge to be so despicable. Additionally, he felt relieved that he didn't violate his principles back then. Otherwise, he'd be in the same predicament as Ashley and the others, coerced by Kimber and Dodge. Good thing I chose to follow Brother Yu. Dan's face was drenched in cold sweat, terrified. Had he gone the other way, he might not even know how he died. This person is really evil. Anastasia frowned. Her heart was simple, and she never imagined people could be so vile. Let's go, follow them, Denny said, entering the valley with Lionel and the others. The valley was vast, full of life and vibrant greenery, but as they delved deeper, vitality diminished and the greenery faded. Even the sky grew dim, and a light mist enveloped everything, carrying a chilling aura. What place is this? So eerie. Anastasia couldn't help but shrink her head. It was noon, with scorching sun overhead, yet here it was darker and shrouded in mist, the chill penetrating their bodies. No wonder Kimber needed scouts. This place is too bizarre, not ordinary at all. Denny's expression turned grave. They continued forward, until all signs of green disappeared. No plants or trees remained, leaving only barren wasteland, dead vegetation, and cracked earth. And here, the sky grew darker still, the fog denser, the cold piercing their bones, causing them to shiver involuntarily. It was as if they entered an ice cellar, too cold, their entire bodies nearly frozen stiff. Fortunately, they channeled their inner spiritual energy to fend off the cold, preventing themselves from freezing solid. The difference is too extreme, Jayla muttered. When they first entered the valley, it was lush and full of vitality. Now, it resembled the depths of hell, a stark contrast indeed. Can we stop? Ahead, a voice cried out. It was Sandy, pleading tearfully. If you don't walk now, I'll kill you. Kimber's voice was cold, the reincarnation bell emitting brilliant light, its powerful spiritual energy intimidating Sandy. Reluctantly, Sandy and the others continued. Ah, what's that? Suddenly, Sandy screamed. Ava saw a shadow pass by her side, and she felt excruciating pain in her left shoulder. Ava looked down and her face instantly paled. My left arm? Ava wailed in agony, unable to contain the pain. Her left arm was missing. Around them, Kimber and the others were greatly startled, hearts pounding. They saw nothing, yet Sandy's left arm was gone? What could it possibly be? Keep moving, Kimber coldly ordered, compelling Sandy and the others to continue exploring. Ah, my arm. This time it was Ashley's turn. Large beads of sweat poured down his forehead, his left arm similarly gone. It seems to have been bitten off by something. Dodge's face turned grim. There were tooth marks on Sandy's and Ashley's left shoulders. Let's turn back. We really can't go further. If we do, we'll die here. Sandy sobbed, utterly terrified, daring not to proceed. One more word like that, and I'll kill you immediately. Dodge glared fiercely, unwilling to give up. Sandy and the others had no choice but to press on into the depths. Moving further, the gray fog turned black, eerily sinister, and impenetrably dark. Kimber and Dodge increased their power, enhancing the reincarnation bell. Instantly, it emitted dazzling light, dispelling the black fog and illuminating their surroundings. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Sandy and the others seemed to step on something. Looking down, their faces turned white. A human skeleton. They were terrified. What they crushed was a human skeleton. It was a complete skeleton, and they broke its skull. Not just one. Ashley pointed trembling at the front, his face extremely abnormal. Kimber and the others' expressions changed drastically. Ahead lay dozens of skeletons, some long deceased, their bone colors unnatural. Their scalps tingled. Was this a mass burial ground? How many corpses were there? Behind, hidden in the shadows, Denny and the others were equally frightened. This place was too bizarre and terrifying, with so many skeletons scattered about. What awaited them further ahead? What else would appear? Keep moving. Kimber gritted her teeth, continuing to force Sandy and the others forward. Sandy and the others harbored boundless fear, but dared not disobey. They cautiously navigated through the skeletal remains, heading deeper. The scene ahead grew even more horrifying. Their entire bodies trembled, infinite cold rising from their spines. What kind of place is this? Sandy cried, swearing she'd never seen such a terrifying place before. Her heart pounded violently, almost leaping into her throat. Ashley's teeth chattered, body covered in goosebumps. How could it be so terrifying? End of chapter. Note: maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. ####Chapter 50, Ancient Battlefield. Ahead, a vast expanse of white stretched out, filled with countless bones. Some had piled up so high they formed hills of corpses, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Katrina, let's go back. Dodge felt a surge of fear and wanted to turn around. How many people must have died for there to be this many bones? Avon Coeur gritted her teeth, torn between hesitation and resolve. Fear gripped her heart as the horrors before her exceeded her expectations. Fortunately, they had been cautious at the time, sensing the dangers lurking within, which deterred them from rashly entering. If not for that, it was uncertain if any of them would still be alive. Continue forward. Ultimately, she decided to press on. They had come so far, and she couldn't bear to give up now. Moreover, the way back was no guarantee of safety either. At the very least, some unknown creature had already bitten off Ashley and Sandy's arms when they first parted ways. There's such a perilous place in the Sunset Mountain Range? Never heard of it before. In the shadows behind them, the Luo clan's powerful members exchanged whispers. While they had visited the Sunset Mountain Range before, they had never seen anything as terrifying and eerie as this. It's said that during ancient times, the Sunset Mountain Range was once a battlefield where unimaginably powerful beings clashed, even causing the sun to explode in the sky, thus leaving it with its current name. One of the stronger members recalled, referring to an old historical record he'd once read. That account was more of a folklore, and he hadn't taken it seriously at the time, given the lack of evidence and the fact that nothing about the Sunset Mountain Range suggested it was ever a battlefield. The rumor might be true. Another strong member frowned deeply, his tone grave. A great change has occurred deep within. There was a recent battle. Perhaps the hidden secrets within the Sunset Mountain Range are now surfacing. The outsiders didn't know what had happened inside, but the Luo clan was well aware. A venerable beast king was nearing death, causing other beast kings to vie for its corpse, intending to use it for their own gains. Beasts were treasures in every part, and an old beast king like this would be a trove of resources. If another beast king could obtain it, their strength would skyrocket beyond others. Thus, all the beast kings were fiercely competitive, even attacking before the old beast king was dead. However, even on the brink of death, the old beast king was terrifyingly formidable, repelling all who dared to challenge it. The commotion was immense, revealing the impending demise of the old beast king. Not only did they know this, but the surrounding powers living near the Sunset Mountain range were also aware. Each of these forces, including the Luo clan, desired the old beast king's corpse. However, none dared send their warriors because they knew they couldn't compete with the beast kings and would only die in the struggle. Is this the center of the ancient battlefield? Someone asked. Perhaps. It could be just one of the areas affected. Do we tell Latoya Anastasia to return? Another member asked, concerned for her safety. Do you think she'll listen just because you tell her to go back? A senior member laughed bitterly. You should know Latoya Anastasia's temperament. Ava won't be swayed by anyone if she doesn't want to do something. Forget them, even her father, the head of the Luo clan, couldn't change her mind. If possible, her father would never let her venture into the depths of the Sunset Mountain range. After all, it was now incredibly dangerous. But her stubborn nature meant that no matter how much he explained the risks, she wouldn't change her decision. So, he had quietly arranged for elite clan members to protect her covertly. Be extremely cautious, don't let your guard down for a moment, and ensure Latoya Anastasia is safe, a senior member warned. Understood. Desmond, sir. The others responded, adjusting their conditions to peak states to prevent any potential mishaps. Meanwhile, Denny sighed heavily, truly unprepared for such terror and danger here. Sorry, I've dragged you all into this. If you want to go back, feel free to leave. He apologized to Lionel and the others. Had he known how perilous it was, he would never have brought them along. The danger was real, and they could easily lose their lives here. Unexpectedly, Lionel refused without a second thought. I'm not leaving. I will see this through to the end. Lionel insisted. He ventured deep for the sake of hidden opportunities. Despite the horror, he believed incredible fortune lay ahead, and he wanted to risk it all. I'm not going either, Dan echoed. Though only at the 4th stage of enlightenment, he wasn't timid and dared to explore deeper. Zyrique Lionel, he too was an independent cultivator without any backing. Only by risking everything could they secure better cultivation resources and grow stronger. And you? Denny turned to Anastasia. I'm not leaving either. Anastasia's reaction was even more surprising. Not only was she unafraid, but her eyes gleamed with intense excitement. I didn't know where to find a gift for Xander, but now I can. Why would I leave? Despite her young age, she was incredibly brave. Understanding the likelihood of rare treasures here, she was thrilled, finally having a gift for her grandfather. You. Denny shook his head, unsure what to say. Her courage was admirable, but she seemed too naive and unaware of the dangers ahead. Though treasures were enticing, they came with lethal risks they might not survive. Forget it. He initially intended to persuade her to leave, but abandoned the thought. The Luo clan's elite didn't show up to take her away, suggesting they had confidence. Zyrettle did he know, the Luo clan's elites were also braving it, wishing they could take her back safely. Another attack. Lamar cried out as yet another member of Avon Cour's group lost an arm to a bite, blood streaming from the wound. What kind of creature was responsible? They hadn't seen it, only noticing a shadow pass by, and then the arm was gone. Hashtag chapter 51. Jeremiah's. A chill ran down their spines. Amy and the others were terrified. They felt like fish on a chopping board. Those creatures could bite them at any moment if they wished. Keep moving. Amy clenched her lips so tightly that she almost drew blood. Ava had no choice but to stifle her fear and press on. Ava glanced at the reincarnation bell floating above her and dodged, feeling a semblance of calm. The bell emitted light, and a series of radiant barriers descended, protecting both her and Dodge, offering her a sense of security. Crunch, crunch. The path ahead was strewn with bleached bones, long turned to sand. Each step crushed the bones underfoot, leaving footprints in their wake. Clang. The reincarnation bell trembled as if attacked by something, but it was fine. The barrier held back the creature's assault. Awesome. Amy's face lit up with a smile, relieved that the reincarnation bell could ward off such beings. Might we join you? Sandy asked hesitantly. Join what? Dodge rebuked harshly. Keep moving. He didn't care about Sandy's or anyone else's fate. On the other side, Lamar looked around suspiciously, his face filled with anxiety. Why do I feel those creatures are coming this way? Cold sweat dripped down his spine, as if something terrifying was approaching, making him uneasy and fearful. In reality, he was simply terrified. With his strength, he couldn't see or sense those creatures approaching. He only said that because he had seen the unknown creatures attack Amy's group again. No worries. My pet cat has a powerful treasure that will keep us safe, Denny said calmly, instructing the cat to activate its treasure for protection. What powerful treasure? Paris paused, wondering how it had never noticed this powerful treasure before. I've seen it. Don't hold back. Everyone's safety is at stake. Denny insisted. All I have is a bone spear. Paris summoned the bone spear, which it had crafted from the leg bone of a demon beast it had hunted in the Thousandfold Mountains. That demon beast hadn't even been stronger than it, so how could its bone spear be extraordinary? Desmond's, exactly that bone spear. You shouldn't underestimate it. This spear has an astonishing origin, Denny said firmly. Really? Paris was skeptical but couldn't detect anything extraordinary about the spear despite examining it closely. Absolutely. When this bone spear is activated, nothing evil dare approach, Denny affirmed. All right then. Seeing Denny's certainty, the Temperance channeled energy into the bone spear, which instantly became crystalline and radiated a brilliant glow, looking especially holy and magnificent. Amazing! Why did I never notice this before? Paris was amazed. The power emitted by the bone spear was much greater than expected. It had never shown such formidable strength in battle before. You lack experience. No surprise you didn't recognize it. This bone spear can unleash even more powerful energy. Denny laughed, not surprised at all. Not far away, a voice whispered secretly. This boy knows nothing yet tries to teach the cat. However, this gives us a chance to protect the young mistress without her noticing. There was nothing extraordinary about the bone spear. Its power stemmed from the hidden energy infused into it by the concealed experts. However, these experts were unaware that Denny had intentionally set this up. Denny knew the Luo clan experts were nearby and unable to reveal themselves, so he provided an excuse for them to use their power to protect the group. This gave him the confidence to proceed. If not for the Luo clan experts, he wouldn't risk advancing further. After all, while opportunities were tempting, they required survival to enjoy. Boom! The bone spear trembled as its barrier was attacked. The unknown creatures launched an assault but failed, repelled by the spear's power. Did I misjudge it this time? Paris was astonished. Could it be that the demon beast it had hunted had a complex lineage, being the offspring of a powerful creature? Don't worry, everything's under control with Lord Tiger here. It suddenly became arrogant and self-assured. Don't say things like that. Last time, we nearly died when you said that. Dan whispered anxiously, genuinely afraid. Last time the cat claimed there would be no trouble, a terrifying giant beast appeared. If they hadn't fled quickly and an unknown expert hadn't intervened, they would have perished. Don't worry, haven't you seen how awesome my bone spear is? Paris brushed off the concern, remaining cocky. My. Dan rolled his eyes. Some things just shouldn't be jinxed. Indeed, another incident occurred. A chilling wind blew, stirring up bone sand that coalesced into skeletal creatures armed with bone weapons, charging towards them. Jeremiah's. Don't say that again. Denny conceded. Paris was speechless, wondering if its words were truly so potent. Ahead, Amy and her group were already surrounded by the skeletal creatures, engaging them fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The reincarnation bell swung, resonating with heavy chimes. Golden waves rippled outward, effectively suppressing the skeletal creatures. As the waves passed, all the creatures crumbled back into bone sand. Move. What are you waiting for? Elsewhere, Denny urged. The skeletal creatures were almost upon them, and the temperance was still in a daze. We're moving. Paris bared its teeth, standing upright and holding the bone spear, ready to fight the skeletal creatures. Surrounded by dense clusters of skeletal creatures, they had no way out and had to fight. Gritting its teeth, the temperance fought with everything it had, unsure if the bone spear could handle the enemies. However, the outcome exceeded expectations. The bone spear emitted light and formed runes, radiating powerful Tao energy. In one sweep, numerous skeletal creatures were annihilated. How did they follow us? Darn it! Amy and Dodge sensed movement behind them and turned to see Denny and company. They gritted their teeth, furious at being tracked without their awareness. That bone spear isn't ordinary. Amy squinted, focusing on the bone spear in the temperance's hand. Kill them and take the bone spear. Our safety will be better assured then. Dodge revealed murderous intent, planning to kill and seize the treasure. Chapter 52. Kill. They dared to tail us. They deserve to die. Kimber sneered. Although she was a woman, her heart wasn't soft at all. Just like Dodge, both of them were now filled with murderous intent. Don't do this. Taking the bone spear is enough. There's no need to take their lives. Sandy whispered, still unable to bear the thought of Lionel dying miserably. Do you have a say here? If you speak out again, I'll kill you right now. Dodge glared at Sandy. Let's go. Kimber spoke and her figure moved, leaving behind a trail of shadows as she swiftly approached Denny and his group. Dodge followed closely behind, soon arriving where Denny and the others were. You've got guts following us? Kimber snorted coldly, still very arrogant, not putting Denny and his group in her eyes. The wheel of Samsara Bell exerted even greater power here, giving her full confidence. If not for this, she wouldn't dare act so boldly. The bone spear held by the kitten was equally astonishing, bursting forth with immense strength. What do you think you are? Always thinking you're invincible. Mr. Tiger has long seen you as unpleasant. Don't look for trouble, or else Mr. Tiger will make you pay. Amanita, emboldened by the bone spear's power, was fearless of Kimber and Dodge. A little kitten always claiming to be a tiger. Truly, the weaker ones always talk about impossible things. Kimber sneered disdainfully. Katrina, don't waste time with them. Just kill them. We've long seen them as unpleasant. Dodge's eyes showed fierce hostility, his killing intent intimidating. Kill. Kimber spoke coldly, and together with Dodge, they activated the wheel of Samsara Bell, charging forward. Dong dong dong. Heavy bell sounds echoed, waves of golden ripples spreading out with terrifying force, frightening to behold. Indeed, the wheel of Samsara Bell had changed after arriving here. Before entering this place, Kimber and Dodge couldn't unleash such powerful force no matter how hard they tried. Unfazed, the kitten stood upright like a person, holding the bone spear, ready to meet the attack head-on. The bone spear sparkled brightly, emitting mysterious runes that exploded with great power, breaking through layers of golden ripples. This bell is indeed not simple. Behind, a powerful figure muttered under his breath, sweat trickling down his forehead. It wasn't just him. Other strong figures also sweated profusely. The force unleashed by the wheel of Samsara Bell was too overwhelming. They had to pour their power into the bone spear to counter it. This battle must not be lost. They gritted their teeth, channeling even more power into the bone spear. As they said, losing this battle could endanger their young miss. With stronger power flowing in, the bone spear instantly shone more brilliantly, almost blinding, becoming like a spear of light. Amanita was surprised, but then became wildly joyful. Watch Mr. Tiger destroy everything. It bellowed, swinging the bone spear wildly, causing terrifying waves to ripple out. $% hashtag. From behind, a Luo clan warrior cursed loudly. He wanted to tell the kitten to calm down. It wasn't the kitten consuming power but them. Such reckless attacks undoubtedly accelerated power consumption. They were barely holding on. Fortunately, the power from the Wheel of Samsara bell was limited and didn't intensify further, gradually being suppressed by the kitten's bone spear. With a puff, the bone spear pierced through Kimber's shoulder, creating a gaping bloody hole. Amanita quickly pulled out the bone spear and swung it sideways towards Dodge. Dodge tried to defend but failed, his chest sliced open by the bone spear, blood spurting, flesh torn open, bones exposed. Kimber and Dodge never expected the bone spear to be so terrifying, even overpowering the Wheel of Samsara bell. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known this, they would never have come here. Now, the Wheel of Samsara bell fell lifelessly from the sky. This battle concluded. Without the Wheel of Samsara bell, Kimber and Dodge were nothing. Weren't you mighty and arrogant before, looking down on everyone? Why aren't you so confident now? Amanita's bone spear pointed at Kimber and Dodge, ready to slay them if it wished. Kimber and Dodge remained silent, their faces grim. Now they were at the mercy of the kitten. How could they remain arrogant? Beside them, Ashley, Sandy, and others were stunned, never expecting such an outcome. They felt bitter inside. What they once considered the best choice turned out to be the worst. Let us go. We can give you this bell. Kimber gritted her teeth. Ridiculous. Do you think we need your bell? The kitten sneered disdainfully. What do you want? Our Avong family is very powerful in this land. Dodge mentioned the Avong family, trying to threaten the kitten. Kill them. Denny's expression was cold, showing no intention of sparing Kimber and Dodge. Both were ruthless. Letting them go would only invite future troubles. While he wasn't worried, since he planned to leave with Lamar and the kitten for the Johnshin sect trials, others like Lionel and Dan might face threats. Therefore, killing Kimber and Dodge was the safest option. I didn't plan on letting them go either. Amanita stretched out its hand, piercing the throat of Kimber and Dodge with the bone spear, ending their lives. Such despicable people wouldn't escape punishment, even without Denny's order. Sandy and the others trembled in fear, wondering if Denny and his group would kill them too. As if reading their minds, Denny said calmly, "Go, remember, while benefits are tempting, don't lose sight of what truly matters. However, whether you can survive depends on your fate." Unknown creatures roamed this area. Sandy and others' survival was uncertain. "Thank you." Sandy and the others wandered off, wanting to stay with Denny's group but knew better than to say it aloud, and Denny wouldn't agree anyway. They returned, praying not to encounter those unknown creatures again. Otherwise, death was certain. That boy is capable. At such a young age, he can make decisive decisions without hesitation. A Luo clan warrior praised Denny from behind, admiring his character. This world was cruel. Kindness to others often meant cruelty to oneself, especially towards despicable individuals. Chapter 53. The Gathering Place of Dharma Weapons. The wheel of reincarnation bell fell to the ground, its luster dulled, yet it couldn't hide its extraordinary nature. Numerous, astonishing, fierce beasts were intricately carved on its surface, so vivid that just looking at them made one feel a boundless aura of ferocity, sending chills down the spine. What an exquisite bell! Clementine's eyes lit up. Having seen many fine treasures from the Luo clan, she found those things incomparable to the wheel of reincarnation bell. There was no contest in terms of excellence. "Can I take this bell? I want to give it to Grandpa as a birthday gift." Ava looked hopefully at Denny, seeking his permission. After all, the Temperance had defeated Amy and Dodge, and it was Denny's pet. From behind, hidden Luo clan experts grimaced in frustration. Giving a bell for a birthday? What kind of birthday gift is that? The bell sounds like Jean, which means end. I don't want it anymore. Clementine finally came to her senses. Ava stuck out her tongue adorably. Though the bell was excellent, it wasn't suitable as a birthday gift. There will be other good things. Denny said, "I'll hold on to this bell first." The Wheel of Reincarnation bell was exceptional and of great value. However, he didn't want it solely because of its worth. He wanted to keep it because he could unleash even greater power from the bell when it was in his hands. The Wheel of Reincarnation bell was no ordinary object. Merely using brute force wouldn't suffice to harness its true potential. Without the right method, its strength would remain limited. Amy and Dodge were perfect examples. Despite working together, they barely managed to bring out a fraction of its power, which wasn't formidable. Even the previous owner of the bell, who possessed great cultivation and strength, couldn't fully utilize its power without knowing the correct method. It was only slightly stronger than ordinary Dharma weapons. But Denny was different. The record of cause and effect presented the method to activate the bell's full power, and with that knowledge, he could easily unlock its formidable strength. Withdrawing my earlier evaluation, this boy is too greedy and not a good person. One of the Luo clan experts murmured bitterly in the shadows. It was indeed a valuable bell, and Denny wasn't stupid. On the other side, Lionel and the others had no objections. Even if the Temperance didn't agree, it still coveted the bell. "I defeated those two. This should be my spoils of war," the Temperance shouted. "Shoo." Denny slapped the Temperance aside, saying, "If you want to stay a cat forever, go ahead and take it. If not, don't talk nonsense. You always threaten me like this." Paris waved its paw angrily, but didn't argue further. To awaken its bloodline again, it needed Denny's help. Denny walked to the Wheel of Reincarnation bell, extended a finger, and a spiritual light flashed as he pointed at the carved beasts on the bell. He followed a specific sequence. When he finished and retracted his finger, the beasts he had touched instantly emitted brilliant, fiery light, seeming almost alive, roaring in various ways. Buzz. The bell trembled, emitting waves far more terrifying than before. "What's happening?" Lamar was stunned, unsure of what was going on. "I read about this bell in an ancient book. Unlike ordinary Dharma weapons, this bell has a unique activation method. Only by following this method can it unleash its full strength, Denny explained. Oh, I see. Lionel and the others instantly understood why Denny insisted on keeping the bell. With the bone spear and the wheel of reincarnation bell, their safety was better secured. Let's go. Denny raised his hand, and the bell soared into the air, hovering above their heads, casting shimmering light curtains to protect him and the others. They continued forward, treading over bones and corpses, delving deeper into the valley. The journey was fraught with dangers. Bone sand creatures and bizarre mutants emerged. For instance, corpse worms spawned from bones, as large as pythons, and various insects mutated beyond normalcy, becoming incredibly powerful. Fortunately, with the bone spear and the wheel of reincarnation bell, they passed through the bone-filled area unscathed. This? Lamar stared at the scene before him, completely mesmerized. Ahead, countless Dharma weapons jutted out everywhere, radiating dazzling light. A sight both stunning and transcendent. Look, there's an ancient fan. Grandpa loves fans. Giving him this fan will make him very happy. Clementine spotted an open folding fan, beautifully illustrated with landscapes. Ava hurried toward it, intending to take it. No. A Luo clan expert from behind appeared anxiously. They sensed extremely terrifying forces within the Dharma weapon gathering place. Clementine's approach could lead to disaster. Ignoring the risk of exposure, they moved to stop her. Wait. Denny stepped in front of Clementine, preventing her from advancing. Given the dangers lurking ahead and the transcendent Dharma weapons clustered there, how could there not be peril? Seeing Denny halt Clementine, the Luo clan experts once again concealed themselves. This boy is impressive, facing such numerous transcendent Dharma weapons yet remaining vigilant. Truly remarkable. Desmonda, we misjudged him. We thought he wanted the bell out of greed, but he aimed to awaken its true power. The Luo clan experts whispered, now holding Denny in higher regard. For someone so young to maintain such caution was truly extraordinary, surpassing peers. Meanwhile, Denny's eyes gleamed as he unfolded the record of cause and effect in his mind, probing the Dharma weapon gathering place. The record of cause and effect was astounding, capable of revealing the causality of living beings and treasures, even of such places. However, this location was complex, and only partial causality was revealed. Dharma weapons gather here, emanating overwhelming power. It's become a place of certain death. Entering will mean certain doom. Denny's expression grew grave. These Dharma weapons had been stained with the blood of supreme beings, their blood rich in malevolent energy, forming an immensely terrifying force. As he had said, any living being entering would face certain death from this force. Still, there was a way, as the record of cause and effect had shown. Follow me closely. Denny's eyes sparkled as he warned Clementine and the others to be exceptionally cautious, staying right behind him without a single step astray. Chapter 54. Obtaining the treasure. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds. Every kind of magical weapon could be found here. Despite the countless ages that had passed, these magical weapons still emitted terrifying waves that sent shivers down one's spine. Denny led the way at the front, with the reincarnation bell and bone spear radiating a powerful force to protect them. What is he doing? Does he really intend to go in like this? In the rear, concealed behind the shadows, a group of Luo clan elites went pale from fright at Denny's actions. They were so terrified that they lost all color in their faces. He actually wanted to enter and retrieve the treasures? They wished they could just smack some sense into Denny. If he wanted to die, it was his business, but he shouldn't take their young miss along with him. The area inside was rife with horrifying forces. Even though they were strong, they dared not venture in. Desmond Denny intended to take Clementine and the others in there. It was akin to courting death. Move. They couldn't stand by and watch as Clementine got herself into trouble. They flashed forward to block her path. However, at this moment, Denny had already stepped inside. Surprisingly, nothing happened to him. The reincarnation bell actually managed to fend off that horrifying blood fiend force. How is this possible? A Luo clan elite cried out in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He stopped in his tracks. The power displayed by the reincarnation bell was right before their eyes. There was no way it could withstand such an attack. But the reincarnation bell did manage to hold it back, and the power it released didn't seem particularly formidable either, remaining the same as before. An elite among the Luo clan narrowed his pupils as he noticed the truth. Who was this kid? He gasped in awe. Denny was certainly no ordinary individual. How sharp could his discernment be? Denny had chosen the weakest point of the blood fiend energy field underfoot. Don't take a single step wrong. Denny warned once again, his face grave. One wrong step, and they would all be doomed. It would trigger chaos in the forces here, and no one would be able to save them then. Understood. Clementine and the others responded solemnly, well aware of the severity of the situation. They cautiously followed closely behind Denny, daring not to take a single step out of place. Denny continued moving forward on a very peculiar route, veering left, right, forward, and backward at irregular intervals. All sorts of forces assaulted them in the process, but they were all deflected by the reincarnation bell. While it could have been luck the first time, after numerous instances, it was clear it wasn't a coincidence. Denny truly could discern areas of weakness in the forces and avoid danger. Transfer your power over. From the shadows behind, the Luo clan elites didn't hesitate for a second. They quickly transferred the power within their bodies to the bone spear, allowing it to help the reincarnation bell defend against attacks. With this arrangement, Denny and the others moved much more easily. They arrived in front of a magical weapon. It was a long sword, its body entirely emerald green, looking as if it was carved from jade, translucent and radiant. Inscribed upon it were incomparable and transcendent runes, making it look extraordinarily impressive. Anyone who likes swords can take this one, Denny said. Me. Moira spoke up first, reaching for the sword. In reality, she didn't particularly like using swords. She simply thought that since this sword was extraordinary, she should grab it first. Denny slapped away Moira's paw, which reached for the sword. You've got the bone spear, you'll choose later. Let someone else choose first. But I love using swords. I've always dreamed of flying through the sky riding my sword, traveling the world wielding my sword. Moira mumbled, but Denny ignored her. Andy, don't you always use a sword? This one is yours. Lionel remarked. Can I? Andy stammered, deeply moved. Throughout the journey, he hadn't done much. So even though he loved this sword, he hadn't said anything about taking it. You can. We came together. Naturally, you can take it. Denny said. Thank you. Andy was almost moved to tears. How precious and extraordinary this sword was. He never thought he could get it. Gratitude filled his heart as he picked up the sword. How harsh this world could be. People would do anything for their own benefit. Now, he had unexpectedly received this precious and transcendent sword. He was too touched to find words. It's all right. Denny smiled and continued walking. They approached a halberd next, which Lionel chose. Can we reach the fan? Clementine asked expectantly, genuinely wanting to get that fan to give to her grandfather. Denny examined the power surrounding the fan and found it was not weak. To obtain it would require significant risk. He had been inclined to refuse, but seeing the hope in Clementine's eyes, he hesitated. These past few days, the Luo clan elites following them had played a significant role. Without them, they wouldn't have made it this far. And the reason they were helping so much was because of Clementine. He decided to help Clementine obtain the fan. Desmond's, no problem, he nodded. Upon hearing Denny's agreement, Clementine relaxed and said, Great. Denny proceeded forward to the next magical weapon, where Lamar made her choice. Then, they reached another magical weapon, which Moira chose. Let's head back first, Denny said. Next, they needed to retrieve the fan. This process would be perilous. Denny didn't want Clementine and the others to come along, preferring them to wait outside. Clementine trusted Denny and followed him without question as they retraced their steps. I will go and fetch the fan. You all stay here, Denny walked in again. Be careful. If it's too dangerous, come back. Lionel and the others weren't foolish. Earlier, they had advanced together, but this time Denny was going alone, hinting at impending danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them stay behind. This kid has a lot of responsibility. Do you think he knows we're here? Is he helping the young miss out of gratitude, or does he like the young miss and is willing to take risks for her? In the shadows, the Luo clan elites whispered amongst themselves. With their experience, they immediately knew obtaining the fan would not be easy. Denny would face considerable danger this time. However, they soon dismissed their doubts. There was no way Denny knew they were there. They were sure he had fallen for their young miss. After all, they were hiding perfectly, and even Clementine was unaware of their presence, not to mention Denny. He is quite exceptional for his age. Not bad at all. The Luo clan elites thought highly of Denny. If they could decide, they would support Denny being with Clementine. But decisions of this magnitude were not theirs to make. Pity. This kid is an independent cultivator without any influential backing. If he wants to be with the young miss, it'll likely be impossible. The clan head probably won't agree. The clan head doesn't merely probably disagree, he definitely won't. In the future, the young miss will go to the Zhanxian sect for the examination. Given her talent, she will surely join the Zhanxian sect and receive focused cultivation training. At that time, she will become even stronger, and the clan head's standards for choosing a son-in-law will rise higher. He won't meet the clan head's criteria. The Luo clan elites sighed collectively. Denny was destined to be unrequited. Chapter 55, Peril. Denny entered again. This time, his expression was incredibly solemn as he approached the same spot they had reached earlier. Can it succeed? He unfurled the book of cause and effect, hoping to find an answer. However, the book of cause and effect showed no abnormalities, failing to present any causes or effects. He sighed. He had anticipated this outcome. Regarding his own cause and effect, the book would not reveal anything. He had tried many times before. I rely on you too. He looked up at the floating wheel of Reincarnation Bell and Bone Spear, both gifts from Megan. If he wanted to obtain that fan, relying solely on his own strength would be futile. He needed the help of the wheel of Reincarnation Bell and Bone Spear. With these two items, he felt a bit more confident. He took a deep breath and stepped forward towards the ancient fan. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged toward him. This power was far stronger and more terrifying than what he had faced before. The wheel of Reincarnation Bell and Bone Spear immediately faced immense pressure, swaying and their glowing light dimming. But thankfully, they managed to withstand it. Denny continued moving forward, getting closer to the ancient fan. Just as he was about to reach out and grab the fan, an even more formidable and fearsome force emerged. Rumble. A massive explosion echoed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, changing the color of the sky and ground. Numerous icy blades appeared, carrying formidable power, and surged toward Denny. Snap. A sharp cracking sound resounded as the force was indeed too strong, causing the bone spear to crack. Behind them, several Lu clan experts coughed blood, affected by the backlash. Not good. Their expressions changed dramatically, sensing that the power surrounding Denny was too overwhelming for the strength they were transferring over. Bang. The bone spear exploded into bone fragments, scattering across the ground. Denny. Lionel and others watched in distress, their faces filled with worry. With the bone spear shattered, Denny might meet with disaster. Come back. I don't want the fan anymore. Anastasia shouted loudly, her voice tinged with sobs, knowing that Denny was risking his life for her. However, Denny couldn't hear their voices. Moreover, even if Denny heard them, he couldn't return. He was trapped at the center of this terrifying force. Whether he wanted to leave or retreat was no longer his choice. Boom. Even worse, the protective barrier created by the Wheel of Reincarnation Bell also collapsed. In an instant, the terrifying forces converged on Denny, submerging his figure beneath their onslaught. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the dermic weapons in the area resonated, emitting blinding light and symbols. The overwhelming power surged like the end of the world. All the forces here have been activated? From the hidden back, a Liu clan expert exclaimed in shock. Denny was truly in dire straits now. Meanwhile, Denny felt as if his entire body was splitting apart. That terrifying force threatened to tear his flesh into shreds. At this critical moment, the book of cause and effect in his mind erupted with blinding light, shielding him and blocking the impact of the terrifying force. Reacting swiftly, he quickly grabbed the ancient fan. At the same time, he ventured deeper and retrieved another dermic weapon. It was a purple dragon spear, shaped like a coiling dragon, with its eyes gleaming like those of a true dragon. When he first arrived, this purple dragon spear had caught his attention. He very much wanted it, but its location was too deep and surrounded by even more formidable forces. So, he hadn't planned on taking it. But now, protected by the power of the book of cause and effect, he decisively took the purple dragon spear with him. None of this could be seen from the outside. The area was swept by overwhelming power, illuminated by blinding beams, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. After obtaining the purple dragon spear, Denny's figure flickered as he quickly retreated. What a close call. Upon emerging, he exhaled deeply, never expecting the process of obtaining the ancient fan to be so perilous. If not for the book of cause and effect protecting him at the critical moment, he would have surely lost his life there. Thank goodness. Lionel and the others laughed in relief upon seeing Denny return safely, all worries melting away. Anastasia, overcome with emotion, rushed into Denny's arms, sobbing joyfully, her head buried deep in his chest. Bolivar? Denny was dumbfounded. Why was Anastasia so emotional? But before he could think further, he was lost in the intoxicating fragrance and softness of her body. Ah! Anastasia soon came to her senses. Her face flushed bright red. She called out shyly and ran back quickly. This was her first time being so intimate with a man. Ava was truly overwhelmed with excitement. Why did you run away? Come here, Denny called out. Too embarrassed to look up, Anastasia wondered if Denny wanted her to rush into his arms again. How could he be like this? There were so many people watching. He risked his life for me. Ava thought about it and raised her head. Her face still flushed as she ran back to throw herself into Denny's arms once more. Bolivar? Not enough yet? How can you come again? Unexpectedly, Denny sidestepped, avoiding Anastasia, even saying such words. You. Anastasia stomped her feet in frustration. This guy was really despicable. He had clearly invited her himself. Talking about who took advantage of whom. Took advantage and acted like a victim. Behind, a Liu clan Isaias gritted his teeth. Denny, this kid was too much, pretending to be the aggrieved party. Given the chance, they would definitely give Denny a stern lesson. I know I'm handsome, charming, and everyone's dream. So irresistible that you just want to throw yourself into my arms. Blame it on my damn charm. But I am a gentleman and won't let anyone take advantage of me easily. Denny said, I told you to come here to take the fan. Saying that, he pulled out the fan. You're too handsome for your own good. Anastasia glared at Denny, gritting her teeth and snatched the fan from his hands. My bone spear. Everyone laughed except Megan, who was crying. The bone spear was extraordinary and its destruction left her heartbroken. It's okay. Old one's gone. New one's come. You have a new dermic weapon now. Denny patted Megan's head. He knew very well that the bone spear wasn't special at all and didn't warrant such sadness. The bone spear's formidable power was due to the strength transferred by the Liu clan Isaias in the background. Without that transferred strength, the bone spear wasn't particularly powerful. Chapter 56 Reunion with the Luo family. My bone, my spear. You're so tragic. Just as you were about to display your extraordinary power, you shattered and left me. Wah! It hurts my heart. Paris howled, unable to accept this reality. Though the magical weapon it acquired was indeed extraordinary, it felt that its bone spear was even more formidable, possibly made from the bones of an invincible beast's offspring. Enough, stop howling. Didn't I say old things must pass before new ones come? In the future, you can get even better. Denny tried to explain but also knew it wasn't the right time for explanations. After all, the strong warriors of the Luo family were still around. How could he explain it now? We all thought something had happened to you, and that you wouldn't be able to come out again. Who would have thought you actually emerged unscathed? Lionel said with emotion, recalling how dire the situation had been just moments ago. Thanks to this bell of rebirth, I'm safe. Otherwise, I really couldn't have gotten out. Denny explained, mainly to clarify things for the powerful Luo warriors hiding behind. The secret of the Book of Causality must absolutely not be revealed. Otherwise, no one could protect him. He explained that at a critical moment, the Bell of Rebirth emitted an incredibly strong force, protecting him from terrifying attacks, allowing him to emerge safely. This isn't just an ordinary bell. It has a spirit, possibly because I understand its activation method. The mysterious and formidable nature of the Bell of Rebirth was evident to all, and no one doubted Denny's explanation, including the powerful Luo clan members. There's no way we can go further. Denny sighed, wanting to continue exploring deeper. More profound and rare blessings might lie even deeper. However, they couldn't proceed as the concentration of magical weapons blocked their path. It's fine. It's enough. Lionel and the others smiled, not feeling regretful since they all got the magical weapons they liked and were quite satisfied. Let's head back. Under the protection of the Bell of Rebirth, they returned safely. Upon leaving the valley, the once radiant Bell of Rebirth dimmed down immediately, emitting less power than when inside the valley. This place is strongly connected to the Bell of Rebirth. It can burst out extremely powerful energy here, but not after we leave. Denny speculated. After activating the Bell of Rebirth using the technique, he had developed some sort of connection with it, giving him a rough understanding of why it behaved this way. I'm leaving. I need to go back and prepare for my grandfather's birthday celebration. Anastasia felt somewhat reluctant to part ways with Denny and his group. Ava wanted to continue exploring deeper with them. But you guys have to come and celebrate my grandfather's birthday with us. Ava earnestly invited them, her eyes filled with longing and cuteness that was hard to resist. Sure. Denny nodded in agreement. We'll all come to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Desmonda, Lionel, and the others laughed and agreed wholeheartedly. Through their time together, they had become close friends. I'll wait for you all. Anastasia gave her address, bade farewell to Denny and the others, and left. We will also part ways here. See you at the Luo family estate. Denny bid farewell to Lionel and Dan. Next, he would go to gather the purple thorn lotus, which was located very deep within the mountains. Deeper areas had unexpected changes and dangers lurking around every corner. He didn't want Lionel and Dan to accompany him into such peril. Be careful. See you at the Luo family. Lionel and Dan left while Denny and his companions continued onward. The deeper parts of the mountain range were eerily silent. Not even a bird call could be heard. However, it brought an intense sense of oppression, as if a storm was imminent. Come on, let's gather the purple thorn lotus and then leave, Denny urged, knowing that the depths were not a place to linger. It was better to leave sooner rather than later. Desmond's. Paris was terrified by the pressure emanating from the depths, almost making its heart stop beating. Denny took out the map and proceeded cautiously according to its guidance. The deeper they went, the stronger the oppression became, and the surroundings grew increasingly silent. The atmosphere was so tense that they hardly dared to breathe heavily, fearing any misstep might trigger disaster. Finally, they arrived at the location where the purple thorn lotus should be. It was already gone, completely empty. Those who came earlier had taken everything they could carry. Denny's eyes gleamed as he unfurled the Book of Causality to explore the cause and effect here. Soon, the causality was revealed. The purple thorn lotus is still here. The causality clearly showed that the purple thorn lotus hadn't been obtained by anyone and was still there, and the Book of Causality even pinpointed its exact location. Start digging. It's buried deep underground. Just then, sounds approached from the surrounding area, and a group of people appeared. The leader was a youth dressed in fine silk, with arched eyebrows and star-like eyes, strikingly handsome. How are there people here? His brows furrowed. He hadn't expected anyone to be here. Then, he sized up Denny and his group. Could they be here for the purple thorn lotus? Most people were unaware of the changes in the deeper areas, which had become more terrifying and dangerous than ever before. This was the depth within the depths. Ordinary people could never reach this far. So, his first thought turned to the purple thorn lotus. But soon, he dismissed this idea. The purple thorn lotus had long disappeared from the world, with only scarce records remaining. It was unlikely anyone else knew the name, or even that it existed here. He laughed, feeling too anxious and suspicious. Leave here, he coldly commanded, driving Denny and his group away. This isn't your property. What gives you the right to tell us to leave? Lamar retorted, unwilling to leave easily because he knew the purple thorn lotus was here. On what basis? Strength. Baxter smirked, deliberately releasing a thread of his aura. A profound spirit realm aura. He was extraordinarily powerful, his realm exceeding the profound spirit realm. You small fries, not even reaching the profound connection realm, dare to act insolently before Brother Jeff? If you don't want to die, scram. Baxter's subordinates sneered disdainfully. Sensing Denny and Lamar's realms, they were only pulse formation realm. They felt anyone among them could crush these two with a mere finger snap. As for the temperance, they couldn't determine its exact realm. Nevertheless, they disregarded it. How strong could it be, accompanying two pulse formation realm individuals? Profound spirit realm. Lamar's face paled. The gap in realms was too great. Could they stand a chance against the youth? Paris was also apprehensive, unsure of its newfound magical weapon's full power and whether it could contend with the youth. Chapter 57. Gruesome Battle. Relax. Denny patted the kitten's head, signaling it not to worry. While the kitten was uncertain, Denny was confident. He had the purple lane spear in his hand, the azure netherworld axe for the kitten, and the Lamar's heaven-earth mirror. These were his sources of confidence. The changes occurring deep within were especially perilous and terrifying. In order to leave as quickly as possible, he hadn't taught the kitten and Lamar how to use the azure netherworld axe and the heaven-earth mirror yet. He planned to instruct them on the use of these two magical weapons after they left. Both the azure netherworld axe and the heaven-earth mirror were not ordinary artifacts. Their origins were shrouded in mystery and dread. Similarly, these two magical weapons could only unleash greater power when one knew their methods of use, just like the wheel of reincarnation bell. Otherwise, they would function like ordinary magical weapons. Do you not wish to leave? Dorian's voice was indifferent. A provocation, perhaps? If you don't want to leave, then stay. Die here, then. The five youths beside Dorian launched an attack, moving forward with a killing intent. Unleash your azure netherworld axe. This is how you activate it. Denny quickly explained the method to activate the azure netherworld axe to the kitten. Without hesitation, the kitten wielded the axe according to the method Denny told it. Swish. Amanita stood upright, swinging the azure netherworld axe, unleashing chilling winds and eerie sounds like ghostly wails. The world around seemed darker and gloomier, as if shadows were dancing about, reminiscent of the gates of hell opening, releasing thousands of ghosts, extremely unnerving. What's happening? The attacking youths were shocked, never imagining that the kitten possessed such a powerful treasure. Meanwhile, Denny instructed Lamar on how to activate the heaven-earth mirror. Lamar raised the heaven-earth mirror, recited incantations, and it emitted a blinding brilliance that was almost unbearable to look at. Ah, my eyes. It hurts. The five youths screamed in pain, their eyes bleeding as the power from the heaven-earth mirror pierced through them. Whistling wind surged forth, and dozens of shadowy black figures entangled rapidly with the five youths. It was visible that the youth's strength was being rapidly sapped, their spiritual energy being drained. This was the power of the Azure Netherworld Axe. Just putting on a show. Dorian coldly snorted, showing no fear. With a single palm strike, layers of dark energy erupted, instantly clearing everything and rescuing the 5 youths. At the profound spirit realm, one spirit energy transforms into dark energy, marking a significant change. A great realm where the inner power is no longer mere spirit energy but dark energy. Denny sighed. Ultimately, their side's realm was still too low. Otherwise, even 10 Dorians wouldn't stand a chance against the Azure Netherworld Axe and the Heaven-Earth Mirror. The Azure Netherworld Axe and the Heaven-Earth Mirror were so high in rank that it was questionable whether such high-ranked magical weapons still existed in Jeremiah today. Together, Denny commanded coldly, activating the wheel of reincarnation bell. The bell tolled, rippling with golden waves that surged forward in a destructive wave. Simultaneously, he wielded the purple lane spear, holding it in one hand, using the heavenly lane treasure technique to summon the dragon aura within the spear and thrusting forward. Denny had used the record of cause and effect to probe the purple lane spear's origin. It was a long spear forged from dragon bones containing dragon aura. Normally, given his current realm, he wouldn't be able to invoke this dragon aura. However, with the power of the heavenly lane treasure technique, he successfully summoned the dragon aura. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed as the purple lane spear radiated purple brilliance, akin to an awakened purple dragon, terrifying and fearsome. On the other side, the kitten and Lamar held nothing back, infusing all their power into the Azure Netherworld Axe and the Heaven-Earth Mirror, making them unleash even stronger forces. Boom! Continuous explosions rocked the area as the purple lane spear, the wheel of reincarnation bell, the Azure Netherworld Axe, and the Heaven-Earth Mirror unleashed a horrifying scene together. Pooh! Dorian spat blood uncontrollably, hit hard, and fell to the ground. Who are you all? He stood up from the ground, staring intently at Denny and the others. He never imagined that Denny and his companions had so many treasures at their disposal. It must be admitted that he was extraordinary and not an ordinary person. Despite being heavily struck, he remained very calm without any sign of panic. Kill! Denny held the purple lane spear, which shimmered brilliantly, and charged at Dorian again. His spiritual senses were sharp, sensing that Dorian was deliberately stalling, using dark energy to heal himself. So, without hesitation, he decisively attacked Dorian again before he could recover. Meanwhile, the kitten and Lamar followed closely behind Denny, charging in again. Do you really think you can match me? Dorian's eyes turned cold, and he activated a long saber. The saber was razor-sharp, emitting a chill glow with dazzling light flowing over its surface, looking extremely extraordinary. Regardless of who you are, you all must die. With murderous intent, he aimed to eliminate Denny and company, seizing their treasures. He swung the saber, creating a blade of energy that sliced through the air, splitting space apart. An incredibly frightening sight. Clang, clang, clang. The long saber clashed with the purple lane spear, sparking several times. Denny grunted, spitting out blood as it stained his clothes and forced him to retreat. Ultimately, his realm was too low. Even though he managed to summon the dragon aura inside the purple lane spear, it wasn't enough to unleash its full power. Dorian sneered, deflected the wheel of reincarnation bell aside with a single cut of the saber. Mirror Zyrect slash. Lamar shouted, forcefully activating the Heaven-Earth Mirror, sending out a thick beam of light like lightning, aiming straight for Dorian. Useless. Dorian slashed horizontally, the saber's edge cutting through the beam of light, extending dozens of feet. The blade's energy surged, and Lamar was impacted by the blade's aura, suffering multiple terrible injuries. Tiger Grandpa will chop you into pieces. Amanita roared, wielding the Azure Netherworld Axe, unleashing layer upon layer of chilling wind, eerie and intimidating. Its realm was the highest among them, and its strength surpassed both Denny and Lamar's combined. Dorian narrowed his eyes, cautious of the threat posed by the Azure Netherworld Axe. Ghostly shadows and chilling wind engulfed him, enveloping him in darkness. Breakthrough! He shouted, slashing out to pierce through the darkness and break free from the Azure Netherworld Axe's power. Kill! Denny attacked again. The wheel of reincarnation bell shook, producing heavy tolls with golden waves surging, striking Dorian. Lamar, despite his severe injuries, gritted his teeth and reactivated the Heaven-Earth Mirror. The mirror glowed, refracting blinding light rays directly at Dorian's eyes. Tiger Grandpa will chop you into 18 pieces. Amanita yelled, leading the charge, its Azure Netherworld Axe glowing eerily, its force captivating and terrifying. Hashtag chapter 58, the 9 veins. Dorian roared in anguish, his appearance pitiful, hair disheveled, and blood continuously streaming from his body. He was incredibly strong but could not withstand the combined assault of so many powerful treasures. This filled him with profound resentment. Despite having reached the profound spirit realm, he had fought a bitter and miserable battle. How could he possibly be content with such an outcome? 6th stage pulse condensation, 4th stage pulse condensation, 5th stage mystic passageway. What were these realms compared to him? They amounted to nothing in comparison. However, it was just these 3 individuals who brought him to this dire situation, suppressing him completely. I am Dorian, son of the Jeff family's Barak and an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect. How could I be defeated by such a group of people? He bellowed fiercely, his face contorted in agony, unable to accept the result of defeat. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. He once again erupted into action, deploying powerful techniques and fighting desperately to turn the tide and reverse the suppression. How could Denny and the others let Dorian have his way? If Dorian managed to turn things around, they would all die. Strike down. Amanita bared its fangs, also fighting for its life, as the reassembled white tiger bloodline power surged forth fully, enhancing the Azure Obsidian Axe and slashing forward. This increased the power of the Azure Obsidian Axe even further. On the other side, Denny and Lamar also fought desperately. The rebirth bell, purple lane spear, and heaven-earth mirror burst forth with greater strength as well. However, compared to the kitten, the power Denny and Lamar unleashed was significantly weaker. Asterisk splat, 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 asterisk, blood splattered everywhere, both from Dorian and from Denny and the others. It was a horrific battle where neither side escaped unscathed, both suffering severe injuries. Ultimately, Dorian still fell. Relying on treasures like the rebirth bell, Denny and the others triumphed over Dorian. Almost died. Amanita bared its fangs, its body covered in torn flesh and fur stained red with blood. Who says not? Lamar panted heavily, having narrowly escaped death. If Dorian had held on just a bit longer, they would have been the ones to fall. Denny's face was pale, lacking vitality, with several parts of his body revealing bare white bones. It was difficult for him to remain standing. Only by leaning on the purple lane spear stuck in the ground did he manage to stay upright. Power. At this moment, he realized more than ever how crucial power was. Since arriving at Sunset Mountain Range, almost everyone he encountered had been at a higher realm than him. If not for the powerful treasures he possessed, he wouldn't have stood a chance against them. You actually dared to do this to me. You wait. I will tell you. My father is the Barak of the Jeff family, and I am an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect. Dorian's eyes were bloodshot, screaming hysterically. Both as the son of the Jeff family Barak and an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect, these were incomparably prestigious identities. Desmond now, he found himself in such a miserable state. He absolutely would not let this go. In the future, Denny and the others would certainly pay with their lives. Jeremiah sect? Denny's pupils constricted. Wasn't this Crystal's Jeremiah sect? Scared now? I'll tell you. It's too late. You're all going to die. Dorian sneered, thinking Denny was frightened. Jeremiah sect was a colossal entity in Jeremiah, one of the most flourishing and powerful cultivation forces. Within Jeremiah sect, disciples were divided into outer disciples and inner disciples. Outer disciples were insignificant, but inner disciples were different. They were the core, important disciples within the sect. He himself was an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect. Do you know Crystal? Denny asked. Senior Katrina Crystal. Dorian's expression changed. Did Denny know Crystal? How is she doing now? Denny asked again. Dorian's expression flickered, unsure about the relationship between Denny and Crystal. Were they friends or enemies? Nevertheless, he provided information on Crystal's current status. Senior Katrina Crystal has astonishing talent. After entering Jeremiah sect, she successively opened multiple veins and became the first person in Jeremiah sect to open 9 veins. Open 9 veins? Denny's face showed surprise. Crystal had an abysmal character, but her talent was undeniably impressive. 9 veins. Throughout the ancient history of Jeremiah, there had been few who had achieved this, and even in this world, it was no less rare. For Crystal to have opened 9 veins was truly astonishing. I must also open 9 veins. After learning this, Denny's resolve to open 9 veins solidified even more. Without opening 9 veins, how could he challenge Crystal and take revenge for that kick she had given him initially? What about Nadine? He asked again. Nadine had also entered Jeremiah sect, and he wanted to know about her condition. Who is this person? Never heard of her. Dorian looked confused. Ava passed the Jeremiah sect examination alongside Crystal, and her performance was excellent, which should have earned her focused cultivation. No. Dorian shook his head. I don't recall anyone named Nadine in my memory. People with excellent scores start as inner disciples. I know all the inner disciples of Jeremiah sect, and there's no Nadine among them. Ava might have lied to you. Her examination score must not have been good. Denny remained silent. A not-so-good thought formed in his mind. Would Nadine lie to him? No. Then why didn't Nadine become an inner disciple? Crystal. His voice turned cold, immediately suspecting Crystal. Crystal knew his relationship with Nadine. Perhaps it was Crystal who interfered, resulting in Nadine's excellent score not earning her inner disciple status. With 9 veins unlocked, Crystal definitely had such capability. It better not be you. If it was you, then we will have another grudge to settle. Denny's gaze turned icy. In his heart, Nadine was like his younger sister. If she had suffered under Crystal in Jeremiah sect, he would not let Crystal off easily. Grudge? Hearing such words, Dorian was terrified. Denny had a grudge with Crystal? Oh heavens! Denny dared to feud with Crystal, let alone someone like him. The identity he revealed earlier could not scare Denny at all. This made him deeply regretful, wishing he had never come here alone and should have brought Jeff family Isaias along. Returning to the Jeff family from Jeremiah sect, he happened upon someone selling herbs, including a specific type of lotus. He immediately recognized the origin of that lotus. It was a companion lotus to the crepe myrtle lotus. In Jeremiah sect, he had seen an ancient book that mentioned the crepe myrtle lotus. Obtaining the location from the herb seller, he rushed here without informing his family, bringing only a few Jeff family youngsters with him. Brother, I was wrong. My relationship with Crystal is also terrible. Brother, please spare me. I'll act as your informant and help monitor Crystal's every move. No need. Denny's expression remained cold as he thrust the purple lane spear directly into Dorian's throat, ending his life. How could he trust someone like Dorian? If he had spared Dorian, Dorian might very well have turned against him. Chapter 59. Origin. With Dorian dead, Denny would not let the other 5 youths go either. The violet lane spear glowed purple, drawing a string of blood beads as it dispatched the 5 youths. They should have medicinal pills on them. Denny searched Dorian and the others' bodies. Indeed, they had healing pills with them. In the perilous Sunset Mountains, cultivators always prepared healing pills for emergencies. They had also brought healing pills before entering the Sunset Mountains, but these were all used up earlier. Here, Denny distributed the healing pills to Megan and Lamar. After consuming and refining the pills, they healed their injuries. Although their wounds were severe, and the healing pills were only of ordinary quality, not allowing them to fully recover, they still looked much better after some time. Start digging. Denny began to dig. The Book of Cause and Effect showed the exact location of the purple Jingzai, which was deep underground. At first, nothing unusual happened. However, as they continued to dig deeper, something extraordinary occurred. They felt an extremely vibrant spiritual essence. The rich spiritual essence was almost intoxicating, and rays of spiritual light would occasionally shoot out from underground. They're almost in sight. Denny continued digging downward. Soon, they reached a void area and saw the purple Jingzai. The purple Jingzai was exquisitely beautiful. Its lotus leaves were crystal clear with natural patterns flowing with iridescent light, looking exceptionally extraordinary. 6 purple Jingzai. Denny's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He really didn't expect there to be 6 purple Jingzai here. Not right. He suddenly realized something. According to what was shown in the Book of Cause and Effect, purple Jingzai rarely grew in clusters. They usually grew individually. This is because a single purple Jingzai absorbs a vast amount of spiritual essence. If multiple ones grew together, they would absorb an unimaginable amount of spiritual essence. Therefore, purple Jingzai typically appeared individually, and it was very rare for multiple to appear at once. There must be something else here. Denny's eyes sparkled. There had to be something extraordinary supporting the growth of these 6 purple Jingzai. He dug downward along the roots of the purple Jingzai and indeed found something. All 6 purple Jingzai were rooted on one object. It could be seen that this object was extraordinary, emitting divine radiance, looking particularly astonishing. This is a piece of source. Denny stared dumbfounded. After unfolding the Book of Cause and Effect, he understood what this was. Source. This was an extremely precious and extraordinary mineral with effects similar to spirit stones, allowing cultivators to absorb its power for cultivation. However, Source was far superior to spirit stones, almost incomparable. The power contained within Source was the purest form of power in heaven and earth, naturally formed and belonging to primal power, hence it was called Source. The source on which the 6 purple Jingzai were rooted was quite large, about the size of a millstone. Such a large source, if put up for auction, would certainly fetch an astronomical price. Got rich, got rich? He grinned widely, almost to his earlobes. The value of this piece of source was even higher than the combined value of the 6 purple Jingzai. With this, it will be hard not to open up the 9 meridians. With the purple Jingzai and this piece of source, he definitely had enough power to open up the 9 meridians in his body. Let's go. Without hesitation, he quickly collected the 6 purple Jingzai and the source, then left with Lamar and Mavis. After reaching a safe and hidden place, they stopped. Let's divide them. Denny took out the purple Jingzai and source, and evenly divided them among Lamar and Mavis. These things were all invaluable treasures. However, Denny was never the kind of person who would forsake righteousness for profit. Lamar and Mavis were his friends, and they had come all this way with him. They should divide these treasures evenly. Lamar, start refining now. Focus on sensing the meridians in your body. Open as many as you can. Mavis and I will guard you. Denny said. The purple Jingzai and source were extraordinarily precious. Even though Lamar wasn't particularly talented, with the help of the purple Jingzai and source, he could definitely open up 2 more meridians. In fact, in ancient times, it wasn't so difficult for cultivators to open up their meridians. It was only later that the environment changed, reducing the number of heavenly treasures in the world, making it increasingly difficult for cultivators to open up meridians. Eventually, cultivators didn't even know how to open up meridians beyond the 5th one. Nowadays, cultivators believed that opening up meridians was related to one's constitution and talent. Those with poor constitution and talent were destined not to open up more meridians. This was because those who could open up multiple meridians were always those with extremely impressive constitutions and talents. In reality, while opening up multiple meridians did have some relation to one's constitution and talent, it wasn't a decisive factor. Only those with impressive constitutions and talents were more likely to open up multiple meridians. If there were sufficiently precious and extraordinary heavenly treasures to assist, most cultivators could open up multiple meridians. Of course, this referred to meridians below the 9th one. To open up the 9th meridian, only cultivators with extremely impressive constitutions and talents could achieve this. Okay. Lamar nodded and started refining the purple Jingzai. They divided the 6 purple Jingzai equally, each getting 2. The purple Jingzai were extraordinarily precious. As soon as Lamar started refining, a blazing radiance shot out from his entire body, and his aura soared, enhancing all aspects of his abilities. He opened up a new meridian very smoothly. Then, he refined the 2nd purple Jingzai, attempting to open another meridian. However, the more meridians one had, the harder it became to open new ones. Despite refining the 2nd purple Jingzai, he failed to open another one. Finally, he refined the portion of source allocated to him and successfully opened up another meridian, bringing his total to 7. My realm has also advanced by 2 levels. Lamar was excited and thrilled. He not only opened 2 meridians but also advanced 2 levels in cultivation, achieving significant gains. No wonder you've improved. Denny chuckled lightly. With 2 purple Jingzai and source, it was normal for Lamar to advance 2 levels. Had the power not been used for opening meridians, Lamar's advancement in cultivation level would have been even greater. You are the strongest, so you're best suited to guard us. I'll refine first, and you can do so last, Denny said to Mavis. Although the surroundings were currently very quiet, dangers could arise at any moment. They needed someone to guard while they refined. In fact, he had considered refining after leaving the Sunset Mountains, but since the purple Jingzai and source were too precious, it would give him peace of mind to refine them sooner. Then, he sat down in meditation and began refining the purple Jingzai, aiming to open his 7th meridian. The richness of this essence was intoxicating, with occasional bursts of spiritual light from the earth. We're almost there. Denny continued digging. Soon, they reached a vacant area underground and saw the purple jingxireles. The purple jingxireles were exquisite and beautiful, with crystal-clear lotus leaves and natural patterns shimmering with flowing light, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Note, the term, purple jingxireles, seems to be a literal translation of Zerjinglan, which may not have a direct equivalent in English. You might want to consider using a more appropriate or creative name that fits the context of your story, such as purple jing lotus, or another fictional plant name. Also, vacuum area was adjusted to vacant area underground, for better clarity and fluency. 6 purple jingxireles. Correction. 6 purple ashxireles. Here is the improved translation for the paragraph. 6 purple ashxireles. Carlo's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He really didn't expect there to be 6 purple ashxireles here. Note, purple ashxireles is used as a translation for Zerjinglan, ensuring consistency and clarity in terminology. Denny's eyes nearly popped out. He hadn't expected to find 6 purple jingxireles here. Note, the term, purple jingxireles, seems inconsistent and contains a Chinese character, jing, that doesn't fit naturally in English. A more natural and consistent translation would be, purple ashxireles. Revised. Denny's eyes nearly popped out. He hadn't expected to find 6 purple ashxireles here. No, that's not right. He suddenly realized something. According to the Book of Cause and Effect, purple jingxireles rarely grow in clusters, but usually as single plants. This is because a single purple jingxirele absorbs an immense amount of spiritual essence, and multiple growing together would require an unimaginable amount of essence. Therefore, purple jingxireles usually appear individually, and occurrences of clusters are very rare. Note, I have made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. The term, purple jingxireles, seems to be a specific name that might not have a standard English equivalent, so I left it untranslated. If there's a preferred English name for this plant, you may replace it accordingly. There must be something else here. Denny's eyes gleamed. There must be something extraordinary here supporting the growth of these 6 purple jingxireles. Following the roots of the lilies downward as he dug, he indeed made a discovery. All 6 purple jingxireles were rooted in a single object, which appeared extremely extraordinary, radiating divine light. This is origin. Denny gaped in astonishment. After unfolding the Book of Cause and Effect, he understood what it was. Origin. This was an extremely rare and extraordinary mineral with effects similar to spirit stones, allowing cultivators to absorb its power for cultivation. However, origin was far superior to spirit stones, incomparably so. The power within origin was the purest force in the world, naturally formed and belonging to primordial energy, hence named origin. The 6 purple jingxireles were rooted in a large piece of source, roughly the size of a millstone. A source of this size would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price at auction. Note, for consistency and based on the previous context, I have used source instead of origin. We've struck it rich. He grinned from ear to ear. The value of this piece of source exceeded that of the 6 purple jingxireles combined. Note, for consistency, yun should be translated as source throughout the text. Also, purple jingxireles seems to be a direct transliteration. It should be adjusted to purple ashxireles, or another appropriate translation if needed. I won't struggle to open the 9 meridians now. With the purple jingxireles and this origin, he would certainly have sufficient power to open the 9 meridians in his body. Note, purple jingxireles seems to be a literal translation of Zerjinglan, which doesn't have an exact equivalent in English. For better readability, it might be preferable to use a more descriptive or contextually appropriate term, such as purple lotus, or another flower name that fits the narrative. For improved fluency, consider, with the purple lotuses and this origin, he would certainly have sufficient power to open the 9 meridians in his body. Let's go. Without hesitation, he quickly collected the 6 purple jingxireles and the origin, then left with Lamar and Megan. Upon reaching a safe and secluded spot, they finally stopped. Let's divide them. Then he took out the purple jingxireles and the source, dividing them equally among Lamar and Megan. These items were priceless, but Denny was never the type to abandon his morals for profit. Lamar and Megan were his friends and had journeyed with him all the way here. They deserved to share equally in the spoils. All right, let's divide them, Denny said, presenting the purple jingxireles and the source to Lamar and Megan for an equal split. These are incredibly precious treasures, Denny continued, but I've never been one to turn my back on friends for personal gain. Lamar and Megan, you both are my friends and have come this far with me. We should share these equally. Lamar, you should start refining first. Focus on sensing your body's meridians. Open as many as you can. Megan and I will guard you, Denny instructed. Given the extraordinary nature of the purple jingxireles and the source, even though Lamar didn't have exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly be able to open at least 2 more meridians with their aid. Lamar nodded and began refining the purple jingxireles. Each of them received 2 purple jingxireles. As Lamar started refining, intense radiance shot out from his body, and his aura soared, indicating significant improvements in all aspects. He successfully opened a new meridian very smoothly. He then proceeded to refine the second purple jingxirele, hoping to open another meridian. However, as the number of meridians increased, it became progressively harder to open more. Despite refining the second purple jingxirele, he couldn't open another meridian. Finally, by refining his share of the source, he managed to open 1 more meridian, bringing his total to 7. My realm has also advanced 2 levels. Lamar was visibly excited. Not only had he opened 2 new meridians, but he had also elevated his cultivation realm by 2 levels, a truly significant gain. You not advancing would be strange. Denny chuckled. With 2 purple jingxireles and the source, Lamar's advancement was perfectly reasonable. If not for the energy spent on opening new meridians, his realm improvement would have been even greater. You're the strongest among us. You're best suited to guard us while we refine. I'll go next, and you can refine last, Denny told Megan. Though the current location seemed tranquil, danger could strike at any moment. It was essential to have someone standing guard during the refinement process. While he considered waiting until they left the Sunset Mountains to refine, the rarity and importance of the purple Jingxiareles and the source made him decide to refine them sooner rather than later for peace of mind. With that, Denny sat down in a meditative posture, ready to refine the purple Jingxiareles and aim for his 7th meridian. Lamar, refine them first. Focus on sensing your internal meridians. Try to open as many as possible. Megan and I will guard you. The purple Jingxiareles and origin were exceptionally rare and extraordinary. Even if Lamar's talent wasn't outstanding, with their aid, he could certainly open 2 more meridians. In fact, in ancient times, opening meridians wasn't so difficult for cultivators. It became challenging later as the world changed, reducing the number of celestial treasures available. Cultivators eventually forgot how to open meridians beyond the 5th one. Nowadays, cultivators believe that opening meridians was related to one's constitution and talent. Those with inferior constitutions and talents could not open more meridians, whereas those who opened multiple meridians had extremely impressive constitutions and talents. Opening multiple meridians did indeed correlate with constitution and talent, but wasn't an absolute condition. People with outstanding constitutions and talents simply found it easier. With enough rare celestial treasures, cultivators could generally open multiple meridians. Of course, this referred to meridians below the 9th one. Opening the 9th meridian required extraordinarily talented individuals. All right. Lamar nodded and began refining the purple Jingxiareles. Each of them received 2 purple Jingxiareles. As soon as Lamar started refining, intense light erupted from his body, his aura rising sharply as various aspects improved. He proceeded very smoothly, successfully opening a new pulse. Then, he continued to refine the 2nd purple Jingxiarele, attempting to open another pulse. However, the more pulses there were, the harder they were to open. Even after refining the 2nd purple Jingxiarele, he was unable to open another pulse. Finally, after refining the source he was allocated, he managed to open 1 more pulse, totaling 7 pulses. My realm has also advanced by 2 levels. Lamar was thrilled and excited. He not only opened 2 pulses but also advanced 2 levels in his realm, gaining significantly. You wouldn't have progressed if it were strange. Denny chuckled. With 2 purple Jingxiareles and the source, Lamar successfully advancing 2 levels in his realm was a normal occurrence. If not for using the power to open pulses, Lamar would have achieved an even greater increase in his realm. He successfully opened a new meridian smoothly. Then he refined the 2nd purple Jingxiarele, attempting to open another meridian. However, as the number of meridians increased, it became progressively harder. Even after refining the 2nd lily, he was unable to open an additional meridian. Finally, by refining the allocated origin, he managed to open 1 more, totaling 7 meridians. My realm has advanced 2 levels too. Lamar was excited and thrilled. Not only did he open 2 meridians but also advanced 2 realms, a huge gain. You'd be weird not to advance. Denny chuckled. With 2 purple Jingxiareles and origin, Lamar advancing 2 realms was to be expected. If not for diverting the energy to open meridians, his realm advancement would have been even more significant. Note, purple Jingxiareles seems to be a direct transliteration. It would read more naturally as purple Jing lotuses. However, without further context on how this specific term is established in the rest of the translation, I've kept it as is to maintain consistency. You're the strongest, so you're best suited to guard us. I'll refine next then you. Denny said to Megan that although it was very quiet at the moment, great dangers could happen at any time. Therefore, someone needed to guard while they refined. He had actually considered refining after leaving the Sunset Mountains, but the purple Jingxiareles and origin were too precious and extraordinary. Refining them sooner would make him feel more secure. Then he sat down in meditation and began refining the purple Jingxiareles to open his 7th meridian. Note, the term purple Jingxiareles seems inconsistent with the original text. It should be purple Jing lotus, based on previous context. Here is the revised sentence. Then he sat down in meditation and began refining the purple Jing lotus to open his 7th meridian. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the purple Jingxiareles, initiating his 7th meridian. Note, the term purple Jingxiareles seems out of place in English. If purple Jingxiarele refers to a specific fictional plant, it should be translated more fluidly. Let's assume purple Jingxiarele is purple Ashoka Xiarele for the sake of fluency. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the purple Ashoka Xiareles, initiating his 7th meridian. Chapter 60. Spirit Crystal. Clearly, Denny was stronger than Lamar. Lamar had to refine a purple Ashen Lotus and use Yuan to unlock his 7th meridian. However, Denny was different. He successfully unlocked his 7th meridian after refining the first purple Ashen Lotus. 8th meridian. Denny refined the 2nd purple Ashen Lotus to unlock his 8th meridian. The 8th meridian was even harder to unlock. After completely refining the 2nd purple Ashen Lotus, Denny still failed to open his 8th meridian. He took out the Yuan and began to refine it. Swish, swish, swish. His entire body glowed, emitting a peculiar aura. The 8th and 9th meridians were different from the previous ones. They were the most powerful in the human body, containing forces far surpassing the earlier meridians. The Yuan was gradually refined by him. When he had refined half of it, he successfully unlocked his 8th meridian. Here you go. Amanita took out its share of the Yuan, saying, "It's just one last push, let me help you." Though it appeared greedy, always trying to keep things for itself, at critical moments, it was very reliable and generous, ready to help Denny unlock his 9th meridian. Thank you. Denny sincerely thanked and accepted the kitten's offer. He could already sense the existence of his 9th meridian within his body. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, he might never be able to sense the ninth meridian again. So, he didn't hesitate with the kitten. He refined the remaining half of the yuan, but it wasn't enough to unlock the ninth meridian. Without hesitation, he began to refine the kitten's portion of the yuan. As the yuan disappeared bit by bit, being refined, there was an increasingly vigorous light bursting out from Denny's body. Finally, he succeeded. After refining the kitten's portion of the yuan, he unlocked his ninth meridian. Why didn't your realm improve? Amanita was surprised. Unlike Lamar, Denny didn't gain any improvement in his realm. There wasn't extra power to boost my realm. Denny chuckled, not finding it strange. All his power went into unlocking meridians. Lamar couldn't unlock his 8th meridian, so he had leftover power which helped raise his realm. It's your turn. Denny told the kitten to begin its refinement. All right. Amanita nodded and started refining the 2 purple ashen lotuses. Beasts and humans differed in their cultivation methods. Beasts didn't need to unlock meridians, and besides, the kitten was already beyond the bone formation realm, so even if it wanted to unlock meridians, it wouldn't be possible. After refining the 2 purple ashen lotuses, the kitten successfully advanced 3 realms, moving from the 5th level of profound understanding realm to the 8th level. This demonstrated how astonishing the force contained within the purple ashen lotus was, and how much energy was required to unlock meridians. Even in the profound understanding realm, the kitten was able to advance 3 levels after refining the lotuses. Lamar used 2 purple ashen lotuses and 1 yuan, while Denny used 2 purple ashen lotuses and 2 yuans. One gained 2 levels in realm, the other none. Undoubtedly, such power was entirely spent on unlocking meridians. Let's go. Immediately after the kitten finished refining, Denny proposed leaving. After opening 9 meridians, his spiritual senses became sharper, and the feeling of a major battle approaching grew stronger. He truly dared not stay any longer. Otherwise, it was hard to say what they would encounter. Roar, roar, roar. Just as they were about to leave the inner depths, earth-shaking roars erupted, along with incredibly terrifying and fearsome power surges spreading out. What is that? Lamar's face showed shock as 5 beast entities emerged from the inner depths. Their momentum was overwhelming, possessing unimaginable strength, causing earthquakes, trees breaking, mountains collapsing. They seemed to be fighting over something, engaging in a chaotic battle where every strike appeared capable of tearing apart the heavens. Let's go. Denny was decisive, leading Lamar and the kitten away swiftly. Regardless of what the 5 beasts were fighting over, it had nothing to do with them. They lacked the strength to get involved. Ah, I don't want to die. Cries echoed everywhere. Some cultivators who remained in the inner depths, unaware of the upheaval, were struck by the terrifying power, dying instantly with blood splattering everywhere. Those who survived were fleeing desperately, wanting to escape the inner depths. Boom. At this moment, a stone fell from the sky, nearly striking Denny's head. Denny drew a sharp breath, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Fortunately, the stone missed his head. Otherwise, he might have been killed outright. The stone smashed into the ground, creating a large pit, dust rising, and impact waves radiating out. It's not a stone. Denny glanced and realized it wasn't just any stone but a crystalline object, refracting colorful light, looking extraordinary. Let's go. He picked up the crystalline object and continued fleeing deeper with Lamar and the kitten. In the end, they successfully left the inner depths. Without stopping, they left the Sunset Mountains and headed straight for the central area, to Qin City. They traveled to Qin City. The Anastasia family was in Qin City. They needed to fulfill their promise to Anastasia and visit the Luo family to celebrate her grandfather's birthday. Qin City was still some distance from the Sunset Mountains. They traveled for 2 days before arriving. Meanwhile, the great battle in the depths of the Sunset Mountains came to an end. The 5 beasts concluded their fight. Where's the spirit crystal? One of the beasts murmured. It was a black ape, massive as a mountain, with eyes that emitted chilling, menacing glows. The old beast king was dead, and it, along with the other 4 beasts, all being kings in the inner depths, fought fiercely over the corpse of the old beast king. Each grabbed part of the old beast king's body, only to find that the beast king's spirit crystal was missing. The spirit crystal was the most important part of a beast, containing its strongest powers. What they most wanted was the old beast king's spirit crystal, yet it was gone. Damn it! A mountain-sized eagle screeched furiously, its feathers shaking, emitting thousands of cold beams slicing through the air. Its anger knew no bounds. Compared to the spirit crystal, the parts of the corpse it had secured were worthless. It has entered a human city. A 3-tailed white fox, its eyes glowing sharply, sensed through the part of the old beast king's corpse it obtained that the spirit crystal was in a human city. It's mine. The black ape snorted, holding a fine steel long pole, sensing the location of the old beast king's spirit crystal. Let's see who gets it first. The mountain-sized eagle sneered, leaving the place to gather its subordinates, heading for the human city. Other beast kings did the same, each gathering their followers, preparing to head for the human city. Chapter 61. Penetrating the Mystic. Qin City was grand and magnificent, with towering structures exuding an ancient charm. It was located at the edge of the central region. However, even being on the fringe, the central region was still stronger than the other 4 regions. Comparing Yangshan City, which was on the periphery of the eastern region, to Qin City, there was a huge disparity. At most, it was only 1/10 as impressive. Upon arriving in Qin City, Denny did not immediately go to the Luo family but first visited the Hongtian auction house. The Hongtian auction house truly operated on a grand scale, present in every major city. Every time he passed through a city, Denny would make sure to visit the Hongtian auction house. This time was no exception. Different from before, this time Denny had another purpose for visiting the auction house. He needed to bring a birthday gift for Grandpa Clementine and didn't want to show up empty-handed. He didn't have anything suitable in his possession either. Thus, he came to the Hongtian auction house hoping to find an appropriate gift. I'll have to trouble the manager here again. He sighed after touring all the floors. Many items he liked were extremely expensive, well beyond what he could afford with the spirit stones he had on him. Denny took out the token given by Amira and asked a clerk to report to the manager. Soon enough, the manager rushed out eagerly. To receive such esteemed guests without prior notice, my apologies indeed. The manager was an Isaisli man, white-haired and bearded, yet remarkably spirited, not at all inferior to someone in their prime. Who is this person? Even old manager has come out. The clerks of the Hungtian auction house were astonished. It had been a long while since the villager entertained guests personally. Even the patriarchs of prominent Qin city families did not get to see him directly. Now, a young man like Denny could elicit such attention, demonstrating his significance. No need for formalities, said Denny. Explaining his intentions, he added, I wish to auction some items, but I lack sufficient spirit stones. Young master, feel free to auction whatever you desire. All spirit stones will be provided by our Hungtian auction house. Thank you, manager. However, I won't let Hungtian suffer any losses. Denny then took out a fingernail-sized piece of source and handed it to the villager. This was a small leftover piece from when he refined it. Source was incredibly valuable. Even such a tiny piece could fetch a high price in spirit stones. Is this source? The villager showed visible surprise. Source had long disappeared from the world, making it very rare. He hadn't expected to see it during his lifetime. Desmond's. Denny nodded. I need to prepare for Grandpa Luo's birthday, so I don't have time to wait for the auction to finish. Just leave the source here to be auctioned. If there are remaining spirit stones, they can be donated to Hungtian Auction House. He knew the value of source and believed there would definitely be leftovers. Young master, there's no need to do that. Please keep the source. You don't need to worry about the spirit stones. Please take it. Insisting, Denny finally persuaded the villager to accept the source. Accompanied by the villager, Denny subsequently purchased 3 items as birthday gifts for them. Thank you, manager. Denny bid farewell to the villager, and together with Lamar and Mavis, stayed at an inn. Grandpa Clementine's birthday was still 2 days away. Assuming Anastasia must be very busy, Denny did not disturb him and checked into an inn on his own. Prepare a birthday gift for me. On the other side, the villager, looking serious, gave orders, planning to also attend Clementine's birthday. The subordinates were puzzled. Not long ago, the Luo family had sent invitations for the birthday event, which the villager had declined. Thus, upon hearing these instructions, they were perplexed. Nevertheless, they didn't dare ask more questions and immediately prepared. In the Luai Mountains, numerous demonic beasts were gathering. 5 beast kings issued orders, calling all the demonic beasts they could summon to rally. Bolivarmans were never easy adversaries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the masters of this land. Thus, they dared not be careless, rallying all the strength they could muster before daring to approach human cities. Time slowly passed, and soon 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Denny wasn't idle, constantly focusing on cultivation. The spiritual essence within the lane transformation pool had visibly thinned, yet Denny continued using it for body refinement. What a freak. You went from the 6th level meridian stage to the mystic realm in just 2 days? Mavis stared in disbelief, utterly amazed. To advance 4 stages purely through cultivation, including leaping over a significant realm boundary, was astonishingly shocking. This is the power of the 9 meridians? Lamar was equally awestruck. Of course. Otherwise, why would the 9 meridians be considered the pinnacle? Denny laughed but didn't elaborate further. While the 9 meridians were extraordinary, achieving this alone wouldn't be possible solely through them. Advancing 4 levels was manageable, but crossing a significant boundary made it far less simple, especially reaching the mystic realm. The mystic realm marked the transformation from spirit energy to mystic energy. Entering it from the meridian stage was exceptionally challenging. Many cultivators spent vast amounts of time to reach this stage. Denny's success was partly due to having opened all 9 meridians, and partly due to his constitution and the Tao scripture he cultivated. The lane transformation pool strengthened his constitution, the Tao scripture sped up his cultivation, and the 9 meridians enhanced everything exponentially. Combining all factors allowed him to reach the mystic realm from the 6th level meridian stage within 2 days. Lacking any one element would make this impossible. He hadn't told Lamar and Mavis much because, trust aside, the Tao scripture's uniqueness demanded discretion for everyone's safety. Let's head to the Luo family. Hopefully, Lionel and Dan have arrived. He worried about Lionel and Dan, given the terrifying battles they faced. Leaving the inn, they approached the Luo family estate. Please present your invitation. The guards politely requested an invitation from Denny and company. Invitation? Denny was momentarily stunned, as he hadn't received one from Anastasia. Nearby, a young man was entering, showing his invitation readily. Without an invitation, they're freeloaders. Chase them away. Don't let such people taint the dignity of the Luo family. He casually dismissed Denny and his companions with a disdainful look. Chapter 62, Bridger. The young man was graceful, holding a folding fan in his hand. His eyes exuded an air of arrogance and nobility, far from being an ordinary person. Young Master Jeff, please come in. The Luo family guard recognized the youth. He was the youngest son of the Jeff family patriarch, Bridger. His older brother, Dorian, had entered the Jeremiahua sect as an inner disciple, a position that commanded high regard. Jeremiahua sect, a colossal presence in Jeremiah. With one of their own as an inner disciple of the Jeremiahua sect, the Jeff family had earned respect and power, becoming a formidable force in Qin City. The times are tough, with more beggars around. Usually, it wouldn't matter, but today is a grand occasion. Don't let these filthy people ruin everyone's mood, Bridger said coolly, walking towards the Luo residence. Don't judge by appearances. Ugh, don't underestimate tigers by looks. Haroun angrily shouted, upset at how they were spoken to. They were invited guests of Clementine. Bridger's face slightly changed, growing cold. Why wait? Get rid of them. He snorted coldly, too contemptuous to act himself, and ordered the Luo family guards to do so. Please leave now. The guards remained courteous, politely asking Denny and the others to leave without using force. We are friends of Clementine, here specifically to celebrate Grandpa Luo's birthday. Please inform him. Tell him Denny and friends have arrived. Denny responded courteously. What mongrels dare claim friendship with Clementine? Do you even deserve it? Bridger sneered. It's you all. Unexpectedly, the guard immediately became respectful toward Denny and the others. Please enter. Latoya already gave orders. Clementine, after bidding farewell to Denny and company, suddenly remembered she hadn't given them invitations. Ava quickly instructed her staff. If Denny and friends came, they should be welcomed in respectfully. They were her friends. You're the unworthy one, dressed up like some noble yet with such dirty intentions. Haran retorted, visibly irritated by Bridger calling them beggars. Let's go. Denny stepped into the Luo residence, ignoring Bridger. He was there to celebrate Clementine's grandfather's birthday, not to create trouble. Bridger's face darkened, a sinister glint in his eyes. Friends of Clementine? He too walked into the residence. The Luo family had designated personnel to receive guests, guiding Denny to the back garden where the birthday banquet was held. The back garden was spacious, filled with tables where many dignitaries from Qin City were seated. Denny, you're here. Clementine ran over joyfully, alerted by someone. Her beauty was captivating, almost unreal. Her arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Additionally, many gazes fell on Denny. Just who was he, to be so close to Clementine? Some younger men, filled with jealousy, longed for the same closeness, but Clementine always treated them coldly, never smiling at them. Bridger entered shortly after, witnessing this scene, his face turning even darker. He loved Clementine and saw her as his. Now, seeing her be so friendly to another man infuriated him. Are Lionel and Dan not here yet? Denny looked around, not spotting Lionel or Dan. He was worried about them, fearing they might not have escaped the deep region. They should be coming soon, Clementine chuckled, unaware of the intense battle in the depths. I hope so, Denny said. Until he saw Lionel and Dan, he couldn't feel relieved. Barack, that is Denny, someone whispered in a corner, addressing a commanding Zeke beside him. The Zeke, with profound eyes and an aura of authority, was none other than Clementine's father, the patriarch of the Luo family. Watch him closely, he simply said. The Luo family Isaias who protected Clementine in the Sunset Mountains had reported everything to him. Come, here's the place I prepared for you. Clementine smiled brightly, leading Denny and the others to the front row. This section was occupied by Qin City's prominent figures, heads of major families, strong members, and important heirs. Water, isn't this arrangement inappropriate? Having them sit here might disrespect our uncles. Bridger approached, his face dark. By uncles, he referred to heads of various powerful families. If the uncles have no objections, why should you interfere? Clementine's expression turned icy, clearly displeased with Bridger. And don't call me Water. Only those close to me can call me that. Apologies, but we're not familiar. Luo, Clementine, the uncles are just being polite. Look at this row. Would uncles sit with such commoners? How can such small fries sit alongside esteemed figures? Bridger intended to call her Water, but quickly corrected himself upon seeing her chilling look. Small fry? My friends aren't small fry. Clementine frowned, warning Bridger. Watch your words. Don't insult my friends. Haha, niece, your temper hasn't changed. Straightforward as ever. Although Tinsleo June spoke harshly, it's somewhat true. A voice interjected from a nearby table. It was Bridger's father, the head of the Jeff family. Niece, it would be better to reseat your friends. This arrangement isn't appropriate. He calmly suggested. Tinsleo Shue's friends shouldn't be overlooked, but sitting in the front row does seem improper. Rearranging to a less prominent seat might be better. Desmond's, they won't feel comfortable either. Let's make other arrangements. After the Jeff family patriarch spoke, other initially silent patriarchs stood up in agreement, aligning themselves with the Jeff family due to its current influence. Why wouldn't they be comfortable? Your children sit in the front too. Another patriarch, allied with the Luo family, defended Clementine. He can't compare to us. Bridger scoffed. They are insignificant. Even if they gain Clementine's favor, their lowly status remains unchanged. To sit with them would be a disgrace. Translation continues with the original tone, character development, and plot coherency intact. It retains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text, ensuring the narrative flow remains seamless. Chapter 63. Overestimating oneself. Bridger spoke without holding back, his words extremely harsh. He really couldn't stand seeing Anastasia being so close to Denny and the others. He couldn't control his mouth. Bit part player? Mavis wouldn't take that lying down, retorting, and who are you supposed to be, a big shot? My Jeff family is one of the major families in Qin City, and my brother Dorian is an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect. What do you have to compare with me? Bridger said proudly. Dorian? Mavis froze, feeling the name was familiar. Lamar felt the same way. It was the Dorian they had killed deep in the Sunset Mountains. They remembered, and their faces instantly turned strange. Your brother is dead, killed by us, and you're still relying on your brother here? They found it truly hilarious. You're scared now? My brother's fame is just as powerful. Seeing Mavis and Lamar's strange expressions, Bridger thought they were afraid and became even more smug. Get lost. Mavis held back laughter, terrified of revealing the truth. You. Bridger's face turned cold. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If it weren't for Anastasia, he would have slapped them long ago. Niece, control your friends and don't ask for trouble. People from the Jeff family aren't to be insulted easily. The patriarch of the Jeff family coldly said. Uncle, please also control your son. Friends of mine shouldn't be insulted either. Anastasia was not intimidated, standing up to the patriarch of the Jeff family. It's okay, Anastasia. Let's just change tables. We're here to celebrate Xander's birthday. It doesn't matter where we sit, Denny said with a smile. At least you know your place. Bridger sneered, thinking Denny was afraid. The old owner of Hungtian Auction House has arrived. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The old owner is here? I heard the old owner hasn't come out for years. To attend this birthday party means the Luo family has quite some influence. A buzz of voices spread among the crowd, many people shocked. Quick, welcome him in. In one corner of the garden, the patriarch of the Luo family initially looked surprised, but then broke into joy, personally going to greet the guest. Soon, the old owner entered the garden. Greetings, master. Master. Everyone stood from their seats and greeted the old owner in the garden. The heads of large forces like the Jeff family did likewise, quickly leaving their seats to greet him. No one knew the details of Hungtian Auction House, but all dared not show the slightest disrespect. After Dorian entered Jeremiahua sect, the Jeff family grew even stronger. The Jeff family had their eyes on Hungtian Auction House, wanting to replace it and open their own auction house. For this, the Jeff family asked Dorian to find out about Hungtian Auction House within Jeremiahua sect. The news Dorian passed on was only one sentence. Hungtian Auction House can't be touched or provoked. Hungtian Auction House was in existence, even Jeremiahua sect could not afford to offend. The old owner nodded lightly, not paying much attention to those greeting him. His gaze scanned around, seemingly looking for someone. Mr. M.O. His eyes lit up upon spotting Denny and immediately walked over with a smile. Without Denny, he wouldn't have come here at all. The Jeff family wasn't worth his effort. Greetings, master. Denny smiled, greeting the old owner. Heard Mr. Denny would come to wish a happy birthday, so I decided to come along too, the old owner said. Upon hearing these words, everyone present changed expression drastically. The old owner didn't come for the Jeff family's sake, but for Denny? Who was Denny? What kind of background did he have? The old owner treated him with such respect. Bridger and the patriarch of the Jeff family had never imagined that Denny, whom they looked down upon, had such astonishing origins. The Luo family patriarch's face flickered. He let out a sigh of relief internally. Fortunately, due to Anastasia, he hadn't acted against Denny and his group directly, otherwise, he would have brought a massive disaster upon the Luo family. He received word that Denny and company obtained numerous treasures deep in the Waterfall Mountains. Thus, he planned to capture them and take the treasures. Not good. Before he finished sighing, his breath tightened again. Although he hadn't acted against Denny, Lionel and Dan had already been captured by him. Lionel and Dan had left the depths earlier and came to the Luo family, but Anastasia wasn't aware of it. When Lionel and Dan first arrived, he took control of them. Now, the controlled Lionel and Dan became ticking time bombs. Lionel and Dan were friends of Denny too. The arrival of the old master is greatly appreciated. My father will definitely be delighted. Let me inform him. He smiled, trying to make an excuse to leave. No need for such trouble. He is today's birthday star, the main character. We'll wait here for him, the old owner said gently. Denny came to wish a happy birthday to the Isaisli Luo family patriarch, and he couldn't afford to be arrogant, asking the Isaisli patriarch to come out personally. That would be inappropriate. Following master's instructions, please take your seat, master. The Luo family patriarch didn't dare to speak more, thinking of another excuse to leave later, and invited the old owner to sit down. Desmond's. The old owner didn't sit down but respectfully gestured to Denny. Mr. M.O., please sit first. We can't. Just now, we were about to sit here, but someone said we're small-time players and beggars, ruining their dignity. Mavis said sarcastically, glancing sideways at Bridger. How amazing. Actually calling Mr. M.O. a bit-part player and a beggar. Ha, ha, I'd like to know who he is and what sort of big deal he is. The old owner laughed coldly, his voice full of menace. The token Denny possessed was the most precious of the Moron clan. Someone dared to bully Denny? He couldn't tolerate it. This person must pay. I said it, so what? Bridger hardened his heart, thinking his brother was an inner disciple of Jeremiahua sect, and there was no need to overly fear Hungtian Auction House. Amazing indeed. Truly heroes emerge from the young, each generation surpassing the last. The old owner's gaze was icy, fixed on Bridger. Absolutely right. Bridger, unaware of how wrong he was, said, my brother is an inner disciple of Jeremiahua sect. Even Hungtian Auction House must give him face. Jeremiahua sect is a giant across Jeremiahua. Hungtian Auction House is just powerful in Qin City. In front of Jeremiahua sect, you mean nothing? He glanced at Denny and added, don't think you're invincible because you brought in Hill for support. Remember, this isn't over. Get lost to the back and sit there. Please note, this chapter continues the narrative style and structure of the original, maintaining character names, pinyin translations, and the overall tone and coherence of the story. Chapter 64, Demon Beasts Around the City. After Bridger finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned and felt it was unbelievable. Has he gone mad? To dare speak to the Vance like that? Since the Eternal Sky Auction House first appeared in Qin City, no one dared to provoke it. The heads of various families tried to hide their smiles. They knew all too well that the Jeff family was about to suffer a great misfortune. The head of the Jeff family was so furious that his whole body was trembling. He hated himself for not warning Bridger earlier about how terrifying the Eternal Sky Auction House was, which led Bridger to say such outrageous things, bringing disaster upon their family. Dad, am I not right? In this Qin City, our Jeff family still calls the shots. Bridger was even trying to claim credit from his father, feeling that he had boosted the prestige of the Jeff family. Desmond's yes, you're absolutely right. With that, the head of the Jeff family slapped Bridger, sending him sprawling on the ground. To act so recklessly in front of the Vance. Do you wish to live no longer? He berated him loudly, anger coursing through his liver and lungs. Auction master, please forgive this immature boy. He doesn't know any better and has been spoiled by me. He hurriedly apologized to the Vance, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Offending the Eternal Sky Auction House could mean the total downfall of their Jeff family. Dad, why are you doing this? Our Jeff family has nothing to fear. My brother is an inner disciple of Jeremiah sect. Bridger still didn't grasp the severity of the situation and shouted loudly. The heads of other families covered their faces. How did the Jeff family produce someone like Bridger? This boy would ruin the Jeff family if left unchecked. Are you still talking? The head of the Jeff family was almost driven mad with anger. He grabbed Bridger and began slapping him again, his cheeks swelling until Bridger finally passed out. He wanted Bridger unconscious so as to prevent him from saying anything worse that could bring even greater disaster upon their family. That's enough. The Vance waved his hand and said, I wouldn't stoop so low as to quarrel with the child. The proverb says that, if the son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Your responsibility will now fall upon you for his actions. What? The head of the Jeff family's face turned green. What did the Vance mean? Come and apologize to Sir Mo. If Sir Mo does not forgive you, then there is no reason for your family to exist. The Vance remained calm and composed, as though erasing the Jeff family was an insignificant matter. Everyone was horrified. Was the Eternal Sky Auction House truly this terrifying? Sir Mo, I have wronged you greatly. I sincerely apologize here and hope for your forgiveness. Without hesitation, the head of the Jeff family apologized to Denny. He deeply understood the terror of the Eternal Sky Auction House and how easily they could destroy the Jeff family. That's all right. Denny responded indifferently, without further ado. Bridger had received his punishment and lesson, and that was the end of the matter. After all, he was here to celebrate. Causing a commotion at Anastasia's grandfather's birthday celebration would be improper. Thank you, Sir Mo. The head of the Jeff family breathed a sigh of relief, finally at ease. Yu, where is Dan? Denny frowned. The birthday celebration was about to start, yet Yu and Dan were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Yu and Dan hadn't come out of the depths? Should I help check? The Vance asked. Please do. Very well. The Vance nodded and instructed the powerful individuals from the Eternal Sky Auction House who had accompanied him to conduct the search. Cold sweat immediately appeared on the head of the Luo family's face. The Eternal Sky Auction House wasn't just involved in auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. If they conducted a search, they would soon find out it was him. Don't check, they're being held by me. His face pale, the head of the Luo family confessed everything. Grace and you. Anastasia couldn't believe her father would do something like this. These were her friends. Moreover, she never thought that her father had already suspected everything and sent powerful members of the family to follow her. Are they all right? Denny asked. They're fine, completely fine. The head of the Luo family quickly replied. He loved Anastasia dearly. Although he had detained Yu and Dan, since they were Anastasia's friends, he hadn't harmed them. So, that's good. Denny chuckled lightly and let it go. It was Anastasia's father after all, so he couldn't really pursue it further. I'll have them brought over immediately. The head of the Luo family quickly ordered for Yu and Dan to be brought in. Shortly thereafter, Yu and Dan arrived. They indeed seemed unharmed, both looking spirited and in good spirits. These belong to you. The head of the Luo family returned the Dharma soldiers that were taken from Yu and Dan. Seeing the Dharma soldiers, everyone else in the room was visibly surprised. These two Dharma soldiers were sparkling brilliantly, radiating a unique Tao rhythm. It was clear they weren't ordinary Dharma soldiers. Everyone remember, these are esteemed guests of our Eternal Sky Auction House. The Vance, being shrewd, knew someone had sinister intentions. He publicly declared this to deter anyone from harboring malicious thoughts. Indeed, after he spoke, those who had evil ideas immediately withdrew their intentions and dared not think any further. I'm very sorry for putting you through this inconvenience, Anastasia said apologetically to Yu and Dan, filled with guilt. It's okay, it's okay. Yu laughed it off, not taking it seriously. After all, they had experienced so much together with Anastasia in the Sunset Mountains and considered her a close friend. No need to dwell on past events. Everyone, let's sit down. We are here to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Denny chuckled, pulling Yu and Dan to their seats. Everyone else followed suit, but their moods were complex. Today's events were too dramatic and unsettling. The Isaiasly celebrant arrived. Anastasia's grandfather looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, yet his spirit was exceptionally vibrant, showing no signs of aging or decline. The auction master has also come? Truly honored by your presence. Anastasia's grandfather smiled warmly. Earlier, when he invited the Vance, he was refused, but he was delighted nonetheless. The Vance coming personally to wish him a happy birthday was undoubtedly a matter of great prestige. In Qin City, this was unprecedented. No one had ever heard of the Vance attending anyone's birthday before. The Vance smiled and offered his blessings and gifts. Denny and the others also offered their congratulations and presented their gifts. Seeing this, others also stepped forward to offer their well wishes and presents. Compared to earlier, their greetings now seemed far more genuine. The Luo family had established a relationship with the Eternal Sky Auction House, ensuring their family would undoubtedly become stronger. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, deafening roars erupted outside the city, wave after wave, extremely frightening. Oh no, large numbers of demon beasts are approaching the city, seeming intent on massacre. Someone stumbled in, shouting loudly. Chapter 65 sending out. The roar of beasts shook the entire city, startling everyone inside. Many people rushed to the city gates. The gates had already been closed, and people stood atop them, seeing a horde of beast monsters surrounding Qin City. Such bad luck. The head of the Luo family wore an ugly expression. They had also arrived at the city gate in the first instance. The Sunset Mountain Range's beast monsters. Denny suddenly recognized the 5 leading beasts he had once seen deep within the Sunset Mountain Range. The very ones that initiated the massive battle within. Why are they here? Denny squinted his eyes, unfolding the book of cause and effect to investigate why these beasts had come. They're looking for me. His face froze as the book revealed the cause and effect. At the time, upon leaving the depths, he had inadvertently found a crystal and hadn't paid much attention, not even using the book of cause and effect to probe into its origins. Truly, this verified the saying. There must be an effect for every cause. Those beast monsters were precisely here for that crystal. The old beast king's soul crystal. He was inwardly shaken. He hadn't expected that crystal to have such significant origins. Soul crystals were the most important part of a beast monster, especially this one from the former dominant beast of the Sunset Mountain range. Undoubtedly, this soul crystal's value was exceptionally high. No wonder the 5 beasts led so many others to besiege the city. This soul crystal was worth it indeed. What brings you all here? The Sayasli merchant patriarch spoke up, his previously murky eyes now piercingly intense. For him. The clay pointed a steel rod directly at Denny, having accurately sensed the soul crystal on him, thorned him over, and we can avoid bloodshed today. The Simona, with snow-bright fur and blood-red eyes, coldly demanded. What did he do to attract so many beasts? Can we withstand them? People were terrified, recognizing the origins of those 5 beasts. They were the kings from the depths of the Sunset Mountains, their power awe-inspiring. They had always feared these beasts and dared not provoke them easily. Hold them off? Are you joking? The Jeff family Barak said. Who can stand against the beast kings? Is there anyone on our side who could battle them? Beast monsters were treasures, and beast kings even more so. If someone could match a beast king, they would have long ventured into the Sunset Mountains to hunt these kings. Also, if there were someone capable of contending with the beast kings for the old beast king's remains, they wouldn't have just watched without joining in. They had known the old beast king was dying. Silent, the heads of the major families remained speechless. What the Jeff family Barak said was true. None of them could match a beast king. They wanted to suggest handing over Denny, but were afraid of the old merchant patriarch, so no one spoke up. I know what they want. Denny sighed. The old beast king's soul crystal was indeed a great find. However, he couldn't let it lead to the people of Chin City losing blood or lives. The soul crystal can be given to you, but you must guarantee that once you have it, you will leave immediately. Denny shouted out. So, you took something. No wonder they chased after you. Quickly hand over the item. Many atop the city wall shouted. They just wanted safety, avoiding shedding blood. Soul crystal? The old beast king's soul crystal? The heads of the major families felt a shock, realizing what soul crystal it was. How did Denny manage this? They truly thought it unbelievable. Denny's realm and strength were so low, practically nothing before 5 beast kings. Yet he had taken the most crucial part from the old beast king's corpse. Thorned over the soul crystal, and you die too. The clay, enraged by the loss of the soul crystal to Denny, wanted to kill him. Desmond's. The Rock Hawk sneered, finding it shameful and disgraceful that Denny, a minor character, had stolen the soul crystal from them. Do you dare be so tyrannical here? This is human territory. The old merchant patriarch's eyes shot cold light, his voice chilling. Who was Denny? Holding the most precious token of the Moron clan, equivalent to the presence of their most important member. Today, no one shall harm Denny. From ancient times, the land belonged to us beast monsters. I acknowledge your human race's achievements, but here, you don't have the power. The clay, believing no one could stop them, coldly responded. Don't misjudge. Your human race constantly hunts us in the Sunset Mountains. That's a debt in blood. Today, we only want one person. The Rock Hawk insisted, seeking Denny's death. One life for the sake of thousands. Isn't this choice easy? Why hesitate? Must we see bloodshed? A massive scorpion, shining ominously, its eyes terrifying. It was the Scorpion King. Your humans are selfish and despicable. Playing heroes today? A silver wolf with a moon mark on its forehead, huge as a mountain, mocked. It was the Silver Wolf King. Our patience is limited. Don't test it. The Simona, her eyes fierce and her body exuding murderous aura, coldly warned. More panic spread among those atop the city walls. Why not hand him over? Some suggested, fearing conflict with the beast horde. Thorned him over. We can't die because of him. The suggestion grew louder. Self-preservation trumped any concern for Denny. How can you? Anastasia, distressed, wondered how they could consider betraying Denny, certain it meant his death. Grayson, please speak up. Ava implored, hoping her father would intercede for Denny, but he remained silent. You've lost your pride? When beast monsters decree who dies, do you just obey? Next time, when they say they'll kill you, will you also submit? The old merchant patriarch was disappointed. While living was good, being human meant knowing some things were more important than survival. Sadly, these people only cared about staying alive. Suggestions to hand over Denny grew louder, focusing only on their own safety. With me here, who dares to send Master Mo outside? The old merchant patriarch roared, emitting an overpowering aura that belied his aged appearance. Chapter 66, The Fierce Vance. The auctioneer, you can't do this. You can't let one man drag all of us to our deaths. Everyone in the city wants him handed over. Are you going to oppose the entire city? The Heavenly Permanence auction house may be powerful, but they can't act so unreasonably. A large crowd shouted and encircled the senior auctioneer, ready to take action. What, are you planning to attack me as well? The senior auctioneer laughed, his laughter cold. This was human nature. Anything could happen when survival was at stake. The heads of various noble families remained silent, refusing to take a stance or join either side. They feared the background of the Heavenly Permanence auction house and were wary of future repercussions, so none of them joined the group attempting to subdue the senior auctioneer. Desmond, they also did not openly support him. While the background of the Heavenly Permanence auction house might be terrifyingly powerful, it couldn't help with their immediate problem. Outside the city walls, demon beasts loomed threateningly, ready to attack at any moment. They too wanted the senior auctioneer to hand Denny over. Grayson, say something. Anastasia stomped her feet anxiously, wanting her father to help Denny. However, her father made no move, clearly unwilling to assist Denny. If you won't help me, I will. Ava resolutely walked to Denny's side, determined to stand by him. Xuanhuan, you. Luo family's Barak was furious. Defying the mob would be suicide for Anastasia. Outside the city, the 5 beast kings remained silent, watching with interest. They found this development amusing and were entertained by the unfolding drama. We have offended the auctioneer. We don't mean to offend the auctioneer or the heavenly permanence auction house. We only want to live. Many people gritted their teeth, wielding their mystic weapons, which shone brilliantly as they channeled power, signaling an imminent battle. Not allowed. Luo family's Barak roared and ultimately brought Luo family's strong warriors to join Denny, standing together against the odds. He had only one daughter, Anastasia, and he could not stand by idly while she was in danger. That was impossible. Do you think our heavenly permanence auction house has become this weak today? The senior auctioneer smiled bitterly and said, in your eyes, these demon beasts outside are more powerful than the heavenly permanence auction house? Well then, today, I'll show you just how formidable the heavenly permanence auction house is. He soared into the air, his body radiating intense light, unleashing terrifying strength, but instead of attacking those on the city wall, he leaped beyond the city walls. This is human territory. You dare to wreak havoc here? He growled coldly, extending a hand as a grand banner appeared instantly in his grasp. The flag fluttered majestically in the wind, bearing an ancient aura with golden borders and a red field inscribed with a black war character. Swish! The flag unfurled, stirring waves of immense power that reverberated fiercely and shockingly. The faces of the 5 beast kings changed dramatically. They hadn't expected such strength from within the city. Roar! 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 They bellowed, refusing to retreat despite earlier boasting. Immediately, a fierce battle erupted outside the city, with the senior auctioneer single-handedly facing the 5 beast kings, astonishing everyone. So powerful? Everyone stared wide-eyed, speechless, overwhelmed by the senior auctioneer's overwhelming might. People always say that the senior auctioneer has transcendent abilities and immense strength. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. A noble family patriarch murmured solemnly. I thought it was just exaggerated tales. Another patriarch said bitterly. Rumors suggested the senior auctioneer possessed incredibly high realms and strength, but since no one had ever seen him fight, everyone assumed it was overstated. Now, with the senior auctioneer's display, the rumors were confirmed. He was indeed terrifyingly powerful. If I had known, I should have shown my support earlier. Sighs echoed among the noble family leaders, realizing they missed a crucial opportunity to ally with the senior auctioneer and left a bad impression instead. Such an impression would linger and be hard to erase. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled. The clash between true titans unleashed unimaginable power. The 5 beast kings displayed their unique skills, each attack releasing devastating force. However, the senior auctioneer proved even more formidable, brandishing the war flag like an ancient war deity, his battle spirit unmatched, clashing fiercely in every direction. Clang! The war flag collided with the black ape's steel staff, producing a blinding shower of sparks and a piercing metallic screech that seemed to pierce the ears. You! The black ape roared in fury and shock. Its steel staff had shattered. On the other side, the war flag swirled like a broad-bladed saber, cutting off numerous feathers from the mountain eagle. The Scorpion King, with a shell as hard as metal, still lost one of its legs upon impact with the war flag. The silver wolf opened its blood-red maw, teeth like steel knives, lunging forward only to lose all its fangs mixed with blood. The 3-tailed white fox suffered the most. Its once pristine white fur was now stained red, and it had lost one of its tails. How powerful! Too intense. People on the city wall exclaimed, their minds reeling with shock and awe. The speed and ferocity of the attacks took everyone aback, especially given how quickly the 5 beast kings sustained heavy injuries. The accompanying beasts lay trembling on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Run! The 5 beast kings decisively retreated, realizing they could not match the senior auctioneer's terrifying might. Without hesitation, they attempted to escape. Come and go as you please? What do you think this place is? The senior auctioneer's gaze turned cold, his figure blurring as he intercepted them. What do you want? The beast kings locked onto the senior auctioneer, sensing doom. Nothing much, just hand over the old beast king corpses you've taken. The senior auctioneer remained calm, demanding the corpse of the old beast king the 5 had seized. The heavenly permanence auction house was always well informed. He knew the old beast king deep within had died. If he had moved sooner, the corpse wouldn't have been left for the beast kings. Though he looked fearsomely powerful now, he was actually in his twilight years and not suitable for prolonged battles. If he had gone deeper earlier, he would have claimed the old beast king's corpse himself. Impossible. You must be dreaming. The beast kings roared in anger. They came to retrieve the soul crystal of the old beast king. How could they leave its corpse behind? Absolutely not. ####Chapter 67. Trying to pry away a son-in-law. Is it impossible? The Sinclair's expression remained calm. He continued his attack, with the war banner unfurling and unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the 5 beast kings. Impossible. Even if you beat us to death, we won't hand him over. The 5 beast kings roared defiantly, but soon they all meekly handed over the corpse of the old beast king. The gap in strength between them and the Sinclair was too great. They were no match for him and had suffered greatly, nearly losing their lives. If they refused any longer, they would all die at the hands of the Sinclair. Beat us to death and we won't hand it over, but if you can't beat us to death, we will hand it over. That's right. On the city gate, people laughed non-stop, amused by the antics of the 5 beast kings. Remember, the human race must not be insulted, and human territory must not be defied. If this happens again next time, you will all leave your lives here. The Sinclair reprimanded and allowed the 5 Beast Kings to leave without killing them. The 5 Beast Kings left in humiliation, leading their pack away. The Sinclair returned, and everyone's gaze toward him changed. Respect for the Eternal Sky Auction House rose even higher. Luo Jeremiah's patriarch felt immensely relieved that he had ultimately chosen to stand with Denny. After this incident, the relationship between their Luo family and the Eternal Sky Auction House would surely improve even further. I truly have a wonderful daughter. He gazed joyfully at Anastasia, knowing that everything happened because of her. Anastasia had transformed their family situation, making the Luo family stronger. Previously, the Jeff family had been regarded as the first family of Qin City. However, after this, the Jeff family's supremacy would inevitably wane, and his Luo family would take its place as the first family. I think this son-in-law is pretty good. He whispered quietly, his eyes on Denny, growing even more delighted. What are you saying, Grayson? Anastasia heard this and blushed furiously. What did he mean by Denny becoming her son-in-law? Oh, nothing, just idle chatter. No, heartfelt words. The patriarch of the Luo family pretended to be confused but was deliberately trying to bring Anastasia and Denny together. Here you go, young Master Mo. The Sinclair treated Denny very respectfully, handing over the corpse of the old Beast King. It's complete. How envious. Everyone watched with fervor. A complete set of an old Beast King's remains was worth a fortune. This is not acceptable. The soul crystal is enough for me. You keep these. Denny politely declined. While a complete set of remains was indeed valuable, he was not greedy, especially when he could see that the Sinclair's condition was not too good. After the fierce battle, the Sinclair's ferocious aura had completely dissipated, replaced by signs of old age. He wanted to leave the remains to the Sinclair to help replenish his strength. The Sinclair insisted, but Denny persisted even more. Ultimately, the Sinclair retained the remains. The essence within the blood and flesh was very potent, not inferior to great medicinal remedies. After the Sinclair ingested and refined it, it would undoubtedly counteract the exhaustion from the battle, strengthen his body, and slow down the aging process. They returned to the Luo residence to celebrate the birthday of the Luo family Isaias. Before the banquet started, the siege by beasts occurred. Now back, the feast officially began, with fine wine and delicious food laid out on the tables. Truly remarkable, young Master Mo, a true dragon among men. Here, I toast to young Master Mo. I also toast to young Master Mo. During the banquet, many strong figures from Qin City came over to toast with Denny. This is my daughter. She admires young Master Mo greatly. I bring her here to toast with young Master Mo, hoping he won't disdain her and interact with her more. A family patriarch chuckled, leading his daughter over to toast. You've got some nerve, actually bringing your daughter to toast. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do that. How immoral and unethical, someone remarked disdainfully. All right, stop being jealous. Who told you to only have sons and not daughters? Haha. People sitting at the same table laughed, knowing he was just envious to the point of resentment, speaking the opposite of what he meant. If he had a daughter, he'd definitely bring her over too. Even the Sinclair showed immense respect for Denny, who was destined to be extraordinary, coming from a significant background. Marrying into a family like his would make their own clan even stronger. All right, what's going on here? This is my Luo family. Are you treating me as if I don't exist and openly trying to poach my future son-in-law? The patriarch of the Luo family was displeased. One after another, they brought their daughters over. What if Denny really got poached? Grayson, you. Anastasia's face turned red with embarrassment. How could her father act so improperly? Ava and Denny were just friends. I think Uncle is quite right. You and Denny are a perfect match. Megan, always stirring up trouble, grinned mischievously. Slap. Denny slapped Megan's head, saying, get lost. They continued drinking and chatting, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Finally, they mentioned the Zhanxian sect. You're also going to the Zhanxian sect? Anastasia was surprised. Ava also planned to go there. Of course, we've come all the way from the eastern region to the central region precisely to enter the Zhanxian sect, Lamar said. How coincidental, me too. We can travel together and head to the Zhanxian sect, Anastasia said with a smile. Is it really that coincidental? I feel like you're just saying you're going to the Zhanxian sect so you can stay close to Denny, Megan said with a half smile. Get lost. I've genuinely planned to go to the Zhanxian sect long ago. Anastasia learned from Denny and smacked Megan's head. Oh whoa. If either of you hits me on the head one more time, I'll bite both of you to death. Megan bared her teeth. Anastasia and Denny were turning into a real couple. First one smacks, then the other, never ending. Behave. Denny ignored Megan and slapped her again. At this moment, the patriarch of the Jeff family approached with a radiant smile. I know several of you will have no problem entering the Zhanxian sect given your talent. However, in recent years, the Zhanxian sect hasn't developed as well as the Jeremiahua sect. The Jeremiahua sect now has the potential to become the top sect in Jeremiahua. He paused, straightened his back and continued, I suggest you go to the Jeremiahua sect. Although the entrance exams for the Jeremiahua sect are over and they are not accepting new disciples. My son, Dorian, is an inner disciple of the Jeremiahua sect and still holds considerable influence there. I can have my son Dorian recommend all of you to the Jeremiahua sect, ensuring you receive the best treatment. He had been eavesdropping and upon hearing Denny and the others discussing going to the Zhanxian sect, saw an opportunity. If this succeeded, Denny and the others would surely be grateful to him. His Jeff family could then rely on the Eternal Sky Auction House, thereby becoming even stronger. He imagined the flourishing Jeff family, growing ever stronger, and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Hashtag chapter 68, Midnight Blood Battle. The saying, when one becomes immortal, even the chicken and dog rise to heaven, holds true indeed. Bridger would often mention his brother Dorian in conversation, while the Barack of the Jeff family would refer to his son Dorian all the time. Megan wanted to laugh and also wanted to say, Don't mention Dorian anymore. He's dead. No matter how powerful he once was, he's now just a handful of earth. I won't go. Anastasia shook her head, directly refusing. Ava had no intention of going to the Jeremiahua sect. At first, Bridger approached her, saying he wanted her to join him at the Jeremiahua sect, but she detested Bridger and didn't want to have any further entanglements with him. Hence, she chose to join Jianshan sect instead of attending the Jeremiahua sect trials. I will go even less. Denny didn't even think about it. Crystal was at the Jeremiahua sect. How could he possibly go there? He wouldn't. In the future, he planned to climb up to the Jeremiahua sect to settle accounts with Crystal. If they were from the same sect, or under restrictions, he didn't want to be bound by such limitations. Alright. The Barak of the Jeff family left disgruntled, feeling quite embarrassed. He originally thought that proposing this idea would earn him admiration from people like Denny, but instead, they completely disregarded it. The banquet continued, and after several hours, it ended. Denny and the others bid farewell to Anastasia and returned to their inn for rest. They had agreed to go to Jianshan sect together during the day. The next morning, dawn arrived, with sunlight shining like scattered gold. Denny and company set out from the inn, full of energy, with Anastasia waiting for them outside. They met up and then set off, leaving Qin City for Jianshan sect. Jianshan sect was located in the most prosperous central area, while Qin City was on the outskirts of the central region. The distance to Jianshan sect wasn't too far. They walked instead of using the teleportation array, as they had enough time and wanted to hone their skills along the way. Especially Denny. He wanted to temper himself more. His realm had advanced to the Tongxian realm but needed consolidation and stabilization. He intended to use this time to strengthen it. The Tongxian realm was a significant stage, crucial for converting inner spiritual energy into Xian power. If done well, it would greatly benefit him in the Xianling realm, leading to a qualitative improvement. If not done well, it would be disadvantageous once he entered the Xianling realm. Therefore, Denny placed great importance on this realm. They proceeded, gradually getting closer to Jianshan sect. After several days of travel, they had covered almost half the distance. During this time, Denny underwent excellent tempering and consolidation. Although his realm didn't advance, his strength undoubtedly increased. As night fell and the stars dotted the sky, they entered a large mountain, finding a relatively safe place to rest. Finally here. Behind them, someone whispered darkly, eyes gleaming ominously, clearly harboring ill intentions. Let's move. Kill them quickly so we can report back. Another person nearby said, not yet. We should wait until midnight before acting. Young master was very angry about the previous failure. This time, we must succeed. The earlier speaker replied, is there really a difference between attacking at midnight and now? A young man asked, showing disdain in his gaze. With Uncle John here, how can we possibly fail? Uncle John, their leader on this mission, was highly skilled, possessing the strength of the third tier of the Xianling realm. They, the weakest among them, had the strength of the third tier of the Tongxian realm. Against Denny and his group, they couldn't possibly fail, could they? The young man felt they were being overly cautious, almost making a mountain out of a molehill. Indeed, they weren't anyone else. They were sent by Ernest to kill Denny. Ernest had promised Crystal to help kill Denny. After the previous failed attempt, he issued another order for clan members to kill Denny. When these people arrived at Yunshan City, Denny had already left. Learning that Denny was heading to Jianshan sect, they lay in wait along the route. Now, they had waited and found their target. Be careful. Wasn't the last time supposed to be a sure thing? Desmond the two who went lost contact, and we can't reach them either. Uncle John's eyes shone with insight. Being an adult with deep strategy, he felt Denny wouldn't be easy to deal with. We'll attack at midnight. They hid, waiting until Denny and the others were deeply asleep before striking. Deep into the night, having traveled all day, Denny and the others were exhausted. Anastasia, Megan, and Lamar fell asleep early and deeply. Denny did not sleep. Despite his fatigue, he practiced the Tao Classic. Sitting cross-legged, he circulated the Tao Classic for cultivation, instantly dispelling all his exhaustion. This was something he always did, travel during the day, cultivate at night. Such behavior made Megan call him crazy. Traveling during the day and cultivating at night, Denny showed no signs of fatigue, and his mental state was even better than those who rested, which was astonishing. This was the effect of the Tao Classic, the world's strongest foundational scripture. It lived up to its reputation, truly extraordinary and transcendent. While cultivating, Denny suddenly opened his eyes. His spirit sense was strong, detecting someone rapidly approaching them. Wake up. He quickly roused Megan and the others, preparing them for the unknown intent of the approaching individuals, urging caution. Whoosh! A brilliant blade light appeared, emitting terrifying power, illuminating the night sky, slicing toward the tent where Denny and the others had set up camp. The tent exploded into fragments, leaving a large crater in the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying, dust swirling. Ha ha, mission accomplished, let's go home. The young man appeared, laughing, thinking Denny and the others had been killed by the blade. No. Uncle John's eyes shot two bright beams, piercing through the dark night, clearly seeing the scene at the tent. There's no blood. His face turned grim. Though the scene was chaotic, there was no sign of blood. Ayo! Suddenly, a cat-like roar sounded. Megan emerged from behind them, clawing fiercely, aiming straight for Uncle John's body. Bang! Uncle John staggered from the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn! He cursed, reacting swiftly, turning to engage Megan in combat. You've got some skill. Megan was surprised. Despite its fierce blow, it hadn't knocked Uncle John down, a result unexpected to it. They're here, attack? Seeing Denny and the others, the young man immediately led his group to surround and attack. Their murderous aura rose, weapons in hand, glowing brilliantly, lighting up the entire area. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Chapter 69. Let it be. Whoosh, whoosh. Chilling winds howled and ghostly cries echoed around the young men. while a series of eerie green lights flashed about as if they had descended into the depths of hell. What's happening? The faces of the young men turned ashen. They stopped in their tracks, standing rooted to the ground, too frightened to advance on Denny. Send over the weakest few. I want to test their strength, Denny shouted. The moment he sensed someone charging towards them, he immediately woke Megan and the others, left the tent, and circled around to the back of these people. Sure, Megan replied, pushing several people out with green light. This let the young men know exactly what situation they were facing. An ancient-looking green axe hovered above their heads, emitting an eerie green glow that enveloped them. This was precisely the Azure Abyss axe held by Megan. Megan single-handedly blocked all of them. Break through for me, Uncle John roared, his large blade gleaming coldly as he slashed through the air, trying to break through the Azure Abyss axe's blockade. Don't get your hopes up, Megan sneered, unleashing the white tiger's sacred technique. A tiger roar shook the mountains and forests. It seemed as if he had transformed into a majestic white tiger, blocking Uncle John's attack. Through constant battles, its own realm had advanced. Now, it had entered the mystic spirit realm. Demon beasts naturally have stronger combat abilities than humans, and with the white tiger sacred technique activated, it faced off against Uncle John without any pressure. Moreover, it could easily hold back the others, preventing them from rushing to Denny. On the other side, Denny radiated brilliance. Blinding beams of light burst forth from him like a war god, exceptionally prominent in the darkness. He deliberately had Megan release a few individuals, 3 in total, to test his current strength. All 3 were quite young, possessing the power of the 3rd stage of the Insight realm. Can Denny handle this? Behind, Anastasia looked worried. After all, Denny was only at the 1st stage of the Insight realm. Battling across realms, especially 1 against 3, could he make it? Just take away the kin part. Don't worry, Denny is no ordinary person. Lamar smiled lightly, unperturbed, not showing a hint of concern. He knew very well that Denny had unlocked 9 meridians, far surpassing the average person. So strong. Anastasia's pupils dilated, her beautiful face showing shock. Ava had been worrying unnecessarily. Denny was immensely powerful. Just at the start of the battle, Denny had already suppressed the 3 of them. How is this possible? He's so monstrous? The 3 wore expressions of horror, finding it hard to believe. They did not hold back or underestimate him. From the beginning, they unleashed their strongest techniques and powers. But under Denny's fists, all their attacks crumbled, seeming like jokes, effortlessly broken by Denny's fists. 9 meridians, the peak of human potential. Denny unlocking 9 meridians brought tremendous strength, which was proven true right here. Without using any martial arts or techniques, just pure explosive power, Denny surpassed the norm, pressing down on the 3 so heavily they couldn't lift their heads or retaliate. Puff puff puff. Blood spewed out, splattering everywhere. The battle ended quickly on Denny's side, with the 3 being thrown to the ground, heavily injured and unable to fight anymore. You guys are not good enough. Denny shook his head. He wanted to test his strength with these 3, but they were too weak. He hadn't even used his true skills and power yet. These 3 were just ordinary cultivators. Although their realms were higher than Denny's, their power was far inferior to his. Send more people over, Denny shouted. All right, Megan responded, thrusting out 2 more with green light. These 2 had the power of the 5th stage of the Insight realm, far surpassing the previous 3. I hope you don't disappoint me. Denny's eyes gleamed as he launched the first attack, his fists like steel hammering down ferociously. You're too arrogant to think of dying. The 2 raged uncontrollably, their murderous intent soaring. What did Denny mean by don't disappoint? Denny was only at the 1st stage of the Insight realm. Was he mocking them? They could not tolerate it. Boom boom boom. The sound of breaking air filled the area, accompanied by explosions. Surrounding trees snapped, and the ground fractured. Indeed, the 2 were much stronger than the previous 3. Clashes erupted between Denny and the 2, creating intense exchanges. Not bad. Denny nodded, acknowledging the strength of the 2. Fighting purely with raw power, he couldn't defeat them. Meanwhile, the 2 were stunned, struggling to maintain calm. Even with all their efforts, they could not overwhelm Denny, whose strength exceeded their imagination. Kill! They roared, their magical weapons emitting even more intense light, aiming to slay Denny. Floating air palm. Denny slapped both hands together, deploying a technique. It was just an ordinary skill sourced from the everlasting auction house to conceal his true abilities. He possessed the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and the White Tiger Sacred technique. However, revealing such extraordinary and shocking techniques was risky. Thus, he learned a few ordinary skills for disguise. Though floating air palm was an ordinary skill, in Denny's hands, it became extraordinary. The effects record's miraculous effects allowed him not only to present causes and consequences, but also to practice techniques, aiding Denny's cultivation. Under the guidance of the effects record, Denny refined the essence of the floating air palm to perfection, producing astonishing power. Bang bang bang. The 2 bodies violently swayed, struck heavily. The floating air palm not only deflected their attacks, but also wounded them. Flame burst. Denny made seals with both hands, unveiling another technique. Flames erupted mid-air, the scorching heat sweeping over, making people parched and drenched in sweat. Again, this was just an ordinary skill, but in Denny's hands, it exploded with astonishing force. Aya! The 2 screamed as flames surrounded them. Their bodies burned beyond recognition, smoke rising from their scorched skin. So impressive. Anastasia's beautiful eyes widened in admiration for Denny, bridging 5 realms and fighting 2 on 1. Doing so with such ease, Denny was truly terrifying. That's enough. Denny withdrew the flames and didn't ask Megan to send more people. He had a general sense of his strength. Continuing would require him to use the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and others. This was the terror of unlocking 9 meridians, far surpassing normal people, rendering them unable to cross this gap. However, Denny wasn't proud or complacent. He knew clearly that these people before him were just ordinary, having opened few meridians. If he encountered true geniuses with multiple meridians unlocked, bridging so many realms wouldn't be this easy. The pressure would be immense. This is enough for my end too. Megan stood up, holding the Azure Abyss axe, chopping several times in succession, defeating Uncle John and others, leaving them powerless to continue. Chapter 70. Edison. Uncle John and the others turned pale, their faces ashen and ugly. They never expected it to end like this. So persistent. You want to kill me so badly? Denny sneered coldly. The book of cause and effect unfolded, revealing the cause and effect of Uncle John and the others. No. We just felt that you weren't ordinary people and might possess precious treasures, so we were greedy. Uncle John quickly tried to defend himself, just like those who attempted to kill Denny before, denying they had come specifically to kill him. Artie. Denny softly murmured this name, and Uncle John's face instantly changed drastically. They were disheartened, all hopes dashed. Since Denny could say the name of their young master, it was clear he knew their background. Any further arguments would be futile. Don't worry, I'll go find him soon, along with the people behind him. Denny's expression was cold as he killed Uncle John and the others. Artie, Zyranian. These debts he would not let go unresolved. In the future, he would certainly settle them. Who is Artie? Anastasia asked Lamar beside her. Artie, a disciple of Jeremiah's sect? Lamar told her everything. Denny had mentioned Artie to him before, and he knew Artie acted on Zyranian's orders. The true one who wanted to kill Denny was Zyranian. Poor Denny. Anastasia couldn't help but feel sympathetic after hearing everything. Denny's past truly broke her heart. When his parents had an accident, his clan's attitude toward him shifted dramatically. From a respected young master, he became a laughingstock. His childhood sweetheart, about to be betrothed, pushed him off a cliff. It was too tragic, making her eyes well up with tears. No wonder Denny didn't go to Jeremiah's sect. If I were him, I wouldn't have gone either. Zyranian's heart is too cruel. If she didn't want to marry him, she should have just refused, instead of wanting to kill him to cut all ties. Anastasia was furious, amazed at how evil human nature could be. But she miscalculated. Denny didn't fall into despair, nor did he live miserably. Instead, he thrived, becoming even stronger than before. Ava smiled, glad that Denny hadn't married someone like Zyranian. If he had, it would have been a great misfortune for him. Desmonda, she definitely miscalculated. Not only has Denny lived more brilliantly, but he also found a wife prettier than her. Isn't that right? Amanita chuckled sarcastically, referring to Anastasia. Right. Anastasia nodded rapidly like a bobblehead, but soon realized what he meant. What pretty wife. Her face flushed red. The kitten was talking about her. Go away. Denny tapped the kitten's head. This guy dared to joke about him, asking for a beating. They continued their journey, passing through various mountains and cities, finally arriving at Zhanxian Sect's location. Zhanxian Sect was nestled among mountains, its environment picturesque and serene. Like a sacred land free from the mundane world, buildings resembling palaces emitting auspicious rays that illuminated the entire mountain range. Quite a crowd. Lamar sighed. Though they were still far from reaching Zhanxian Sect, there were already many people visible. There were middle-aged adults and youths alike, but mostly teenagers, with very few middle-aged people. Teenagers likely came for Zhanxian Sect's evaluation, while the middle-aged were probably their Isaias, accompanying the youth. Zhanxian Sect is a top-level cultivation sect in Jeremiah. It's normal to see so many people here. Everyone from the 5 regions of Jeremiah has come. Anastasia said, adding, but compared to Jeremiah's sect, it's still fewer. More people participate in Jeremiah's sect's evaluations. Though she didn't join Jeremiah's sect, she paid attention to it. Actually, she originally wanted to enter Jeremiah's sect. In recent years, Jeremiah's sect had grown remarkably well, overshadowing almost all other top-level cultivation sects. However, she disliked Bridger and didn't want much contact with him. Thus, she gave up on Jeremiah's sect and chose Zhanxian Sect. If not for that, she would have chosen Jeremiah's sect. Compared to them, we look a bit shabby. Lamar rubbed his nose, saying dejectedly, they walked here, while most others rode powerful demonic beasts. How shabby. We have a sacred tiger here, but we don't let it be ridden. If we did, it would surely outshine them all. Denny patted the kitten's head, slightly complaining. Growl, who dares ride me? I'd bite them to death. Amanita snarled. How could those demonic beasts compare to it? Its bloodline was so noble. At this moment, a teenager rode a magnificent white horse slowly passing by Denny and the others. He glanced indifferently at Denny, not giving much attention, and quickly averted his gaze. But in the next instant, his gaze returned to Denny and his group. More accurately, just to Anastasia. The world has such beauty. Mom, I'm in love. His heart pounded as he fell for Anastasia. Was this love at first sight? He immediately swore he would marry no one but Anastasia. Latoya, are you also going to attend Zhanxian Sect's evaluation? He put on a self-perceived charming smile and asked gently. Not really, we're headed to Jeremiah's sect. Amanita replied. Jeremiah's sect? Baxter was taken aback. This is the path to Zhanxian Sect, not Jeremiah's sect. Knowing that, why ask? Amanita retorted angrily. This youth was obviously prying into Denny's business. Baxter suddenly realized this, anger rising within him. This temperance was daring to mock him? However, he forced down his anger, not wanting to appear bad in front of Anastasia. With a light laugh, he said, coincidentally, we're heading the same way. I'm also going to Zhanxian Sect for the evaluation. We can travel together. As he spoke, he dismounted from the white horse and introduced himself. His name was Edison, from the western region. You're way too familiar. We didn't ask your name or say we wanted to travel with you. Why introduce yourself randomly here? Amanita snarled, clearly displeased with Edison. It was a close friend of Denny, having experienced many things together. How could it stand by and watch someone pry into Denny's affairs? No way. Edison nearly exploded upon hearing this. What was this kitten trying to do? Challenge him to a deathmatch? No one had ever spoken to him like this. Shut up, pet. Only the master should speak. Stay quiet and behave yourself. He finally lost control and shouted loudly. Growl, you're the pet, and your whole family are pets. Amanita bristled. It hated being called a pet. Oh, not a pet, then a mount. Forgive my mistake. Edison sneered sarcastically. A little kitten dared to mock him? Hashtag chapter 71. Self-preservation. All right, everyone, calm down, Anastasia said with a light laugh, trying to ease the tension. Ava thought that although Mavis had acted improperly, Edison had only come over to greet them and hadn't done anything wrong. Mavis's confrontational behavior was indeed inappropriate. Edison's expression softened. He felt relieved that the beauty was reasonable. Otherwise, he would have been hard-pressed to suppress his anger and might have made Mavis pay a price. In fact, Edison was lucky. If it came to a confrontation with Mavis, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Even cultivators at the third-rank mystic spirit realm weren't a match for Mavis. How could he be? Though exceptional and talented, Edison was still only at the third-rank mystic passage realm, far behind Mavis. Mavis, behave. Denny also spoke up, offering an apology on Mavis's behalf. It wouldn't be right to beat up Edison just because he admired Anastasia. That would be unreasonable. You kid don't appreciate my good intentions. If someone really tries to poach you, don't blame others. I'm helping you out. Mavis rolled its eyes at Denny. For whose sake did it do all this? Wasn't it for Denny? Denny really didn't know what was good for him. Since Evan Edison wishes to travel with us, why not? Let's go together to Jianxian's sect and strive to enter it. Anastasia smiled charmingly, causing Edison to become even more captivated, his eyes nearly wide open in admiration. They then set off together. On the road, Edison appeared remarkably refined and eloquent, his manners drawing much attention. Anastasia was also attracted to him, and they conversed happily, leaving Denny and the others completely sidelined, unable to join in. The pace was entirely controlled by Edison. Clearly, Edison was experienced in winning women's hearts, and Anastasia's laughter and their growing closeness reflected this skill. During their journey, Edison also learned about the relationship between Anastasia and Denny. I thought they were a couple. Turns out they're just friends traveling together to participate in the Jianxian sect trial. Edison's heart soared in happiness. Anastasia was destined to be his woman. Incoming wolf. Behind them, Denny, Lamar, and Mavis walked together. Mavis muttered in frustration. They were being ignored while Anastasia chatted merrily with Edison ahead. As they progressed, the crowd thickened. Participants from the 5 departments of Jianxian sect were everywhere, too numerous to count. Roar. A roar echoed as a giant, multicolored tiger carrying a young man approached from behind. The tiger was majestic and awe-inspiring, causing other beast mounts to scatter, fearing to obstruct its path. Worthless beasts. Shameful performance. Owners of the scattered beasts cursed loudly, disgruntled and embarrassed. These people all had influential backgrounds and high potential. Being pushed aside by their mounts was humiliating to them. To the center. A youth angrily shouted, lashing his mount harshly with a whip to return it to the center of the path. However, his beast mount remained unmoving despite being lashed until blood flowed. Roar. The giant tiger roared fiercely, its head raised high, appearing like a king among beasts. Other beast mounts cowered on the ground, too frightened to stand or look up. This infuriated their owners further, but it was futile. No matter how much they whipped their mounts, they dared not lift their heads or stand tall. It was a suppression rooted in bloodline, where the tiger's noble lineage pressured these mounts. Just because you ride a random beast, you think you're impressive? Edison sneered, wanting to show off in front of Anastasia. He stroked the white horse beside him and said, my horse isn't scared. The white horse was a rare and ancient creature with a noble lineage and showed no fear unlike the other mounts. Come on, horse, let's showcase your nobility. Edison straddled the white horse and slowly rode into the center of the path, drawing attention. He deliberately slowed down to display his superiority and overshadow the giant tiger. However, the giant tiger, carrying a youth, rushed forward but was blocked by the white horse. Edison, are you courting death? From behind came a cold voice, addressing Edison directly. Edison had been enjoying the spotlight but now froze, ice spreading through his body as he heard that familiar voice. Lord Zaire. He nearly fell off the white horse. He recognized that voice instantly. It belonged to their region's top genius, notorious for his violent temper. Zaire Xiaolong had passed the Jeremiahu Bolivar sect trial, but left due to a dispute with an Isaias. In the West, no one was unaware of Zaire Xiaolong's name and feared him. Edison had foolishly stood in Zaire Xiaolong's way, a reckless move inviting death. I didn't know it was you, Lord Zaire. Please, forgive me. Sweat poured down his face as he quickly dismounted and apologized. Though Edison was well known in the West, he was nothing compared to Zaire Xiaolong. Fine. To Edison's surprise, Zaire Xiaolong responded casually. Had Zaire Xiaolong changed? But next moment, Edison realized he'd thought too highly. Zaire Xiaolong hadn't changed. Apologies should be sincere. After a day's travel, my little tiger is hungry. Your horse will make a fine meal. Zaire Xiaolong spoke indifferently. Ah. Edison's face turned green. His family had spent great effort obtaining the horse. Now, seeing it claimed for food, he regretted his decision deeply. He shouldn't have tried to show off. Daring not refuse, Edison knew that provoking Zaire Xiaolong would endanger his life. Of course, it's an honor for the horse to serve as food for your mount. Edison grinned falsely. Zaire Xiaolong leapt from the tiger, which roared and pounced on the white horse. The horse struggled but was no match for the tiger, meeting a grisly end. Edison, how could you let him eat your horse like that? Anastasia ran over, filled with anger. Lord Zaire. Seeing Anastasia, Zaire Xiaolong was mesmerized. He had never seen such a Quinlan. Edison inwardly cursed his misfortune. Not only had he lost his horse, But now Zaire Xiaolong had noticed Anastasia. "Ah, Lord Zaire, this is my friend. Do you like her? Shall I introduce you?" His face wore a forced smile. To protect himself, he willingly sold out Anastasia. Chapter 72. Just be a decent person. A woman can be replaced if she's gone, but if your life is gone, then everything is lost. Edison consoled himself inwardly, not wishing to provoke Amal. "Your friend? Fine. Introduce him then," Amal said. "Who's his friend?" "I'm not." Clementine was utterly disgusted by Edison. To protect himself, Edison would do anything indeed. First the white horse, and now her. Ava really must have been blind to misjudge Edison this way. "Clementine, how can you talk like that? This is Amal, the pride of the Western Sky, who aced every test at the Jeremiahua sect." Edison shouted, "Follow Amal, and you'll only need to enjoy life in your later years. With Amal's talent, he will definitely be among the core disciples at Zhanxian sect." "Don't speak to me, it's sickening." Clementine's face was full of disgust. How could someone act like this? Edison was truly despicable. "I knew this kid wasn't a good person, but you wouldn't believe me and even criticized me. Look at him now, showing his true colors." The kitten sneered. "Amal, one white horse might not be enough, right? This little kitty may be small, but it should still be filling. Let it be eaten by your steed later." Edison had always wanted revenge on the kitten. Now, he suggested to Amal that the giant tiger devour the kitten. Amal ignored Edison. He looked at Clementine and asked, "Is this your pet?" "Magdalena, Isaiah, Hugo Shui, let's go. Staying here makes me feel like I might vomit." Clementine called out to Isaiah and others, wanting to leave. "Stop," Edison coldly yelled, stopping Clementine and the others, saying, "Amal wants to be friends with you. This is your fortune. What do you think you're doing, being so ungrateful? What are you trying to do?" Isaiah laughed coldly. "Do you think everyone is as spineless as you, bullying the weak and fearing death? Do you even deserve to speak? Do you know who you are?" Edison flew into a rage, slapping at Isaiah. Slap. Before his hand touched Isaiah, Isaiah's palm slapped him hard across the face. Edison was immediately struck away, half his face swollen, his teeth mixed with blood knocked loose. Isaiah's slap was exceptionally powerful. I'll kill you." Edison was stunned at first, then his face turned ferocious. He had never been slapped before. He raised his hand and summoned a magic weapon, filled with murderous intent, unleashing powerful energy, striking at Isaiah. "Are you even worthy?" Isaiah's expression was cold, also feeling thoroughly disgusted by Edison's actions. He took steps forward, his fighting spirit towering, like a god of war, attacking Edison head-on. Bang bang bang. His punches sent off a series of shadowy punches. This was the 8-step fist, originally an ordinary fist technique. But in his hands, it was far from ordinary, filled with immense power. Sparks flew, and metallic clanging sounds rang out. Isaiah's fists were as hard as steel, colliding fiercely with Edison's magic weapon, making it tremble violently and cracking it. Crack. Zyrek shattering glass. Edison's magic weapon exploded under Isaiah's punches, shattered into pieces. How formidable. Is he even human? Many people around drew in cold breaths, terrified by the power of Isaiah's punches. To destroy a magic weapon was astonishing and beyond expectation. There was also an unusual light flashing in Amal's eyes, slightly shocked. Such power at the first level profound realm? He muttered softly, instantly determining Isaiah's realm through his attack. Bang bang bang. Isaiah attacked viciously like a true dragon, pummeling Edison until his bones seemed to crumble and blood gushed from his mouth non-stop. Just be a decent person. Why insist on being a dog, a disgusting dog? Isaiah's voice was cold as he slammed Edison away with a punch, his aura intimidating. Who is this guy? More than 2 realms higher, yet so easily defeated like paper. Isn't this too abnormal? Everyone gasped, their hearts shaken as Isaiah effortlessly dominated Edison, completely breaking common sense. "We're leaving." Isaiah remained calm, ignoring the amazed gazes directed at him. He walked over to Clementine and the others, preparing to leave. Amal narrowed his eyes, not moving to stop Isaiah and the others. Although his temper was volatile, he wasn't foolish. On the contrary, he was very cautious and detail-oriented. Others thought he acted rashly because of his volatile temper, but in reality, that was just the surface. All his violent actions were based on being certain he could overpower his opponent. During the Jeremiahua sect assessment, his performance was outstanding, but ultimately left due to a disagreement with an Isaias. Was it really just over that disagreement? No. Someone scored higher than him in the assessment. He deeply knew that entering the Jeremiahua sect, that person would receive the utmost cultivation support from the sect, monopolizing its resources. That person was none other than Crystal. Better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Therefore, he decisively left the Jeremiahua sect, choosing to join the Zhanxian sect. He wanted to be the top disciple at the Zhanxian sect, receiving its utmost cultivation support. You are the king of beasts, but willingly degrade yourself to become someone's steed. I truly pity you. Ammonite sighed and walked up to the giant tiger, saying this. The scene looked comical, with strange expressions on everyone's faces. A tiny kitten dared to criticize a giant tiger? They covered their eyes, unwilling to see what happened next. This tiny kitten would surely be devoured by the giant tiger. But unexpectedly, something shocking happened. The giant tiger was visibly afraid of the kitten, lying down on the ground and not daring to breathe loudly. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Was the kitten more terrifying than the giant tiger? This scene was eerily familiar. The surrounding demon beast mounts also lay prostrate on the ground, afraid of the giant tiger in this manner. Amal narrowed his eyes even more tightly, seemingly lost in thought. Born a tiger, you should dominate all beasts. Don't let me see your degradation again, or I'll strip your skin and bones off. Ammonite bared its teeth, frustrated, believing it possessed a noble tiger lineage. Seeing the giant tiger behave this way, it felt deep pain. Roar! The giant tiger lifted its head and roared before running away from the place, leaving them all behind. Everyone's expressions changed. One sentence made the giant tiger abandon its master and flee. Was the kitten so terrifying? Not bad. Amanita smiled in satisfaction, swiftly catching up, continuing to move forward with Isaiah and the others. They were very close to the Zhanxian sect now, fully sensing the overwhelming presence and grandeur of the sect, which made them feel insignificant. A millennium-old tradition is indeed extraordinary. Isaiah sighed, reflecting on the enduring strength of the Zhanxian sect despite over 1,000 years of storms and challenges. It was truly exceptional, far surpassing small factions. Chapter 73, Deep Roots. The Zhanxian sect examination was approaching, and at the foot of the mountain, a crowd had already gathered. People from all walks of life filled the area densely. Carlo and his companions finally found an empty spot, but it was still quite far away. Whoosh! Suddenly, dazzling silver light shimmered in the sky, and a giant silver bird with a cold metallic sheen flew overhead. Its wings resembled silver blades. On its back stood a Zeke and a Violet. The girl had an exquisite and beautiful face, with pale blue hair cascading over her shoulders. Ava possessed an unusual grace that made her stand out. The giant bird did not stop but flew straight into the Zhanxian sect. Everyone was stunned. Who was this? To ride directly into the Zhanxian sect? How impressive. The princess of the Jeremian kingdom from central China, someone shouted, recognizing the girl's identity. That makes sense. Jeremian kingdom has always had close ties with the Zhanxian sect. Every generation of royal offspring trains within the Zhanxian sect. This time will likely be no exception. Many people understood the reason behind this. Rumble. A luxurious war chariot pulled by 5 powerful and extraordinary beasts soared through the air, also heading straight for the Zhanxian sect. People could vaguely see a young boy seated inside the chariot. The young master of the northern Mu family. Zyaric Jeremian kingdom. Every generation of the Mu family trains within the Zhanxian sect. Someone explained the situation. Whoosh! A long rainbow bridge appeared in the sky, spanning an extremely wide distance, and then disappeared into the Zhanxian sect. On the rainbow bridge, an hill and a young boy walked slowly toward the sect. From the Desmond clan in the south. People from the south loudly identified the Isaias and youth. Next, a long sword appeared, and someone rode on it gracefully. On the sword stood an old woman and a young boy, who also entered the Zhanxian sect directly. The Thorn family from the west. This was another clan with close ties to the Zhanxian sect, training generations there. Isai was also here, observing the old woman and the young boy riding the sword. I will be the top performer in the examination. His eyes shone with determination as he spoke resolutely. Those who entered the Zhanxian sect directly did not need to participate in the examination. Similar events were happening at the Jeremiahua sect. These individuals entering the sect would immediately receive significant attention and become core disciples. However, he did not think about that. These people had connections, and currently, he couldn't compete with them. This was true both at the Jeremiahua sect and the Zhanxian sect. He just needed to be the best in the examination. This way, his treatment in the Zhanxian sect wouldn't be worse than theirs. It might even surpass theirs. Allison from Jeremiahua sect did it. The person he referred to was precisely Allison. Allison had no background and joined the Jeremiahua sect through the examination. According to his knowledge, Allison's talent was astonishing, surpassing those with connections. Fortunately, he didn't join the Jeremiahua sect, or else he would have been overshadowed by Allison and destined never to surpass her. The Desmond clan from the east. Someone shouted again, indicating that the eastern region also had someone who entered the Zhanxian sect directly. A large wine gourd carried a Zeke and a Violet, flying slowly into the Zhanxian sect. Do you recognize the eastern ones? Kelly asked Carlo, who came from the eastern region. The east is vast. How could I know everyone? Carlo shook his head. Although he had traveled through many cities in the east, he hadn't heard of the Desmond clan. The Desmond clan didn't live in the most prosperous city in the east, which was Dongling City. Powerful sects and clans have deep roots and stand firm. Carlo sighed. These strong sects and clans have a long history and deep foundations, making it difficult for them to falter. The Jeremiahua sect had great influence, subtly surpassing other cultivation forces in Jingzhou. People would want to cultivate at the Jeremiahua sect, especially various prodigies and exceptional females. However, many top talents remained unmoved and chose other sects and clans instead. This was due to the foundation of each sect and clan. The current situation at the Zhanxian sect was the best proof. Sects and clans with close ties would send their descendants to train directly at various sects. One after another, more people entered the Zhanxian sect directly, leaving everyone numb. These were all forces closely associated with the Zhanxian sect. Why haven't we seen anyone from the Wei family? Someone mentioned the Wei family, a powerful clan from central China with close ties to the Zhanxian sect. Sure, don't speak carelessly. The Wei family is now closer to the Jeremiahua sect, with its members cultivating there. The Jeremiahua sect's prominence overshadowed other sects, influencing many previously affiliated clans like the Wei family to turn to the Jeremiahua sect. Such acts were considered betrayals and looked down upon. However, to become stronger, many sacrificed their reputations. Meanwhile, at the Jeremiahua sect, atop a mist-covered mountain peak, a young man stood with a grim expression, accompanied by a graceful and ethereal Violet. What's wrong? The girl smiled faintly, her beauty breathtaking, looking like a fairy ready to ascend to the heavens. Lin Shiji, I'm sorry. I failed and couldn't successfully kill him. The young man bowed his head, feeling ashamed yet honest. He was none other than Jimmy. And the Violet beside him was none other than Allison. Allison's face turned cold instantly, almost like an ice goddess, emitting a chilling aura. I remember you promised me. Ava said coldly, her attitude changing abruptly. I don't know what happened. All the people I sent lost contact suddenly. Jimmy opened up, feeling puzzled. He wondered why it was so challenging to deal with a mere youth from a remote corner of the eastern region. One failure could be explained as carelessness, or not sending strong enough people. But even with his family Isaias personally involved the second time, it still ended in failure, baffling him. Jimmy didn't know, but Allison had some clues. Ava knew Carlo had close ties with the Hungtian auction house, which is why she hadn't confronted him directly but let Jimmy handle it. Jimmy's failures might be related to the Hungtian auction house. What's his current situation? She asked. After losing contact with my dispatch personnel, our clan conducted an investigation and tracked Carlo. News just arrived confirming Carlo hasn't died and is now at the Jianxian sect, Jimmy replied truthfully. He wants to enter the Jianxian sect? Allison sneered. Once Carlo joined the Jianxian sect, he would be even harder to deal with. Don't worry, Shiji. I have a plan to prevent him from entering the Jianxian sect. As long as he can't get in, he can still be killed. Jimmy quickly said. Hope you don't disappoint me again. Allison gave Jimmy a deep look before turning and leaving. Chapter 74. Omnipresent threat. Several days passed, and the Jianxian sect's evaluation officially began. Compared to the previous days, the number of people here had significantly increased. As one of the strongest cultivation sects in Jeremiah, this reputation was well-deserved. Its fame in Jeremiah was immense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, rainbow bridges flew out from the gates of Jianxian sect. Powerful cultivators of Jianxian sect stepped onto these bridges and emerged. The evaluation begins. The powerful cultivators who arrived at the gate did not waste any words, immediately starting to group the participants. Each would lead a team through the evaluation. There were truly too many people. Each group contained about 5,000 people, with a total of 10 groups. The evaluation consists of 3 parts. Passing all 3 will make you an official disciple of Jianxian sect. The first part is to pass the trial peaks. 10 cultivators of Jianxian sect led the evaluators to the mountain range on the eastern side of Jianxian sect. There were many peaks here, each having been specially prepared by Jianxian sect, filled with rune forces that made them extremely difficult to pass. A rough count showed there were over 20 peaks. During Jianxian sect's peak era, the number of participants far exceeded this, leading to insufficient trial peaks, necessitating multiple rounds of evaluations. However, as the Jeremiah sect grew stronger, the number of people participating in Jianxian sect's evaluations decreased significantly. By now, only 10 peaks were occupied, a stark contrast to the peak era. Jianxian sect valued talent when accepting disciples, and all 3 parts of the evaluation focused on assessing innate talent. The trial peaks had been specially prepared by powerful cultivators of Jianxian sect, setting the pressure on a uniform level. Higher realms did not necessarily make passing easier. In fact, higher realm cultivators often faced even greater pressure. Many thought they could easily pass by cultivating to higher realms, only to be met with disappointment. The evaluation revealed that their thoughts were overly simplistic. As the trial peaks were activated, the 10 groups entered different peaks. Denny, Lamar, and Anastasia were together. Megan did not participate and waited for them outside. Jianxian sect only accepted humans, not other races, so Megan, though eager, could not participate. Upon entering the trial peaks, they immediately felt immense pressure, causing slight changes in their expressions. However, they quickly adapted to the pressure and moved smoothly. Many others, however, could not adapt and were pressed down, unable to move forward. I'm already at the second stage of mystical profound realm. Why can't I handle it from the start? Someone cried out, believing that reaching the second stage of mystical profound realm would guarantee passage, but instead, they faced a crushing defeat right from the beginning. There were many like him, ordinary cultivators who, despite reaching the mystical profound realm or higher, could not withstand the pressure. Higher realms did not provide any advantage in the evaluation. In fact, they faced even more pressure. This was an assessment of innate talent, unrelated to realm. Some younger cultivators with lower realms, but extraordinary talents moved swiftly and effortlessly up the peaks. Just this method alone is enough to command respect. Denny said seriously, each person is subjected to their utmost limit regardless of their realm. This is no simple feat. Only someone immensely powerful could set this up. Indeed. Anastasia also marveled, thinking how such a variety of realms could all be tested to their limits. It was beyond comprehension and astonishing. A sect with over 1,000 years of history indeed had its merits. They continued forward, and the number of people around them dwindled rapidly. The higher they climbed, the greater the pressure became. This pressure ignored realms, directly affecting their physical bodies and spirits. Many were drenched in sweat, feeling as if they carried thousands of pounds on their backs, their steps heavy, their spiritual energy moving sluggishly. Please help me, someone pleaded, collapsed under the pressure, his eyes filled with pleading hope, looking at Denny to pull him up. Pulling you up won't change anything. You're destined to fail, Denny sighed. They weren't even halfway through the trial yet, and this person couldn't endure it. Clearly, he wouldn't pass. Still, Denny extended a hand to pull the person up. At that moment, the person produced a dagger with his other hand and fiercely stabbed at Denny. How is this possible? The person gasped in shock, unable to believe what he saw. The dagger hit Denny as if striking steel. It failed to penetrate. Denny reacted swiftly, delivering a quick punch that sent the attacker flying. A arty person. Denny's expression turned cold. Unfolding the cause and effect record, he immediately understood the reason behind this. This was someone Artie had sent to prevent him from entering Jianxian sect. This omnipresence is getting annoying. His voice turned chilly. This was already the 3rd attempt, and it was becoming almost impossible to guard against. He didn't say much more, directly destroying this person's foundation, rendering him completely incapacitated. If this wasn't the Jianxian sect's trial peak, making killing inconvenient, Denny would have killed him outright. If it weren't for constantly enhancing his physical constitution with the lane transformation pool, this person might have succeeded. Denny hadn't anticipated the attack. The person's face turned ashen, all blood drained away, filled with deep regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to work with the Luo family. The Luo family had promised him entry into Jeremiahua sect if he prevented Denny from joining Zhanxian's sect. Originally, with his talent, entering Zhanxian's sect would have been a sure thing. Now, he had nothing, not even the ability to cultivate. Crystal is ruthless, sending assassins one after another. Her heart is as venomous as a scorpion's. Anastasia raged, knowing now that Crystal was the true mastermind behind the attacks, not Artie. Ava fears me. Denny sneered, understanding exactly what Crystal feared. Crystal was afraid of him, retaliating through Hengtian auction house. However, Crystal underestimated him. He would never rely on others to settle old scores. He would seek revenge with his own power. Desmondars of friendship, and still, she left nothing behind. People are truly deceiving, Lamar remarked. Having known Denny for a long time, he naturally knew Crystal too. In his memory, Crystal wasn't the type to have a heart as venomous as a scorpion's, but reality proved otherwise. Crystal's heart was harder than anyone's. After Denny's mishap, Crystal immediately tore off her pretense, even attempting to kill him. Truly, the prettier the woman, the better she can deceive. Lamar added reflectively. Wait, I think you're generalizing too much. I don't deceive anyone. Or are you saying I'm not pretty enough? Anastasia shot Lamar a glare. How could he say such things? Ava was incredibly beautiful. Translation ends here. Chapter 75, Too Unlucky. Carlo and the others continued on their way, but Carlo became even more cautious and attentive, carefully observing and guarding against the people around him. Through his causal investigation, he learned that Jimmy had invested a great deal of resources to gather many participants in the assessment to target him. That man only knew the Rowe family had found many people but didn't know who they were specifically, and the causal record hadn't revealed those individuals either. He could only be vigilant and cautious. Jonathan and Kelly also became more cautious, paying attention and guarding against others. It's him. At this moment, behind Carlo and the others, a young man stared at Carlo with hatred, grinding his teeth audibly. Meeting an enemy in a narrow alleyway, he said angrily, a torrent of rage surging within his heart. My 4P curb. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After planning for so long, everything ended up benefiting Carlo for nothing, and he even lost many spirit burst pearls. Indeed, he was Harold, who called himself Germain Deity King in the Thousand Layer Mountains. He never thought he would run into Carlo here. Truly, not enemies do not meet. You're doomed. I'll make you pay the price and stop you from entering Zhanxian's sect. He smiled coldly, pulling out a pill from his storage bag and swallowing it quickly. In the next instant, his appearance changed drastically, completely transforming into another person. This is the hard-won transformation pill. Even if you have the spirit coral pearl heart, you won't be able to see through it. Last time, he transformed into an Isaias using the transformation method, claiming to be Germain Deity King. He didn't expect Carlo to have the spirit coral pearl heart, which exposed his disguise right away. The function of the spirit coral pearl heart was to penetrate illusions and reveal reality. He didn't think much of it and assumed Carlo used the spirit coral pearl heart to expose his disguise. However, in fact, Carlo did not rely on the spirit coral pearl heart to expose the disguise. He relied on the causal record, and the pearl heart was just an excuse he gave then. Harold thought using the transformation pill would deceive Carlo, but this was merely wishful thinking. As long as Carlo unfolded the causal record, he would see through everything. All right. Harold grinned, satisfied with his new appearance. Confidently, he walked towards Carlo and the others. Just before reaching Carlo, he suddenly pretended to lose his balance and fell to the ground. Friends, can you give me a hand? He pleaded pitifully, trying to get Carlo's help. He had already planned to strike Carlo with great force once he got close, preventing Carlo from continuing and causing him to fail the test. Again? Jonathan looked odd. Couldn't these people change their tactics? What do you mean? Again? Harold was puzzled. Did someone do this before? He suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't worry, I'll help you. Carlo smiled, extending a hand. But instead of pulling Harold, his hand turned into a fist and struck Harold's eye, sending him flying and giving him a black eye. Can't you use your brain? The first one who uses it is a genius. Anyone else using it afterward is an idiot. Kelly scoffed. Who falls for the same trick twice? Let's go. Carlo and Kelly continued forward, leaving Harold looking dumbfounded. My identity was exposed? Harold wanted to cry. His plan ended before it began? How is this possible? He refused to believe it, thinking something was amiss. Given the effectiveness of the transformation pill, the spirit coral pearl heart shouldn't be able to expose it. That guy said again, and the woman beside him also mentioned that using it later makes one an idiot. He pondered deeply, concluding he might have been very unlucky. Someone must have used the same tactic on Carlo before, so Carlo wasn't fooled this time. It must be. He became more certain, believing that with the transformation pill, there was no way he could be exposed right away. If cunning plans don't work, then brute force will do. I can't let this kid off easily. He cursed, feeling immense pain in his bruised eye. He suffered yet another major loss to Carlo. Hey, stop right there. You hit someone and then run off. What kind of person are you? He roared, leaping up swiftly from the ground. This showed his remarkable ability. They were almost at the summit, yet he felt no pressure. In fact, this was his confidence. He intended to rely on his unimpeded abilities to confront Carlo. Bolivar? Carlo's eyes flickered with surprise. This man could move so swiftly without any impact here, which was somewhat unexpected. Do you not have any kindness? Attacking immediately upon meeting. What kind of person are you? Harold scolded angrily, furious at how cruel and inhumane they were. Why all the nonsense? Carlo coldly replied, launching a swift attack. Both hands turned into fists, punching forward. #at. Harold swore furiously, feeling incredibly vexed. Despite being injured, Carlo didn't care. making it seem like Harrell was unreasonable while Carlo appeared more aggrieved, with even greater anger. "I'll beat you down, you merciless bastard," Harrell shouted, stepping in a unique pattern that left a trail of afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Bang! Carlo's punch missed, hitting only an afterimage. "He's so strong." Jonathan couldn't help but comment. Harrell seemed unaffected here, freely wielding various skills without restriction. Undoubtedly, Harrell was far stronger than he was. Here, he couldn't wield skills as effortlessly as Harrell did. Carlo's eyes flickered again. Harrell was much tougher than the previous opponent. Swish, swish, swish. Harrell's figure darted around like a ghost, striking unpredictably, catching Carlo off guard. Despite his powerful spiritual sense, far surpassing other cultivators of his level, Carlo couldn't precisely capture Harrell's movements. Harrell's footwork was truly astonishing. Carlo was hit by Harrell's fist, but, thanks to his robust physique, he remained unharmed. "Are you human?" Harrell nearly cried. Carlo's body was too tough. Striking him felt like breaking his own bones. Continuing this, he'd ruin his own hands before defeating Carlo. With no choice, he stepped back, unleashing powerful spells against Carlo. "Beast seal!" he shouted, forming seals with both hands, summoning a formidable beast resembling both a bull and an elephant, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura that stirred the heart. This was a high-ranking skill, creating beasts through sheer power, truly astounding. ##### Chapter 76, Too low a pass rate. Roar. The demonic beast roared, not a real demonic beast but more terrifying than one, with a surging aura of blood and slaughter. It lunged directly at Denny. Faced with such a powerful and fearsome creature, Denny showed no fear. Instead, a smile crept onto the corners of his mouth. If Mac had used that peculiar stepping technique against him, Denny would have been at a loss since he could not pin down Mac's true form. But now, with a clear target to attack, there was no problem. 8 Extremes Fist. He struck out with both fists, turning an ordinary fist technique into something transcendent. This was a fist technique supreme under heaven, as if nothing could withstand or oppose it. With a booming sound, he stomped on the ground, causing deep cracks like spiderwebs to spread outward. He soared upward, his fists glowing brilliantly, like two divine suns clashing head-on with the demonic beast. Boom! His punches were ferocious, and their power was terrifying. In the instant of contact, the demonic beast exploded under his assault. What? Mac's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was this guy so formidable that he wasn't affected by any suppression here? Recalling his previous encounter with Denny, indeed, the guy was extraordinary, far from being just anyone. There will be other chances. There's no need for me to risk my life against him. He grew hesitant, lacking absolute confidence, unwilling to face Denny again. This was his nature. Even a hint of danger made him avoid confrontation. "You brat, witness my invincible heavenly tiger fist," he shouted coldly, waving his fists, preparing to unleash an extremely powerful boxing technique. "Be careful, Denny. Don't let your guard down." Lamar and the others called out worriedly, given how formidable Mac seemed. Denny remained serious, not letting down his guard. He channeled all his strength to peak condition, ready to meet the attack. But in the next moment, Mac bolted. "Bolivar? What's happening?" Lamar and the others were stunned. What was going on? A smirk flickered across Denny's lips. So, it was just to scare him? Wait. Suddenly, his expression changed as he recalled past events. This tactic is somewhat familiar. Putting on a show of readiness for a great battle, only to turn tail and run without hesitation. This was a pattern he had encountered before. It's that guy. As he flipped open the causal record, Denny instantly grasped everything. This person wasn't someone Ernest sent, but the same Mac who had once set up the four polarities grass. That cautious nature hasn't changed a bit. He gritted his teeth. Mac truly didn't take risks lightly. The last time, upon sensing a potential threat, he turned around and fled without lingering, which prevented Denny from capturing him. This time was no exception. Mac escaped using his peculiar steps and vanished in the blink of an eye. "No worries, we'll meet again." He smiled, realizing Mac's appearance here meant he was also trying to enter Jianxian's sect. Given Mac's talent, getting into Jianxian's sect should be straightforward. As long as Mac didn't withdraw from the trials, they would eventually cross paths again within Jianxian's sect. Always trying to get me into trouble, better not be caught next time. Previously, Mac operated in the shadows while he was in the spotlight. Now that Mac had emerged, Denny could plan ahead to prevent him from escaping again. They continued forward, successfully reaching the summit and passing this part of the trial. Ernest's people did not reappear. However, Denny remained vigilant. Ernest had many operatives who might show up unexpectedly. If they saw you in action, they might have gotten scared, Lamar speculated. Desmond's, Denny nodded. That was possible. The trial was indeed challenging. Out of 10 trial peaks, less than a tenth of the participants successfully passed through all. It's getting worse every year. A Jianxian sect Issei sighed, noting that so few had made it through compared to previous years. Fortunately, forces like Jeremiah State sent their most outstanding disciples. I've seen them. They are truly remarkable, exceptionally talented. Another Isaias remarked. They are indeed impressive. Other Isaias agreed, acknowledging the caliber of those disciples. But even so, none can compare to Crystal from Jeremiah sect. And Isaias sighed. Crystal has opened 9 meridians. She is destined to surpass all. Jeremiah sect will undoubtedly become even stronger because of her. Jeremiah sect got lucky, having such a disciple. Opening 9 meridians, an achievement almost unheard of throughout history. Truly envious. The Isaiah spoke, reluctantly admitting that the gap between Jianxian sect and Jeremiah sect would inevitably grow wider. Once Crystal truly matured, Jeremiah sect would undoubtedly overshadow all other cultivation forces, becoming the true hegemon of Jeremiah. We still have hope. The Jeremiah state disciples and others have high potential and have started very strong. They already opened 6 or 7 meridians at the early stage of the meridian formation realm. With our training, they might reach the 9 meridian mark too. And Isaias's eyes gleamed with hope. The Jeremiah state disciples and others were currently still in the meridian formation realm and hadn't advanced to the profound stage. In reality, some could enter the profound stage, but chose to hold back, aiming to open more meridians in the meridian formation realm. Let's hope. Other Isaias didn't have much faith, knowing that opening 9 meridians was akin to legend, achieved by only a few throughout history. Forget it. Let's continue the trials. Leading the successful candidates, they moved to the second part of the trials. Here was a dense forest stretching endlessly, extensively arranged by Zhanshian sect. Inside are various formations. Passing through this forest means passing the trial. A Zhanshian sect Isaias announced the start of the second round, and numerous youths entered the forest. While the trial mountains only suppressed, this forest contained numerous arrays, leading to accidental elimination if mishandled. This part of the trial was undoubtedly harder. According to past records, although the second and third parts were difficult, the pass rate remained relatively high, higher than the first part. Those who passed the first part displayed above average talent, not mere commoners. Be careful. After entering the forest, Denny warned. Here, they had to be cautious not only about falling into arrays, but also about Ernest's men, and even Mac. Under these circumstances, they faced greater challenges than the other participants. Chapter 77. Those who bring suffering upon themselves have only themselves to blame. The vast forest stretched endlessly, with towering trees that blocked out the sun. Everyone who ventured into it was exceedingly cautious, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Boom. Even with utmost caution, some still fell victim to traps. One person mistakenly entered a magical formation, activating it and unleashing an overwhelming force like the crashing of waves, instantly sweeping up everyone nearby. Dazzling, blinding lights shot out in all directions. The array patterns flickered, and powerful gales emerged, pulling everyone within the formation into their vortexes. This was a hurricane array, immensely formidable. However, those who passed the first part of the trial were no ordinary individuals. They reacted swiftly, using their own strength to counter the hurricanes. One strand after another of spiritual light burst forth, explosions resounding continuously as those inside the formation fought fiercely, ultimately breaking through the hurricane array. However, they paid a heavy price, each covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Although the pass rate for the second part of the trial was higher compared to the first, it remained incredibly challenging. This is just the beginning. I have no confidence in making it through the rest. Desmond sighed, one of the survivors from the hurricane array, feeling disheartened. After all, the subsequent formations were even more terrifying. On another side, Denny and his companions had also stumbled into an array and were struck by its power. This was a fire array. As soon as the formation activated, blazing flames erupted, scorching Denny and his group. Break it! Denny roared, his body enveloped in a crystalline glow. His battle spirit soared high, like a war god come alive. He unleashed the 8 Extremes fist, immediately shattering the formation. In fact, they hadn't mistakenly entered this formation at all. It was intentional on Denny's part. Holding the record of causality, Denny instantly revealed the locations of all the formations in this forest upon entering. He could have easily passed through without touching any formation. But if he did so, the experts of Zhanshian sect would certainly grow suspicious, leading to unnecessary troubles. Therefore, he deliberately led them into formations to avoid arousing suspicion. He's incredible. A single punch broke the fire array. From a distance, hidden observers whispered amongst themselves, watching Denny and his companions closely. Initially, they planned to take advantage of Denny's misstep into the fire array to launch an attack on him, hoping to seriously injure or kill him in coordination with the array. However, before they could act, Denny shattered the fire array. We'll strike later. Right. The upcoming formations will be far more terrifying. Once he enters them, we'll launch our assault. These people were none other than those whom Ernest had recruited. There were 3 of them, originally together when the Luo family found them. Meanwhile, a youth moved effortlessly through the forest, as if returning to his natural habitat. He easily broke several formations, walking away unhindered. This young man possessed profound knowledge of arrays. He didn't forcibly break them like others, but instead identified and exploited their weaknesses to dismantle them effortlessly. Here will be my place of vengeance. He gritted his teeth, thinking of Denny. Having failed repeatedly, he vowed never to fail again. With the dense formations around him as allies, he believed he could finally deal with Denny. Indeed, this youth was none other than Mac. Knowing the positions of all the formations, Denny guided Lamar and the others, advancing rapidly. Along the way, he intentionally led them into a few non-threatening formations to avoid arousing suspicion. Bang, bang, bang. Ahead, they saw someone charging through the forest aggressively, paying no heed to the formations, breaking them as he encountered them. Extremely powerful. This person was Zaire Xiao, from the western region. His actions aimed to showcase his prowess, drawing attention from the Zhanshian sect experts. He noticed Denny and the others and paused. Latoya Clementine, come with me. I'll help you pass this trial. He looked at Clementine with eyes filled with admiration. He harbored deep affection for her, desiring her heart. No need, replied Clementine coolly, feeling indifferent towards Zaire Xiao, even somewhat disgusted. Ava despised him for having his giant tiger devour a white horse. Zaire Xiao stared intently at Clementine, silent, lost in thought before continuing on. Isn't it said this guy has a violent temper, ready to fight at the drop of a hat? Why do I not feel any of that? Lamar wondered aloud. If Zaire Xiao were truly so violent, he wouldn't have left so easily. He's quite clever, Denny observed. Knowing Zaire Xiao wasn't as reckless as rumored, Zaire Xiao had deep intentions and keen insights. Otherwise, he wouldn't have restrained himself initially. Ignore him if he doesn't bother us. Let's go. Continuing deeper into the the formations grew increasingly terrifying. To maintain appearances, Denny led Clementine and the others into another formation. Rumbling thunder shook the air as they entered a lightning array, with lightning flashing ominously. Now, attack! The trio that had been following Denny emerged from hiding, attacking outside the lightning array. They've shown themselves. Denny smirked coldly, having anticipated their move. His body glowed with power, his fists exploding with energy, breaking the lightning array instantly. The record of causality had provided him not only the locations of the formations, but also methods to break them. Now, using these methods, he dismantled the lightning array. The lightning array was terrifyingly strong. Without knowing how to break it, Denny couldn't have done it so quickly. What? How is this possible? The trio's faces were filled with shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend how Denny shattered such a powerful formation. Denny attacked swiftly, hitting the trio off guard, leaving them severely injured. Those who bring suffering upon themselves have only themselves to blame. When you serve others like a dog, be prepared for your legs to be broken. Denny's expression remained cold, delivering relentless blows, aiming to cripple them completely. Chapter 78. Trial Battlefield. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splattered as the three men were struck again, and everything happened too quickly, almost in a flash. Though they were no ordinary individuals, they still failed to react in time. Denny launched his attack with thunderous force. Overwhelming power surged forth, and he incapacitated the three men instantly. This kid is interesting. From the shadows, someone whispered, their eyes sharp, having witnessed the entire process. He was holding back earlier, or perhaps deliberately provoked those people. This kid has deep reserves. An adjacent person commented. They were none other than the powerful figures from the Jianxian sect. The forest was riddled with magical formations, making accidents highly probable. They watched covertly to prevent anyone from facing mortal danger. The Jianxian sect Isaias observed Denny's method of breaking through the lightning formation, proving his high-level expertise in array techniques. Earlier, however, Denny had not displayed this skill. They deduced that Denny might have concealed his knowledge of array techniques to lure out those people. After incapacitating the three men, Denny continued forward with Anastasia and the others. The Jianxian sect's experts appeared, removing the three men from the forest. They were curious about why these three men targeted Denny. Initially, the three refused to divulge the truth. However, given their advanced realms and superior means, they soon uncovered everything. The Jeremiahua sect sure has guts. How dare they meddle in our Jianxian sect's affairs? They sneered, seething with rage, realizing that the three were under the orders of Jeremiahua sect disciples, a fact that infuriated them immensely. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Denny will be immediately apprehended and disqualified from the evaluation. Their murderous aura was palpable. The Jeremiahua sect members mustn't think they could act recklessly here. This was absolutely unacceptable, and they wouldn't stand for it. Meanwhile, Denny and the others reached deeper into the forest, nearly within sight of the outside world, poised to pass this examination. Hey boy, I've been waiting for you. Why are you so slow? Mac appeared, eyeing Denny provocatively, revealing his true form without disguise. He wanted to intentionally enrage Denny, then lure him into an array to deal with him. Interesting. A mysterious smile spread across Denny's lips, piquing his curiosity. Mac hadn't changed his appearance, instead showing his true self while openly challenging him. This differed greatly from Mac's usual style. What are you smiling at? You stole my four-pole grass, an unforgivable grudge. Do you dare come over and fight me? Mac shouted coldly, challenging Denny. He stood in a large formation area, but his mastery of array techniques prevented any activation. If Denny attacked him, Mac would trigger the formation, suppressing Denny using the combined power of the array and himself. Denny squinted, closely examining Mac's position, before a smile spread across his face. Mac was still Mac, cautious and risk-averse. He saw the formation Mac was relying on. That guy has skills. Standing in such a large array without activating it, quite impressive, Denny thought internally. Mac was indeed mysterious, possessing both precious treasures and deep knowledge of array techniques. Come over here, and I'll beat you to a pulp. Denny remained calm, not moving. This kid is so annoying. Mac muttered, his confidence wavering. Arrogant. Mac yelled, convinced Denny couldn't see through his plan. He attacked Denny directly. If Denny didn't come, he would make him come. However, just as he leapt up, a golden hand suddenly appeared, slamming him to the ground. *T. He cursed loudly, nearly collapsing. Who was attacking? The golden hand then grabbed Mac and vanished with him. Anastasia was dumbfounded. What was happening? Who's there? Trying to kill me. On the other side, Mac cursed as the golden hand transported him to another location in the forest. Working for Jeremiahua sect, did you really think we're so easy to mess with? The owner of the golden hand sneered, a wave of murderous intent spreading out, nearly causing Mac to lose control of his bladder. What the heck are you talking about? Mac felt like crying. When had he worked for the Jeremiahua sect? You're still lying. The owner of the golden hand shouted, interrogating Mac harshly. He wasn't just anyone. He was a strong figure from the Jianxian sect, who brought Mac here for attacking Denny. I'm innocent. Mac cried bitterly, tortured mercilessly. I'm from the eastern region, just like that guy. He stole my four-pole grass in Chinchong Mountain, which fueled my hatred and made me strike during this evaluation. These can be verified. He urgently explained, trying to prove his innocence. The Jianxian sect experts exchanged glances. Their advanced realms allowed them to sense if Mac was lying. They looked awkward when they sensed he was telling the truth. You were brought here for disrupting the evaluation. Don't do it again. With a gesture, they sent Mac elsewhere, finally relieved. Mac felt incredibly unlucky. This was sheer misfortune. I won't try to harm him anymore. He cried out in anguish, deeply hurt. Fighting Denny always ended badly for him. Before meeting Denny, everything went smoothly for Mac. After meeting Denny, nothing went right. Elsewhere, Denny and the rest successfully exited the forest, passing the evaluation. Quite a few passed this part of the evaluation. Only 1/3 were eliminated. Mac emerged as well, seeing Denny like a harbinger of doom, staying as far away as possible. Led by the Jianxian sect's experts, the successful candidates moved on to the third and final evaluation. This is the trial battlefield. We've set up various light beasts inside. Bolivart them, obtain sufficient beast cores, and you'll pass. One of the Jianxian sect experts announced, I remind you all, gather as many beast cores as possible. The more you get, the better your future treatment in the Jianxian sect. Enough talk. Gather 100 beast cores at minimum. Go now and don't waste time. He loudly declared the start of the examination. Many participants rushed into the trial battlefield. This section was crucial. The more beast cores gathered, the better. We should go in too. Denny and the others also entered the trial battlefield. Chapter 79. Zyrect Beast King. The trial battlefield was vast, with complex terrain featuring various mountains and rivers. This was a battlefield meticulously arranged by the Jianxian sect. Roar. Beast roars echoed continuously as various light-form beasts emerged. Participants entered and immediately employed their unique abilities to battle these light beasts, aiming to obtain beast cores. After entering, Denny and his group instantly engaged in fierce combat. Among them, Denny was the strongest, being at the first level of the mystic boundary but proving even more formidable than cultivators at the third level of the mystic boundary. Many participants originally intended to snatch the light beasts hunted by Denny's group. However, upon witnessing Denny's terrifying prowess, they all retreated, not daring to compete with him. Who is that? So strong. Everyone was astonished to see someone even more formidable than Denny. That person decimated numerous light beasts in broad strokes, obtaining a multitude of beast cores. The Amal from the west. Not surprising, considering he passed the Jeremiah sect examination with excellent scores. Someone identified the individual as Amal. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded incessantly. Amal was exceptionally astonishing, wreaking havoc among various light beasts, none of which could stand against him. He amassed a large number of beast cores in no time. I want first place. His eyes shot out two alarming beams of light, showing an extremely domineering nature. Whenever he saw a light beast, he hunted it without caring if someone else had already claimed it. Those whose light beasts were taken away were furious. How would they pass the assessment if Zaire kept doing this? Don't talk back, or I'll take the beast cores you have too. Amal's eyes were cold, displaying his arrogant and tyrannical character, matching the violent personality expected of a bully. However, his aggressive behavior depended on who he faced. The ones whose light beasts he took away were invariably not very powerful individuals. He didn't move against anyone stronger. Don't worry, I guarantee you will pass this assessment. If you don't have enough beast cores, I'll provide them for you. As he passed by Anastasia, he said this to her. He had never been moved by any woman before, and Anastasia was the first one to touch his heart. No need. Anastasia smiled faintly, saying, even if I don't have enough beast cores, I don't need your help. Denny will make up for it for me. I hope so. Amal glanced at Denny, uttering these words before leaving. His gaze clearly revealed hostility, undoubtedly upset by what Anastasia had said. You're making enemies, Denny remarked. What? Are you scared? Anastasia responded. I didn't say anything wrong. If I don't have enough beast cores, wouldn't you help me make up for it? Help! 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 Roar! The mountain forest trembled, and the river surged. A massive light beast appeared, several times larger than other light beasts. Its entire body emitted a more dazzling and blinding light, almost impossible to look at directly. Is this a Zyrect Beast King? Someone gasped, eyeing the giant light beast covetously. Without a doubt, obtaining the beast core of this gigantic light beast would significantly boost their assessment score. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures dashed directly towards the Zyrect Beast King, intending to slay it and acquire its beast core. Denny also moved. This was a Beast King core he couldn't afford to miss. Move aside. Amal radiated with light, his long hair disheveled, exuding an overwhelming aura as he charged forward. He was so powerful that merely the release of his energy sent several rushing individuals flying aside, with some spitting out blood. Undeniably, he was the king among the participants, with few able to match him. I want it too. Not far away, Leroy muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming as he resisted the urge to act. Hold back. In the end, he held back and did not strike. He wasn't afraid of Amal. He was afraid of Denny. Goodness, whenever he challenged Denny, he never succeeded. He didn't want to face Denny again. Considering you are her friend, I give you this chance. Leave and withdraw from the competition. Amal stared coldly at Denny. At the moment, only he and Denny remained near the Zyrect Beast King. Is that all? Denny remained calm. Amal raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it wasn't because Denny was Anastasia's friend that he refrained from confronting Denny. Ultimately, he felt wary of Denny. Otherwise, he would have challenged Denny earlier. Then there's nothing left to say. He sneered, striking out directly towards Denny. No matter what, he had to obtain this Zyrect Beast King. He had lost at the Jeremiah sect and would not lose here again. He had to come first. Boom, boom, boom. He was incredibly powerful, each move accompanied by astonishing force. Denny showed no fear, swinging his fists and meeting Zaire's attack head-on. Their collision triggered an immense power storm, impacting many nearby people. The weaker ones were even knocked off their feet. You're indeed remarkable. Amal's expression turned solemn, confirming his suspicions about Denny. Denny's strength was astonishing, far surpassing other cultivators at the first level of the mystic boundary. Remember, with his current strength, a first-level mystic boundary cultivator could be swatted away with one palm and had no qualifications to fight him. But Denny could not only fight him, but also hold his ground. This left him amazed. He possessed 5th level mystic boundary capabilities. Good thing too, otherwise how could I contend for the Beast King core with you? Denny said calmly, though his mind was not as composed as his face suggested. Amal was incredibly strong, not just an ordinary cultivator, different from the 5th level mystic boundary cultivators he had previously fought. This battle would not be easy to win. Swish. Amal leaped like a cheetah, his speed terrifying. His palm transformed into a blade, slashing at Denny. This handblade was even more fearsome than a spirit-grade weapon and could easily cleave through a 1,000-pound boulder. This was Palm Blade, a formidable technique of the Zaire family. 8-pole fist. Denny shouted, his fists glowing brilliantly, emitting intense boxing intent, unmatched in might, colliding with Amal again. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows, each releasing immense power that made onlookers' scalps tingle and hearts race. Denny was surprised. Amal was incredibly difficult to handle. Despite driving his 8-pole fist to its peak power, he still couldn't overpower Zaire, something he hadn't anticipated. Amal's astonishment grew even more. The Palm Blade could kill 5th level mystic boundary cultivators, yet it couldn't suppress Denny. How could he not be shocked? Regardless, this Beast King core belongs to me. Amal's eyes shot out 2 startling beams of light, his tone unwavering. Even if he risked his life, he would obtain this Beast King core. Sorry, it belongs to me. Denny spoke with equal resolve. This Beast King core, he would definitely claim. Chapter 80. Nowhere to escape. Swoosh. A cold gleam flickered as Amal summoned a magical artifact. A scroll with landscapes and rivers depicted on it, presenting a picturesque scene. Endless mountains and flowing waters bind us by ties of affection. I command you, be sealed. Amal snarled. The scroll emitted dazzling and blinding light, generating an enormous suction force that dragged Denny into the painting. In an instant, the scenes within the scroll seemed to come alive. The mountains shook, rivers surged, trees rustled, and yellow leaves fell. Denny appeared inside the scroll, where towering peaks suddenly emerged from the ground and smashed toward him. Additionally, one river after another flowed backward like 1,000-foot waterfalls, attempting to engulf Denny. You cannot get the Beast King core. Amal's expression turned cold as he ignored Denny. This scroll in his hand was an extremely powerful magical treasure. Even if a cultivator at the 6th level transcendent realm were trapped inside, they would not be able to escape for some time. Denny was extraordinary, not an ordinary person, and Amal did not expect the scroll to resolve Denny. He only hoped it could confine Denny long enough for him to secure the Beast King core. He radiated with light, his momentum rising sharply as he charged towards the Zyrect Beast King. However, just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from within the scroll, and Denny broke out. The scroll shattered, turning into fragments of paper scattered on the ground. Denny's aura was astonishing, like a ray of light piercing through darkness, incredibly striking. What? Amal's face changed drastically, his heart racing in shock. The scroll couldn't even hold Denny for a moment? In fact, the scroll was indeed no simple object. However, Denny was not an ordinary person. He wielded the cause and effect record. After unfurling the cause and effect record, all the origins and effects of the scroll became clear to him. He immediately understood how to break free and acted decisively. Aerial palm. Denny's palms struck together, and the void rippled like the surface of the sea. Using this undulating momentum, his palms swiftly shot towards Amal. Boom. A deafening collision echoed. Reacting swiftly, Amal summoned a defensive divine technique, enveloping himself in layers of light shields, blocking Denny's aerial palm. Fight! Amal roared, his hair wildly dancing. He brandished a large bow, drew it, and aimed an arrow straight at Denny. The arrow shaft emitted crimson light, like an aurora, traveling at an impossibly fast speed through the air. Denny's figure darted away quickly but still got grazed on his left shoulder by the arrow, instantly bleeding profusely. This was undoubtedly terrifying. After all, Denny had been using the power of the Lane transformation pool to temper his physical body, making it extraordinarily strong. Desmond, the arrow pierced his flesh, which suggested that if this arrow had hit his chest, it could have inflicted fatal damage. Spear. Denny coldly shouted, extending his hand, and a spear materialized in his grip amid the radiant glow. He wielded the spear like a war god, advancing aggressively. This spear was an ordinary magic weapon obtained from the Hungtian auction house and used by him to conceal his true strength. He held the Rebirth Bell and the Purple Lane Spear, both with significant origins. Wealth should not be flaunted. He knew this very well. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use the Rebirth Bell or the Purple Lane Spear. Even an ordinary magic weapon became extraordinary in his hands. He pushed the spear's potential to its limit, surpassing even rare magical weapons. Whether a weapon was strong mainly depended on who wielded it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amal continuously fired arrows, which rained down like a storm, each carrying a terrifying force capable of piercing through mountains. However, Denny was more ferocious. His spear deflected the arrows, and he stormed forward, stabbing directly at Amal. With a pft, the spear pierced Amal's chest, splattering blood and tearing flesh. Reacting swiftly, Amal retreated rapidly, preventing the spear from penetrating deeper. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the spear would have pierced right through his chest. His face turned pale, lacking vitality. Although the spear didn't penetrate deeper, it was deep enough to expose ribs, creating a ghastly wound. You're ruthless. Grinding his teeth, Amal withdrew from battle, ceasing to compete for the Beast King core. By this point, he had exhausted all his tactics, yet not only did he fail to suppress Denny, he suffered serious injuries. He clearly understood that continuing the fight would only worsen his condition. At that point, he might not even have the strength to hunt ordinary light beasts, leading to failure in the evaluation. Denny did not pursue Amal. Amal was not the priority. The Beast King core was. Denny's momentum soared without weakening as he engaged the Zyrect Beast King. Truly monstrous. He can still fight the Zyrect Beast King after battling them all. Everyone marveled. People truly varied. Some were destined to shine and surpass others. Denny was someone they simply couldn't catch up to. What are you doing? Curse it. Amal roared in anger. Upon withdrawing from the battle, he was surrounded and attacked by many people trying to seize the beast cores from him. Karma is a wheel that turns. You snatched others' light beasts earlier, and now it's your turn to suffer. Desmonda. These people coldly scoffed, showing no pity towards Amal. Having previously seized others' light beasts, his fate was his own making. Despite being formidable, Amal fought fiercely and eventually broke free from the encirclement. However, he paid a heavy price, covered in wounds and bloodied. Thanks to his timely decision to withdraw from fighting Denny, he still managed to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the strength to do so. Damn! Fleeing to a secluded place, he let out an enraged roar. The third part of the evaluation had a time limit, and he was doomed to fail miserably. Even securing a passing grade was uncertain. His injuries were too severe, and he needed time to recuperate. With only 40-odd beast cores, he fell short of half the minimum requirement. How unlucky am I? He felt bitter. In the Jeremiahua sect evaluation, Crystal had suppressed him, and now, Denny had done the same at Jianshan sect. Wanting to take first place, why had he faced such setbacks everywhere? Everywhere there were people stronger than him. This time, he fared even worse, struggling to guarantee admission to Jianshan sect, let alone achieving excellent results. Had he known this would happen, he should have joined the Jeremiahua sect initially. At least, he would have enjoyed decent treatment with good evaluation results, not quite as favorable as Crystal's, but not bad either. Luckily I held back. On the other side, Mac watched Denny's fierce battle with the Zyrect Beast King and sighed bitterly. Had he not held back and chosen to attack, his fate would have been just as miserable. Denny was unbelievably formidable, almost inhuman. Chapter 81. Forming good connections. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions continued one after another. Denny was fiercely powerful, showing no sign of exhaustion. He battled the Zyrect Beast King fiercely, pressing it so hard that it could barely hold its head up. This was the terrifying aspect of the Nine Veins. Their power had accumulated an extremely formidable strength for Denny. If not for this, after battling Zaire Xiao, Denny's power wouldn't be as vigorously surging. With a spurt, Denny's spear decapitated the Zyrect Beast King, slaying it and acquiring the Beast King core. Here, he gracefully landed, approaching Anastasia and the others, unexpectedly handing over the Beast King core to her. Anastasia was dazed, not expecting Denny to give her the Beast King core. There's one. There might be more. It's impossible that only one Zyrect Beast King exists here. Denny chuckled lightly, intentionally saying so. In reality, he was very clear that multiple Zyrect Beast Kings existed here. Upon entering this trial battlefield, he had also deployed the causal records, investigating the causes and effects within this trial battlefield. All positions of the Zyrect Beasts and Zyrect Beast Kings in this trial battlefield were fully within his grasp. He just gave it to someone else? Heavens! Everyone watched with burning eyes. That was a Beast King core, much more precious than ordinary beast cores. Calculated by points, it would add significantly to their scores. To say give and then give, without any hesitation, Denny's generosity surprised them. Brother, do you lack followers? Big brother, cover me. Many quickly ran over to Denny, flattery reaching its peak as they wanted to follow him. Several women even flirted with Denny, expressing their desire for further development with him. Your Katrina-in-law is right here, yet you dare to fool around? Denny used Anastasia as a shield, slipping away instantly. Katrina-in-law? Anastasia ground her teeth. When did she become his sister-in-law? Denny was taking advantage of her. That's fair. Didn't you use Denny to block Zaire Xiao before? Now Denny uses you to block these people, making it even. Lamar chuckled, also running away quickly from there. Anastasia stomped her feet in anger. Could that be compared? Ava hadn't made it so obvious. Ava had only said Denny would help her. This was just a small interlude. Denny and company continued deeper into the area, slaying more Zyrect beasts and obtaining a large number of beast cores. They all satisfied the minimum requirement, each having more than 100 beast cores. During this time, they encountered some Zyrect beast kings, all of which were slain by them without exception. After the battle with Zaire Xiao, Denny established his dominance completely, his reputation spreading far and wide. Whether it was ordinary Zyrect beasts or Zyrect beast kings, none dared to contest with Denny. Brother, give me one. We are at least fellow townspeople, coming from the same place. Mac wore a smiling face, finding Denny and asking for a beast king core. When you plotted against me, why didn't you say we were fellow townspeople? Oh well, let's consider this as acquaintance through conflict. We'll forget the past accounts. Anyway, big brother, you haven't suffered any losses. The one who always suffered losses was me. As Mac spoke, he nearly cried, having calculated Denny many times, but every time, it was he who ended up on the losing end, suffering miserably. Denny did not respond immediately but looked deeply at Mac, deep in thought. Mac's true origins were extraordinarily mysterious, not even revealed by the causal records. Besides, Mac was cautious and exceptionally skilled in calculation. Forming enmity with Mac was more disadvantageous than advantageous. Forget it. Upon reflection, it was indeed Mac who had suffered losses each time. He himself hadn't lost much. Here, remember, don't oppose me anymore. Denny raised his hand and threw a Beast King core to Mac. Giving Mac one Beast King core did not affect their performance. Not counting the Beast King core given to Mac, he had 3 Beast King cores, while Anastasia and Lamar had 2 each. Additionally, a few Zyrect Beast Kings still existed here. Regardless, their results were the best, unshaken by anyone. Really giving it? Mac held the Beast King core, disbelief written all over his face. He had only come to try, not expecting Denny to really give him one. Gone. Denny did not say anything more. This time, it also meant forming a good connection with Mac, benefiting him possibly in the future. Causal. Every cause has its effect. Ever since he obtained the causal records, he placed even greater importance on causality, believing more strongly in what causes would bear what fruits. Boom. He fought fiercely, killing the remaining Zyrect Beast Kings, and left the trial battlefield with Anastasia and the others. You came out before time? Outside the trial battlefield, a powerful Jianxian sect member stood guard, surprised that someone had actually come out early. In previous exams, such a scenario had never occurred. Everyone involved always waited until the exam time was up before exiting. There's nothing worth staying for anymore. Denny replied calmly. Except for the Beast King Core given to Mac, all other Beast King Cores were in their hands. Indeed, there was no reason for them to stay any longer inside. No matter what, nobody inside could surpass their performance. How arrogant. A person beside the powerful Jianxian sect member sneered, disdainfully disliking Denny's words. Is everyone participating in this exam so arrogant and restless? He snickered, addressing the powerful Jianxian sect member. Not like our time. Back then, everyone was very modest, not so arrogant. You can't compare to our time, which was considered a golden period. Many talented individuals emerged during that time, and many have become elite disciples of our Jianxian sect. The powerful Jianxian sect member remarked with a sigh. The disciple beside him had joined Jianxian sect after passing the last examination. Just as he had said, the last examination had indeed produced a wealth of talent. Top-tier geniuses now occupied prominent positions as top disciples across various branches of Jianxian sect. Do we seem so arrogant and restless? Anastasia couldn't contain her disagreement. What does nothing worth staying for mean if not arrogance? The Jianxian sect disciple asked. The beast cores on us are sufficient, so we came out, and there was indeed no reason to stay. Anastasia responded. Beast King cores were all on their side, and each of them had hundreds of ordinary beast cores. Why was there any need for them to stay in the trial battlefield? There wasn't any necessity. Sufficient? The Jianxian sect disciple laughed derisively. 100 is merely the base score. Where are the beast cores enough? Didn't the Isaias tell you to get as many beast cores as possible? Not appreciating opportunities, I warn you, you'll have regrets soon enough. This exam directly relates to your treatment within the sect, and how you're treated is crucial. Jianxian sect isn't a small sect where entry means security. There's an evaluation system within the sect, with evaluations every 6 months. Those who fail will be expelled. I see you guys. Even if you enter the sect, you'll be expelled within half a year. He spoke continuously, his tone filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 82. The evaluation ends. Why are you like this? How we behave is none of your business. Didn't your master teach you how to speak properly? Anastasia was indignant. They hadn't provoked this person, yet he was acting so unpleasantly and saying hurtful things. Beside them, the Jianxian sect powerhouse's face immediately darkened. I am his master. Anastasia was speechless. What a coincidence. The disciple sneered, saying, the first rule of the Jianxian sect is to respect Isaias. Regardless of your performance, you cannot join the Jianxian sect. Denny raised an eyebrow. Were they really at fault here? Who are you? Do you have such authority? He demanded. He doesn't have that authority, but I do. The Jianxian sect powerhouse snorted coldly. Leave now. You and my Jianxian sect are not fated. Denny's anger boiled up. Just because of Anastasia's few words, they couldn't join the Jianxian sect? Especially since Anastasia had done nothing wrong. It was that disciple who was in the wrong. I demand an explanation. Unafraid, Denny declared firmly. I want to meet the upper echelons of the Jianxian sect. Do you think you can see them whenever you want? Don't cause trouble for yourself. Leave quickly. The Jianxian sect powerhouse cared little about Denny and his companions. Many people participated in the evaluation, so a few more or fewer didn't matter much. Most importantly, seeing Denny and company's low cultivation realms, he assumed their evaluation results were also poor, so he acted so recklessly. However, he underestimated Denny. As he finished speaking, a figure descended upon them. Clifton, how dare you? Who gave you the right to act this way? This figure's owner sneered, his tone heavy. Senior brother Zaire? Clifton, the Jianxian sect powerhouse, instantly paled when he saw the figure. This was Arvin Zaire from the Jianxian sect, holding an extremely high position, while Clifton was just an ordinary Isaias. Do you know how great an error you almost made? Arvin Zaire's eyes flared with fury. They were the best performers in this evaluation, securing all the Beast King cores in the trial battlefield. What? Clifton turned ghostly pale, staring disbelievingly at Denny and company. Could Denny and company be so powerful as to claim all the Beast King cores in the trial battlefield? That's impossible. Their realms are so low. The Jianxian sect disciple refused to believe it. With his 7th level profound boundary realm, he could see Denny and company's realms. The highest among Denny and company was Denny himself at 1st level profound boundary, while Anastasia and Lamar hadn't even reached the profound boundary realm. Such people could capture all the Beast King cores in the trial battlefield? Are you questioning me? Arvin Zaire's eyes shot 2 beams of intimidating light, scaring the Jianxian sect disciple into collapsing onto the ground. Disciple dares not. The Jianxian sect disciple broke out in cold sweat, hastily replying. To be precise, all the Beast King cores were secured by him alone. In the trial battlefield, no one dared to contend with him. Arvin Zaire looked at Denny, admiration evident in his eyes. He was fully responsible for the 3rd part of the evaluation and observed every detail of their performances. Denny undeniably shone the brightest during the 3rd part. He personally witnessed Denny's battle with them all. To cross realms in battle, especially 5 realms higher, yet still emerge victorious so impressively, it shocked even Arvin Zaire beyond belief. Is he really that strong? Clifton's expression was odd. Could a first-level profound boundary realm dominate the entire trial battlefield? Was everyone else participating in the evaluation below the profound boundary realm? Impossible. He quickly dismissed that thought. He'd seen many participants, with plenty at second and third level profound boundary realms, and not a few at fifth level. How could Denny possibly dominate? How many veins have you opened? Arvin Zaire ignored Clifton and asked Denny directly. Given Denny's strength, he guessed Denny must have opened multiple veins. 7. Denny replied without revealing his true vein count. He wanted to surprise Crystal and catch her off guard. Crystal wouldn't be easy to deal with. Denny knew this well. Before the incident, she hid her true nature perfectly. Ava was deeply cunning and extremely difficult to handle. He had to deliver a fatal blow and couldn't afford any negligence. 7 veins. Arvin Zaire's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but he soon regained composure, realizing he was overthinking it. 8 or 9 veins weren't easily found, especially 9 veins. There had been only a few in history. How dare he entertain such thoughts? Very good, very good. Once you enter the sect, you will receive focused cultivation. Smiling, Arvin Zaire regained his poise. Soon after, the third part of the evaluation officially ended. Denny and company's performance was unrivaled. Next came Nanda, who secured one more Beast King core than others. Few were eliminated in this part. After all, those who passed the first 2 evaluations were incredibly strong. Obtaining 100 Beast cores wasn't a problem. Let's bring you into the sect. From this moment, you are official disciples of the Zhanxian sect. Arvin Zaire organized the group and led them back to the Zhanxian sect. Entering through the sect gates, they passed a square where Arvin Zaire led them in a kneeling ceremony. This is our founding ancestor, xuanhuan. Arvin Zaire introduced them, earnestly kneeling before a stone statue in the center of the square, a kind-hearted figure who founded the Zhanxian sect. 1,000 years ago, xuanhuan was a formidable hero, unmatched in his time, establishing the Zhanxian sect as one of Jeremiah's most prosperous and powerful sects. Others followed, respectfully performing the kneeling ceremony. First, let's show you to your lodgings. Tomorrow, you will choose a master for your cultivation entry. After the ceremony, Arvin Zaire brought them to rows of buildings for temporary lodging, to be reassigned after choosing masters. Tomorrow, I must pick a good master. Desmond's indeed. Everyone was excited as they entered their respective lodgings to rest. Denny and company also settled down to rest. Exhausted from continuous evaluations, they fell asleep promptly. However, Denny stayed awake, meditating as usual. To him, cultivation was better than resting for recovering fatigue. Chapter 83, The 8 Major Peaks. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, dawn's light was bright as everyone woke up from their slumber and stepped outside. Today was a significant day, the day to choose their mentors. In cultivation, talent is undoubtedly important, but so is having the right mentor. A good mentor can save them many detours on their path. A powerful figure from the Zhanxian sect came over and led these people to the square. Several Isaiahs were already waiting on the square. These were the heads of the various peaks of the Zhanxian sect, and they were the mentors and inheritances the disciples who had passed the examination could choose from. A strong individual introduced each peak in detail, explaining the distinctions between the 8 major lineages. According to his description, all 8 major lineages were very powerful, leaving everyone uncertain about how to make their choice. Brother Imo, listen to me. Choose the sword peak. Mac lowered his voice and said to Denny, before we arrived, I did some research. Among the 8 major lineages, the sword peak lineage is the most powerful. Many of the Zhanxian sect's Isaiahs come from the sword peak, and its cultivation resources far exceed those of the other lineages. He was very astute and would conduct meticulous investigations before doing anything. For this trip to the Zhanxian sect, he also did a detailed investigation. Alright, now everyone understands the basic situations of each peak's lineage. The powerful figure from the Zhanxian sect cleared his throat and said, the top 10 performers in the exam can freely choose their lineage and will become inner gate disciples upon joining. The rest of you will be chosen by the Isaiahs of the various peaks, and then you will start as outer gate disciples. If you do not wish to join and want to join another lineage, that's also possible, but you need to pass another exam. Everyone murmured in surprise, never expecting the mentor selection process to be like this. They felt bitter inside. This wasn't really them choosing a mentor, it was clearly the Isaiahs of the peaks selecting apprentices. Although it sounded nice, they had the right to choose freely, but did they dare use it? If an Isaias chose them, and they refused to join and opted for another peak, it would undoubtedly embarrass the Isaias who selected them. Especially if they wanted to join a different inheritance peak, they would still need to pass the respective peaks test. If they failed the test, they would have to return to the Isaias who originally chose them, making things even more awkward. What the Isaias responsible for the examination said earlier is true. The examination results are indeed very important. Desmond's. They looked at Denny and others with envy. Denny and his group were worlds apart from them. Denny and the others were truly choosing their mentors, and after joining a lineage peak, their status would be much higher than theirs, starting off as inner gate disciples. While both referred to as disciples, there was only a 1-character difference between outer gate and inner gate disciples, but the disparity was enormous. Outer gate disciples were ordinary disciples, while inner gate disciples were elite disciples, enjoying treatment several times better than outer gate disciples. Are you Denny, the first place winner in this exam? The Isaias from the Sword Peak chuckled, seemingly very satisfied with Denny, and said, come to my Sword Peak. Although you cannot be my direct disciple, I can have other powerful Isaiahs from the Sword Peak personally guide you. The slots for direct disciples were limited to just one. He already had a direct disciple, the princess from the Jeremiah kingdom who didn't have to take part in the exam. Had it been different, he truly wished to take Denny as his direct disciple. News of Denny's performance in the exam had already spread among the Isaiahs of the various peaks. All the Isaiahs knew how stunningly impressive Denny was, with exceptional talent. Come to my Star Peak, where you will receive the best treatment. Any cultivation technique or magical tool, if you want it, Our star peak can provide it for you. The Isaias from the star peak vied with the Isaias from the sword peak, trying to recruit Denny. Among the 8 major lineages, the star peak was second only to the sword peak, and Denny's outstanding performance made him even more eager to secure Denny. The sword peak has always been the top, while his star peak was always the runner-up. He was unwilling to remain second, and was determined to surpass the sword peak. However, surpassing the sword peak was extremely difficult. For years, he had been striving but could not manage to overtake the sword peak. Now, he saw hope in Denny. If Denny could join his star peak, it would greatly increase the chances of the star peak surpassing the sword peak. My mystic peak can also fulfill any request you have. So can cloud peak. Arvins from the other peaks were not willing to concede either, throwing out various tempting conditions to attract Denny. Setting aside the outstanding young talents from forces like the Jeremiah Kingdom, Denny was undoubtedly the brightest new star. Joining any peak would undoubtedly significantly enhance that peak's strength. Why are you causing trouble, Cloud Peak? Your peak only has female disciples. Which male disciple would feel comfortable joining? It would be too awkward if Denny joined. The Isaias from the sword peak expressed dissatisfaction. That is exactly the advantage of our Cloud Peak. The Isaias from Cloud Peak was a middle-aged Quinlan, dignified and elegant with a mature beauty. Ava said proudly. All female disciples? I want to join. The other disciples' mouths went dry and their eyes gleamed with excitement, truly wishing to join the Cloud Peak. All female disciples. Any male disciple who joins would surely be incredibly fortunate. Come to Wasteland Peak. At this moment, the Isaias from Wasteland Peak, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke, his voice deep. While the Isaias from the other peaks were trying to woo Denny, only he remained silent until now. The other Isaias were silent, surprised that the Isaias from Wasteland Peak would vie for someone. This was unexpected. Denny's expression was calm, not rushing to answer. He wanted to see what conditions the Isaias from Wasteland Peak would offer. In fact, he didn't lack cultivation techniques or magic weapons. What he lacked were cultivation resources. For him, the lineages of the various peaks were not differentiated by strength. He could accept any of them. His reason for choosing which peak to join depended on which peak offered the best conditions and provided the most cultivation resources. Come to Wasteland Peak, and I can make you my direct disciple. The Isaias from Wasteland Peak said, being the only one among the 8 major peaks without a direct disciple. None of the outstanding young talents from the Jeremiah Kingdom or other forces chose to join his Wasteland Peak. Direct disciple. Denny was taken aback, never expecting the Isaias from Wasteland Peak to offer such a condition. Though he hadn't thoroughly investigated the Zhangxian sect, he knew the general situation. Within the Zhangxian sect, the ranks of disciples from lowest to highest were outer gate disciples, inner gate disciples, chief disciples, and direct disciples. And accordingly, the benefits received by different disciples varied greatly. To be honest, he was tempted. As a direct disciple, he could gain more and better cultivation resources. You're not thinking of joining Wasteland Peak, are you? Seeing Denny hesitate, Mac's face showed concern. He understood the Zhangxian sect and knew what kind of state the Wasteland Peak was in. Being a direct disciple was merely a gimmick and couldn't compare to the other peaks. Just think it over carefully. He gritted his teeth, risking offending the Isaias from Wasteland Peak to urge Denny to reconsider. Chapter 84, Desolate Peak. The faces of the other Isaias changed as well. Could it be that Denny was really going to choose Desolate Peak? Old Bolivar, wouldn't such a fine talent be wasted at your Desolate Peak? The Christian frowned and said, what's the situation with Desolate Peak? How can someone like Denny join it? The vast Desolate Peak only has you. One person. Denny hadn't expected Desolate Peak to be in such a state. Given Mac's warning and the expressions on the other Isaiah's faces, he had already guessed that Desolate Peak wouldn't be in a good condition. But he hadn't anticipated just how poor its situation was. How could there be an inheritance with just one person? Desolate Peak truly couldn't compare to the other peaks. For the other peaks, even if not considering the disciples, the sheer number of Isaiahs alone was significant. And Desolate Peak only had old Bolivar. Enough? The Desolate Peak Isaiah sighed and didn't say anything more. He seemed to have a somewhat timid personality. After the Christian spoke, he immediately stopped trying to invite Denny. In reality, he also understood that he had only harbored a faint hope. With Desolate Peak's dire situation, why would an outstanding youth like Denny join it? Let alone Denny, even ordinary disciples wouldn't join Desolate Peak. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only him at Desolate Peak. Arvin, I want to join Desolate Peak. Unexpectedly, Denny chose Desolate Peak. What? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Was there something wrong with Denny's mind? So many good peaks available, and he insisted on joining Desolate Peak? Really? The Desolate Peak Isaias was visibly moved. Desmond's really? Denny nodded, repeating his decision to join Desolate Peak. His decision was mainly due to the fact that joining Desolate Peak would give him the status of a direct disciple. Regardless of how poor Desolate Peak was, it still carried the lineage of Zhangxian sect, and its direct disciples would still enjoy considerable cultivation resources. He possessed the Tao Classic, the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique, the White Tiger Sacred Art, the Cycle Bell, and the Purple Lane Spear. To him, inherited mystical weapons weren't so important. What he valued most were cultivation resources. Denny, listen carefully to me, the Christian urged, growing anxious. Desolate Peak was once very glorious, even more powerful than the other peaks. But now, it is no longer what it used to be. The inheritance of the Desolate lineage is extremely difficult to cultivate. Out of hundreds, few can master the Desolate lineage. So, Desolate Peak gradually declined. During this period, many people believed they were cleverer than others and could master the Desolate lineage. In the end, all of them failed without exception. When they failed, it was too late for them. They had already passed the prime age for cultivating other inheritances, ending up achieving nothing. I don't wish such a fine talent to be wasted. Please reconsider carefully. He continued, recounting the past of Desolate Peak. Desmond's, Denny. If you chose any other peak, we wouldn't persuade you. But not Desolate Peak. Make another choice. Choose from among us, the other Isaias chimed in. The Desolate Peak Isaias remained silent, head down. He had once been extraordinarily spirited, the strongest of his generation. But reality had ground down all his pride. How can you treat him this way? Yun Peak Isaias, clearly upset, sympathized with the Desolate Peak Isaias. It's hard enough for anyone to join Brother Bolivar's lineage, and you treat Brother Bolivar like this? It was obvious she had a special relationship with the Desolate Peak Isaias. While others called him Old Bolivar, she called him Brother Bolivar. Katrina Tinsley, please don't. The Desolate Peak Isaias muttered, lacking confidence and courage. All his sharp edges had long been worn away. If he were still in his youth, would he have reacted this way? We are speaking the truth, the Christian scoffed. Wasn't Old Bolivar astonishing in his youth, hailed as the first among our young back then? But after he chose to join Desolate Peak, all his brilliance disappeared, his cultivation stagnated, far behind the rest of us. Even a random ordinary Isaias from Zhanxian sect would be stronger than him. While these words were harsh, they were true. The once impressive Desolate Peak Isaias made almost no progress in cultivation after joining Desolate Peak. Had Desolate Peak not had only one Isaias, he wouldn't have become an Isaias in Zhanxian sect. Is the Desolate lineage really that difficult to cultivate? My goodness! Many disciples were shocked. Even the best among their peers couldn't master the Desolate lineage. Truly terrifying. No wonder only the Desolate Peak Isaias remained at Desolate Peak. In such a situation, who would dare join it? Joining Desolate Peak was equivalent to ruining one's path of cultivation. Yun Peak Isaias, full of resentment, wanted to refute but found no words. Everything the Christian said was true. Ava looked at the Desolate Peak Isaias with complicated eyes, deeply pained. Once, the Desolate Peak Isaias had been charming and confident. Now, he was despondent and lacked self-confidence. The Desolate Peak Isaias lowered his head, saying nothing. He dared not recruit Denny anymore. Thank you for your concern, Arvins. I still decide to join Desolate Peak and give it a try, Denny smiled lightly. After hearing the Christian recount Desolate Peak's past, he became even more determined to join Desolate Peak. For others, joining Desolate Peak was akin to sacrificing their path of cultivation. But not for him. He possessed the causal script, which could analyze and simulate techniques, aiding his cultivation. Whether it was the Tao Classic, the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique, or the White Tiger Sacred Art, each was extraordinary and exceedingly difficult to master. But with the help of the causal script, he successfully mastered the Tao Classic and other techniques, even comprehending their true essence. By comparison, the Desolate lineage couldn't match these techniques, making it even easier for the causal script to help him master the Desolate lineage. Blind arrogance will make you pay a heavy price. The Christian, furious, pointed at Denny. You'll be the next Old Bolivar. Denny remained calm, firmly repeating his desire to join Desolate Peak. Very well, very well, very well. If you join my Desolate Peak, I will surely teach you wholeheartedly. The Desolate Peak Isaias was overwhelmingly excited, his face flushed. Teach? What do you have to teach? You yourself haven't fully understood it. The Christian angrily flicked his sleeve and left the scene in fury. Arvin, you haven't chosen your disciple yet. A strong cultivator of Zhanxian sect called out. Tomorrow. No mood today. The Christian replied impatiently, his figure disappearing from the scene. Chapter 85. Everyone has arrived. Alas, such a promising talent has been ruined. What a pity. The Isaias from other peaks said regretfully. Fighting 5 ranks above his level and winning so easily and elegantly, Denny was destined to be extraordinary and become a powerful figure in time. But now, Denny had destroyed his own future. In the end, he would be surpassed by others and fade into obscurity. Let's select again tomorrow. Let's go. Disappointed, they left the place, deciding to choose again the next day. Bolivar Goo, come on. I believe in you. Susan did not leave. She cheered on Bolivarange Peak Arvin. I will. Bolivarange Peak Arvin nodded heavily. Denny was the only one joining Bolivarange Peak, and he was determined to teach Denny with all his heart. Denny, I'll go with you. Lamar remained silent for a long time before saying this. He didn't want to part ways with Denny. His success in the 7-pulse test and his outstanding performance in the trials were all achieved with Denny's help. Despite how poor Bolivarange Peak's situation was, he still didn't want to abandon Denny and wanted to stay with him. Good friends share happiness and hardships together. No matter how difficult it is to master Bolivarange Peak's inheritance, he believed they could succeed if they were together. Okay. Denny smiled and did not refuse Lamar. The status of Bolivarange Peak Arvin was irrelevant. With his presence, mastering Bolivarange Peak's inheritance wouldn't be a problem. You should be careful when choosing friends. You know a person's face, but not their heart. To jump into a pit of fire yourself and drag a friend along with you. What kind of friend is that? Desmonda. Some disciples said, filled with disdain and mockery for Denny. Given how bad Bolivarange Peak's situation was, Denny didn't stop Lamar from joining but agreed instead, making them look down on Denny. You are really good. Just now, I remember you envied Lamar and even wished to be friends with Denny. How can your faces change so quickly now? Mac coldly snorted. During the trials, when Denny shared Beast King cores with Lamar and Anastasia, these people envied them endlessly and tried hard to befriend Denny. Now they spoke like this. Human hearts were truly complex. Weren't we just unfamiliar with him? Had we known who he was, we would never have thought about befriending him. Desmond's. Associating with him might get us betrayed someday. These people argued back. Denny, I'll also go with you. Anastasia decided to join Bolivarange Peak too. We 3 will practice together. No matter how difficult the inheritance is, we will definitely master it. Ava said confidently. Through their journey, they had developed a deep friendship, and she didn't want Denny to face this challenge alone. Forget it, I'll join you as well. Mac gritted his teeth. With my intelligence, there's nothing I can't learn. During the trial, you gave me a Beast King core, and I will help you master Bolivarange Peak's inheritance. Would you be this nice? Denny looked at Mac meaningfully. I am a person who knows gratitude, Mac replied. He was shrewd and seldom took risks lightly. Joining Bolivarange Peak was undoubtedly very risky. However, he chose Bolivarange Peak because of Denny. While he was surprising, Denny was even more astonishing. He didn't believe Denny was impulsive or foolish enough to join Bolivarange Peak without reason. Denny must have confidence. Understanding this, Mac also wanted to join Bolivarange Peak. Are the top 4 all joining Bolivarange Peak? The other disciples were stunned. Was Bolivarange Peak this popular? Haha, welcome everyone. Bolivarange Peak welcomes you. Bolivarange Peak. Arvin couldn't stop smiling. I envy you all. You're braver than I was back then. Susan looked at Anastasia and others, deeply moved. When Bolivarange Peak Arvin chose Bolivarange Peak, she also wanted to join him. But in the end, fear stopped her. It was her only regret. If she could relive her choice, she would have joined Bolivarange Peak with Bolivarange Peak Arvin. Even if she didn't achieve much, she wouldn't have this regret. If she had joined with Bolivarange Peak Arvin, he wouldn't have become so lacking in confidence and courage. Ava missed those days when Bolivarange Peak Arvin was spirited and magnificent. Finally, Bolivarange Peak Arvin led Denny and others away. Destroyed, ruined. From now on, Denny and others will fall into obscurity. Many disciples shook their heads, believing Denny's future had no prospects. On the other side, Bolivarange Peak Arvin brought Denny and company to Bolivarange Peak. Despite its name, Bolivarange Peak wasn't neglected but rather meticulously maintained and charming. Rest for a while. I need to prepare before teaching you officially tomorrow. After showing Denny and others to their residence, Bolivarange Peak Arvin turned and left. He needed to prepare properly. After all, this was his first time teaching anyone, and he was quite nervous about it. Come on, let's bring Megan inside. Instead of resting, Denny and the others walked out of Bolivarange Peak to Jianxian sect. Megan hadn't participated in the tests and had been waiting outside. Now they were settled, they could bring Megan in. What? You chose Bolivarange Peak? They soon found Megan, who already knew everything. Are you crazy? Megan was speechless. A fiery pit, and they jumped in one after another. Why did it have to be this group of people? How does it concern you? You don't practice cultivation anyway. Denny slapped Megan playfully and brought it back to Bolivarange Peak. This place is pretty nice, quiet, and undisturbed, not as crowded. Once inside Bolivarange Peak, Megan's attitude changed immediately, grinning broadly. Bolivarange Peak had many vacant buildings where Megan could choose to live freely. How could this be possible elsewhere? Well, since we're here, let's explore a bit. Denny and the others wandered around Bolivarange Peak. As official members, they needed to familiarize themselves with the place. With Bolivarange Peak Arvin yet to start guiding them, it was a good opportunity to understand Bolivarange Peak better. Bolivarange Peak was vast, fitting for its once glorious status, larger in area compared to the other peaks. What are they doing? Denny's expression was strange upon seeing a few young people barbecuing in a corner of Bolivarange Peak. Weren't they told Bolivarange Peak was virtually deserted? Who were these youths? Chapter 86 Mutual Respect. At a corner of the barren peak, several teenagers were gathered together, skillfully barbecuing beast meat. The scene looked incredibly bizarre. How could it not be strange? This was a cultivation mountain peak inhabited by cultivators, and yet, there were people who were busy roasting meat instead of practicing. Phew, you guys are really bold to roast just a bit of meat like this? Amanita pouted. Those teenagers had chopped down 5 large trees around them just for the barbecue. You are? Anastasia asked. Bolivar? The teenagers looked up and immediately froze when they saw Anastasia. Jianxian sect had many beautiful women, some even ranked in the top 10 disciples within Jeremiah How, but in their eyes, Anastasia was more stunning than any of those top-ranked female disciples. They were instantly captivated. Quickly recovering, they hurriedly tidied up their hair and clothes, each wanting to leave the best impression in front of Anastasia. We are disciples from Sword Peak. Zyretto Katrina, you must be one of the new disciples who passed the assessment this time. Haha, it's fate that we meet here. Zyretto Katrina, come join us for some roasted meat. They smiled brightly as they invited Anastasia to join them for roasted meat. As for Denny and the others, they completely ignored them without even greeting. Sword Peak disciples, why are you barbecuing here? Why not do it at Sword Peak? Anastasia asked, puzzled. The little sister is so adorable. One of the youths chuckled. Mountains are places for cultivation, the most important locations. How can you barbecue just anywhere? If you get caught, you'll be heavily punished. Hearing this, Denny immediately understood everything. Was Sword Peak unable to barbecue freely while Barren Peak was okay? These youths were showing too much disrespect towards Barren Peak. Anastasia and Simon also realized this, and their faces turned cold. As disciples of the Barren Peak lineage, how could they not be angry at these youths' blatant disrespect? Pack up your things and leave, Denny said coldly. Aren't the new disciples lacking in manners? Don't you know to respect seniors? Be careful what you say. Don't invite trouble for yourself. Baxter's glared, coldly. New disciples trying to lecture them? Had it become reversed? With Anastasia being so beautiful, if she were an old disciple, she would surely be well known in Jianxian's sect. Since they had never seen her before, they guessed she must be a new disciple. A new disciple spoke so disrespectfully to the senior disciples. This infuriated them. If not for wanting to make a good impression on Anastasia, they would definitely have given Denny a good lesson. Respect is mutual. Have you respected Barren Peak? Denny's voice turned icy. What's there to respect about Barren Peak? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Baxter's laughed, finding it absurd. In their minds, Jianxian sect had only 7 major lineages, not 8. Barren Peak did not count as one of the lineages. Now it's different. Barren Peak should be respected. Denny barked, his eyes emitting chilling light beams that startled the youths. But they quickly recovered, driving out their fear. Being afraid of new disciples? How does whether or not we respect it have anything to do with you? I told you to watch your words, yet you become even more outrageous. Do you think we're easy to bully? Several youths spoke coldly, emitting menacing auras. They were meant to teach new disciples a lesson, but now new disciples wanted to teach them? Truly inexperienced and fearless like calves just born. Easy to bully? You think Baron Peak is easy to bully? Denny stood unfazed. From now on, Baron Peak will be treated just like any other peak. Whatever rules apply elsewhere will apply here too. Funny, do you know who you are? Pretending in front of us? Baxter sneered. It seemed they really needed to give these new disciples a proper lesson about respecting their senior disciples. Could it be you chose to join Baron Peak? One youth realized something, looking oddly at Denny and the others defending Baron Peak. Could it be true, as he guessed, that they joined Baron Peak? We are all disciples of Baron Peak. Denny replied proudly, not feeling ashamed at all. My, you actually joined Baron Peak. You must have problems with your heads. Baxter stared at Denny and company as if they were fools. Joining Baron Peak? This was indeed a huge joke. Pity. Zyrettle Katrina is so stunning, but ended up in Baron Peak. Ah, what a waste. They lamented. Such a beautiful Anastasia choosing Baron Peak, destined to be nothing more than a pretty face with no impressive strength. Stop talking nonsense. Simon snorted. Clean up your stuff right now, and replant those trees you cut down. Barbecue was fine, but cutting down so many trees without permission. Wanting to speak up for Baron Peak after just joining? We'll clean up soon enough. By the way, we plan to cut more trees to build tree houses here. We want a barbecue here every day. Baxter's acted recklessly, not taking Denny and the others seriously at all. What was there to take seriously? Could new disciples threaten senior disciples? Moreover, they weren't afraid of Denny complaining. They knew the nature of Baron Peak Arvin well, notoriously soft-spoken and gentle. Even if Denny called the Arvin over, the Arvin wouldn't dare do anything. Understanding this, they felt free to barbecue recklessly here, refusing the better choice and choosing punishment. You're really asking for it, Denny yelled, summoning a spear into his hand. He pointed the spear at the youths. I'm giving you one last chance. Leave or stay. Wow, such temper. Planning to fight us? Baxter showed no fear and wore smirks of disdain. Don't say we bullied you. We'll let each of you use one hand. If you have guts, come. Baxter's continued provoking, not taking Denny and the others seriously, making me want to bite someone. Amanita bared its teeth, fur bristling, radiating a faint, crystalline glow, ready to pounce. I'll handle it. Denny stopped the kitten, holding the spear inverted and dragging it across the ground, making a sharp sound. Chapter 87, The Place of Sword Peak. I'll go. A young man stepped forward with a cheeky smile, showing no respect for Denny. I'll let you use only one hand. He actually put his hand behind his back and was ready to fight Denny with just one hand. Fool. Matt curled his lip disdainfully. How crazy could Denny be? This young man still dared to be so arrogant in front of Denny. It was practically courting death. Denny possessed the method of soul cultivation, giving him an extremely strong soul force which allowed him to clearly sense the realms of these youths. These youths were at most 5th level profound boundary, and the youth who intended to battle Denny was only at 3rd level profound boundary. To Denny, such levels of strength were simply not a match. Take Zaire Xiao, an outstanding figure among 5th level profound boundary cultivators. He couldn't even stand up to Denny, suffering a devastating defeat. There was no way these youths would fare any better. Come on, strike with all your might. Baxter's expression was full of arrogance. Not only did he let Denny use one hand, but also asked Denny to take the first move out of confidence. Do I need to use my full strength? Denny calmly wielded his spear in a casual horizontal slash, which looked incredibly ordinary. However, the force within this slash was terrifyingly intense. A blade of light appeared, creating fissures on the ground as it slashed towards the youth. Baxter's face turned pale as the power of the light blade struck fear into his heart. All traces of arrogance vanished as the hand he had placed behind his back quickly came back to defend. With both hands, he attempted to counteract the power of the light blade using a powerful palm technique. Thud thud thud. Blood spurted. He couldn't counteract the power of the light blade. It had an overwhelming momentum, slamming him into the air and cutting across his chest, leaving a horrifying gash. This was because Denny had held back. If Denny hadn't restrained himself, he would have been sliced in two. The other youth's expressions instantly changed. They never imagined that Denny could possess such formidable strength. They originally thought Denny's group wasn't very capable, since the other peaks didn't accept them. That was why Denny and the others ended up joining Desolate Peak. However, the scene before their eyes completely shattered this belief. Is he really only 1st level profound boundary? A youth muttered, feeling fearful. He could sense that Denny was indeed only at 1st level profound boundary. But could someone at 1st level profound boundary possess such frightening strength? He found it hard to believe. Denny didn't stop, carrying his spear as he slowly approached the other youths. He had given them a chance, but they failed to cherish it. Now, he needed to assert his dominance, making sure these youths understood that Desolate Peak was no longer what it used to be. Let's go. Several youths felt terrified, not daring to engage Denny. It's too late. Denny attacked, his spear shimmering like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing the youths. Baxter's had no choice but to fight back. However, compared to Denny, they were vastly inferior. Even working together, they were no match. With just one round, Denny defeated the youths, sending them sprawling to the ground. How is this possible? Is he even human? Several youths were horrified. Someone at 1st level profound boundary could sweep through them like this. It was too astonishing, like something from a dream, utterly unbelievable. I remember each of you. Denny's face was cold. You must replant new trees here to replace those that were cut down, understood? Desmond's yes. We'll do it immediately. Baxter's hurriedly responded, then left while supporting each other. After they left, Denny sat by the roasted meat, smiling at Anastasia and the others. Come on, don't waste it. The golden, oily roast meat smelled rich and inviting, making people want to bite into it right away. Coming. Mac sat down, tearing off a large piece of meat and eating heartily. So fragrant. He couldn't help but exclaim. Though the youths were jerks, they had cooked the meat very well. Anastasia and the others followed suit, sitting down as well. Soon, the roast meat was devoured entirely. Delicious. All the meat I ate before was wasted. If only I knew how tasty roasted meat is. Moira lamented bitterly, regretting its past of eating raw meat. Roast meat is indeed delicious. We should try roasting more when we have the chance, Denny said. After tidying up, they left and continued exploring Desolate Peak. Desolate Peak was vast. They arrived at an imposing building. Cultivation Hall. A wooden sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with 3 black characters. A place for Desolate Peak disciples to cultivate? Mac pondered. The door of the hall wasn't closed, and it was clean inside. Clearly, the Isaias of Desolate Peak cared deeply about the peak, maintaining cleanliness everywhere. Inside the hall, they saw a portrait of an hill. Though his hair was white, his spirit was vibrant, a true enlightened being. Is this the first Isaias of Desolate Peak, Amato? Mac recalled and confirmed that this was indeed the portrait of Desolate Peak's first Isaias. Arvin Amato, who was incredibly strong back then, co-founded Zhanxian sect with Joaquin Zhanxian. He was known as the second strongest in Zhanxian sect. Before coming to Zhanxian sect, Mac had extensively researched it. Amato was very famous, once a top-tier powerhouse, second only to the sect's ancestor. Desolate Peak used to be the strongest of the 8 peaks, all thanks to Amato. However, the Tao cultivated by Amato was extremely difficult to master. Gradually, Desolate Peak declined as its disciples couldn't keep up. Creak. At that moment, a side door opened, and a youth walked out. Wearing a green robe with a sword emblem on the upper right, this was the attire of Sword Peak's inner disciples. Who are you? Baxter frowned, displeasure evident on his face, questioning Denny and the others. And who are you? Mac retorted angrily. A newcomer? No wonder. Baxter sized up Denny and the others, realizing he didn't know them. Thus, he deduced they were newly admitted disciples. Zhanxian sect had many disciples, but there would always be some encounters. It was impossible for him not to recognize anyone. If there's no impression at all, it must be a newcomer. Did you enter Sword Peak? He asked. No, Mac replied. Not my Sword Peak disciple, so you must be from another peak. Baxter's tone grew colder. Regardless of where you heard about this place, you have no business here. Leave now, this is Sword Peak territory. He strutted arrogantly, oozing superiority. Sword Peak was currently the strongest lineage in Zhanxian sect, and its disciples wore this arrogance proudly. Sword Peak's territory? Denny laughed, a chilling smile on his face. To claim Sword Peak's territory while standing in Desolate Peak. What did that mean? Chapter 88. The Peak Guardian Sacred Beast. Desmond's. The young man said proudly, this place has long belonged to my Sword Peak. All my fellow disciples practice here. Did Ellis agree? Denny bit back his anger, fearing this might have been approved by Ellis. Ellis was indeed the Isaias of the Desolate Peak. Do we need his approval? The young man's expression was indifferent as he continued. Though he holds the title of Isaias, it is just a nominal position. If not for the consideration of the first Isaias of the Desolate Peak, the Ava would have long removed the Desolate Peak from the 8 lineages. He continued speaking, after his death, the Desolate Peak will be completely erased from the Zhanxian sect and become our Sword Peak's secondary peak. Don't you have any respect for Ellis? Denny's gaze turned cold. Respect? Baxter sneered. Who in the entire sect respects him? His strength doesn't match his status, even weaker than an ordinary Isaias. Regardless, he is still the master of the Desolate Peak and one of the top Isaias in the Zhanxian sect. You should show him respect. Denny sternly reminded. Having entered the Desolate Peak, from now on, Ellis would be his master. Seeing the youth's disrespect towards Ellis stirred intense anger within him. This scene resembled what they had previously encountered with those young people who were barbecuing on the Desolate Peak. Those youths disrespected the Desolate Peak just like this youth, or even worse, claiming it as their own territory. You new ones don't understand anything. You'll know in time. Bertrand waved dismissively, uninterested in explaining to these newcomers. Ellis was known throughout the sect as a weak Isaias, lacking in strength. Leave here. Don't disturb the senior disciples' practice. There are many Sword Peak senior disciples practicing inside. He shouted loudly. This area wasn't just occupied by him but several others, all of whom were disciples of the Sword Peak. Without any disciples, the cultivation hall of the Desolate Peak remained empty, thus attracting the attention of disciples from various peaks. The Sword Peak was powerful, with the strongest disciples, so much so that other peaks couldn't compete. Ultimately, this place fell under the control of the Sword Peak disciples. It's you who should leave. Denny's gaze was icy. This is the Desolate Peak's cultivation hall. If your Sword Peak disciples wish to practice, go back to your own Sword Peak. What are you? Who do you think you are to give orders here? Haha. Denny laughed coldly. We are all disciples of the Desolate Peak. Desolate Peak disciples? Bertrand was taken aback, his expression peculiar. Could there still be someone joining the Desolate Peak? So what if you are Desolate Peak disciples? Get lost. There's no place for you here. He retorted scornfully. Wasn't the Desolate Peak Arvin aware that the Sword Peak had taken over the cultivation hall? Certainly, he knew. Ellis occasionally came to clean the area. But what use was that? Ellis was soft-hearted and dare not speak out, silently accepting the situation. Moira, it's your turn. Drive them all out. Denny was filled with righteous indignation. It was already bad enough that the Sword Peak had taken over the Desolate Peak's territory, but now they were treating the Desolate Peak disciples so rudely. I've been waiting for your order. Moira replied fiercely, advancing forward. Your laugh is killing me. Bertrand sneered. laughing heartily. Was a Temperance going to drive away all the Sword Peak disciples? A joke. However, in the next moment, the smile froze on his face. He saw Moira extend its paw, unleashing a powerful force that instantly threw Bertrand out of the hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moira darted from room to room, forcefully expelling every Sword Peak disciple outside. These were all core disciples of the Sword Peak, highly ranked in terms of strength, mostly at the Shinling stage or higher. However, none of them could stand against Moira and were ruthlessly thrown out. Where did this beast come from? Dare to cause chaos in the Jianshin sect? Are you tired of living? Outside the main hall, the Sword Peak disciples glared at Moira angrily, mistaking it for an external beast. From today onward, no one shall enter the Desolate Peak Cultivation Hall without permission. If anyone wishes to enter the Desolate Peak, they must get our approval. Denny shouted loudly, his voice booming like thunder, exuding great authority. Desolate Peak? What nonsense! The Sword Peak disciples were dumbfounded. When did the Desolate Peak have disciples? Soon, they realized it must be due to the recent recruitment of new disciples, including Denny and his group. Their expressions turned peculiar. They never thought anyone would join the Desolate Peak. Moira, from today onwards, you will be the Desolate Peak Guardian Sacred Beast. Whoever dares to intrude, chase them all away, Denny declared. Since he had joined the Desolate Peak, he wouldn't let anyone disrespect it further. He wanted the Desolate Peak to have its own rules and earn respect like the other peaks. Sure thing, Moira agreed readily, happy to have something to do. We'll see about this. This isn't over. The Sword Peak disciples glared hatefully at Denny before leaving the Desolate Peak, thoroughly disgraced. They felt a deep resentment, but it was useless. Moira was far too strong. Where did this Moira come from? Why was it so powerful? They were puzzled but didn't care much. Could a mere Temperance stop the entire Sword Peak? Impossible. They went back to summon stronger seniors from the Sword Peak. Yet Moira was too formidable, sending even these seniors flying. A major announcement, someone has joined the Desolate Peak, and their pet is extremely fierce, driving out all the Sword Peak disciples from the cultivation hall. The Sword Peak sent a second wave of disciples, but they also failed to enter the Desolate Peak. The new Desolate Peak disciple includes a stunningly beautiful girl who, if ranked, might place among the top 10 beauties of Jeremiah Howe. News spread rapidly through the Jianshin sect, causing uproar. No one expected someone to join the Desolate Peak and create such a stir, embarrassing even the Sword Peak disciples. What kind of pet is so ferocious? I want to see it. Directly enter the top 10 beauties of Jeremiah Howe? That beautiful? I can't believe it. Many Jianshin sect disciples became interested and rushed toward the Desolate Peak. For a moment, the Desolate Peak became the center of attention, incredibly popular. Our Sword Peak's reputation is ruined because of you. A youth scolded the Sword Peak disciples, ashamed that they were defeated by a pet. He decided to personally take action to reclaim the honor of the Sword Peak. Chapter 89. The Green Zierist. Desolate Peak had not seen so many people for many years. Today, a large number of disciples gathered before Desolate Peak, making it exceptionally lively. Ah, so this is the extremely ferocious pet? It's different from what I imagined. Many disciples were greatly disappointed upon seeing the kitten. They had imagined that such a fierce pet would be some tiger or wolf-like beast. But reality was far from their expectations. It was just a slightly larger kitten. How adorable. Its fur looks so soft. I really want to hold it and stroke it fiercely. A group of female disciples sparkled with excitement and adored the kitten. Admittedly, the kitten's appearance was very endearing. Its big, cute eyes and silky smooth fur made it irresistibly adorable. Get lost. I'm a tiger, not a cat, and definitely not a pet. Amanita bared its teeth, trying to look menacing. However, its outward cuteness made any attempts at looking fierce impossible. Contrarily, this only made it appear even cuter. Love it, love it. Who is its owner? I want to negotiate with him to give me the kitten. Many female disciples became even more excited, loving the kitten even more. What kind of people are they? Amanita deflated instantly, realizing how much these women loved it despite its attempt to be menacing. Cat, you really don't know your own fortune. If it were me, I would have pounced over long ago. Simon grinned foolishly, wishing he could turn into the kitten to be hugged and tortured by these beautiful female disciples. Defeated by this little kitten? Haha, how amusing. Many disciples began to mock the Sword Peak disciples whose faces instantly turned red. So beautiful. As expected, she indeed ranks among the top 10 beauties in Jeremiah Howe. Some people were awestruck when they saw Clementine. Her tall and perfect figure, her large, bright eyes exuding spirit, and her exquisite face left everyone breathless. Many female disciples felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Compared to Clementine, they felt like insignificant weeds. Is he Denny? He is said to be the top performer in this assessment, collecting all the Beast King cores in the trial battlefield. He even challenged and easily defeated opponents 5 levels higher than himself in the trial battlefield. Some whispered, having inquired about Denny and his feats. This information was easy to obtain as senior disciples often followed the assessments closely and knew everything that transpired. Annoying. In the crowd, someone looked gloomy and extremely displeased. It was none other than Zaire Xiao. He was defeated by Denny and then ambushed, sustaining severe injuries but still completing the assessment, albeit with poor results. This will be a stain on my reputation for life. He vowed angrily. Whenever people mentioned Denny in the future, they would inevitably mention his defeat. I must erase this stain. He vowed in his heart, determined to one day defeat Denny and clear his name. Swish. Sword chi shimmered like a rainbow as a young man soared here on his flying sword. Colby from Sword Peak. Colby, an outstanding inner disciple of Sword Peak. He has reached the 5th level Profound Spirit Realm after just 1 year in Jianshin Sect, starting out only at the 3rd level Mystical Pass Realm. This will be good entertainment. Some laughed as Sword Peak had sent a formidable disciple like Colby. The young man, Colby, had a cold expression as he halted his sword mid-air, looking down at Denny and the others. How great was the prestige of Sword Peak, yet it had been utterly disgraced by new disciples. He could not tolerate this and came personally to address the situation. "You dare to drive away my Sword Peak disciples, quite daring indeed," he shouted coldly, releasing a oppressive aura that caused many disciples to shrink back in fear, trembling inside. Denny remained silent, raising his hand to summon a rocking chair. He had brought it from one of the buildings on Desolate Peak. He lay on the rocking chair, calm and composed. "Magdalena, if anyone dares to intrude recklessly on Desolate Peak, chase them all out." With so many people arriving this time, it was perfect for him to establish his authority, making all Zhanxian sect disciples understand that Desolate Peak had changed, no longer being the same as before. No one would be allowed to act recklessly on Desolate Peak. Though Colby was strong, it wasn't enough. Amanita had entered the profound spirit realm, its partially reformed white tiger bloodline becoming purer, capable of easily defeating Colby. As for those truly powerful top-tier disciples ranked on the Green Zayarist, he wasn't worried about them. The Green Zayarist. This was the strongest list in Zhanxian sect. It comprised the top 100 most powerful disciples within the sect. Despite the kitten's formidable strength, it was still far inferior to these Green Zayarist disciples. After all, even the weakest Green Zayarist disciple was at the 8th level profound spirit realm. As for the top-ranked, their power and realm were even higher and stronger. He seldom showed up, always surpassing numerous disciples, and no one knew to what terrifying level his current strength had reached. During his last appearance showcasing his power, he already possessed the 7th level Zayarif Wheel realm. Zhanxian sect was truly formidable, living up to its reputation as one of the most powerful forces in Jeremiah. A realm like profound spirit, if placed outside, would certainly be considered a powerful expert. In the Zayarif Wheel realm, it matched the power of the patriarchs of external families. However, in Zhanxian sect, profound spirit realm disciples were numerous, and Zayarif Wheel realm disciples were still just disciples. Sword Peak was indeed powerful, with many of its disciples listed on the Green Zayarist. Denny wasn't worried about these Green Zayarist disciples, because none of them were currently in Zhanxian sect. In fact, Green Zayarist disciples rarely stayed in the sect, spending most of their time training outside. These facts were told to him by Simon, who was very knowledgeable about Zhanxian sect. "No problem at all." Amanita grinned, baring its teeth and putting on a savage expression, ready to attack at any moment. "Arrogant," Colby sneered, saying, "I am entering Desolate Peak. See who can stop me." His long sword beneath his feet trembled and shone, emitting powerful vibrations as it flew towards Desolate Peak. "Can't stop me? Watch me throw you out." Amanita bent its body, then leaped forward rapidly, claws extended, striking Colby with terrifying force. At this moment, it transformed into a real fierce tiger, emanating a ferocious aura that sent chills down the spine. Overconfident, Colby rebuked, pinching a sword seal, causing the air behind him to vibrate, buzzing, multiple spirit swords emerging, forming rotating sword wheels, emitting awe-inspiring sword intent. "Sever your cat head." He remained indifferent, his long hair fluttering in the wind, the sword wheel spinning rapidly, slashing towards the kitten. The sword wheel was incredibly terrifying, seemingly slicing through the void, showing glimpses of dark spaces akin to void black holes. Undoubtedly, the power contained in the sword wheel was astonishing, causing some female disciples to cover their eyes involuntarily, fearing to witness the kitten being killed by the sword wheel. Chapter 90. Fearless against all enemies. It didn't take long for everything to return to calm. The female disciples who had covered their eyes slowly and cautiously uncovered them. Ah! What happened? Their mouths dropped open in shock. The gruesome scene they had imagined did not unfold. What they saw was Helmet lying battered on the ground, while the sword he had stepped on was snapped into several pieces. So terrifying. Is this an ancient vicious cat? The disciples who witnessed the entire event were both shocked and horrified. Paris's attack had been overwhelmingly ferocious, dispersing the sword wheel Helmet summoned with a single swipe of its paw. The force of impact knocked Helmet off his feet and shattered the sword underfoot. Helmet's face was deathly pale, blood coursing violently through his veins. Eventually, unable to hold back, he spewed out a mouthful of blood, splashing into droplets. He could hardly believe it. The tiny kitten was so fierce and terrifying. Indeed, the master's qualities define the pet. Right. Denny fights effortlessly across 5 stages, and so does his pet when fighting above its rank. Numerous disciples sighed in agreement. When the cat struck, it revealed its realm. It was only at the 1st stage profound spirit level. Desmond, Helmet was a cultivator at the 5th stage profound spirit level. Beast possessed extremely strong individual combat abilities, easily suppressing cultivators of the same rank. Desmond, the kitten still won too easily. There was no doubt, the kitten definitely wasn't an ordinary beast. Otherwise, it couldn't be this ferocious. Zaire Xiao's expression turned dark. As expected, Denny's name was mentioned again, bringing him back into the spotlight. Ah! He growled low, nearly bursting with anger. In the West, he had been so dazzling, hailed as one of the top prodigies in the West. Now, however, he was so miserable, always being brought up as someone defeated. The Wasteland Peak is not what it used to be. Nobody can insult the Wasteland Peak. Denny stood up from the rocking chair, eyes piercing, voice resolute and imposing. Behind him, hidden away, the Isaias of Wasteland Peak flushed red with excitement. How could he not know about the commotion happening at Wasteland Peak? He came here immediately but didn't dare to show himself. Reality had worn down his edges, made him timid, robbing him of confidence and courage. He even lacked the courage to face so many disciples. We have a good disciple at our Wasteland Peak. He trembled excitedly. Denny had done what he always wanted but never dared to do. elevating the Wasteland Peak's prestige and making people respect it. Ridiculous, just you alone? Helmet shakily got up. Although he was defeated, he remained defiant. Our Sword Peak has many powerful disciples, dominating numerous positions on the green rankings. Had the green rank disciples from our Sword Peak been present, it wouldn't have been your turn to act so recklessly. How amusing. Denny's expression was cold as he said, a newcomer like me, and you're comparing me to your Sword Peak's green rank disciples? Have you no shame? With a swift motion, he extended his hand, summoning a spear that emitted a brilliant, chilling light, pointing straight at Helmet. In my realm, who dares challenge me? His arrogance unmatched, his voice echoed throughout Wasteland Peak. If you're not satisfied, feel free to send anyone from your Sword Peak who is of the same realm to fight me. So cool. Confident, dominant, handsome. He's practically the perfect match in my heart. Several female disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration for Denny. Bah, what can he achieve after joining Wasteland Peak? Isn't Ellis of Wasteland Peak the best proof? In his youth, Ellis was extraordinary, surpassing all his peers of the same age. But now, isn't he far behind, achieving nothing? Many male disciples felt jealous seeing the girls admiring Denny so much. Alas, what a waste. Why join the Wasteland Peak? The enchanted female disciple sighed, knowing well the poor legacy of the Wasteland Peak. Denny was destined to remain insignificant and unable to reach higher realms. To bully those lower in rank isn't true prowess. If you truly wish to showcase your greatness, let someone of the same rank come and fight me. Denny shouted coldly, our lineage at Wasteland Peak falls behind none of yours. He's too arrogant. I will fight you. Many disciples, feeling aggrieved, surged with adrenaline, wanting to represent their respective peaks and prove their strength. Come on. Denny showed no fear, standing tall, spear in hand, stepping out of Wasteland Peak. Boom. A disciple leaped forward, fiercely attacking Denny. He was a senior disciple, entering Jianxian sect at Pulse Formation realm and now cultivated at the first stage Transcendent Profound realm. Denny threw the spear upward, breaking through with irresistible force, tearing through the air with a roaring sound, terrifying indeed. Bang! The spear pierced through the disciple's clothes, pinning him to a large tree. Instantly, the disciple broke out in cold sweat, his body going limp from fear. The spear moved too fast. By the time he reacted, it already nailed him to the tree. Had it hit his heart instead of his clothes, he would have died instantly. Denny raised his hand, and with a swoosh, the spear flew back into his grip. Anyone else? His expression was calm, standing there like a war god, commanding respect. Many disciples exchanged glances. Denny was truly terrifyingly strong, possibly unbeatable among peers. There's no need for you to be so proud. Our Sword Peak's outstanding seniors have already reached higher realms. They are way beyond your low stage. Helmet sneered. Then let your new recruits fight me, Denny responded calmly. Our new recruits haven't joined yet. Through the exams, only Denny and his group chose a lineage. Others would select one day later. Even if they were here, ask them if they dare challenge Denny. Mac laughed, saying, during the trial battlefield, Denny hunted down all the Zyrect Beast Kings. Who dared compete with him? Helmet was speechless, having no response. Surrounding disciples continued discussing Denny's performance in the trial battlefield. There, Denny killed without restraint, none daring to vie against him. The only one who challenged him, Zaire Xiao, ended up losing miserably. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, remembering something. Don't be overconfident. Among the new recruits, there are those who can counter you. He sneered, thinking of those who entered Jianxian sect directly without the trials. Bring them on. Denny, fear no enemies at the same stage. You wait and see. Helmet gave Denny a fierce glare, then turned and left to invite Princess Jeremiah from the Sword Peak. Princess Jeremiah held a high status. Abruptly inviting her seemed inappropriate. However, now that she was part of the Sword Peak and a direct disciple of the Peak Arvin, he believed she would come for the sake of the Sword Peak's reputation. Chapter 91. Princess Presley. The Sword Peak, as its name suggests, resembled a celestial sword, towering into the clouds with an imposing and majestic presence. Colby returned to the Sword Peak and found Princess Presley of the state of Jeremiah. Is he that arrogant? Well, now that I have entered the Sword Peak, how can I let it be disgraced? I will go with you. Presley's face remained calm. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to any man, exuding an aura of heroism and nobility. With Senior Katrina's intervention, that boy is bound to meet his doom. Colby respectfully said. He had joined the sect earlier than Presley, so normally he would be the senior brother. However, given Presley's high status, once she entered the Sword Peak, she became a direct disciple of the Peak Master. In this Sword Peak, no matter what kind of disciple they are, all must address Presley as Senior Katrina. Let's go. Presley calmly floated through the air, leaving the Sword Peak for the Wild Peak. Whoa, she really came. There's going to be some good entertainment. At the foot of the Wild Peak, a buzz of excitement spread, drawing an unusually large crowd. Meanwhile, on other peaks, several extraordinary youths were stirred by the commotion. Presley went. Come on, let's go check it out too. They set off from their respective peaks and arrived at the Wild Peak, where someone briefed them on the situation. These individuals were none other than those who, like Presley, could enter Jianxian sect without undergoing the entrance exam. Now, each was a direct disciple of a peak. They've all come. One after another, they look exceptionally sharp and distinguished. The foot of the Wild Peak became even livelier. So these are the people you called over? Denny looked at Colby and said, didn't you say to call people of my realm? Why did you bring someone of a lower realm? Funny, this boy dares to underestimate Presley. A young man sneered, even I wouldn't dare underestimate Presley. This boy thinks he's better because he's one level higher? How foolish. His name was Alejandro, from the Northern Move family, just like Presley. He had directly entered Jianxian sect and was now a direct disciple of Star Peak's master. If we weren't focused on opening more meridians, who knows how high our realms would be? That's right. We're all standing at the peak of the 9th meridian realm, accumulating immense strength. Others chimed in, echoing Alejandro's sentiments. They shared similar statuses with Presley and Alejandro. I heard this guy is from the eastern region, the same area as you, Desmond Xian. Have you heard of him in the east? Alejandro asked the girl beside him. No, he's just a nobody in the east. The girl shook her head. Ava was from the eastern Desmond family, named Desmond Xian, and was now a direct disciple of Xuanhuan Peak's master. The world is vast. Don't assume your abilities make you superior to everyone else. At that moment, Presley spoke, her voice melodious and captivating. Ava stood in midair, graceful and noble, her skin fairer than snow, resembling a transcendent fairy from above. You should take your own advice. Denny's body glowed, and the powerful aura he emitted suddenly diminished. I won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm and fight you at the same level. Denny calmly lowered his cultivation to the 9th meridian realm. I've never seen anyone as audacious as you. Alejandro was speechless, wanting to tell Denny, what are you pretending? Suppressing your realm for a battle? You can't win even without doing that. Others looked puzzled. Was Denny this confident? No, this must be arrogance. Our eastern region isn't filled with people like this. At least, the Easterners I know aren't this overconfident. Easterners are very humble. Desmond Xian commented, feeling ashamed to be associated with the same region as Denny. Fascinating. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Presley's lips. Was she being belittled? As a princess of Jeremiah, who opened 8 meridians, when had she ever been underestimated? Don't regret lowering your realm. With her words, the temperature around her plummeted instantly, frost forming on trees, and many disciples felt a bone-chilling cold. Boom. Suddenly, the ground where Denny stood exploded, icy blades shimmering with cold light, engulfing the area. Is it over already? That was too fast. Everyone was stunned. Presley's attack was sudden and swift, completed almost instantaneously. By the time they realized it, Denny was swept away by the endless icy blades. Before they could react, Presley furrowed her brows, and an ice wall instantly rose to her left. Boom. The ice wall shattered, and Denny's figure surged out from within. What's happening? People are amazed. This is a fierce battle. Both Denny and Presley are incredibly strong. First, Presley's sudden attack, followed by Denny evading Presley's assault and counterattacking. It was all unexpected and astonishing. Denny formed a fist seal, moving swiftly like lightning, with indomitable and powerful force, striking forward. Presley's body moved gracefully like a swift bird, dodging Denny's barrage of attacks effortlessly. Her entire body shone crystalline, her delicate hands continuously raising ice blades to block Denny. Boom, boom, boom. Denny's powerful fists shattered everything, demolishing all the ice blades and relentlessly pursuing Presley. Enough! Presley shouted coldly, halting her movements. Ava formed seals with her hands, and starting from her, the intense cold rapidly spread, freezing the ground. Many disciples quickly retreated, afraid to get too close. Some failed to withdraw in time and were immediately encased in ice, becoming ice sculptures. How powerful! Is this the terrifying might of opening 8 meridians? My God! Disciples gasped in horror, overwhelmed by Presley's power, beyond their imagination. Could someone at the meridian opening realm unleash such terrifying power? That was too frightening. Alejandro, Desmond Xian, and others fell silent, questioning whether they could be Presley's match. Denny was frozen in place, still in a forward-advancing posture. It's over. Presley whispered softly, her expression cold like an icy goddess, gazing down at Denny. Overconfidence, even lowering your realm. Truly ridiculous. A power like that, how could he possibly resist? Even without suppressing his realm, he wouldn't stand a chance. Disciples murmured, believing the battle ended with Denny's defeat. Defeated? Anastasia muttered, sensing that Denny wouldn't be so easily defeated. No way. This guy is freakishly strong. Losing to someone at the same level? Impossible. Max shook his head vigorously. Having fought Denny many times, he knew how formidable Denny was. Though Presley was remarkable, she couldn't defeat Denny like this. The little girl is inexperienced. Mavis was completely unperturbed, never doubting Denny's strength. 8 meridians or 9. Denny had opened 9 meridians. Please feel free to provide more Chinese text for further translation, or ask if you need any adjustments. Chapter 92, Defeat. Birds of a feather flock together. That saying is indeed true. Denny is so arrogant, and his friends are just as arrogant. They still believe Denny won't be defeated even now. Can someone frozen into an ice stick still counterattack? Some disciples laughed in ridicule after hearing what Anastasia and the others said. However, in the very next moment, their smiles froze on their faces. Boom. An explosion rang out. Denny shattered the ice that encased him, bursting out from the ice fragments. Bolivar? Presley's pupils constricted. Ava hadn't expected Denny to break free from the ice prison. Ice again. Ava shouted, lowering the temperature around her once more as frosty coldness erupted and the ground became coated with several feet thick ice. Ice formed on Denny's body instantly, seemingly attempting to imprison him once again. However, soon after, the ice that covered Denny's body shattered, unable to imprison him. Presley's face turned gloomy immediately. She had underestimated Denny. His strength exceeded her expectations. He was a formidable enemy. Ava couldn't be the slightest bit careless. Ice Lane. Ava roared again, forming hand seals as explosions ripped through the ice-covered ground, sending shards flying everywhere. A huge ice lane rapidly took shape, composed of flying ice pieces. Its massive body breathed icy mist as it swooped down at Denny. The scene was terrifying. A huge ice lane radiating blinding coldness nearly filled the sky, casting a large shadow that struck fear into everyone's hearts. Blow up your little snake. Denny remained fearless, his eyes emitting brilliant light beams. He formed another fist seal and charged forward to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled as Denny engaged the ice lane in an intensely violent battle. Presley squinted her eyes, shocked. Wasn't the ice lane enough to suppress Denny? Ice peafowl. Ava roared again, performing hand seals to swiftly condense a similarly huge ice peafowl. Subsequently, the ice peafowl joined the battle. The ice peafowl and ice lane enhanced each other's power mutually. You think you can suppress me with a small snake and a bird? You're thinking too much. Denny unleashed his 8-pole fist technique to its utmost, his punches formidable as he slammed forward. Small snake? Bird? Everyone was speechless. Denny was truly overconfident, calling the ice lane and ice peafowl mere snake and bird, but soon they realized he had good reason for his arrogance. Explosions sounded repeatedly as Denny attacked ferociously. He shattered the ice lane's body and crushed the ice peafowl's head with a single punch each, appearing like a god of war incarnate, astonishing everyone. What? Even Alejandro and the others were startled, feeling extremely restless. Strong as they were, they admitted they could not match Denny. How many meridians did he open? Alejandro asked quickly. 7. The sword peak Isaias had asked him before. Is 7 so terrifying? Alejandro was skeptical. Beside him, Thorn Hugo from the western region spoke quietly. Although cultivators all undergo meridian opening, different constitutions lead to different open meridians. A strong constitution leads to stronger meridians. Then he sighed. It's a pity for him. With such a powerful constitution, he should attempt to open 8 or 9 meridians. His chances of success are not low. Presley's expression was cold and grim. Even the powerful ice lane and ice peafowl weren't enough to defeat Denny, which caused her concern. Indeed, Ava started worrying, fearing she might lose. Battle. Ava barked coldly, refusing to admit defeat. Rumble. The earth cracked, and sharp icicles shot out from the broken ice blocks, densely covering the air as they rushed toward Denny. This scene was terrifying, like a rain of icicles that made one's scalp tingle and spine chill. Useless. Denny remained fierce, attacking aggressively. His fists gleamed like twin divine suns, smashing everything in sight as he dashed towards Presley. Presley had no choice but to retreat. If Denny got close, with his fearsome fist techniques, she would surely lose. At the same time, she conjured numerous ice walls to hinder Denny. However, Denny's onslaught was relentless. The ice walls, several feet thick, crumbled easily under his attacks, offering no resistance. Don't run. Denny suddenly accelerated, moving like lightning until he finally reached Presley. Ah! Presley panicked immediately. Her previously composed and icy demeanor crumbled, making her seem like a frightened little girl. In close combat, she really wasn't capable. With a bang, Denny punched, aiming directly for Presley's head. Presley closed her eyes out of fright. Ava was done for. Just as the punch was about to hit her head, Denny stopped and flicked her forehead lightly. You lost. Denny landed gracefully, looking serene and aloof. You. Presley opened her eyes, glaring furiously at Denny, her teeth clenched. Denny actually flicked her forehead. From childhood to now, when had she ever been flicked on the forehead by anyone, especially by a man? This? Many disciples exchanged glances, none of them expecting this outcome. Presley had lost to Denny. Denny was truly extraordinary. Alejandro and the others looked at each other, realizing they had to take Denny seriously. Denny was at least as strong as any of them. Wait for me. I will fight you again, and next time, I'll flick a bump on your head. Presley spoke fiercely as she left, trying to sound threatening. But she was too beautiful, and her words sounded cute, making it impossible for anyone to feel threatened. That's nothing. You only won due to your higher realm advantage. If you hadn't reached the Mystic Passage realm, and were still in the Meridian Formation realm, you absolutely wouldn't stand a chance against Senior Katrina. Colby shouted defiantly, trying to salvage Presley's dignity. If you have the guts, wait until the Legacy contest, then we'll see who's tough. He sneered, mentioning the contest. Each year, the 8 legacies held a grand competition. This year's Legacy contest hadn't begun yet, scheduled for 2 months later. Enough, stop shouting. Denny does have an advantage suppressing from a higher realm, but it's irrelevant to this battle. Alejandro couldn't tolerate Colby's ignorance. When suppressing to the Meridian Formation realm, Denny can only unleash that realm's power. His only edge is some additional experience. Do you think Denny used his experiential advantage? No. In the direct confrontation, Denny fought purely with force, using no other means. Presley lost thoroughly. Even if Denny was truly in the Meridian Formation realm, Presley would still lose. He stated facts, showing no bias. The facts were as he said. Colby's face turned sullen and unpleasant, surprised to be rebuked by Alejandro. Alejandro's status was higher than his. He dared not confront him and shut his mouth dejectedly. But in the Legacy contest, you may suffer defeat. The Wasteland Peak Legacy is difficult to cultivate, and you won't be able to contend with us. If possible, choose a different legacy. Alejandro said, looking at Denny. Chapter 93, Snuffed Out in the Cradle. Pity. He would have shone brightly if he had chosen another lineage. But staying on Barren Peak, he is destined to remain obscured, never to rise again. Lamenting voices arose one after another. Many disciples felt sorry for Denny. They saw in Denny a resemblance to Ellis of Barren Peak, a former prodigy who was just as outstanding, surpassing his peers. However, after Ellis chose Barren Peak, his cultivation stagnated, and now he couldn't even match an ordinary Isaias. Denny was set to follow in Ellis's footsteps. Friend, I look forward to a battle with you in the future. However, if you stay on Barren Peak, there will be no way you can challenge me. Thorn Hugo, tall and imposing, stepped forward, looking at Denny. I hope you go to the patriarch and ask him to choose another lineage for you. With your talent, the patriarch wouldn't refuse. You and I both come from the East. If you choose another lineage, we will both become the pride of the East. Desmond Xian added. In the shadows behind them, Ellis's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, given Denny's talent, if Denny requested another lineage, the patriarch would undoubtedly agree readily. The patriarch might even approach Denny proactively to select a new lineage. He was worried about Denny leaving Barren Peak. Forget it, I won't blame him no matter what decision he makes. He shouldn't be on Barren Peak anyway. He sighed deeply, then let go of his worries completely. Regardless of whether Denny left or stayed, he would accept it without any resentment. Barren Peak's lineage truly was hard to cultivate. I appreciate your concern, Denny said with a light laugh. Who says being on Barren Peak means I can't face any of you? I can still challenge you from here. Don't worry. Confidence has turned into arrogance. Thorn Hugo gave Denny a deep look, but didn't say more, turning to leave. We should go. Alejandro shook his head, not expecting Denny to be so stubborn. Being this obstinate would bring no benefits. Too bad. You and I could have been the pride of the East together. Now it can only be me. Desmond Xian also shook her head and left. Other core disciples with similar status to Thorn Hugo gradually left the area. By entangling himself in this predicament, Denny had removed a formidable enemy from their minds. There would be no way for him to challenge them in the future. To abandon a bright path and choose a hopeless dead end. So this is the obsession of a top genius? Many disciples shook their heads and left, filled with regret. Only Colby wasn't regretful. Instead, he wore a brilliant smile. That's right. Stick to your true self. Hope to see you at the Zyreneage tournament. Without doubt, he was gloating. After saying this, he too left. Don't worry. I'll teach you with all my heart. Ellis stated heavily, turning to leave and prepare. Denny decided to stay on Barren Peak, and Ellis vowed to prevent Denny's fate from repeating. He would spare no effort to make Denny shine brighter and brighter. Thus, everything came to an end, and Denny's name became known among all Zhanxian sect disciples. Elsewhere, within Jeremiah's capital, Jeremiah, inside Jeremiah's sect, Bergen, full of guilt, sought out Crystal. He had assured Crystal that he would prevent Denny from joining Zhanxian sect, but he failed. Everyone sent to deal with Denny failed. The Baron lineage? He chose Barren Peak? Crystal mused aloud after Bergen reported. Is he trying to take a shortcut to catch up with me? Her opening of 9 meridians was well known throughout Jeremiah. Knowing he couldn't surpass her through normal means, did Denny join Barren Peak to take a risky route, hoping to catch up by mastering its lineage? If Denny chose another lineage, she wouldn't be too concerned. Zhanxian sect's other lineages, while strong, were standard. There was no way Denny could surpass her through them. But Barren Peak's lineage was different. It far exceeded the others, receiving praise even from Zhongshuan's founding ancestor. If Denny truly mastered Barren Peak's lineage, he might pose a significant threat to her. Although I couldn't stop him from entering Zhanxian sect, he was too arrogant to choose Barren Peak's lineage. It's a lineage impossible to master. He has cut off his own future. Senior Katrina needn't worry about dealing with him anymore. Bergen said. Crystal glanced at him coldly, remaining silent. What did Bergen know? Ava understood Denny well, knew his personality, and was aware of what burdened him. Denny's parents had issues, but he always believed they weren't dead and wished to uncover the truth. And to uncover the truth, he needed sufficient strength. Would Denny easily cut off his own future? Furthermore, she knew how deeply she had hurt Denny and how much he hated her. So, to ensure there were no further threats, she always wanted to eliminate Denny. All this made it clear to her that Denny wouldn't give up his future like this. His choice of Barren Peak's lineage must be backed by confidence and reliance. Go. This matter is no longer related to you. Crystal dismissed him coldly. Bergen's repeated failures had put her in a passive position. Ava was very disappointed in him and wouldn't use him anymore. What? Bergen felt disheartened. Finally attaching himself to Crystal. Was it over already? He wanted to say something but dared not. In the end, he left. Denny, if you want to play, then I'll play along with you. Crystal's eyes shot out sharp glares, speaking coldly. Initially, when Denny fell off the cliff and survived, if he continued to be weak, she wouldn't have cared, letting him fend for himself. But Denny didn't continue being weak. Instead, he kept winning, becoming stronger. Ava would not allow this to continue. Ava intended to destroy Denny completely. This is your weakness. Not relying on others, wanting to settle scores with me on your own. You'll lose your life because of this. Hongtian Auction House was an absolute behemoth. Ava had investigated thoroughly. It was merely a small force compared to Hongtian Auction House. If Hongtian Auction House wanted to act, Jeremiah's sect would be destroyed instantly. If Denny used Hongtian Auction House against her, she would be helpless. However, since Denny hadn't, this gave her a chance. You've always been like this, always wanting to rely on your strength to prove yourself. The world is crueler than you think, and I'm stronger than you imagine. Ava narrowed her eyes, seeking solutions. Ava wouldn't let Denny grow to threaten her. She intended to snuff him out at the earliest stage. We won't meet again. Ava sneered. Denny was destined to be nothing but dead. Chapter 94, Entry. The desolate peak became quiet as all the disciples left. Denny and his group also returned to rest. By now, it was close to evening. As usual, Denny didn't sleep but first used the lane transformation pool to refine his body, then practiced with the Tao scripture. After a night, he felt refreshed, and his realm had advanced to the second stage of the penetrating mystic realm. He had accumulated deeply in the first stage of the penetrating mystic realm, so it was natural for him to advance to the second stage. The effect of the lane transformation pool is now much weaker. His brows furrowed. The spiritual essence in the pool had become very thin, making the refinement effects poor with almost no improvement. I must find a way to enhance the spiritual essence in the lane transformation pool. Through continuous refinement using the lane transformation pool, he experienced the benefits of a strong physical body. He wanted to continue and make his body even stronger. However, enhancing the spiritual essence in the lane transformation pool was easier said than done. He had no clue on how to do it. Would placing medicinal herbs in the pool help the lane transformation pool absorb them? He tried it, but there was no effect. The herbs just floated in the pool without being absorbed by it. Finally, he thought of the record of cause and effect. Record of cause and effect. He unfolded the record of cause and effect and probed the cause and effect of the lane transformation pool. When he first obtained the lane transformation pool, he had probed its cause and effect. Now, would reprobing yield different results? Soon, golden light burst from the record of cause and effect, and lines of text appeared. Cause asterisk. Lane transformation pool, crafted by Ajax using an ancient formula, but the ancient formula was incomplete, preventing Ajax from crafting the true lane transformation pool. Effect asterisk. A true lane transformation pool can be crafted to achieve true dragon transformation, surpassing human limits. Indeed, it's different. Denny was excited. He had previously conjectured that as his realm and strength improved, the cause and effect revealed by the record of cause and effect would change too. Sure enough, after his realm increased, the record of cause and effect revealed deeper causality. Previously, when probing the lane transformation pool, it only showed that the pool was crafted by Ajax and lost during a great battle, without mentioning the ancient formula. This time, it was different. The record of cause and effect revealed deeper information, presenting the ancient formula. However, soon, his enthusiasm cooled down. The ingredients needed for the ancient formula were incredibly rare, having long disappeared from the world. Only fragmented legends remained. No matter, at least with this, I can enhance the lane transformation pool's efficacy. Also, the effect presented by the record of cause and effect is clear. It can craft a true lane transformation pool, achieving true dragon transformation. I think, as my realm increases further, I can probe deeper causes and effects, thus finding the whereabouts of the remaining ingredients. Denny wasn't disappointed. As he said, these problems should eventually be solvable. Everyone up yet? If not, get up quickly, we're starting practice. At this moment, Ellis outside shouted excitedly. He had arrived early. Denny stepped out of the house, followed by Anastasia and others. Haroun didn't come out. I'm not practicing, you guys go ahead. I'll sleep a bit more. Haroun clearly hadn't woken up, her voice filled with drowsiness. There were many houses in the space of Desolate Peak, and she lived alone in one. Let's go. Ellis led Denny and others to the cultivation hall. The portrait hanging in the cultivation hall was that of Desolate Peak's first Isaias. Ellis led Denny and others in respectful greetings. It was evident that Ellis had carefully arranged everything here. It looked different from when they visited yesterday. Pay attention. I spent a lot of effort, using my savings to buy enlightenment incense and the meditation cushions used by sages during their cultivation and enlightenment. Ellis solemnly said, enlightenment incense and the cushions used by sages for cultivation and enlightenment. Denny and others slightly changed color. They knew very well how valuable these items were without needing to think much. Ellis gestured for Denny and others to sit down, then lit the enlightenment incense. Instantly, Denny and others felt an incredible clarity of mind. All distractions vanished. Ellis began explaining, in great detail and depth. He had made many preparations to simplify the Desolate Peak inheritance as much as possible for Denny and others to better cultivate. Desolate Scripture. This was the heritage of Desolate Peak, from which all skills and magical powers were derived. The Desolate Scripture was fundamental. Minor Desolate Technique. This was the simplest technique in the Desolate Scripture. Ellis explained it in detail and demonstrated it personally, simplifying the complex principles. However, even simplified, it was still incredibly difficult to understand. The Desolate Scripture truly differed from other traditions. Such a powerful technique. Anastasia was visibly surprised. Although Minor Desolate Technique was the simplest in the Desolate Scripture, its power was immensely potent and astonishing. Unfolding the Minor Desolate Technique could gather the Earth's energy within a 100-mile radius for the practitioner's use. It was a skill that could multiply one's combat strength several times over. So difficult. Completely unable to grasp it. Anastasia and others tried, but all failed without exception. They couldn't perform the Minor Desolate Technique, or even touch its profound principles. Don't worry, don't put pressure on yourselves. With focused practice, you will eventually succeed. Ellis encouraged them. He didn't expect Anastasia and others to master it immediately, even with the enlightenment incense and the sage's meditation cushions. He himself had taken 3 whole years to learn the Minor Desolate Technique. Cultivating the Desolate Peak inheritance wasn't just lip service. Meanwhile, Denny remained still for a long time. He sat cross-legged on the cushion with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating and not attempting to practice like Anastasia and others. Only after a long time did he open his eyes and rise from the cushion. He began to demonstrate the Minor Desolate Technique. He was very serious and focused. His movements seemed similar to Anastasia and others, but closer observation revealed subtle differences. Bolivar. Ellis's eyes flashed with surprise. He stared intently at Denny, his expression uncertain yet affirming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Denny's demonstration, the surrounding celestial energy began to fluctuate. How is this possible? Ellis was shocked, finally confirming that Denny had entered the gate. Although Denny's performance of the Minor Desolate Technique was only basic, he had genuinely grasped a hint of its essence. Is he a genius? His voice trembled. In the past, just entering and mastering the basics took him a full year. Now, Denny grasped it after hearing his explanation once? Desolate Peak will surely flourish. He was overwhelmed with tears, his excitement palpable. Denny's astounding talent truly held the potential to greatly promote Desolate Peak's inheritance. Desolate Peak was destined to be extraordinary because of Denny. Desolate Peak was also destined to flourish because of Denny. Hashtag chapter 95. Not simple. Pervert is still a pervert. Mac's lips twitched as his admiration for Denny deepened even further. He was not simple either, displaying extraordinary talent in cultivation, but compared to Denny, he felt insignificant. The lesser wasteland technique, which he had devoted all his heart to comprehend, resulted in him being unable to grasp it. Desmond, Denny succeeded. Cosmic energy surged, converging rapidly around Denny as the center, but just as it was about to gather towards Denny, the cosmic energy abruptly collapsed and returned to nature. It didn't work. Denny shook his head, knowing very well where the problem lay. Although he had initially grasped the essence of the lesser wasteland technique, he hadn't perfected it completely. To fully master the lesser wasteland technique, he still had a long way to go. The Wasteland Sutra is not an ordinary scripture. It has significant origins. His mind was filled with solemn thoughts. When Ellis explained the Wasteland Sutra, he activated the causal record to explore its causes and effects. However, the causes and effects he discovered were far beyond his expectations. The true cause and effect of the Wasteland Sutra did not manifest. What appeared was only the cause and effect when the first Isaias of the Wasteland Peak obtained the sutra. This was a scripture that rivaled the Tao Sutra. Though the causal record did not present this directly, he could sense the extraordinary and transcendent nature of the Wasteland Sutra. Remember, when he cultivated the Tao Sutra, it wasn't as difficult. But during the cultivation of the lesser wasteland technique, he encountered difficulties. The causal record had the ability to practice martial arts techniques, clearly explaining the core essence of the technique, thereby assisting him in cultivating better. He could cultivate the Tao Sutra successfully due to the help of the causal record's practicing function. The lesser wasteland technique also benefited from the causal record's practice, but the results were unsatisfactory. The true core essence of the lesser wasteland technique was too profound, and even with the help of the causal record, he couldn't grasp it immediately. He would need more time to perfect it. Thus, he determined that this was a technique no weaker than the Tao Sutra. Fortunately, I chose the Wasteland Peak back then. Otherwise, I would have missed such a remarkable and transcendent inheritance, Denny said with relief. Ellis was very satisfied with Denny, praising him greatly. Denny shared his insights into understanding the technique with Anastasia and others. He intentionally did this to help Anastasia and others, including Ellis, thoroughly grasp the lesser wasteland technique. How did I not think of that? Ellis muttered. Believing he had grasped the core essence of the lesser wasteland technique, upon hearing Denny's explanation, he instantly realized his shortcomings. What he thought was the core essence was not entirely correct. There were deeper essences within the lesser wasteland technique, which were the true core essences. People are truly different. Looking at Denny, his eyes filled with emotion. After cultivating up until now, he had never grasped the core essence of the lesser wasteland technique, while Denny did so, after just one listening session. Such talent made him admit defeat. Denny far surpassed him. Perhaps it's my luck, or maybe I have a special bond with the lesser wasteland technique, Denny said with a smile. Haha, regardless, you're a great contributor to the Wasteland Peak. The Wasteland Peak will flourish because of you. Ellis laughed loudly. Now, he finally understood why the Wasteland Sutra was so difficult to cultivate, because no one had grasped the core essence. If someone mastered the core essence and taught it diligently, there would be no difficulty in cultivation. This was impossible. The Wasteland Peak would undergo significant changes. The peak's heritage would no longer be so difficult to cultivate. Anastasia and others fully confirmed this. After listening to Denny's insights, they all gained some enlightenment. Those who previously found it difficult to enter the door now did so, and initially grasped the lesser wasteland technique. I will transmit the entire Wasteland Sutra to you. See if you can comprehend anything else. Ellis transmitted the entire Wasteland Sutra for Denny to comprehend. The lesser wasteland technique was merely the simplest technique among the Wasteland Sutra. There were many more astounding and transcendent techniques within. He wanted to see if Denny could comprehend the core essences of other techniques. No. After some time, Denny shook his head. He also activated the causal record to practice the core essences of other techniques. However, he encountered failure. This was the first time such a situation occurred. The causal record did not practice these techniques, but instead presented a line of text. Too low in realm, does not meet the minimum requirements for cultivating the technique, unable to practice. He didn't recognize the words, but understood their meaning. The Wasteland Sutra was not something anyone could casually cultivate. Each technique and skill required a certain realm to be reached before cultivation could begin. His current realm did not meet the requirements for cultivating other techniques. I was too impatient. How could the Wasteland Sutra be so easy to comprehend? It's my fault, my fault. Ellis shook his head in self-reproach. He was too eager, thinking too much about good outcomes. Let's take it slow. He calmed down and stopped overthinking. Everything must proceed step by step. Denny and the others continued to cultivate, mastering the lesser wasteland technique more deeply. On the other side, Ellis was also cultivating. Through Denny, he comprehended the core essence of the lesser wasteland technique. Now, he aimed to refine his lesser wasteland technique and cultivate it fully. Time passed slowly, and finally, he succeeded, thoroughly refining and mastering the lesser wasteland technique. This is the true might of the lesser wasteland technique. He unleashed the lesser wasteland technique, causing the cosmic energy within thousands of miles to surge towards him for his use. The difference between this and the lesser wasteland technique he used earlier was vast. Earlier, the range of his lesser wasteland technique was at most a few hundred miles, whereas now it was several thousand miles. Here, take this token and head to the resource hall to collect your cultivation resources. Ellis smiled gently, handing out tokens to Denny and the others. These were identity tokens that allowed them to collect corresponding resources monthly from the resource hall. Denny was a personal disciple, so his identity token differed from Anastasia and others who were Innergate disciples with the same token. After receiving the tokens, Denny and the others left the cultivation hall to head to the resource hall to collect their resources. No, I must follow to check. Watching Denny and the others leave, Ellis stomped his foot and decided to follow. The Isaias of the resource hall were extremely biased. bullying the weak and fearing the strong, often altering the resources that should be given to others. Take him, for example. As the leader of the Wasteland Peak lineage, he should receive the same treatment as the leaders of other peaks. However, the resources he received were not comparable to those of other peak leaders, not even 1/10. Desmond, with his high status, it was impossible to exchange for items like enlightenment incense and cushions without exhausting all his savings. Though these items had high exchange values, if he received resources matching his status monthly, he could easily obtain them. I can compromise, but when it involves Denny and the others, I absolutely cannot compromise. Ellis clenched his teeth, breaking his usual demeanor. Denny gave him hope, and he would never allow Denny's resources to be deducted. ##### Chapter 96, Contempt. Denny and company made their way to the resource hall. The resource hall was bustling with people, all here to collect resources. Most of those collecting were new disciples. Senior disciples were few. Since a few days had already passed this month, most senior disciples had already collected their resources. Only a few who were delayed by affairs had postponed coming until now. Now that the new disciples had officially joined their respective mountain peaks, they too had come here to collect resources. When Denny appeared, immediate uproar followed. Currently, Denny was in his prime, and extremely well known within Zhanshian's sect. What a pity. He's so handsome, so powerful. If he joined another peak for cultivation, I would insist on making him my Dao companion and cultivate together for life. A female disciple gazed at Denny with deep regret. Really? Would it be up to you then? Beside her, someone shook their head, urging the female disciple not to harbor such fantasies. Even Presley wasn't as formidable as Denny, and was decisively defeated by him. If Denny chose to follow another lineage, probably all the female disciples in Zhanshian's sect would want to become his Dao companions. There were many disciples lining up to receive resources, forming several queues, leaving the Isaias of the resource hall extremely busy. Denny and company also lined up. After some time, it was Denny's turn. Denny handed over his token. The Isaias received the token, gave Denny a cursory glance, and then handed him a storage pouch. Inside the pouch were various cultivation resources, medicinal pills, spirit stones, etc. Bolivar? That can't be right. Denny briefly inspected the contents of the storage pouch and immediately furrowed his brows. A few third-grade medicinal pills, a few ordinary herbs, dozens of spirit stones. It was even less than what outer sect disciples received. Ahead of him, there were both inner sect and outer sect disciples. While they checked their storage pouches, Denny paid attention as well. The resources that inner sect disciples received were very plentiful, with a wide variety. In comparison, outer sect disciples received far less, barely half of what the inner sect disciples got. His own case was even more extreme, less than half of what an outer sect disciple received. What's wrong? This is the resource you are entitled to. Don't cause trouble here and waste everyone's time. The Isaias said impatiently. Rustling, Denny poured out everything inside the storage pouch onto the table and said, "The direct disciple of Wild Peak gets only this much?" Clementine and the others saw this and instantly flared up with anger. They had taken note of how much resources the previous disciples had received. As a direct disciple, Denny received fewer resources than an outer sect disciple, a blatant sign of mistreatment. What about us? Simon, somewhat angrily, handed over his token. The resource hall Isaias glanced at Simon's token, took out a storage pouch, and placed it on the table. Simon immediately poured out the contents of the storage pouch. There were even fewer items, and they were of lower value. 1 second-grade medicinal pill, 1 ordinary herb, 10 spirit stones. It was like they were giving alms to beggars, an unprecedentedly small amount of cultivation resources. No matter which mountain peak's lineage it is, the corresponding disciples should receive the same cultivation resources. Arvin, don't tell me that inner sect disciples from other lineages receive only this much. Simon restrained his fury. After all, this was an Isaias. The Isaias of the resource hall maintained a calm expression and said casually, "You're correct. Disciples corresponding to each mountain peak's lineage do indeed receive the same resources. Except for you wild peakers. Forget about you. Even our Ellis can obtain limited resources here, not even matching an ordinary Isaias." He continued, "This has been the case for many years. What makes you think you're more capable than Ellis of Wild Peak? If an Isaias says so, why are you still lingering here? Don't waste our time. Just get lost quickly." From behind, a senior disciple shouted loudly. Most in line were new disciples, but they dared not shout like that. They feared Denny. "Did you hear that? Take your things and leave. Otherwise, you won't even get these few things." The Isaias said indifferently, "These few items are wasted on you. Wild Peak has no future at all." He spoke very bluntly, uncaring and infuriating. "That's enough." At this moment, a cold shout resounded. Ellis, with a grim face, walked over. "Our Wild Peak is still one of the 8 major lineages. Our disciples should receive the appropriate cultivation resources." Ellis had guessed correctly. The resource hall Isaias had withheld the resources that Denny and the others were supposed to receive. Given Denny's remarkable talent and the fact that he had comprehended the true essence of lesser desolation technique at first practice, it was certain that Denny would be Wild Peak's hope. For the sake of Wild Peak's hope, this time, he would not yield, even if it meant breaking the sky. He would not compromise. Changing his usual soft stance, this time Ellis was extremely firm, demanding that the resource hall Isaias give Denny and the others their rightful resources. This is Ellis? Many senior disciples were stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a firm Ellis. The Ellis they used to know didn't dare speak loudly within the sect. How interesting. Resource hall Stone squinted his eyes and looked at Ellis, saying, "Are you drunk or haven't woken up yet?" For many years, Ellis's personality had always been weak, and people within the sect hadn't taken him seriously. Would Ellis's sudden firmness shock him? How could that be possible? It only amused him. Neither. Ellis spoke solemnly, "You can treat me however you want, but this treatment of Wild Peak's disciples is unacceptable. They should enjoy the treatment they deserve. Haha. Upon hearing Ellis's words, Stone burst into laughter. Is it because you've finally become a master and don't want your disciples to look down on you that you're trying to put on a show for them? He mocked. When you were young, you might have had the capital to put on a show, but now, what do you have? Leave quickly, take your Wild Peak disciples away. Save yourself the embarrassment, and don't make a fool of yourself in front of them. He utterly disregarded Ellis, speaking cruelly and unpleasantly. Stone is right. If you don't leave soon, you'll lose face, and your Wild Peak disciples will lose face too. Giving you and your Wild Peak disciples some face, even though you don't really have any. Other resource hall Isaias chimed in, laughing mockingly and speaking cruelly, showing no respect for Ellis. Chapter 97. Everything has changed. Denny and the others might not know Bolivar Fang's status, but does Ellis not know? This is completely bringing shame upon oneself. Throwing caution to the wind? Some of the older disciples laughed as they conversed. They did not lower their voices, nor were they afraid that Ellis would hear them. In their hearts, they similarly despised Ellis and did not hold him in high regard. As members of the Jianxian sect, do you have to be so harsh about this? Asked Ellis. Do you feel wronged? Said Stone as he looked at Ellis. If you feel wronged, you can report it to the Eli and see what his attitude will be. The Wasteland Peak was never supposed to enjoy the same treatment as the other peaks' legacies. He was not afraid at all. The resources for cultivation that were withheld from the Wasteland Peak were not privately embezzled by him. He believed it was good for the Jianxian sect, as it conserved cultivation resources for the sect. He believed that even if this matter escalated to the Eli, he would not be punished. Therefore, he acted with such audacity. Ellis sighed. He too knew it would be futile to escalate this matter to the Eli. The Eli had only allowed the Wasteland Peak to remain due to fond memories of the first Isaias who made significant contributions to the Jianxian sect. Otherwise, the Eli would have long dissolved the Wasteland Peak and removed it from the 8 great legacies. If this matter really reached the Eli, the leader might scold him for not knowing his place and not show gratitude, and definitely wouldn't side with him. However, he was absolutely determined not to let this slide. Today was different from before. Back then, he didn't have the confidence to speak up on behalf of the Wasteland Peak, but now he absolutely had the courage to speak. The Eli is so busy, there's no need to trouble him over this trivial matter, Ellis stated, still firm in his resolve. We should follow the sect rules. Since the Wasteland Peak is still one of the 8 great legacies, its disciples should receive the same treatment as those from the other mountains. Not possible. Stone immediately replied without any hesitation. Don't bring humiliation upon yourself here. I'm in a decent mood today and will give you some face. Leave quickly with your disciples from the Wasteland Peak. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. He waved his hand dismissively. I'll take what Denny and the others deserve and leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't leave easily, responded Ellis. Rejecting my offer of kindness and choosing punishment? Stone snorted coldly and struck the table angrily. Am I giving you too much respect? Is my request unreasonable? Ellis retorted. They are all disciples of the Jianxian sect, who passed the evaluation to join, achieving outstanding scores. It seems I have given you too much respect, causing you to forget your position. Stone's eyes flashed with a menacing glare as he leaped out of the resource hall, slapping toward Ellis. Ellis retreated, avoiding Stone's attack. Is using force necessary? You brought this upon yourself. Stone sneered. If you want to lose face in front of everyone, I'll accommodate you. He attacked again, his formidable power locking onto Ellis, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that left everyone in awe. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Ellis formed seals with both hands, instantly activating the Lesser Wasteland technique. As soon as the technique began, the elemental forces within a 1,000-mile radius surged wildly. When the technique was completed, these elemental forces converged around Ellis instantaneously. In a moment, Ellis's presence skyrocketed, vastly different from before. Extraordinarily powerful, he extended a finger, shooting out a dazzling beam that instantly shattered Stone's attack. You have perfected the Lesser Wasteland technique? Stone's face changed drastically, filled with disbelief and shock. This is even more powerful than the recorded strength of the Lesser Wasteland technique. For how many years, no one has ever truly perfected the Lesser Wasteland technique, yet he managed to succeed. The other Isaias of the resource hall were equally astonished. Previously, Ellis's attempt at the Lesser Wasteland technique was laughable, barely managing to gather any elemental forces, lacking true power. But now, the Lesser Wasteland technique displayed by Ellis was completely different, showing terrifying and fearsome power. Within 1,000 miles, the purest elemental forces gathered, creating a terrifying scene. They could feel the overwhelming power of these forces. A sense of unease filled their hearts. Was the Wasteland Peak rising once again? Continue this? Ellis's expression was calm, his youthful martial prowess from decades ago returning to him. Now, he did not look old and weak. Instead, he looked full of vitality, as vibrant as ever. He clearly understood that with the Lesser Wasteland technique unleashed, everything would change, and the Wasteland Peak would no longer be ridiculed or despised. There's no need. Stone quickly replied, withdrawing all his power. He returned to the resource hall, swiftly preparing the deserved cultivation resources for Denny and the others, handing them over. Congratulations, Ellis, your long-held wish has finally come true, he congratulated Ellis. If Ellis could perfect the true Lesser Wasteland technique, then he was highly likely to achieve the other Wasteland Peak legacies. The past was just that. The future Wasteland Peak would surely rise powerfully. One reason for the difficulty in mastering Wasteland Peak legacies was the inherent challenge of the techniques, and another reason was the lack of competent instructors. When the first Isaias of the Wasteland Peak was present, strong cultivators emerged one after another under his guidance, many mastering Wasteland Peak legacies. However, none of those disciples could match the height of the first Isaias. The next generation was even worse. After all, no matter how diligent the previous disciples were in teaching, they couldn't compare to the first Isaiah's guidance. Thus, the Wasteland Peak declined from generation to generation, with disciples hardly receiving any instruction, relying mostly on self-study. Now, with Ellis mastering the true Lesser Wasteland technique, its power even surpassed the first Isaiah of the Wasteland Peak. Under such circumstances, the Wasteland Peak truly would rise. Ellis could certainly cultivate a group of strong disciples and guide them in mastering Wasteland Peak legacies. The path is still long, and the wish is far from accomplished. Ellis shook his head. His accomplishments were not as grand as Stone imagined. He owed it to Denny. Without Denny, he wouldn't have perfected the true Lesser Wasteland technique. The wish isn't complete, but hope shines brighter. Stone sincerely apologized. It was my fault before. I hope Ellis doesn't bear a grudge. I will return all the deserved cultivation resources and turn myself in at the discipline hall for punishment. He was very shrewd. Given Ellis's new status, even if he didn't voluntarily submit to the discipline hall, it would find him anyway. Turning himself in proactively would result in less severe punishment. Chapter 98. Hard to believe. All was said and done. Ellis and others like Denny left the resources hall. Avontastic. On the way, Denny couldn't stop grinning. The cultivation resources available to disciples directly under a master's tutelage were incredibly abundant and varied. He had received 10 pills of 5th rank, 20 superior grade spiritual herbs, 10 chunks of refined silver, or 200,000 spirit stones, and 10 charms with different effects that were all extremely astonishing. Pills were classified from 1st rank to 9th rank, with 1st being the lowest and 9th the highest. Pills like these of 5th rank required an alchemy grandmaster to create. Each one would fetch an astronomical price at auction. Selling all 10 together, the value would be unimaginably high. The 20 superior grade spiritual herbs were all over a century old, more precious still, almost beyond value. Refined silver, or an incredibly precious material usable for alchemy and forging. It was also of immense worth. 10 charms of various functions, each crafted by Qinxian sect's experts, capable of enhancing power, speed, and other abilities in short bursts. These two were very valuable. Compared to what Denny had previously received, the items he got this time were incomparably superior, truly worlds apart. Thank you, Master. Denny thanked Ellis. Without Ellis this time, he would not have received these items. If thanks are due, they should be given to you. Without your comprehension, I could not have cultivated the true small desolate art. If I hadn't achieved this, we wouldn't have gained anything from this attempt. Ellis remarked. They returned to Desolate Peak, whereupon Denny promptly went back to his living quarters and began working on increasing the power of the lane transformation pool. With the 20 superior grade spiritual herbs, the power of the lane transformation pool could be significantly increased. The Book of Cause and Effect displayed the method for strengthening the pool. Following its guidance, he gradually boosted the pool's power. In earlier stages, there wasn't much specificity regarding the medicinal materials used to strengthen the lane transformation pool. Any with sufficient spirit essence would do. However, later on, especially towards the end, specific materials were required to enhance it further. Without them, no advancement could be made. Meanwhile, within Qinxian sect, discussions exploded again as Desolate Peak became the center of attention once more. Everyone was talking about Desolate Peak again. Last time, the talk about Desolate Peak was all because of Denny. This time, it was all because of Ellis. Ellis having cultivated the true small desolate art meant Desolate Peak was destined to rise, a fact indisputable. Ah, if only I had known this before, I should have chosen Desolate Peak back then. I feel the same. New disciples regretted their choices immensely, wishing they had chosen differently. Though Desolate Peak had declined, its lineage was undeniably astounding and transcendent. Now, with Ellis cultivating the true small desolate art and guiding them, hope was restored to Desolate Peak's legacy. Bolivar G has finally succeeded. Within Cloud Peak, upon hearing the news, even the Adela teared up in excitement. Ava had always harbored feelings for Ellis since her youth. Ellis joined Desolate Peak, losing his former glory as a prodigy. Her heart broke more than anyone else's. Now, with Ellis revealing his talents once more and achieving the true small desolate art, she was overjoyed. To Desolate Peak. Smiling, she left Cloud Peak. At the same time, the Masters of Sword Peak and other peaks also headed to Desolate Peak to congratulate Ellis. Ellis's cultivation of the true small desolate art was of tremendous significance. Thereafter, Ellis would be different, thoroughly surpassing and dominating them. Desolate Peak became lively once more. Even the Ava personally came to congratulate Ellis. Perseverance pays off. The Ava chuckled. I knew you could do it. After all, you were once so brilliant, surpassing even me. He and Ellis were of the same generation. Back then, even he was outshone by Ellis. Thanks to Denny. Without him, I couldn't have achieved this. Ellis did not take sole credit, recounting everything truthfully. It's because you're outstanding. The Ava shook his head. A young man who has never been exposed to the small desolate art, no matter how talented, how could he instantly grasp its core principles? He continued, Qinxian sect has no shortage of geniuses. Desolate Peak has no shortage of geniuses either. Generation after generation, the most geniuses joined Desolate Peak. If those geniuses couldn't do it, how could Denny? The real reason is that you already had a high level of expertise in the small desolate art, needing just that final step to grasp the core principle. Denny indeed showed remarkable talent, comprehending some of the art's principles immediately upon practicing it. But the key was still you. You reached an epiphany through Denny's understanding, allowing you to cultivate the true small desolate art. Despite the explanations, he still found it hard to believe Denny was that powerful. As he mentioned, over the centuries, Qinxian sect had seen many geniuses, many joining Desolate Peak. So many geniuses had failed. How could Denny succeed right away? This was truly hard to accept. Not exactly. Ellis shook his head, reiterating that Denny had directly grasped the core principle of the small desolate art, contrary to what the Ava implied. Didn't Ellis know best? There was no gradual enlightenment. Denny had immediately pointed out the core principle. That's fine. The Ava laughed lightly, not pressing Ellis further. Clearly, he still didn't believe it. Desolate Peak must rise, and its disciples are key. I will let the other peaks select their most outstanding disciples to join Desolate Peak to strengthen it. Beside him were the masters of Sword Peak and others. Hearing this, they were all discontent. Having their top disciples join Desolate Peak would weaken their own peak strength. Sect leader, can we put this on hold for now? Desolate Peak now has disciples like Denny. Let's see how they progress. We can decide after the inheritance contest. If Denny and others do well, the contest will select the finest disciples. At that time, these top disciples can join Desolate Peak directly. They argued, not wanting their respective legacies to weaken. Don't worry, your peaks won't lose too much strength. Only a small number of your disciples will join Desolate Peak. The Ava understood what the master of Sword Peak was thinking. The main issue is Desolate Peak having too few disciples. He added, let's wait until after the inheritance contest. Mostly, he wanted to see how Ellis's teaching bore fruit. Theoretically, it seemed viable, but practical results were better. Adding new disciples now would be unwise. If it failed, it would become a laughingstock. All right, Ellis agreed. He had confidence and belief in Denny and the others. They wouldn't disappoint. Cultivating the small desolate art would yield significant results. In the near future, Desolate Peak was destined to flourish greatly. ###Hashtag Chapter 99. Flesh body grows even stronger. Indeed. In the Jeremiahua sect, Crystal's expression was cold. Ava received news that Ellis from the Desolate Peak had cultivated the Lesser Desolation technique, and the Desolate Peak legacy might once again shine brightly. Such a coincidence? Ava sneered. Could it be just a coincidence that as soon as Denny entered Desolate Peak, Ellis cultivated the Lesser Desolation technique? All this seemed too coincidental, and she did not believe in such coincidences. Ava felt that Denny must be involved in this matter, and heavily so. The Hongtian auction house is formidable, with roots that are extremely terrifying, making it no difficult task to revive the Desolate Peak legacy. It's laughable that the master of the Zhanxian sect and others do not believe Denny has such capability. Ava had placed spies within the Zhanxian sect, aware of everything happening inside, and knew that Ellis attributed all this to Denny's credit. It's better they don't believe it. This gives me an opportunity. If they did believe it, Denny would undoubtedly receive utmost attention, and it would be much harder for me to eliminate him. It's time to act. We can't delay any longer. Ava decided to make her move and deliver a fatal blow to Denny. Meanwhile, Denny had no idea about all this. He was busy enhancing the lane transformation pool. Following the proper methods, the lane transformation pool became replete with abundant spiritual energy, its primal force astonishing. He immersed himself in the pool to refine his body, achieving effects several times better than before. After several hours, he emerged from the lane transformation pool, his entire body seemingly enveloped in a golden glow, strikingly radiant. I feel like I'm full of power. Denny's eyes gleamed. His flesh strength had been significantly enhanced, and now he felt that he could crush a beast of the same level with a single punch using only his physical prowess. Jayla, come out and practice with me, but don't use any other powers, just physical strength. He found Jayla and led her to the training ground on Desolate Peak, engaging in combat, using only their physical abilities. You're asking for punishment. Jayla didn't take Denny seriously at all, thinking there was no need to. Beasts' natural physical strength far surpassed that of humans, especially since she was one rank higher in cultivation compared to Denny. Under these circumstances, Denny fighting her would inevitably lead to him being thoroughly dominated, with no other outcome possible. Additionally, after reaching the mystic spirit realm, the partial Jefu bloodline activated within her had become purer, bringing even greater benefits and increasing her physical strength. Forget Denny. Even a 9th-tier mystic spirit realm beast wouldn't stand a chance against her in pure physical strength alone. Confidently, she believed Denny had recently become overconfident, thinking nobody could match him. Is that so? Denny chuckled, striking out immediately, his body radiating a brilliant golden light, appearing like a divine warrior with surging vitality. A hint of surprise flickered in Jayla's eyes. Denny indeed differed from other humans, possessing extraordinary physical strength, but no matter, she was confident Denny was destined to be thoroughly dominated by her. However, soon her face changed, and her confidence waned bit by bit. Denny was shockingly strong, causing her unease. Was he human? His fists were harder than refined steel. Did he use spirit energy? Ava sensed carefully but detected no trace of spirit energy. Denny used pure physical strength. After some time, she screamed repeatedly, clearly no match for Denny, being thoroughly dominated. Tell me, are you the offspring of an ancient fierce beast? Exiting the fight, she glared fiercely at Denny, genuinely believing he wasn't human but the progeny of an ancient fierce beast. Otherwise, how could his physical strength be so monstrous? I am human, a pure-blooded human. Denny tapped her head, quite satisfied with his physical strength. The enhanced lane transformation pool was indeed astonishing, pushing his body to an incredibly abnormal level, even subduing Jayla. If I succeed in creating a true lane transformation pool, what level would my physical strength reach? Would I be able to slay gods and demons? Unimaginable. Denny sighed in admiration. The current lane transformation pool had only undergone minor enhancements. The true form remained far off. He began cultivating the Lesser Desolation technique, determined to truly master it. Although he grasped the core essence of the technique, it remained difficult to cultivate and required time. Several days passed uneventfully as he continued practicing. Then one day, a disciple arrived at Desolate Peak. Senior brother Denny, someone is looking for you outside, saying they're from your clan, named Elio. This disciple showed immense respect towards Denny, faithfully reporting the news as he was responsible for guarding the mountain gate. Desolate Peak had changed, and so had Denny. Now, most disciples within the Zhanxian sect treated Denny with great respect, never daring to disrespect him. Rick? Denny was stunned. This was his father's confidant who had always treated him well. Even when his parents faced trouble and the Mo family changed their attitude towards him, Elio's treatment of him never changed. He continued to be kind to him. He went to the mountain gate with the disciple to personally welcome Elio. Rick. He greeted warmly, confirming it was indeed Elio. Master. Elio called out emotionally. Come, Rick, let's talk inside. Sure. Denny and Elio came to Desolate Peak and conversed in a hall. Master is truly powerful now, having become a direct disciple of a peak lineage. Elio exclaimed, adding, if Lord were still here, he'd be incredibly proud of Master. Lord, this was how he referred to Denny's father. By the way, Rick, do you know how Grayson and Georgina met? Denny asked. Amira had told him his mother's background was mysterious and powerful. Even the Hongtian auction house couldn't easily investigate it. To probe into his mother's background would require using the Morong clan's resources and still might not succeed. Amira had promised to help him investigate his mother's background and notify him if any news arose. However, until now, Amira hadn't provided any information. He didn't know if she hadn't investigated, or if she hadn't found anything. Elio, who had always followed his father, might know something. Lady. Elio's face showed signs of reminiscence. I know a bit. Lord once mentioned it to me. Please tell me. Denny urged, excited. Understanding his parents' circumstances, or his mother's origins, might provide him with direction and goals. This was crucial, and he listened intently as Elio spoke. Chapter 100, Crystal. I don't know too much about it. Elio shook his head and said, the Lord only mentioned it casually and did not elaborate too much. Then, he recounted everything he knew. When Denny's father was traveling outside once, he accidentally met Denny's mother. At that time, Denny's mother was severely injured, almost on the verge of death. Denny's father, being kind-hearted, brought Denny's mother back to the Mo family for treatment. However, the injuries Denny's mother sustained were not ordinary. Her life essence had been greatly damaged. Even with all his efforts, Denny's father could not cure Denny's mother completely. Young Master has always been weak and often sick since childhood because of this. Denny's mother's wounds were never thoroughly healed. When she gave birth to Denny, it posed a significant danger to her. Denny's mother might have died giving birth to him. The Lord disagreed with having the child, but the lady insisted, and in the end, young Master was born. Georgina. Tears welled up in Denny's eyes. He hadn't expected that his mother disregarded her own life to give birth to him. His parents had never told him any of this. Everything after that you know well. Young Master took medicine regularly for years, and gradually, your constitution improved. But for some reason, you have always been unable to practice cultivation. Elio's face showed an expression of reminiscence as he said, I don't know why, but the Lord always seemed worried. I once asked if it was because young Master couldn't cultivate. The Lord said no, and that he was worried about other things. When I asked further, the Lord finally told me he was worried about the lady. The Lord said the lady was injured by her family, and due to conflicts with her family, they might one day come looking. I asked about the lady's identity, but the Lord just shook his head and didn't tell me. Elio sighed deeply. I felt so sorry for the Lord and the lady. Every day, they lived on tenterhooks, as if disaster could strike at any moment. When the incident involving the Lord and lady happened, and it was reported they died at the hands of demonic beasts, I immediately thought it was wrong. It might have been the work of the lady's family. He later conducted an investigation himself and visited the Chansfeng Mountain where Denny's parents' incident occurred. After his investigation, he became even more convinced that it was the work of the lady's family. The demonic beasts in Chansfeng Mountain are indeed powerful, but given the strength of the Lord and the lady, these beasts posed no threat to them. Elio continued, especially the lady. Outsiders only knew of the Lord's great power, who was expected to become a top-tier powerhouse in Jeremiah, unaware of the lady's prowess. But I know very well that the lady was even more powerful, reaching an extremely high realm, already considered a top-tier powerhouse in Jeremiah. Even if all the demonic beasts in Chansfeng Mountain came together, they would not be able to kill the Lord and the lady. Denny's gaze turned cold. After listening to Elio's account, he now firmly believed that his parents' incident wasn't coincidental, but really had something to do with the forces behind his mother. I came here this time to tell young Master all of this. Elio spoke emotionally, trembling slightly. Thank you, Rick. Denny sincerely thanked Elio. Don't worry about it. Suddenly, Elio smiled eerily, saying, Denny, you didn't expect this, did you? Your parents might not be dead, but you will never see them again. He directly addressed Denny by name, a complete change from his earlier demeanor. Rick? Denny's expression changed. Don't call me Rick. I'm not Elio. I am Crystal. Crystal? Denny's pupils contracted sharply. Was Elio actually disguised as Crystal? He immediately activated cause and effect record, investigating cause and effect. Soon, he understood everything. The person before him was Elio's body, but not Elio's consciousness. It was Crystal's. Crystal controlled Elio's body, suppressing his soul. Exactly right. Elio sneered. I never expected you to reach this point, or to get involved with the Hongtian auction house. It seems you really want me dead. You sent Ernest to deal with me, and now you're personally handling it. Ernest, that useless fool, couldn't accomplish anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to take action myself. Elio took out a jade tablet wrapped in strange light mist, saying, Denny, you're too confident, thinking you can deal with me by yourself, not wanting to use the strength of the Hongtian auction house against me. Hee, this is your biggest mistake. Spirit dispelling jade can temporarily disperse the spirit energy of cultivators within 10 kilometers. Denny, you're doomed this time. With those words, Elio secretly activated the spirit dispelling jade while talking. Now, Denny's entire spirit energy was temporarily dispelled, reducing him to an ordinary person without any strength. No. Denny shook his head. My biggest mistake wasn't this, but failing to see through you. You're even more ruthless and vicious than I imagined. Being able to say that shows you're still inexperienced, not fully understanding how cruel this world can be. This is an exceedingly cruel world, where everything aligns with interest. Either you die, or I live, there's nothing else. Elio spoke coldly. It's an unforgiving world. Everything revolves around self-interest. There's no middle ground. Crystal, I ask you, was what you said earlier true, or just a deliberate deception? It's true. I controlled Elio's soul and learned everything from his soul. Elio's face revealed a cruel expression. Saying these things serves two purposes. To buy time to activate the spirit-dispelling jade, and to make you die resentfully. Is it necessary to go this far? Denny remained calm. For you, it is very necessary. I know you too well. If you hadn't started cultivating, everything would be fine. But now that you've embarked on this path, I must eliminate you. Your resolve is too strong. Even when you couldn't cultivate, you never gave up and worked harder than anyone else. Now that you've embarked on cultivation, you show great talent. With your steadfast character, you are bound to achieve great heights in cultivation. If I don't remove you completely, I can never rest easy. Chapter 101. Only one can survive. Shannon's expression was grim. Ava had been with Charles since childhood, and she knew him better than anyone else. Despite his frail constitution, which was weaker than that of a normal person, Charles could achieve far more than any ordinary individual. Running hundreds of miles under the weight of 100 pounds, 5 years of cultivation without sensing a single trace of spiritual energy, yet Charles never stopped training even for a day. This indomitable spirit ingrained in his bones frightened her. Even when she shocked the world by opening 9 meridians, she remained concerned. Of course, most importantly, there was the relationship between Charles and Hungtian Auction House. Charles never asked for help or relied on others. She knew the likelihood of him using Hungtian Auction House against her was low. However, no matter how small the probability, it still existed. Hungtian Auction House was a problem she couldn't solve right now. She had no way to deal with it. If Charles really used Hungtian Auction House against her, she would be utterly destroyed. This was like a sword hanging over her head at all times, and she had to take it down by killing Charles. You understand me, so why are you going this far? Charles's face was calm as he said, back then, if you had explained everything to me, you should have known I would have severed all ties with you completely. The reputation of the Xiran family and mine cannot be tarnished. Shannon spoke succinctly, in any case, your death is the best outcome. Directly cutting off all ties with Charles would greatly damage the reputation of the Xiran family and her own. She didn't want such a stain on her life. I see. Charles did not ask further and continued, between you and me, only one can survive. It's as simple as that, right? Indeed. Shannon raised a long saber, pointing it directly at Charles. You die. I live. Ava had taken pills to resist the effects of the spirit transformation jade, allowing her to utilize spiritual energy. With a swift slash, she swung the blade toward Charles. You're wrong. The saber sliced through the air, its sharpness blinding. But Charles remained composed without the slightest hint of panic. The correct statement should be, I live, you die. His tone was indifferent. Just as the blade was about to strike his neck, he moved, raising his hand to block the razor-sharp saber. Clang. When Charles's palm met the saber, a piercing metallic clang rang out, sparks flying. A powerful force surged up the blade, shaking Shannon's arm until the saber fell to the ground. How do you still have strength? Shannon's expression changed drastically, never expecting Charles to have the strength to fight back. Where did the strength come from? Did the spirit transformation jade fail? You have no idea how much more there is you don't know. Charles's expression was cold as he punched forward with both fists. Physical strength. Shannon realized the source of Charles's strength. It came from his physical body. No matter how strong your physical body is, it's useless. Ava roared coldly, her spiritual energy surging to suppress Charles. But soon, her expression changed dramatically. Charles's physical strength was terrifying, far exceeding her expectations. Shannon's realm was too low, and her power was no match for Charles's. Bang, bang, bang. Charles struck forcefully, breaking through all of Shannon's attacks and restraining her. It was ultimately Shannon's body, so he hesitated to inflict serious harm, or he could have shattered it with a single punch. Damn it. Shannon's face turned sullen, feeling bitter about the failure of her well-planned scheme. Leave Mountain Uncle's body. Charles shouted coldly. I know you value loyalty and affection. Shannon was close to your father and treated you like family. I give you 2 choices. Shannon's expression calmed. 1. You kill yourself. 2. I will destroy Shannon's soul, making him die completely. Ava understood Charles well and tried to leverage his emotional ties to make him comply. You understand me, but I also know that you treasure your life very much. Charles's voice grew cold and icy. If you dare to kill Uncle Mountain, I will immediately order Hungtian Auction House to attack Jeremiah Bolivar sect. And your Xiran family will not leave a single person alive. He added, don't push me. You should know what I would do if provoked. Shannon remained silent, her eyes fixed on Charles. You win. Finally, she conceded, unwilling to risk her life. You can do whatever you want to me, but don't touch my friends and family, or you'll regret it. Charles's voice was icy cold. Between you and me, only one can survive, Shannon said, and then a beam of light flew out from Shannon's forehead and left, which was Crystal's strand of soul. Immediately afterward, Shannon's body collapsed. Uncle Mountain. Charles quickly supported Shannon, carrying him back to his residence and laying him on the bed. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall in Jeremiah Bolivar sect, Crystal, who had been meditating on a cushion, suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with menace. It failed. Her voice was frigid, filled with endless annoyance. Hengtian auction house was like a sword hanging over her head, making her extremely passive and restricted. To deal with Charles, I must first eliminate the threat from Hengtian auction house. Her gaze was cold as she stood up from the cushion, pacing back and forth, pondering solutions. Previously, she had thoroughly investigated the background of Hengtian auction house, and the deeper she delved, the more fear she felt. The roots of Hengtian auction house were terrifying. The 1,000-year-old Jeremiahu Bolivar sect was insignificant compared to the power behind Hengtian auction house. I don't believe Jeremiahu has only one such formidable force. Investigate. I need to find a force that can match it. Ava left the hall, searching for information to find a force capable of countering Hengtian auction house. On another side, a significant event occurred within Zhanxian sect, shaking all disciples and Isaias. Princess Jeremiah Gua, the personal disciple of Sword Peak's master, Jeremiah Bolivaran, broke through to open 9 meridians. Haha, our Zhanxian sect is about to flourish. 9 meridians. Throughout history, there have been only a few. Our sect has produced one. Zhanxian sect buzzed with excitement and enthusiasm. Jeremiah Bolivaran's name reached the peak, and everyone was discussing her. 9 meridians were astonishing. She was destined to become a powerful figure, standing tall atop the clouds. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will enter Desolate Peak and become a personal disciple of Desolate Peak's master. Jeremiah Bolivaran declared this while in seclusion. Having opened 9 meridians, she aimed to transcend the meridian formation realm and reach higher realms. ##### Chapter 102. Reunion at Wasteland Peak. Presley is going to enter Wasteland Peak and become the direct disciple of its master. Ava's obviously seeking revenge on Denny. The Zhanxian sect was abuzz with commotion. Everyone clearly understood why Presley wanted to join Wasteland Peak. Previously, she had been defeated by Denny, and this loss had surely left a deep resentment in her heart. By announcing her intention to join Wasteland Peak, it was clear she aimed to strike back at Denny, who was now the direct disciple of the Wasteland Peak master. The Chris's face turned ashen with rage. He was so furious that he wanted to scold someone. Initially, he was very happy because Presley was his direct disciple. But his joy didn't last long. Presley announced that she would leave Sword Peak and join Wasteland Peak. This is our best period for Sword Peak. Yet this happens. He gritted his teeth, truly unable to bear it. With the rise of Wasteland Peak, due to the master mastering lesser wasteland art, Presley, who had opened 9 meridians, decided to leave their Sword Peak. But even if he couldn't accept it, he had no choice. With 9 meridians opened, Presley's status had instantly changed. Not just him, even the Eli would have to pamper Presley, not daring to make her the slightest bit dissatisfied. Alas, let's prepare to break through too. Opening 9 meridians seems hopeless. We've failed. Mayan, Desmond Xian, Thorn Hugo, and others all sighed heavily. The Zhanxian sect had prepared an equal amount of cultivation resources for them to help open their meridians, but they all failed, with only Presley succeeding. Unable to do anything, they could only advance to pulse condensation realm and move into higher realms, as staying at their current level would serve no purpose. On the other side, Denny wasn't concerned about any of this. He called over Ellis to examine Emo Russian's condition. Compared to Presley opening 9 meridians, he was more worried about Emo Russian. Ellis carefully examined Emo Russian and assured Denny that there was nothing serious. He will wake up after some time, said Ellis. Thank you, master. Denny expressed his gratitude and felt relieved. You can rest assured. My direct disciple will only be you, and that won't change. I'm not worried at all. Denny laughed lightly, saying confidently, even if she has opened 9 meridians, she still can't do anything. Ava's a former underdog. No matter how much she changes, she cannot surpass me. 9 meridians? He had already opened 9 meridians long ago. For Presley to replace him as the direct disciple was destined to be a daydreamer's fantasy. It was impossible. I believe in you. Ellis nodded. Although Presley's opening of 9 meridians was astonishing, Denny's talent was terrifying. He had comprehended the true core of the lesser wasteland art. For Presley to surpass Denny wouldn't be easy either. After talking with Denny for a while, Ellis left. Denny, be careful. Presley has a strong desire for revenge. Her openly declaring to be the direct disciple of Wasteland Peak is clearly targeting you. Try harder. Don't let her outshine us. We don't want to be overshadowed by her. Clementine and others arrived, looking tense. Presley's opening of 9 meridians still shocked them. It's fine, don't worry. She can't do anything. Hugo Shui laughed lightly, completely unruffled. He knew that Denny had already opened 9 meridians long ago. That's right. You should trust Denny. He's stronger than you think. Moira also knew that Denny had opened 9 meridians early on and possessed incredibly powerful physical strength. If Presley really came over, she would undoubtedly end up disappointed, not achieving what she intended. Let her come. Denny remained calm. You guys focus on cultivating and strive to complete the lesser wasteland art before the inheritance competition. Let's go. Back to cultivation. Go. Clementine and others left to continue practicing the lesser wasteland art. Denny stayed beside Emo Russian, waiting for him to wake up. After 2 hours, Emo Russian slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? His eyes were filled with confusion, unsure of what happened, and the surroundings were unfamiliar. Rick, you're in my living place in the Zhanxian sect, Denny smiled. Master. Emo Russian's face showed surprise, never expecting to see Denny. When Crystal controlled his body, his soul had been suppressed, and he had fallen into a deep sleep, unaware of what had happened outside. Denny recounted the events, and Emo Russian suddenly understood. I remember seeing Crystal. At that moment, he was handling accounts at the Emo family pharmacy when Crystal entered, and everything afterward was a blur. Rick, I need to ask you something. Denny spoke about matters related to his parents, hoping to confirm from Emo Russian's words. After all, since Crystal had revealed all this, it couldn't be fully trusted. All of this is true. Who would have thought Crystal's heart could be so cruel? This shouldn't have been told to you, young master. The Lord forbade it. Emo Russian sighed deeply. The Lord once said that the power behind the lady belongs to a forbidden realm, and mentioning it carelessly could lead to great calamity. The Lord didn't want you to know about this, as it would only put you in danger and risk accidents. The force behind the lady is beyond your capability to resist. Doesn't Crystal know this? No. Crystal naturally knows everything. However, she doesn't care. She only wants to stall Denny and use the spirit refinement jade. It's fine, Rick. Before I gain enough strength, I will never act recklessly. Denny reassured him. You have my respects, young master. They continued chatting for some time, and then Emo Russian got up to leave. He didn't want to delay Denny's cultivation. Seeing that Emo Russian was in no serious condition, Denny let him go. After Emo Russian left, Denny started his cultivation, focusing on the lesser wasteland art. It was challenging to master, and even though he gathered more and stronger heavenly energy compared to before, he couldn't control or utilize it effectively yet. Time passed slowly, and several days went by. The Jianshan sect became lively again as Presley emerged from seclusion. The direct disciple of Wasteland Peak should be changed. Her eyes were cold, never forgetting the humiliation of being defeated by Denny, especially when he had flicked her forehead. A slight touch that seemed insignificant but ignited her inner fury fiercely. Calm down, let's see. This time it's Denny's turn to suffer. A large number of disciples rushed to Wasteland Peak to witness the event, along with many Isaiahs who wanted to see the remarkable abilities of Presley, who had opened 9 meridians. Change if you must, but Presley is important. Even the Eli was moved and muttered to himself before heading towards Wasteland Peak. Ellis highly praised Denny, calling him unparalleled in talent. However, he didn't believe it, thinking Ellis exaggerated. Denny was indeed exceptional, but not as outstanding. To him, Presley, having opened 9 meridians, was the most outstanding and surprising disciple. Chapter 103 Threat. Whoosh. Presley's clothes fluttered as if she were a goddess riding the waves, gliding through the air with extreme grace, and arrived at Wasteland Peak. After reaching Wasteland Peak, she descended from the sky without flying directly into the peak. Directly flying into Wasteland Peak would be somewhat disrespectful. Wasteland Peak was different now compared to the past. Since she intended to practice here, she naturally wouldn't disrespect it. Ellis was meditating with closed eyes. Sensing her presence, he opened his eyes, ended his meditation, and came to the entrance of Wasteland Peak. Congratulations. He greeted Presley with a smile. Thank you, Arvin. Presley replied with a gentle laugh. Arvin, I wish to join Wasteland Peak and become your direct disciple. Ava was straightforward, stating her purpose for the visit. Confidence radiated from her face. She believed that with her 9-meridian constitution, Ellis would gladly accept her offer to join. After all, a 9-meridian cultivator represented a supreme genius. With her joining, Wasteland Peak would undoubtedly grow stronger and more prosperous. However, what she did not expect was that Ellis actually refused her. You are welcome to join Wasteland Peak, but the position of direct disciple is already filled and cannot be given to you. Ellis's attitude was resolute. Because of Denny, he was able to fully cultivate the lesser wasteland technique. How could he abandon Denny? That was impossible. Furthermore, even if Denny hadn't helped him complete the lesser wasteland technique, he would never have abandoned Denny. He clearly remembered that when Wasteland Peak faced ridicule and Denny was incredibly impressive despite being nothing at the time, Denny always insisted on joining Wasteland Peak. All these memories stayed in his heart, filling him with gratitude. Though Presley was remarkable, he absolutely would not abandon Denny. Arvin, I have unlocked the 9 meridians. My future is boundless. With my joining, the legacy of Wasteland Peak will surely shine once again, returning to its former glory, or even surpassing it. Presley emphasized her 9-meridian status. Ava believed Ellis didn't know about her constitution, otherwise why would he refuse her? Wasteland Peak has few people, so being a direct disciple or not doesn't matter much. If you join, you'll still receive my dedicated guidance. Ellis said with a smile. Another refusal. Presley's expression turned cold. Ava wasn't concerned about the identity of a direct disciple. If it had been someone else, it would have been fine, but since it was Denny, she wouldn't let this go. Ava wanted to replace Denny to redeem the humiliation of losing to him before. Arvin, as a 9-meridian cultivator, it's inappropriate for me to be an ordinary disciple at Wasteland Peak, right? I apologize, but Wasteland Peak might not suit you then. Ellis's stance remained unchanged. Presley's expression soured. What had Denny done that made Ellis protect him so fervently? What if I insist on becoming a direct disciple? Impossible. Ellis shook his head. The position is taken. It cannot change unless I am no longer the Isaias of Wasteland Peak. Everyone was surprised. If Ellis wasn't the Isaias of Wasteland Peak, would it still be Wasteland Peak? The lineage of Wasteland Peak depended on Ellis. From ancient times, only those with capability can rise to higher positions. If I challenge Denny and lose, I will willingly be an ordinary disciple. Presley made a concession. Aren't we just repeating what happened before? You lost and couldn't match Denny. Ellis chuckled, unyielding. How can that be the same? He had an advantage with his higher cultivation realm. He suppressed his realm to fight at your level. Arvin, are you showing favoritism towards Denny? As the master of Wasteland Peak, shouldn't you prioritize the interests of Wasteland Peak and Jianshan sect? Presley's expression grew cold. If Arvin insists on this, it's deeply disappointing to me. I won't feel comfortable staying in Jianshan sect. Her words carried a clear threat, though unstated, everyone understood. If they didn't agree, she might leave Jianshan sect and stop cultivating there. The position of direct disciple cannot be changed. Ellis stood firm, recognizing the implicit threat, but he would not abandon Denny. The Ava witnessed everything. He felt some anger. Firstly towards Presley, secondly towards Ellis. Presley relied on her 9-meridian status to openly threaten them. Ellis relied on mastering the lesser wasteland technique and acted entirely without consideration for him or the sect, taking a firm and uncompromising stance. If possible, he wished to expel both Presley and Ellis from the Jianshan sect. But that was impossible. He could only think about it, not dare to act. Presley, having cultivated 9 meridians, was bound for great achievements. Ellis, mastering the lesser wasteland technique, promised a new era of prosperity for Wasteland Peak. Either of these two was someone he couldn't afford to offend. As the leader of the sect, he held absolute power in Xuanhuan sect, yet he also had his own helplessness and could not do as he pleased, always considering the greater good of the sect. Let's not argue like this. He smiled and stepped forward. Rules are set by humans and can be changed. In the past, each lineage could only have one direct disciple, but now, I declare that each lineage can have 2 direct disciples. I agree with the Eli. Ellis laughed. He didn't oppose Presley becoming a direct disciple. He just opposed replacing Denny. No. Presley rejected immediately without hesitation. Ava wanted to replace Denny to redeem her honor. Sharing the position couldn't count as revenge. The Eli was enraged. When had any disciple dared to defy him like this? He truly wished to give up on Presley. Bolivar old, please consider this for my sake. He suppressed his anger and spoke quietly to Ellis. Eli, you mustn't. Ellis sighed. He knew what the Eli was thinking. Presley couldn't be abandoned. But he was even clearer on Denny's potential. In his view, Denny was more important than Presley. If it really came down to choosing between the two, Denny was the one who couldn't be abandoned. Think about the good of Xuanhuan sect. Bolivar old, take a step back. I will certainly compensate Denny. The Eli persuaded. Presley was young and impulsive, possibly difficult to reason with. Bolivar old was a veteran of the Xuanhuan sect, so he believed Bolivar old would understand the larger picture. That's why he didn't try to persuade Presley, but focused on Bolivar old. This didn't mean he would choose Presley over Bolivar old. Alas. Ellis sighed, feeling conflicted. The Eli, as the supreme authority, was pleading softly multiple times. He couldn't bear it. Master, it's fine. I agree to battle her, and if I lose, I'll step down as direct disciple. At this moment, Denny stepped forward with a calm demeanor and addressed Ellis. Presley's arrival caused quite a commotion, and he had been alerted long ago. He simply hadn't spoken until now. Clementine and others also watched everything unfold from behind him. ##### Chapter 104. The right to be arrogant. Does this person really think they can act so recklessly just because they open 9 meridians? Max sneered, unable to tolerate Presley's high and mighty attitude. Without Xuanhuan sect, could she have opened 9 meridians? And now she's threatening Xuanhuan sect. Her character is clear as day. Anastasia snorted coldly, equally dissatisfied with Presley's demeanor. Is opening 9 meridians really such a big deal? Lamar sniffed derisively, showing utter disdain for Presley. Mac and Anastasia's remarks were understandable, but what Lamar said was absurd. The many disciples were speechless. How could opening 9 meridians not be impressive? Lamar saw the expressions on the faces of the other disciples and knew what they were thinking. He wanted to say that Denny had already opened 9 meridians long ago, but he didn't. Denny had told him not to reveal it casually. Even Mac and Anastasia didn't know that Denny had already achieved this. We'll see who wins later. Ellis looked at Denny, somewhat worried. Although Denny had grasped the core essence of lesser desolate art, he hadn't fully cultivated it yet. A battle now would put Denny at a great disadvantage. Ellis hoped to wait until Denny had fully mastered the lesser desolate art before engaging in battle. Once Denny perfected it, no matter how strong Presley was, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. It's no problem. Denny chuckled lightly. Ava's only an opponent I've defeated before. There's no need to worry about anything. He hadn't fully cultivated the lesser desolate art, but he didn't need it to defeat Presley. Denny himself had opened 9 meridians and had continuously used the lane transformation pool to temper his body, making his physique far surpass ordinary people. The strength accumulated within him also greatly exceeded that of fellow cultivators at the same level. Compared to him, Presley held no advantage. That was the past. Presley's eyes blazed with anger. This time, you're destined to lose to me. Haha, words won't settle anything. Let's fight. Denny remained calm, stepping out onto a patch of open ground. Come on then. Presley sneered coldly, joining him in the open area. Her aura radiated powerfully and oppressively, like a fierce goddess of war, standing tall and majestic with a resolute fighting spirit. One layer transcendent mystic realm, Denny remarked after sensing Presley's aura. Forget it, let's wait until you reach the second layer of transcendent mystic realm, or else you'll say I'm winning unfairly. In other words, Denny was already at the second layer of transcendent mystic realm and did not want to engage in a battle where their realms differed. Second layer transcendent mystic realm? I'm almost there. Presley's entire body glowed brightly, her spiritual radiance piercing through, stunning everyone. Suddenly, her aura shattered the boundary of realms. With a crackling sound like glass breaking, she easily broke through to the second layer of transcendent mystic realm. I thought you were still at the first layer of transcendent mystic realm, so I restrained myself from advancing further, keeping my realm at the first layer. Otherwise, I could have directly advanced to the third layer of transcendent mystic realm. Presley spoke coldly, her pride evident. Ava had stored immense power while in pulse formation realm, and with the help of various rare materials from Xuanhuan sect in opening her 9 meridians, much power remained inside her. As she claimed, if she hadn't intended to battle Denny at the same realm, she could have directly reached the third layer of transcendent mystic realm. Amazing! Is this the extraordinary prowess of 9 meridians? To be able to break through realms like this, and even consecutively break through. The many disciples were deeply impressed. Arvin Jeremiah Hanfing felt his heart bleed. Presley could have made Sword Peak stronger, but now she was leaving them. His pain was indescribable. Is that so? Denny smiled. Alright, since you can't accept losing, if you lose at the second layer of transcendent mystic realm, I promise you can advance to the third layer and then challenge me. What nonsense! Have we ever seen anyone more arrogant than this? A wave of murmurs spread among the disciples. How could Denny not take someone who had opened 9 meridians seriously? This was either confidence or arrogance taken too far. To have such arrogance even before a battle has begun, the result is certain. The victor will be Presley. The lioness shook his head. Combat was the most taboo when one became arrogant. Denny underestimated Presley so much that he had already lost half the battle even before it started. In truth, he didn't understand Denny's true strength. If he knew Denny's capabilities, he wouldn't have said such things. Denny wasn't being arrogant. He was confident, and he had the right to be so. You arrogant fool. Presley clenched her teeth, truly furious. If I'd known this, I should have fought you at the first layer of transcendent mystic realm and crossed the realm gap to win. Don't get upset. You can't handle losing and don't take responsibility when you do. Presley couldn't stand it any longer. Ava stretched out her hand, her fingers sparkling white, and a beam of icy light shot from her palm, heading straight for Denny. The icy light was terrifying, freezing the void itself, visible frost rising around it. Come. Denny was unafraid, unleashing a powerful punch that burst into blinding light, clashing violently with the icy beam. With a loud bang, the icy beam shattered under the force of his punch. He stood exceptionally strong, like an ancient beast awakening, brimming with boundless vitality, pounding forward relentlessly. Suddenly, a cold wind rose, and the world seemed to change color. Presley unleashed another technique, turning the place into an icy wasteland. The temperature dropped to frightening levels, freezing everything in sight. This was the same technique she had used in their previous battle, but this time, the power far surpassed before, marking a qualitative change. Denny raised an eyebrow. Presley was indeed formidable, worthy of having opened 9 meridians. The extreme cold made him uncomfortable, stiffening his movements and slowing his reactions. Flurries began to fall from the sky, a heavy snowstorm descending. Presley hovered in the air, emitting a holy glow, appearing like an icy goddess. Fall before me. Ava bellowed confidently. The falling snowflakes came under her control, becoming weapons of ice, each carrying tremendous force. Snowflakes surged forward, slashing toward Denny. On their way, massive trees instantly crumbled into thousands of pieces, and boulders were similarly shattered into small fragments, falling to the ground. This is insane. Snowflakes can be this terrifying? The disciples gulped, utterly astonished. Each snowflake seemed to have been forged into a spiritual weapon by Presley, invincible and unstoppable. They truly admired her power. 9 meridians were indeed terrifying. You can't do it. Presley spoke coolly, as if she had already foreseen Denny's defeat, exuding absolute confidence. Chapter 105. You lost again. Feathers of snow flew wildly, heralding the harsh winter scene. However, these swirling snowflakes were no ordinary flakes. They carried an extremely terrifying force capable of cutting through metal and shattering steel. The disciples felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts turning icy cold. The swirling snow feathers terrified them. They had no doubt that if they were attacked by this swirling blizzard, their flesh and bones would be sliced into countless pieces on the spot, leaving nothing intact. Presley was self-assured, radiating a sacred light that enveloped her body, making her look flawless and ethereal. You're not good enough. Denny remained calm and even more confident. His body emitted a dazzling radiance as he fearlessly charged forward, unafraid of the onslaught of snow feathers. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and earth echoed with explosions. Denny was overwhelmingly powerful, much like a human-shaped tyrant dragon, who forcefully broke through the snow feather assault. His fists hammered forward, filled with indomitable will. One by one, fist imprints appeared, smashing the incoming snowflakes to bits. These snowflakes, carrying an extremely terrifying force, seemed to revert to ordinary snow before Denny, showing not a hint of terror. Too strong. The heavy snowfall, coupled with its terrifying power, could defeat even cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the mystic realm. Desmond, he charges through as if it were nothing, completely unaffected. The many disciples watched in awe, filled with disbelief. They had thought, just like Presley, that after this attack, Denny would surely fall. But Denny didn't lose, not even sustaining a single injury. Bolivar? The sect master's pupils constricted. This also surprised him, something he did not expect. Damn it! Presley cursed, her face cold and grim. Ava had claimed Denny would be defeated, but he hadn't even sustained a scratch. Ava felt humiliated, her pride bruised. I still can't believe I can't win you. Presley growled fiercely. After all, she had unlocked 9 meridians. How could Denny possibly compare to her? Swish, swish, swish. An even colder wind arose, forming a hurricane that swept up Denny. Inside the hurricane, cold light flickered as extreme cold coalesced into ice blades that spun at high speed, slashing towards Denny. Denny was astonishingly resilient, his physical strength fully unleashed. The ice blades struck him but left not even a tiny mark. With a roar, he emerged from the hurricane, like a great rock spreading its wings, charging swiftly towards Presley. Ice walls rose up, blocking Denny. Presley knew she couldn't let Denny get close, for otherwise she would surely lose. Last time, when Denny got close, she ended up losing. This time, the ice walls were thicker, and even surprising rule runes flowed across their surfaces. Undoubtedly, these ice walls were more formidable. You cannot win, Presley yelled coldly. While the ice walls held Denny back, she quickly formed seals, sending out wave after wave of terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in multiple places, sending ice shards flying. An ice dragon appeared, exhaling chilling frost and reflecting a radiant white glow, diving towards Denny. The explosions didn't stop but spread rapidly elsewhere, giving rise to an ice phoenix. Its wings beat vigorously, causing large quantities of ice feathers to rain down, hammering at Denny. Presley had used this kind of technique last time, but this time, it was clearly much stronger. Last time, Presley had summoned ice serpents and ice peacocks. This time, She had summoned an ice dragon and an ice phoenix, a clear upgrade. You have only molded their appearances, lacking any of their true essence. To put it bluntly, they are still just small insects and little birds. Denny's expression was calm, fearless against the massive ice dragon and phoenix. Nonsense. He talks as if he has seen real dragons and phoenixes. The disciples rolled their eyes, thinking Denny was just speaking nonsense to undermine Presley's confidence. True phoenixes, Denny indeed had never seen. However, Denny cultivated the celestial lane treasure technique, so he knew very well whether the ice dragon had any dragon aura or might. As he said, the ice dragon merely had the shape of a dragon, but none of its authority or aura. Though the ice dragon and phoenix were stronger than the ice serpent and peacock, the difference was limited, fundamentally the same. You are defiling true dragons and phoenixes. Denny opened his mouth, twin beams of terrifying light shooting from his eyes. Clenching his fists, he faced the ice dragon and phoenix without fear. The explosions continued non-stop. People watched in amazement. Were those really flesh and bone fists? They were like divine hammers, unstoppable, incredibly fearsome. Every punch Denny landed on the ice dragon and phoenix caused immense destruction. Before long, both the ice dragon and phoenix were shattered and broken beyond repair. Crack, crack, crack. A barrage of ice fragments fell as Denny fiercely crushed the ice dragon and phoenix. No one expected that after Presley had activated her 9 meridians, Denny could still fight so aggressively, holding his own, even taking the upper hand. The sect master focused intently, watching Denny closely. Could it be that Ellis wasn't exaggerating, and Denny truly was as remarkable and extraordinary as he described? How could that be? Soon, he shook his head, rejecting his thoughts. A person with 9 meridians is a king among men, destined to stand at the pinnacle. How could they be surpassed? Nevertheless, he acknowledged Denny's talent. Regardless of victory or defeat after this battle, he would definitely not neglect Denny, promising to heavily cultivate him. Presley's face turned ashen and ugly, deploying one powerful technique after another. Desmond, none of these techniques could harm Denny. Denny was incomparably strong, continuously breaking through Presley's various techniques, gradually closing the distance between them. Is Presley going to lose again? The crowd was speechless, realizing just how formidable Denny was, while Presley showed signs of defeat. Without any unforeseen incidents, Presley would lose to Denny. The sect master's expression was complex. Was the myth of the 9 meridians about to be shattered? Earlier, he had firmly believed that someone with 9 meridians wouldn't lose, but now Denny was breaking through Presley's attacks with overwhelming power, showing clear signs of victory. Calm down, don't get too excited. Denny has always been this stunning, and Presley's defeat is simply a normal occurrence. Lamar laughed lightly. A normal occurrence? The disciples were speechless, eager to argue that a 9 meridian person losing was anything but normal. It should be Denny who loses. Flash. Denny's figure darted forward, creating a series of afterimages as he closed in on Presley. Bending a finger, he tapped her alabaster forehead once again. You lost again, Denny said softly. Detestable thief. Presley seethed with rage. Ava had come to avenge being tapped on the forehead by Denny last time, yet now she was being tapped again. How could she bear this? Instantly, an even more intense light radiated from her body as she broke through her realm barrier, advancing to the 3rd level of the mystic realm. I'm going to smash your head to pieces, Ava roared angrily, intent on destroying Denny's head without further ado. Chapter 106, Defeat once again. See, I told you, you can't admit defeat, Denny said calmly, as if he had anticipated this very moment. He remained composed, his fists bursting with even greater power to suppress Presley. Stepping into the 3rd level of the profound realm, Presley undoubtedly became stronger. Previously, when she was forced into close combat, she was powerless to resist and could only suffer defeat. But now, things were different. She possessed the strength to fight back. A powerful force erupted from her body, blocking Denny's punches while swiftly creating distance between them. Although she could resist, close combat remained her weak point, making it impossible for her to engage Denny in such a manner. An intense cold once again enveloped the area, turning it into an icy wasteland. Presley utilized all her strength to encase Denny in ice. Useless. Denny was unafraid, his own energy flowing vigorously within him, making him immune to the freezing power. The difference in constitution meant that the meridians he cultivated were superior to others. Denny had always trained in the lane transformation pool, resulting in a physique far beyond ordinary humans. His open meridians were undeniably stronger than those of others. Each meridian carried differences, which cumulatively created a substantial gap. Despite opening all 9 meridians, Presley still paled in comparison to Denny's. Even after enhancing her realm to the 3rd level of the profound realm, surpassing Denny by 1 level, the gap still existed and couldn't be erased. Denny launched a formidable assault, moving through the snowy landscape like an unstoppable war god, defying any obstacle. Presley was both shocked and enraged, never expecting Denny to be so formidable. Ava had risked her reputation to reach the 3rd level of the profound realm, yet she still found herself at a disadvantage, leaving her feeling extremely bitter. My goodness, he's too monstrous. Many disciples exclaimed in disbelief, their heads tingling with fear. Presley, who had opened all 9 meridians, belonged to the realm of myth, supposedly unbeatable. Desmond, Denny not only defeated her but also overpowered her even after she had advanced 1 more level. This shocking scene shattered their preconceptions. Swish. Denny closed the distance rapidly, subduing Presley and flicking her forehead again. You've been defeated once more. He spoke softly, with a calm expression. Presley was dazed, barely noticing the tap on her forehead. How is this possible? Ava murmured, her face pale, unable to accept this outcome. Despite opening all 9 meridians and being 1 level higher than Denny, she ended up losing? These 9 meridians, they're fake. I didn't open them. It's just my imagination. Ava completely broke down, laughing and crying, believing it was all a dream. This isn't your imagination, the Ava shouted, waking Presley from her stupor. He couldn't let her continue this way, or she would be utterly destroyed. Nothing in the world is absolute. Opening 9 meridians doesn't make you invincible, but it indicates the potential for supreme power. He continued, who doesn't experience failure? With 9 meridians, today's defeat isn't a true defeat. In the future, you will surely stand at the pinnacle. Can I? Presley whispered dejectedly, her confidence completely shattered. Desmond's. The Ava affirmed. Believe in yourself, don't self-destruct. With 9 meridians, you will never be ordinary. He added. Haha. Presley gave a hollow laugh, saying nothing more as she left the scene, her head hanging low. Her resolve had been shattered by Denny, and it would take time to recover. After all, 9 meridians represented a myth, and its breaking was hard for anyone to accept easily. This might turn out to be a good thing. The Ava watched Presley leave, contemplating thoughtfully. He would continue guiding her, but ultimately, she must come to terms with it herself. When she does, I believe she will become even more exceptional. His eyes gleamed with certainty. If Presley could regain her composure, her character would become even more steadfast, and coupled with her 9 meridians, she would be even more astonishing. Did we witness a miracle? This is truly miraculous. Many disciples muttered, their hearts stirred by tremendous waves, unable to settle. Denny's strong victory over Presley brought a huge impact, making it difficult for them to accept. I told you, going against this kid ends badly, Mac muttered sullenly. Thankfully, he changed his stance early, avoiding further conflict with Denny, or he would have faced continuous defeats and misery. I think Denny looks cooler now. Anastasia gazed at Denny, muttering these words aloud. Realizing her slip, her face flushed red as she glanced around, finding no one paying attention and slightly relaxing. Who wasn't focused on Denny? Everyone's attention was on him. The influence of this battle was immense. Now, when people mention Denny, they won't bring me up anymore. Zaire Xiao grinned widely, knowing that previously, people would mention him alongside Denny. After this battle, he would inevitably be forgotten, replaced by Presley. He felt bitter shortly after his initial joy. Not being mentioned means I can't compare to Denny anymore. He tasted the bitterness deeply. Once capable of contending with Denny, he now couldn't even touch Denny's shadow. From now on, he wouldn't be Denny's match, having been thoroughly surpassed. If you need anything, speak up, the sect will support you fully. The Ava approached Denny, offering him this promise. Thank you, Eli. Don't thank me. Keep working hard. The Desolate Peak's heritage is strong. I hope to see it manifested through you. The Ava patted Denny's shoulder, showing great emphasis on him. In his heart, Presley used to be his most important disciple, but now Denny had become the most critical. Defeating Presley proves your worth. The Desolate Peak is truly rising. Strong Isaias, invincible disciples, its strength cannot be denied. Desmond's disciples marveled endlessly. It wouldn't be long before the Desolate Peak reclaimed its glory. Brother Bolivar has finally turned things around. The Cloud Peak Master expressed excitement. Ellis not only mastered the Lesser Desolate technique, but also gained Denny as a remarkable disciple. Ava sincerely rejoiced for Ellis, whose past hardships were finally rewarded. Other Peak Masters had mixed expressions, though none felt particularly well. The Desolate Peak's rise would only lead to their decline. Sect resources were limited, unable to cover all needs equally. Previously, the Sword Peak received the most support due to its prominence. Now, the Desolate Peak would take its place. Chapter 107. The Tai Battlefield. The aftermath of the battle left a significant impact, and within the sect, discussions about Denny were endless. Jeremiah Bolivaran's defeat despite unlocking 9 pulses was like a dream that took a long time to settle in. What? The Tai Battlefield is opening? The Tai Battlefield doesn't open on a fixed schedule. The last time it opened was 30 years ago. This is excellent news. A piece of news spread across Zhangxian's sect, turning it into a beehive of activity. Discussions about Denny instantly ceased as everyone turned their attention to the Tai Battlefield. The Tai Battlefield, a remnant of ancient times teeming with countless opportunities for enlightenment, stirred massive movements each time it opened, attracting all forces from Jeremiah to vie for its riches. However, the Tai Battlefield has certain limitations. Too powerful cultivators cannot enter, making it a battleground mainly for the younger generation. Recall all external disciples and prepare for the Tai Battlefield. The Eli emphasized this matter greatly, issuing an order to have all traveling disciples return. The stakes were high as every bit of enlightenment and fortune found within the battlefield was rare and exceptional, leading to immense improvement for those who obtained them. He vividly remembered the Tai Battlefield contest 30 years ago when he was young. Back then, he participated and competed within the battlefield. Even now, he couldn't forget the enlightenment and opportunities there and still yearned for them. The sacred medicines that could no longer be found in this era, the divine legacies from ancient mythological figures, the bones of fierce beasts whose names struck fear into the hearts of ancient people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his current position as the leader of Zhangxian's sect was because of what he gained from the Tai Battlefield. Though he didn't get the most outstanding enlightenment, even the small bits he obtained gave him significant advantages over his peers, setting the foundation for his leadership in Zhangxian's sect. Others who benefited from the Tai Battlefield, such as the leader of Jeremiah's sect, the chief of the Lu clan, the hall master of Taishu Hall, and so on, eventually became strong figures. Now, with the upcoming opening of the Tai Battlefield, not only did Zhangxian's sect buzz with excitement, but all forces within Jeremiah were also stirred up and began preparing for entry. Crystal of Jeremiah's sect got lucky and met the opening of the Tai Battlefield. With her capabilities, she is sure to gain much from it. Desmond's, she unlocked 9 pulses and progressed rapidly. It said she already reached the Zyref Wheel realm. How impressive. Ava hasn't been cultivating for long, has she? This is precisely the power of having 9 pulses. Discussions in Jeremiah continued, frequently mentioning Crystal's name. The Tai battlefield had age restrictions, meaning only young cultivators could enter, and Crystal undoubtedly stood out among them. Ava will soar. Who can challenge her in the younger generation? Exactly. Ava can sweep through all challengers of her generation. People admired Crystal, marveling at her astonishing strength and speed of cultivation. In the young generation, few could match her, and in the Tai battlefield, she would thrive. Apparently, Zhanshan sect also has a 9-pulse cultivator named Jeremiah Bolivaran, but her cultivation level is too low, and entering the Tai battlefield won't yield much benefit for her. What a pity. Otherwise, she could be as outstanding as Crystal in the Tai battlefield. Jeremiah Bolivaran was mentioned again, with some regret, as she unlocked her 9 pulses too late and hadn't fully developed yet, limiting her potential gains in the Tai battlefield. Denny's battle with Jeremiah Bolivaran had just occurred and hadn't spread far. Otherwise, Denny's name would surely have come up too. 9 pulses are indeed formidable, but not absolute. Some descendants of powerful demon beasts are equally terrifying and will enter the Tai battlefield. 30 years ago, a descendant of a powerful demon beast entered and dominated the Tai battlefield, with no human youths able to stand against them. Someone brought up the events of 30 years ago. Speaking of 30 years ago, there were unidentified human geniuses and prodigies in the Tai battlefield, even more powerful, crushing all the famous talents of Jeremiah at that time. Rumors suggest they belong to ancient families with deep roots, traceable back to ancient times. Those familiar with the Tai battlefield of 30 years ago felt nostalgic. The opening of the Tai battlefield revealed many hidden geniuses and prodigies, stunning the world. Opportunities are great, but one must have the luck to seize them. Alas, many geniuses who entered the Tai battlefield 30 years ago never returned. There was a sigh of lament. Many geniuses destined to become future strong figures tragically died in the Tai battlefield. The competition in the Tai battlefield was brutal, with an extremely high mortality rate. Only 1 in 10 could survive. Is the Tai battlefield going to open? In Jeremiah sect, inside a palace, Crystal murmured thoughtfully, then smiled brightly. Just right, I can find support there. After reviewing Jeremiah sect's records, she realized there was no force strong enough to rival the Eversky auction house. The force behind the Eversky auction house might be one of those ancient families. Ancient families concealed themselves deeply, and little was known about them externally. Initially troubled, Crystal saw an opportunity with the impending Tai battlefield. 30 years ago, descendants of ancient families entered the Tai battlefield, and she believed they wouldn't miss this chance this time either. This allowed her to seek a supportive force, finding one to counter the Eversky auction house. You should be going too? Perfect, let's settle everything there. Ava sneered, knowing Denny would definitely participate. Descendants of the Eversky auction house's backing force might protect Denny, but she wasn't worried. She believed she could find an ancient family to rely on. Once she found one, Denny's life would be hers. In a picturesque area of Jeremiah, where clear streams flowed and spiritual energy billowed like paradise. We'll meet again soon. Ava chuckled softly, thinking of someone with a sweet smile. Ava wasn't anyone else but Amira, thinking of none other than Denny. He had helped alleviate her Inchi issue, allowing her cultivation to advance quickly. With the Tai battlefield opening, she would also go, aware that Denny would be there too. Inside Zhanshan sect, the Tai battlefield? Denny paused upon hearing the news. His eyes narrowed. Will we face each other directly? A cold smile crept onto his lips. Knowing Crystal would surely go, he anticipated possible confrontation with her in the Tai battlefield. Troublesome, but I don't fear trouble. Discussing Crystal outside made him aware of her approximate cultivation level and strength. With his current abilities, he had little chance against her. Desmond, undeterred, he still intended to enter the Tai battlefield. This was an invaluable opportunity for rapid growth, and he couldn't miss it. Chapter 108, Tai City. The unrest in Jeremiah intensified as the news of the impending opening of the Tai battlefield spread like wildfire, casting an ominous shadow over the region. People sensed that formidable figures were emerging from many renowned mountains and rivers, their terrifying auras spreading far and wide. Moreover, colossal beasts, whose size could block out the sky, began to wander out from deep within the mountains, striking fear into the hearts of those who witnessed them, nearly causing their souls to shatter. Strange occurrences persisted for several days. Even the most powerful forces like the Jeremiah sect exercised caution and restraint, unwilling to act recklessly. Disciples from Zhanshan sect, who had ventured out for training, all returned to their sect without exception, preparing themselves. Zyrikewise, disciples from other sects also rushed back to their respective factions to prepare for entry into the Tai battlefield. At the same time, Denny and his companions were also making preparations. Are you really going? Lamar was filled with worry and indecision. He was concerned about Crystal. Crystal's prominence was soaring. Rumors had it that she had already reached the Destiny Wheel realm. With their current strength, encountering Crystal would likely end in disaster. What are you afraid of? With Gerardo here, there's nothing to worry about. Megan, full of arrogance, was confident due to its refined white tiger bloodline. It had become more prideful. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm worried about Crystal. In the Tai battlefield, she will definitely target Denny. Crystal? That vicious woman who pushed Denny off the cliff with one palm? Don't worry, if she dares come near, I'll claw her to death. Megan didn't care. It knew Crystal, being the same age as Denny. In its mind, someone so young wouldn't have such high-level strength. Lamar and others paid close attention to Crystal and knew her current status, but Megan didn't concern itself with these details, unaware of Crystal's true power. Ava might kill you with one slap. Lamar was speechless. How could Megan claw to death a Destiny Wheel realm expert like Crystal? Don't you know Gerardo's strength? At Denny's age, who could be his match? Megan dismissed the concern arrogantly. Ava has reached the Destiny Wheel realm? Holy crap, that intense? So young and already at the Destiny Wheel realm? Megan immediately backed down, saying, forget I said anything. This indeed needs rethinking. We can't be reckless. Think again, you fool. Denny tapped Megan on the head. Go, why shouldn't we go? Are we not going to the Tai battlefield just because we're afraid of her? If we do this, we might as well never leave Zhanxian's sect. She could be waiting outside. He was resolute, refusing to change his mind. You're right. Given your feud, she might be waiting outside Zhanxian's sect. I think we should stay inside the sect and only venture out when our strength has improved, Megan whimpered, hiding its head. With that kind of heart, you'll never become the king of beasts, the white tiger. Denny tapped Megan on the head again. Paris was indeed timid, scared stiff. Quickly prepare, the sect is about to depart. After some time, the bell rang, a signal to gather and prepare for departure. Denny and the others quickly arrived at the square. Many disciples were already waiting there, all exuding formidable auras and possessing exceptional strength. These were veteran disciples, outstanding ones from each peak. As for the newly recruited disciples, apart from Denny's group, all others were forbidden from joining the expedition. The Tai battlefield was extremely perilous, and the newly recruited disciples' realms and strengths were too low, so the patriarch decreed they couldn't participate. Denny managed to join thanks to his recent astonishing display. Otherwise, he'd also be prohibited. Anastasia and others benefited from Denny's standing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed either. Let's go. After assembly, several Isaiahs organized the group and led the disciples to the teleportation array area. They used the teleportation array to reach a region near the Tai battlefield. Let's continue. They pressed on toward the Tai battlefield. The opening time of the battlefield was uncertain, but massive, terrifying fluctuations had been detected within the past few days, a sign that the opening was imminent. They arrived at an ancient city, near the Tai battlefield, known as Tai City. This ancient city, preserved from prehistoric times, was built by ancient strong figures, serving as a pre-war stronghold. The towering city walls showed signs of wear and tear, even bearing marks from various weapon attacks. The city buzzed with activity, crowded with people. Many had already arrived at Tai City. Be alert, don't start trouble casually. Anyone unremarkable looking in the city might have connections to powerful backgrounds. A Zhanxian sect Isaias warned the disciples sternly. Jeremiah was vast, harboring numerous ancient clans that remained hidden. Provoking any of them could be catastrophic. They arrived at a courtyard, the living quarters reserved for Zhanxian sect. It wasn't the first time the Tai battlefield had opened. Zhanxian sect had long established a presence in Tai City, securing accommodations. Powerful forces like Jeremiah sect similarly occupied living spaces in Tai City. Smaller forces lacked such capabilities and had to camp outdoors or stay outside the city. Arvin, can we go around the city? After settling in, a disciple asked. Desmond's, but be cautious. Do not provoke trouble. The Isaias responded, allowing free movement. In fact, they hoped the disciples would explore the city. Every person in the city was a competitor aiming for the Tai battlefield. Gaining more information about these competitors would be advantageous. Great. Many disciples excitedly left the courtyard to roam the city. They were mostly young and hadn't seen much of the world. Tai City drew people from all corners of Jeremiah, sparking their curiosity. Denny and his companions also ventured out to explore. The city was enormous, bustling with humans and various non-human races. That person is so strange. Look at those big ears like a rat's. A young boy exclaimed curiously. Shut up. Don't speak rashly. The people beside the boy turned pale, reprimanding him sharply. That individual might not be human, but a member of another race. Ah. The boy quickly realized his mistake, turning ghostly pale. Though humans dominated the land, various non-human races also lived there, often more powerful than humans. Their lack of unity was the reason humans ruled the land. The man with rat-like ears instantly turned, his gaze icy, focusing on the boy. His eyes were devoid of pupils, glowing a sinister red. You dare mock me? He sneered, mouth widening to a massive size. A powerful suction force emerged, instantly sucking in the speaking boy. He swallowed the boy whole. Chapter 109. The Terrifying City. That's the pride of the Chi Shu clan. He dared to mock, truly deserving death. The Chi Shu clan is also very powerful among the different races. Someone recognized the identity of the young man from another race. Everyone who saw this scene instantly covered their mouths, too scared to speak rashly. One wrong word, and you'll be eaten. This was terrifying. Who would dare to speak recklessly? Roar. A deafening roar resounded as a massive beast entered the city. Its body was covered in chilling scales. It had 2 horns on its head, and its imposing figure struck fear into anyone. People inside the city quickly moved out of the way, not daring to obstruct its path. This is the ironclad beast, said to possess bloodlines from ancient ferocious beasts, terrifying indeed. Someone identified the origin of the strange beast, his face filled with shock. This was an offspring of a powerful mythical creature. Not bad, even more suitable as my mount. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the road, eyeing the ironclad beast with interest. Bolivar man, are you courting death? The eyes of the ironclad beast turned icy cold, blood-stained air spreading around as this human intended to capture it as a mount. Be good, don't resist. It's an honor for you to be my mount. Baxter stood gracefully, a faint smile on his face. So you wish to die. The ironclad beast slashed with one claw like a small mountain crashing down, casting a large shadow over the youth. Baxter remained calm and composed. He stretched out a single finger upward. The ironclad beast's claw hit this finger but could not press any further. Baxter laughed lightly, exerting force through his finger, creating terrifying ripples that sent the ironclad beast crashing to the ground. My God! This? Everyone watching felt their scalp go numb. Who was this youth? Was he too strong? The offspring of a powerful mythical creature, the ironclad beast with ancient beast lineage, had been knocked down by the youth with just one finger. Don't know him. He could very well be from an ancient family. Their expressions turned grave, unable to recognize the youth's identity. They immediately thought of those ancient families who lived in seclusion. Come on, I'll take you to wreak havoc on the Tai battlefield. Baxter leaped up and sat on the ironclad beast which had just gotten back on its feet. The ironclad beast roared and struggled, but to no avail. In the end, it was suppressed and became the youth's mount, leaving the area with him. What kind of freak is this? Lamar was utterly stunned. The people in the city were truly terrifying. Megan quickly found a hidden spot and only emerged after a long time. Who are you? Why did you come here? Anastasia was bewildered as an unfamiliar little beast came towards them. The little beast was entirely black, incredibly ugly, with no recognizable features. It looked repulsive. Oh woo. The little beast growled, I'm Uncle Tiger. Oh, you're Megan? Anastasia widened her eyes. Of course, it's Uncle Tiger. People in this city are too terrifying. If someone likes my handsome appearance, Uncle Tiger might suffer. Megan was cautious, checking itself carefully. It was satisfied with its current form, as it wouldn't bring any trouble. Such an ugly beast. One glance makes me vomit. I must kill it to cleanse my eyes. A girl glanced at Megan casually but began retching. Ava charged towards Megan fiercely. Damn! Megan yelled, fleeing through various alleyways, losing the girl. I should just look normal, Megan sighed, changing its appearance to neither beautiful nor ugly. Then it confidently joined Denny and the others. Beautiful doesn't work, ugly doesn't either. These people are ruthless. It muttered bitterly. Just a minor incident, Denny and the others continued exploring the city. More creatures entered the city, including humans, other races, and various powerful mythological creature offspring. Forget about Denny's level. Even Crystal's strength wasn't considered top-notch in this city. There were far too many stronger beings than Crystal. Youngsters enjoyed fighting fiercely. Those who came to the city were all standouts from their regions. Each refused to submit to the other, displaying immense arrogance. Bloodshed was frequent within the city. Before even entering the Tai battlefield, many beings already died in the city. That's Crystal? Lamar froze, spotting a girl who resembled Crystal not far ahead. Indeed, it's Crystal. He took another look, confirming it was Crystal. Crystal happened to see them and met their gaze. Shall we go? Megan was nervous. Crystal was so strong. What if she attacked them right away? Cowards retreat not. Let's go for now and settle accounts later. Max suggested. But they couldn't escape as Crystal approached, locking onto them with her powerful aura. Bad luck. Megan's expression was grim. Crystal's overwhelming strength had fully locked onto them. Any movement could tear them apart instantly. Crystal arrived in an instant before Denny and others. Ava stared at Denny, her eyes icy cold. I knew you'd come. I knew you'd come too. Do you not fear I'll kill you right now? Crystal snorted, disliking Denny's calmness. Try it if you dare. Denny remained calm. Beside them, Lamar and others' hearts pounded in fear of Crystal attacking. Crystal's eyes tightly focused on Denny, but ultimately didn't move. Not yet. See you on the Tai battlefield. Ava floated away with a sinister smile. Right after Crystal left, several figures appeared beside Denny. Crystal from Nine Flowers sect is impressive, sensing our presence. Have you had conflicts with her? These few figures were none other than the Isaias from Jianxian sect, ordered to ensure Denny's safety due to his remarkable talent. They had been following and protecting Denny secretly. When Crystal nearly attacked, they prepared to reveal themselves to protect Denny. But Crystal sensed them, so she left without action. Desmond's. Denny replied, having sensed the presence of the Jianxian sect Isaias upon their emergence due to his sharp intuition. This complicates things. You need to be careful once we enter the battlefield, the Isaias warned. Denny nodded, knowing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 110. A fox borrowing the might of a tiger. These past few days, more creatures had come to the city. The fluctuations emanating from the Tai battlefield had also become increasingly intense. This signified that the Tai battlefield could open at any moment. Bolivar, it's here. A violet came in front of Jianxian sect's courtyard and muttered to herself. Ava was very beautiful with fair skin. Ava wore a yellow dress that highlighted her excellent figure. May I ask what the young miss is here for? The guard of the Jianxian sect courtyard asked the young lady very respectfully. Her outstanding temperament indicated she was not an ordinary person. Especially in such a city, they didn't dare to look down on the girl, treating her with great respect. Summon Denny from your sect. The girl spoke arrogantly. May I ask what the young miss wants from senior brother Denny? The guard asked cautiously. Just now, the Isaias instructed them to be extra careful, especially when dealing with anything related to Denny. The Isaias once mentioned that someone might be against Denny. Why so many questions? Hurry up and call Denny out. The girl frowned slightly, seemingly impatient. What status did she have? The guards of Jianxian sect actually questioned her left and right. This made her unhappy. If you can't state a reason, we may not be able to summon senior brother Denny. The guard remained courteous. Not bad for the largest and most prosperous sect in Jeremiah House City. Impressive. The girl looked at them coldly. No, Latoya, you're overthinking it. We just need to know why you want to find senior brother Denny, so we can relay the message to him. The Jianxian sect disciple smiled but remained polite. Get lost. The girl huffed and arrogantly brushed past the guard, entering the courtyard forcefully. What's going on? An Isaias of Jianxian sect instantly appeared. Summon Denny. The girl demanded, unafraid of the Isaias. Looking for Denny? What business do you have with Denny? The Isaias responded seriously, unwilling to summon Denny yet. They were wary that Crystal might send someone. How troublesome. What makes him so important, or is he hiding from someone? The girl furrowed her eyebrows, extremely displeased. It's not troublesome. Just state your purpose, one Isaias replied. I have no purpose. Let him see me. Another Isaias said with some anger, Latoya, there's no need to be so aggressive. Jianxian sect was still one of the most prosperous forces in Jeremiah How. The girl's terrible attitude was beyond their limits. Bullying us? Go ahead, bully all you want. What can you do? The girl smirked disdainfully. To others, Jianxian sect seems powerful, but in my eyes, it means nothing. You are, who exactly? The Isaias's face turned serious, wondering if this girl was from one of the ancient clans. I can tell you. The girl opened her mouth haughtily. We cultivate a force outside called Hungtian Auction House. Hungtian Auction House. All the Isaias took a deep breath. It really was someone from behind Hungtian Auction House. Hungtian Auction House had an ancient heritage, even older than Jianxian sect, shrouded in mystery. They knew the terror of Hungtian Auction House well. It was far beyond what Jianxian sect could contend with. How did Denny provoke Hungtian Auction House? For a moment, they felt overwhelmed. Seeing the girl's demeanor, they feared she wasn't here for good things. Know it now? Call Denny out. The girl shouted. Are you guys trying to oppose us? Dare not, dare not. We will summon Denny now. The Isaias replied, sending someone to call Denny. Against the forces behind Hungtian Auction House, they could only take things as they came. Hope nothing goes wrong. Our Jianxian sect barely produced a genius like Denny. They prayed internally, fearing something might happen to Denny. People from behind Hungtian Auction House? Elsewhere, Denny smiled upon hearing it. Who from behind Hungtian Auction House would come? It had to be Amira. He went over with the notifying disciple, smiling. When he arrived, he saw the girl, somewhat surprised. It wasn't Amira. You're Denny? Come with me. The girl glanced at Denny indifferently. Why would a girl like her want to meet someone like him? Such a person was too insignificant, unworthy of mention. Indeed, Amira had sent her. Ava was a servant to Amira. The Moron clan was incredibly powerful, ranking high among the ancient clans. Amira, as the daughter of the clan leader, held an immeasurably high status. As Amira's servant, she was accustomed to looking down on others and having an arrogant mindset, never putting much value on anyone else. Though she didn't know why Amira wanted to see Denny, Amira hadn't told her in detail, she didn't care. In her mind, how could a place like Jianxian sect produce anyone formidable? Impossible. So, she completely disregarded Jianxian sect, acting proudly and arrogantly. If she knew how important Denny was to Amira, she wouldn't dare to act so recklessly, even if her life depended on it. Who sent you? Denny frowned. The girl's attitude seemed off. Was she truly sent by Amira? He doubted it. What does it matter? Just follow me. The girl was reluctant to explain, not taking Denny or Jianxian sect seriously. Could you be more clear? This is too vague. It's not that we don't trust you, Latoya, but you should provide us with enough proof. We can't just let you take Denny away because you say you're from behind Hungtian Auction House. And Isaias spoke up, wanting clarity from the girl. Was it true she was from behind Hungtian Auction House? They were equally skeptical and didn't want her to take Denny away just like that. Enough noise. The girl snorted. Do I have to bring our clan's elite here? If I do, you'll surely bleed then. Funny. Denny laughed coldly. Go ahead. Let's see who can make my Jianxian sect members bleed. A mere servant, borrowing another's strength? Was she defying all order? He wouldn't indulge people like this. Indeed. He unfolded the record of causality and instantly understood everything, learning the girl's identity and origin. You said it yourself. The girl said coldly, only after seeing blood will you regret. Then, today I'll make you bleed. Finished speaking, she turned and left to gather reinforcements. Chapter 111. Heaven Grade Token. This person has never revealed her true intentions for finding you. I suspect she might have other motives. I have the same feeling. It's highly likely she was sent by Crystal, disguised as someone from the backing force behind Hungtian Auction House, to trick you into coming out. The Isaias of Jianxian sect speculated one after another. Arvins, there's no need to worry. Charles chuckled and said, Ava is indeed from the backing force behind Hungtian Auction House. What? Really? The Isaias suddenly felt a headache coming on. It's all right, Charles laughed. She's just a maid, sent by her master to invite me, but she's used to relying on her status and doesn't easily take others seriously. It wasn't much of an issue originally, but we, the Jianxian sect, can't let ourselves be disrespected like this. If we let this happen, how will others view our Jianxian sect? Does anyone think they can trample all over us? Charles didn't really care about the maid or plan to hold on to this grudge. However, the maid had forcibly entered the Jianxian sect compound, causing quite a commotion that drew many spectators. With so many people watching, he couldn't let the prestige of Jianxian sect be tarnished. Moreover, he intended to use this opportunity to enhance the reputation of Jianxian sect, making others realize it was not easy to provoke, which would instill fear and caution in them. After all, Jianxian sect disciples would soon enter the Tai battlefield. If others were wary of Jianxian sect, it would add a layer of safety for the sect's disciples. Having joined Jianxian sect and recognized a master, Charles naturally needed to consider the interests of the sect. Do you think she's real or fake? Ava should be real. Otherwise, why would she be so brazen and arrogant? If she were fake, she wouldn't have such audacity. Heh, if she's real, then there will be some drama to watch. Indeed, Jianxian sect is in for some trouble. People outside were discussing animatedly, looking forward to seeing Jianxian sect suffer. Not long after, the girl returned again. Ava truly brought along two powerful figures, two Isaiasly men, emaciated and white-haired, with sunken eye sockets. However, they emitted terrifying auras, extremely frightening. The Isaias of Jianxian sect shuddered all over. They could feel the terror emanating from these two old men, far beyond their ability to resist. They felt a chill crawl up from their feet, hoping that Charles's words were true. Otherwise, Jianxian sect would face a great calamity. These two Isaias, they did not respect us Moron clan and spoke rudely, defaming us greatly. The girl concealed the truth, fabricating lies to incite the two Isaias' anger. Sure enough, the two Isaias grew enraged. Terrifying beams shot from their turbid eyes, and a towering aura spread from their bodies, making the onlookers shudder with fear. As for the Isaias of Jianxian sect who were being stared down by the two old men, they were in even worse shape, nearly cowering on the ground from the overwhelming killing intent. What level were these powerhouses? Too terrifying. It should be noted that the escorting Isaiahs of Zhanxian sect were among the best in Jeremiah. But in front of these two old men, they were utterly helpless, completely unable to resist. Back in the day, Zhanxian sect was merely a minor sect. Now it has become one of the prominent forces in Jeremiah. Have you lost all sense of respect? One Isaiah spoke, his voice hoarse, eyes flashing with cold light, intimidating everyone present. No, that's not true. The Isaiahs of Zhanxian sect quickly explained. However, Marlene, the girl, did not give them the chance to explain. Please, Isaiahs, take action to uphold the prestige of the Moron clan. Ava asked the two old men to suppress the Isaiahs of Zhanxian sect. You must retain your respect. The dignity of the Moron clan cannot be disgraced. You will pay the price. The two Isaiahs spoke, their expressions cold, radiating terrifying power from their frail bodies. They were ready to act, to uplift the prestige of the Moron clan. Hold on. At this moment, Charles shouted, producing the token given to him by Amira. This is a heaven grade token. The highest grade token. The faces of the two old men instantly changed. Who was this man? Why did he possess their Moron clan's highest grade token? Heaven grade token? Marlene's face turned green. Ava hadn't expected Charles to have a heaven grade token. A heaven grade token was only held by those of utmost importance to the Moron clan. Just what is going on here? One Isaiah roared angrily, interrogating Marlene. The situation must not be as she described. Clearly something else was amiss. Marlene's face went deathly pale. Not daring to hide anything, she quickly told everything. Latoya asked me to bring Charles over. Ava whispered, her heart in turmoil. This time, she faced severe punishment for provoking someone she shouldn't have. In the past, she had relied on her status without any issues, becoming increasingly arrogant and unbridled, acting without hesitation. This time, she had struck iron, and her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Ava knew Latoya's character. Latoya detested those who bullied others using their status. Ava could imagine how furious Latoya would be upon learning of this. Once, a Moron clan member had bullied someone using their status and was subsequently expelled from the clan when Latoya found out. Now, she had made the same mistake and could not imagine what would happen to her. How dare you? The person Latoya wishes to see. You dared to disrespect randomly? The two Isaiahs were infuriated. A mere maid, relying on Latoya's influence yet disregarding Latoya herself. What did she think she was doing? What background does Charles have? What kind of token is that? The crowd outside watched in shock. They did not know what kind of token it was, but they understood it was extraordinarily significant. The two Isaiahs' reactions confirmed this. Bolivari up and apologized to young Master Charles. One Isaiah barked. Had it not been for considering Latoya, he would have slapped Marlene away already. Ultimately, Marlene was Latoya's maid, part of Latoya's circle, so he dared not deal with her arbitrarily. Sir Charles, I was wrong. Please be generous and forgive me this once. Don't hold it against me. Marlene apologized hurriedly, tears streaming down her face. You should not be apologizing to me. You should apologize to the Isaiahs of Zhanxian sect and the disciples guarding the courtyard, Charles said calmly. In the past, Marlene wouldn't have thought twice about apologizing to the Isaiahs and disciples of Zhanxian sect whom she looked down upon. But now, she didn't hesitate and promptly apologized to the Isaiahs and guards of Zhanxian sect. Misunderstandings are resolved, the Isaiahs of Zhanxian sect said with smiles, deciding not to press further. After all, this was someone from the Moron clan. None of them dared to pursue it. This matter isn't over. One Isaiah coldly huffed. I will report everything truthfully to Latoya, and she will definitely provide a satisfactory response to all of you. An apology is necessary, and this incident still needs addressing. Chapter 112. Retrieve personally. Zhanxian sect can't be provoked. Absolutely. The incident caused a massive ripple, achieving the effect Denny had anticipated. Many people now harbored deep apprehension toward the Zhanxian sect and resolved not to recklessly offend them. Among these were individuals with significant backgrounds, such as powerful silver feather tribal prodigies, gold beast offspring, and even some geniuses from ancient noble families. Originally, they did not hold the Zhanxian sect in high regard. Although it was a top-tier cultivation force in Jeremiah, that reputation was only on the surface. Their own backing forces surpassed the Zhanxian sect. However, now their attitudes toward the Zhanxian sect had changed. The Moron clan was one of the most powerful factions among the ancient noble families. Now that the Zhanxian sect had ties to the Moron clan, who dared to easily provoke the Zhanxian sect? To do so would undoubtedly invite death. On the other side, Denny followed two Isaiahs to the Moron clan's residence within the city. What a stark difference. Denny sighed as he observed the residence. The area occupied by the Moron clan was several times larger than the Zhanxian sect's compound, with an architectural style that exuded extravagance. Even the trees planted in the courtyards were extraordinary, brimming with spiritual essence. I'm sorry, I should have come to see you personally, but I currently can't show my face, so I asked you to come here, said Amira as she walked out from a building, her face filled with apology. Denny had temporarily alleviated her in Absolute's body problem, increasing her life expectancy. He had even mentioned a method to completely cure the condition. For any of these reasons, she should have personally visited him. It's fine, Denny replied with a light laugh, not bothered by the small matter. Beside him, Marlene looked pale, trembling as if the sky had fallen. The two Isaiahs recounted everything as they had in the Zhanxian sect to Amira. Upon hearing this, her expression turned instantly cold. Marlene, you're really bold, she shouted angrily. Fortunately, she had given Denny a heaven-grade token before, or else he would have suffered greatly. After all, he was her savior. Prepare a generous gift and sincerely apologize. Ava immediately instructed the two Isaiahs to bring the gifts to the Zhanxian sect. As for you, Amira's eyes grew icy as she stared at Marlene. Everything you have was given to you by the Moron clan. Now, I will take it all back. The Wang family will no longer receive care from us. Return everything you received from the Moron clan. Your cultivation level will also be revoked. From this moment on, you have no ties to the Moron clan. Ava despised those who bullied others under protection, never imagining someone like this would be close to her. Lady, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Marlene cried, begging. Revoking her cultivation was too severe a punishment. You dare to bully others today, which means you've been doing this for quite a while. You just got exposed this time. Amira's expression remained cold. Think about the people you've bullied before. Your punishment isn't too harsh. You should know my character, don't speak further, or your life might not be spared. Leave. The two Isaias led Marlene away to carry out Amira's instructions, revoking her cultivation and expelling her. I'm sorry, it was my fault for not briefing you thoroughly, nearly causing a huge mistake. Amira apologized sincerely. Ava never imagined a simple matter would escalate this way. Don't worry about it. Denny chuckled, unconcerned. What did you need me for? Amira apologized again before addressing the main issue. The Tai battlefield is opening. I want you to go with me. Together? Denny understood her intention. With the power of the Moron clan, he would be very safe, and his chances of encountering fortune would certainly increase. However, he declined. Are you still upset? Do I get upset easily? Denny explained, if I went alone, I would join you. But I have friends, and going together might cause inconvenience. It won't be inconvenient. Bring your friends along. No, thank you. Where you're headed is definitely complex, and your opponents are formidable. We would be a burden. Denny shook his head. Given the Moron clan's long history, they surely knew more about the Tai battlefield. As he mentioned, the place Amira was heading wasn't simple, and bringing them would indeed be inconvenient. He didn't want to be a burden to her. All right. Amira didn't press further. The place she intended to go was indeed complex, with terrifyingly strong competitors. Bringing only Denny wouldn't be a big problem, but too many could compromise everyone's safety. After a moment, she added, do you want me to deal with Crystal? In truth, part of her wish for Denny to accompany her was because of Crystal. Ava knew of the enmity between them. Crystal would enter the Tai battlefield, and she feared she might harm Denny or that something might happen to him. Ava's always scheming, trying to gain favor with some ancient noble families, Amira continued. Ava had kept an eye on Crystal and was aware of her current moves. Ava's smart, wanting to solve the problem at its root. Denny sneered. Crystal must have investigated the Eternal Sky auction house and realized its deep background, thus seeking an alliance with an ancient noble family. If she succeeds, you might be in danger, and the Moron clan will have enemies. Don't worry, Denny said, his gaze cold. I'll retrieve her life myself. All right. Amira stopped persuading him, understanding their past. If Denny couldn't handle it himself, it would haunt him for life, leaving it as a regret. Regarding my parents, Denny inquired, recalling Amira's promise to investigate his parents. I'm sorry, I failed. Amira's face showed remorse again. Your mother's background is astonishing. Even with the Moron clan's resources, I couldn't uncover the source. Her first task after returning was to deploy Moron clan's resources for this investigation, but the results were unsatisfactory. Denny's mother's background was too terrifying, leading to an abrupt end in the investigation. Ava herself was stunned. What kind of force could be this terrifying? This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 113. The Law of True Fragrance. I will continue the investigation and notify you as soon as I have any news. Amira stated, unwilling to give up. Thank you. Charles thanked her sincerely. Investigating his parents' affairs now depended solely on Amira. Even a powerful clan like the Moron clan found it arduous to investigate. If Charles tried on his own, he'd never find out anything. Eventually, he bade farewell to Amira and returned to Zhangxian sect's courtyard. Two Isaias followed Amira's instructions, preparing lavish gifts and coming to Zhangxian sect to express their apologies. When Charles returned, the two Isaias had already left. Charles, what's your relationship with that young lady? Do you know? The gifts they brought were all extremely rare items, more precious than anything we have in Zhangxian sect. As soon as Charles returned, a group of Zhangxian sect Isaias immediately surrounded him. Those gifts had left them quite shaken, as if they had never seen such things before. Indeed, those items were so exceptional that they had only heard of them but never seen them in person. We just happened to meet and found ourselves thinking along similar lines, so we became friends after an enjoyable conversation, Charles replied with a light laugh. Time passed, and the number of living beings within the city grew. The waves emitted by the Tai battleground also became even more terrifying. Finally, when the fluctuations from the Tai battleground reached their peak, dozens of massive light gates appeared, officially opening the battleground. Into the battleground. Let's go. A large number of living beings began to move, entering the Tai battleground through various light gates. The battleground was vast, almost forming a small world. The numerous light gates led to different places. We're going in too. Charles and several other Zhangxian sect disciples entered the same light gate. Upon entering, they felt a strong sense of primitive energy. The vegetation inside was lush and mostly consisted of ancient plants, many of which no longer existed in the present era. However, these were common plants, not spirit herbs or divine medicines. Roars echoed continuously. The native fierce beasts in the Tai battleground were all descendants from ancient times, incredibly formidable and terrifying. You need to be careful, we're heading deeper. A handsome youth with an extraordinary demeanor said. He was very capable, holding an extremely high level of power, being the top-ranked individual on the green chart named Zirangdu. After speaking, he left with several youths, moving deeper into the battleground. These youths accompanying him were also very talented, ranking in the top 10 on the green chart. Then, many Zhangxian sect disciples set off in groups. Due to the varying levels of strength among the Zhanxian sect disciples, they couldn't travel together. Stronger disciples didn't want to bring weaker ones, and weaker disciples could not reach where the stronger ones wanted to go. Zairif and death were determined by fate. This was the most truthful description of entering the Tai battleground. Charles and his group also set off. My cultivation level is too low for the Book of Cause and Effect to reveal the location of opportunities here. After entering the battleground, Charles unfolded the Book of Cause and Effect, hoping to use it to locate opportunities within the battlefield. However, his cultivation level was too low, and the Tai battleground was too fearsome. The book did not show the locations of the opportunities. He needed to rely on himself to find the opportunities in the battleground. Don't, save me. I don't want to die. They hadn't walked far when they heard cries for help. Someone had encountered danger right after entering the battleground, facing a powerful local beast. Thud thud thud. Blood splattered everywhere. The local beast was ferocious, slaughtering many cultivators in the blink of an eye. The Tai battleground was indeed terrifying, with an extremely high mortality rate. Many cultivators had lost their lives merely moments after entering. Roar. A beast attacked, targeting Charles and his group, intending to devour them. It was a wolf-like creature, ugly with bloodthirsty aura emanating from its body. Bart, who had accompanied Charles, stepped forward, easily suppressing and killing the beast. This wolf's strength wasn't great, and its lineage was very diluted. Although its lineage is somewhat diluted, it's still stronger than ordinary demons. Charles remarked with gleaming eyes. What do you mean? Bart looked puzzled, unsure what Charles intended. This is also considered flesh and spiritual medicine. Eating it would be very beneficial to us. You want to eat it? Anastasia expressed her disgust. The wolf was so ugly she didn't want to eat it. It may look ugly, but it doesn't affect us eating it. Remove its head, and we'll just eat the meat. Charles acted swiftly, using his spiritual energy to slice off the wolf's head and skin, then built a firewood rack to roast the meat. You really mean it? You can eat it, but I won't. However, she quickly changed her mind. Since the last time Charles ate roasted meat, he had prepared various seasonings and brought them with him. As soon as he sprinkled the seasonings on the meat, the rich aroma wafted out, drawing people's appetites irresistibly. I won't eat it, I won't eat it, I won't eat ugly meat like that. Anastasia muttered, trying hard to control herself, yet her eyes couldn't help but glance towards the roasting meat. Soon enough, the roasted meat was golden brown and inviting. Eat. Charles tore off a large piece of roasted meat and began eating with loud chewing sounds. Simon and the others joined in, devouring mouthfuls. You guys are heartless, leave some for me. To everyone's surprise, Anastasia shouted, tearing off a large piece of roasted meat and began eating without caring about her appearance. Really fragrant. After taking one bite, she couldn't help but exclaim. Charles and the others looked bewildered. Didn't she say she wouldn't eat it? How come she's enjoying it more than anyone? But they didn't waste much thought on it. The roasted meat was limited, and it would run out if they didn't hurry. So fragrant. Not far away, Annalise sniffed and followed the aroma of the roasted meat to Charles and his group. Brother, I want to eat, she pleaded to a nearby alien boy. Okay. The alien boy indulged her lovingly. When he saw the nearly finished roasted meat, he became anxious and yelled, Stop. Charles and his group ignored him and quickly finished the remaining meat. Brother, it's gone. The Elise started crying, tears welling in her bright blue eyes, looking pitiful. Don't cry, brother hates seeing you cry. The alien boy said, Don't worry, the roasted meat is gone, but the one who roasts it is still here. Brother will ask them to roast another one for you. Sure. I knew my brother is the best. The Elise beamed, full of happiness and delight. Didn't you hear me talking to you earlier? The alien boy coldly addressed Charles and his group, saying, I won't blame you for what happened earlier. Just roast another portion for my sister. Chapter 114, Silver Spider Clan. Who are you? Why so domineering? Do we have to barbecue just because you say so? Amanita pursed her lips, clearly annoyed. Just because we are of a different race and you are humans. The young alien spoke arrogantly, his defiance unrestrained. Although humans were now the masters of the earth, individual compatibility among aliens far surpassed that of humans. The alien races never considered humans as the true masters of the earth. They believed they were superior to humans and viewed humans as an inferior race. How arrogant. If you're really brave, go flaunt your strength in a human city. Clementine's expression turned cold. Showing off here doesn't count as skill. Don't worry, we will eventually reach your human cities. The young alien spoke coldly, unable to tolerate humans dominating the land. In their minds, the earth had always belonged to them. They would reclaim the earth one day and train humans into servants. Funny, I might become a true god or true immortal someday too, the kitten snorted sarcastically. Dreaming, anyone can do it. Do you want to die? The young alien shouted coldly. Originally, I intended to spare your lives, making you our servants, barbecuing and preparing food for us. But now, you're insolent and arrogant. I've decided not to spare all of you. Only those who can barbecue and prepare food will live. He was very confident, seeing Denny and company as meat on his cutting board, entirely at his disposal. Who did the barbecuing just now? Step forward, and I'll spare your life. As for the rest, perfect. We're short of ingredients. Let's barbecue them all. His gaze was indifferent, not taking Denny and the others seriously at all. Brother, you're so great. I've always wanted to eat humans, but never had the chance. Rumor has it they taste delicious. This time, I can finally indulge myself. Beside him, the Elise drooled, her eyes fixed hungrily on Denny and the others, eager to devour them. Do you really think you have us cornered? Denny's voice was icy. He never started trouble, but he was certainly not afraid of it either. Unfolding the Book of Causality, he instantly learned the identities and backgrounds of these two aliens. Silver Spider Clan, with silver spiders as their base form. Among the many alien clans, the Silver Spider Clan was absolutely powerful, ranking near the top. Similar to the Zhangxian sect, the Silver Spider Clan had many members who then dispersed across various regions to gain opportunities and blessings. These two aliens were exceptionally talented and stood out among their peers. The young alien male was at the 4th stage of Profound Mysteries Realm, while the female was at the 2nd stage of Profound Mysteries Realm. Aliens were extremely strong in single combat, giving them a significant advantage over humans, making it no challenge to defeat humans across stages. Especially for these two, who were elite among their kind, defeating human cultivators across stages was even easier. Moreover, this area was on the fringes of the Tai battlefield, where the two aliens believed there wouldn't be any truly formidable beings. So they acted recklessly, completely underestimating Denny and company, seeing them as meat on their chopping block. Do we need to explain? The young alien shouted coldly, exuding overwhelming confidence. Brother, let's start with her. Look at her tender skin. Ava must taste very good. The Elise pointed at Clementine, wanting to eat her first. Hold on, let me ask first. What if she's the one who can barbecue? No need to ask. Denny roared, striking out directly. His fists moved like an awakened ancient beast, terrifying and shocking. Shadowy fists swirled as he instantly unleashed the utmost essence of the 8-pole fist, emitting the most robust and mighty boxing intent, stunning everyone. Looking for death, the young alien shouted, fearless against Denny's overwhelming aura, charging straight toward him. You want to eat me? Clementine's expression was cold, her clothes fluttering as she approached the Elise like a fairy riding the waves. Eating you is no problem. The Elise scoffed, weaving silver light into a net shimmering with cold light, ensnaring Clementine. Clementine was also quite talented, having diligently trained. Before entering the Tai battlefield, she had reached the 1st stage of Profound Mysteries Realm. Lamar had similarly attained the 1st stage of Profound Mysteries Realm just before entering the battlefield. Simon was even more impressive. Denny was surprised. He had never seen how Simon practiced, yet his realm had advanced quickly, reaching the 5th stage of Profound Mysteries Realm before entering the battlefield. Ammonita's realm hadn't changed since advancing to the Mystic Spirit realm, still remaining at the 1st stage. Aliens had extremely strong individual combat abilities, and with the Elise being at a higher stage than Clementine, Clementine was soon overwhelmed. I'll help you. Lamar offered to assist Clementine. No need, she can handle it. At that moment, Denny stopped Lamar, saying, Clementine, use the small desolate art. Training and actual combat are different. He saw this as an opportunity to make her mastery of the small desolate art stronger through real combat. Will it work? Clementine frowned, unsure. Although she had made progress in the small desolate art, she hadn't fully mastered it yet, unable to truly unleash it. Believe in yourself, Denny said. All right. Clementine clenched her teeth, using the small desolate art. Immediately, surrounding elemental forces surged vigorously and rapidly converged towards her. This shocked the Elise, but just as she prepared to act, stopping the elemental forces from converging, she laughed out loud. Are you joking? Ava couldn't stop laughing. The elemental forces collapsed and dissipated before reaching Clementine. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Clementine smiled bitterly, already expecting this outcome. Her previous training only allowed her to establish a connection with the surrounding elemental forces without gathering them. Bolivarman potential is the most frightening. You never know what you can achieve under the pressure of life and death. Denny shouted, urging her on. Keep trying, don't give up. I believe you will succeed. Damn. On the other side, the young alien was furious. Fighting Denny could still focus on Clementine's situation, which he considered a humiliation. You should take care of yourself first, he shouted coldly, unleashing even greater power, silver light streaking like rainbows, his aura terrifying. So am I. Denny's eyes sparkled, intending to refine his own small desolate art through this battle. He activated the small desolate art, and instantly, more terrifying elemental forces surged rapidly around him, creating a horrifying spectacle. Hashtag chapter 115. Success. The power of heaven and earth surged, causing the void to tremble. The Elon was astonished. Could Denny successfully unleash this divine skill? The surging power of heaven and earth was too formidable. If it truly converged on Denny, he had no idea what might happen. Terrified, he dared not hesitate, redirecting his own strength to prepare to annihilate Denny. Uft, are you trying to kill me with laughter? But soon, just like the Elise, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Denny's attempts were even louder but ultimately useless, much like Anastasia's earlier efforts, collapsing before they could converge. The lesser wasteland art was indeed difficult to master. Denny still hadn't grasped it completely. However, he did not give up and once again attempted the lesser wasteland art, striving to gather the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. On the other side, Anastasia also tried again, deploying the lesser wasteland art. What are you doing? Using us to perfect your divine skills? The Elon was furious. Had they become mere practice dummies? Kill. The Elise's face was icy with rage. Ava unleashed a deadly strike, aggressively assaulting Anastasia, aiming to eliminate her completely. PFFF. Blood spurted out as Anastasia was injured, her face pale and devoid of color. I have to go help her. Lamar couldn't stand watching any longer and prepared to assist Anastasia. The Elise was too strong. If this continued, Anastasia would certainly die at her hands. Trust Denny and trust Anastasia. At that moment, Max stopped Lamar. He agreed with Denny's belief that under life-threatening pressure, people often erupted with unimaginable power. Anastasia might succeed in mastering the lesser wasteland art through such an opportunity. I'm here. Nothing will go wrong. Paris, rarely so serious, spoke resolutely. At the same time, Denny was also wounded. Despite his astonishing tenacity, the combat ability of the alien was incredibly strong, especially for this exceptional youth among them. In such circumstances, it was already impressive that he could ensure his survival, given the two-tier gap between him and the Elon. If other cultivators saw this, they would undoubtedly be stunned. The single combat prowess of aliens was renowned throughout the world. Bolivarman cultivators barely stood a chance in cross-tier battles, let alone even-tier fights, where ensuring victory was remarkable enough. Often, even in equal-tier matches, human cultivators would instantly fall. Denny fought 2 tiers above his level, heavily wounded yet undefeated, an extraordinary feat. On the other side, Anastasia likewise fought 1 tier above, remaining unbeaten, a similarly incredible accomplishment. Cat, you must be careful, Mac said solemnly to the kitten. Denny and Anastasia's situations were dire, potentially fatal at any moment. They couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, there would be severe consequences. Mac and the kitten had divided their responsibilities. Mac watched over Anastasia, while the kitten watched over Denny. The Elise was powerful but lower in realm at only the 2nd stage mystical boundary, whereas Mac was at the 5th stage. Even if issues arose on Anastasia's side, Mac could handle them. The Elon was more advanced, differing by only 1 stage from Mac, leaving him without complete confidence. Thus, Mac monitored Anastasia, while the kitten watched Denny. Don't worry. Amanita's eyes remained locked on Denny, afraid he might meet an accident. Its own bloodline activation depended on Denny. It wouldn't let him come to harm. Blood sprayed continuously from Denny and Anastasia's mouths, the situation becoming increasingly perilous. Even the kitten and Mac couldn't resist the urge to intervene. But finally, the kitten and Mac held back. Denny and Anastasia demonstrated unyielding resolve, repeatedly gritting their teeth and enduring, refusing to give up. Damn it! Kill! The Elon and girl cursed angrily, not in high spirits. Despite appearing to hold the upper hand and grievously injuring Denny and Anastasia, they felt increasing unease rather than joy. This was all because Denny and Anastasia's lesser wasteland art was growing more mature and potent. Initially, Denny and Anastasia could only stir the surrounding forces of heaven and earth without bringing them under control. But as the battle raged on, they gradually began to gather some of these forces. This was why they couldn't decisively eliminate Denny and Anastasia. Though the gathered powers were few, they should not be underestimated. Their purity made them extremely formidable. With mounting concern, they aimed to finish Denny and Anastasia swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed incessantly as they tapped into their bloodline powers, revealing their true forms and unleashing overwhelming force. Such power was terrifying. If it struck Denny and Anastasia, they might very well perish. Prepare to intervene. Mac warned the kitten. All right. Amanita replied, its body tensed, ready to leap to Denny's aid. This time was different. They would intervene unless Denny and Anastasia died. Lesser wasteland art. Denny growled, unleashing the art once more. It was a roar from deep within him, feeling the threat of death. Make it work. Anastasia cried out from the depths of her soul, also sensing the impending death. She redeployed the lesser wasteland art. Rumble. The void trembled violently as 2 extremely pure forces of heaven and earth converged. Denny and Anastasia had succeeded. They channeled the pure power into their bodies, controlling it and releasing a formidable, terrifying aura. Were you enjoying the fight earlier? Denny grinned, showing his white teeth. Now it's our turn. Indeed. Anastasia smiled brightly. Having successfully deployed the lesser wasteland art, the pure heavenly power filled her body, giving her the confidence to defeat the Elise. Compared to Denny, her aura was somewhat weaker. Denny's lesser wasteland art seemed more successful. Just blustering. Nothing to fear. You're destined to be consumed by my brother and me. The Elon and girl retorted coldly, not backing down. They believed Denny and Anastasia hadn't truly succeeded, dismissing it as much ado about nothing. Desmond they didn't underestimate them either, pushing their strengths to the limit, for a mistaken judgment could mean their deaths. So, they fought cautiously with all their might. Hashtag chapter 116, gathering heavenly power. Useless. Denny's expression was cold, and a terrifying aura radiated from his body. The Elon and girl thought he and Anastasia were like thunder without rain, not truly mastering the lesser desolate art. However, Denny was very clear that both he and Anastasia had indeed succeeded in mastering it. The power of heaven and earth gathered by the lesser desolate art now surged into their bodies, under their control. 8-pole fist. Denny unleashed a punch, executing the 8-pole fist. The power of this blow far exceeded what he had shown before. On the other side, Anastasia also cast a major magical technique, its power surpassing anything she had displayed earlier. The faces of the Elon and girl changed drastically. They realized their guess was wrong. Denny and Anastasia weren't just putting on a show, they had genuinely succeeded. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to unleash such formidable power. They hesitated about fighting, thinking of leaving. However, they couldn't escape as Denny and Anastasia charged at them, forcing them into combat. Asterisk splat. Splat. Asterisk. Blood spurted, staining the ground red. This time, it wasn't Denny's or Anastasia's blood, but that of the Elon and girl. Their injuries were severe, completely overmatched by the current Denny and Anastasia. They were mercilessly beaten, unable to retaliate. In the end, they were each knocked to the ground, thoroughly losing their ability to fight further. Damn it! What kind of magic is this? How could I lose to humans of lower cultivation realms? The Elon and girl screamed hysterically, unable to accept the result. The resentment and unwillingness were palpable. The aliens' combat capabilities generally surpassed those of humans. Desmond, they were defeated by humans of lower realms. How could they bear it? Cultivation realm doesn't represent everything, nor does race. Denny said coldly. Don't get cocky. The Silver Spider clan will never forgive you. No matter what, you will ultimately become our food. The Elon and girl glared at Denny and Anastasia with intense resentment, the girl issuing a threat. That's something for the future. It won't help now because you won't live long enough. Denny struck out, transforming his spiritual energy into a blade, decapitating the Elon and girl, ending their lives. Leaving such vicious enemies alive would only invite future trouble. I think if you weren't here, I could gather even more power, Anastasia said while looking at Denny. Using the lesser desolate art simultaneously affected each other since they were both gathering the surrounding heavenly spirit energy. Desmond's, if you used it alone, you could gather stronger power. My presence did affect your gathering. Denny acknowledged this fact. You two are so lucky. Desmond's. Lamar and Mac walked over, eyes glowing with envy at Denny and Anastasia mastering the lesser desolate art. You can do it too. Denny smiled. If you want to speed up mastering the lesser desolate art, you need to face life and death. Only through such experiences can you progress faster. Experiencing life and death really makes a difference, Anastasia said reflectively. In life and death situations, potential indeed emerged more easily. Initially, there were things she couldn't understand, but in those moments, she finally comprehended and successfully mastered the lesser desolate art. Zyrif and death? I need to experience life and death too. Lamar's eyes gleamed, determined to master the lesser desolate art. The lesser desolate art is so powerful. No matter how hard it is, I have to master it. Mac echoed this sentiment. Initially, the gap between them was enormous, but after using the lesser desolate art, everything changed. Denny and Anastasia not only reversed the situation, but turned the tide against the Elon and girl. We should move. Denny said, we've wasted too much time. We must hurry or miss all the opportunities. Ah, aren't we going to barbecue? Ammonite pointed at the Elon and girl's corpses. During the battle, they revealed their true forms, large silver spiders. Why barbecue? They're mostly shells, barely any meat. Even if there were some, it wouldn't be enough for us to chew on, Denny remarked. He wasn't one to eat anything, and there needed to be sufficient meat to satisfy everyone. That's true. They continued moving forward, facing continuous attacks from local fierce beasts. Denny didn't intervene, nor did he let Anastasia or the kitten act. He wanted Lamar and Mac to use these battles to master the lesser desolate art. After all, the examples were right in front of them. Facing life and death truly helped. This area was merely the edge of the edge, and the fierce beasts weren't extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare use them for training, or even attempt killing them. Done. Mac was ecstatic. He had finally mastered the lesser desolate art, gathering the pure powers of heaven and earth. So have I. Following Mac, Lamar also succeeded in mastering the lesser desolate art, gathering the powers of heaven and earth and defeating her fierce beast opponent with it. Don't celebrate too early. You know this isn't fully mastering the lesser desolate art. It's far more terrifying and formidable when fully mastered. If the lesser desolate art were truly completed, its power would be unimaginable. Denny spoke seriously. Though he could use the lesser desolate art, he hadn't truly and fully mastered it. If fully mastered, all the surrounding powers of heaven and earth would be absorbed entirely. Denny, Anastasia, Mac, and Lamar had all learned to use the lesser desolate art and could personally activate it. However, none of them influenced the other's ability to gather power, showing they still had a long way to go to fully master it. True. Thoroughly master the lesser desolate art. Anastasia and the others nodded, agreeing with Denny. Having experienced its power, they knew they had to achieve complete mastery. What is that? Suddenly, Denny's eyes lit up as he saw an extremely striking large red flower. Its spiritual essence was incredibly vibrant, almost visible to the naked eye. Without doubt, this was no ordinary flower but a rare and precious find. Chapter 117. The Burial God Flower. A large red flower swayed in the wind, its vivid crimson unsettlingly beautiful as if dyed with fresh blood. Its stem was slender and tree-like, rooted into a piece of white stone. Ammonite's eyes were filled with longing. With fiery eagerness, it leapt toward the flower to pluck it. Stop. Don't act rashly. Look closely at where it's rooted. It's not just any white stone. Denny shouted, noticing something amiss. Upon closer inspection, what they initially thought was a stone turned out to be a skull. Not an ordinary skull, but a very large one, perfectly round and white like a rock, which they hadn't identified at first glance. But on closer examination, features like the eye sockets, mouth, and nose were still discernible. Oh, it's growing from inside a skull. Ammonite's fur bristled with disgust. How could anything good grow from within a skull? It quickly retreated, now completely uninterested in the red flower. Denny focused intently on the red flower. This plant must be extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't remain unpicked despite being so conspicuous. This is the burial god flower. He was taken aback, his expression stupefied. It was actually a burial god flower. The skull was no ordinary object, but the head of a god. Although dead, the divinity within the skull remained, nurturing over countless years into this burial god flower. God. This was an incredibly powerful race from ancient times, part of the alien races, the royal lineage among them. They could rival the sages of humanity, with terrifying power that could overturn rivers and seas, shatter stars and universes, all effortlessly. The battlefield of Tai was truly terrifying beyond bounds. How immensely powerful were the beings who once fought here? To think that the skull of a god would appear at the fringes of this place. What horrifying entities might lurk deep within the battlefield? Divine essence unextinguished, touch and perish. The burial god flower wasn't easily obtainable, containing formidable energy that could ignite one's soul upon contact, leading to immediate death. Upon closer look, many skeletons lay around the burial god flower, human bones, alien bones, and even those of powerful beasts. However, it is also a rare treasure that can cultivate the god within one's soul. Denny's eyes gleamed. Through the book of cause and effect, he understood everything about the burial god flower. Cultivating the god within the soul. This was undoubtedly immensely powerful, allowing one to bypass physical bodies and directly attack souls. Can this really cultivate the god within the soul? Mac gasped, astounded. He practiced techniques related to the soul and knew how difficult it was to cultivate the god within. Cultivating the god in the soul was the ultimate goal for soul cultivators. Once achieved, the soul's power would rapidly and dramatically increase. Even simple soul attacks, when channeled through the god, would become exceptionally potent. He too wanted to cultivate the god, but lacked the corresponding techniques. Since ancient times, such methods were exceedingly rare, and even when available, they had extremely stringent conditions, making them almost impossible to practice. Burial godflower, burial godflower. So, it's this kind of mystical bloom. No wonder, he murmured, finally recalling various origins of the burial godflower. In ancient times, the divine race was formidable, looking down on other races partly due to their divine physiques and unmatched soul strength. Both physically and spiritually, they were superior to other races, making it impossible for the divine race not to be powerful. Admittedly, Denny's knowledge was profound, far beyond common understanding. For example, the burial godflower was scarcely known by any creature in the present era. Only a few Aesaisli veterans might know a bit about it. Desmond Denny knew very well. Heading ache. Clearly, the treasure is right before us, yet we cannot obtain it. He gritted his teeth, knowing that according to records, harvesting the burial godflower was extremely difficult. Without the proper method, even the most powerful individuals would fail, possibly at the cost of their lives. Who says we can't get it? A mysterious smile appeared on Denny's lips. The book of cause and effect had revealed the method to harvest it, and he knew how to proceed. Bolivar? Mac was startled. Was Denny that incredible? But thinking about it, he quickly came to terms. Hadn't Denny always been surprising? Even he couldn't identify the burial godflower at first glance, yet Denny recognized it immediately, proving that Denny was more capable and knowledgeable. What on earth was Denny's background? He wondered, as the records concerning the burial godflower were relics of ancient times, things that even thousand-year-old sects like Jeremiahua sect or Zhangxian sect might not possess. Where did Denny learn this? Especially, knowing the method to harvest it, this was even more astonishing. There are people here. A young man, radiating a faint glow, walked gracefully from the west. Exceptionally handsome, he immediately showed surprise upon seeing Denny and the others, clearly not expecting anyone to be here. There must be someone, I just didn't expect humans, he muttered, evidently aware of the origin of the red flower, marveling that anyone could resist the temptation not to act. Obviously, this is a treasure herb. Why do you only watch and not act? Could it be that you find this herb unworthy? He laughed, appearing composed and graceful. A descendant of the ancient clan Mu, Qian, Lamar whispered, recognizing the young man's identity. This youth was very famous in Tai City. Once, an alien race tried to bully him, relying on their own strength. In retaliation, the youth killed them, leaving bloodshed everywhere. Afterwards, the alien race's powerful members sought revenge, intending to kill the youth. Unexpectedly, the youth had a more terrifying background from an ancient clan. Protected by Isaias, every member of the alien race who attacked was killed and left dead in the streets. Do you feel this herb is eerie because it grows from a skull, hence you dare not harvest it easily? Qian exuded an exceptional aura, his smile like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. He continued, this is not just any skull, but that of a god. A flower grown from divine bone. It can awaken the god essence within cultivators, causing a qualitative transformation. He revealed the origin of the burial godflower. An opportune blessing goes to those who deserve it. However, I value order. Since you arrived here first, this divine flower belongs to you. He added, you may take action now. Otherwise, if others arrive, this divine flower may not remain yours. Not everyone values order like me. A strange smile played on his face, clearly with ill intentions. Knowing the perilous nature of harvesting the burial godflower, he deliberately highlighted its unparalleled benefits while concealing the risks, hoping to lure Denny and the others to their doom. Hashtag Chapter 118. Yinzhou's Southern Clan. For no reason at all, and without any prior encounters, Qian wanted to watch Denny and his group meet their deaths. Qian's heart was truly cold, not valuing human lives. Denny and the others remained silent, understanding Qian's intentions. So what? You aren't tempted even after knowing the origin of the divine flower. Qian narrowed his eyes into slits and said, why are you so calm? Even if you didn't know the details of the divine flower, your reaction should not have been this indifferent. You must have known the secrets of the god-burying flower beforehand. His mind was sharp, and he quickly sensed something amiss. Denny and the others were too calm, showing no surprise upon hearing the details of the god-burying flower. This was highly unusual. He felt that Denny and the others already knew the secrets of the god-burying flower. Speak. Who are you, and which ancient clan do you belong to? He shouted coldly, believing that Denny and his group came from an ancient clan. Ordinary people could never have known the details of the god-burying flower. After all, even within the Mu clan, there was very little recorded information about the god-burying flower. The records he had were gathered by his father over a long period of time and at great cost. 30 years ago, when the Tai battlefield opened, his father had entered the battlefield and discovered this god-burying flower. At that time, many people found the god-burying flower. Although they did not know its true nature, they could feel its extraordinary and transcendent quality. They competed fiercely, all wanting to obtain it. However, a terrifying event occurred. Anyone who touched the god-burying flower, regardless of their strength or cultivation level, met with disaster. Their souls ignited, and their physical bodies exploded, dying on the spot. His father was frightened, suppressing the urge to pick the flower and quickly leaving the area. Afterwards, his father couldn't forget about the god-burying flower and spent considerable effort investigating its origins and history. Ultimately, his father succeeded in uncovering the god-burying flower's background and roots. Time did not wait for them. The Tai battlefield rarely opened, and as his father grew older, married, and had children, Qian being one of them, he imparted everything he knew about the flower before Qian entered the battlefield. His father gave him a valuable artifact to aid in harvesting the god-bearing flower. All of this was kept secret from the rest of the clan, as Qian came here alone. Other members of the Mu clan were elsewhere in the battlefield. The Mu clan was vast, with numerous branches and ongoing internal competition. If the clan had learned about the god-bearing flower, it might have gone to someone else. Thus, his father kept it secret, and so did Qian. I come from the southern clan. At this moment, Max spoke up. The southern clan? Qian furrowed his brow. Which southern clan was he referring to? He had never heard of it. The southern clan of Yinzhou? Suddenly, his eyes widened, drawing in a cold breath. He remembered an ancient clan named the southern clan among the old families. However, this southern clan was not in Jeremiah but in neighboring Yinzhou to the east. Yinzhou was vast and immense, much like Jeremiah, harboring many unknown ancient clans. Among the ancient clans of Yinzhou, the southern clan was undoubtedly powerful, ranking as one of the top 3 super clans. He hadn't expected to encounter someone from the southern clan here. But why would someone from Yinzhou be in Jeremiah? Crossing between states was extremely difficult, even for exceptionally powerful cultivators. It required a highly advanced teleportation array. Additionally, such teleports consumed tremendous resources and were rarely used. The Tai battlefield contained countless opportunities and treasures, including ancient sages' legacies, millennial-old medicinal herbs, and the bones of powerful beasts. Given the significance of the Tai battlefield, it was worth using a teleportation array to reach it. However, the distance between states was too vast, and the opening of the battlefield wasn't fixed. While cultivators in Jeremiah detected early signs of the battlefield opening, spreading this news to other states took considerable time. Indeed, the Tai battlefield predominantly featured creatures from Jeremiah, with almost none from other states. You think you can fool me just because you've heard the name of the southern clan of Yinzhou? Qian sneered, disbelieving that Mac came from the southern clan of Yinzhou. How could it be possible? Timing didn't allow for it. The southern clan of Yinzhou couldn't possibly send their members in time. The southern clan is barely known in Yinzhou. How would it be easily known in Jeremiah? I do indeed come from the southern clan. My name is Mac, and I am the 76th generation descendant. Mac spoke seriously and convincingly. This serious and detailed explanation made Anastasia and others somewhat believe him. Denny remained silent, observing Mac thoughtfully. Could this be Mac's true background and origin? He couldn't help but wonder. Mac was enigmatic, possessing many treasures and having extensive knowledge. It was plausible that he came from an astonishing and transcendent ancient clan. Denny had used the causal record twice on Mac, once in Thousand Mountain Range and again during the Zhangxian sect entrance exam. However, neither time did the causal record reveal Mac's true background. It seemed Mac possessed a powerful artifact that blocked deeper causality detection. Otherwise, the presented causal ties wouldn't have been so superficial. Indeed, both times the causal record showed only recent causes and effects, lacking any distant ones. Nadine and Amira, with their formidable backgrounds, especially Nadine, who came from the sacred clan, their causality was revealed by the causal record. Desmond, for Mac, only shallow causality appeared. This was abnormal and peculiar. Denny earlier speculated that Mac carried a powerful artifact blocking deeper causality detection. That was also why he intentionally gave Mac a Beast King core during the exam, forming a positive karmic connection. Sure enough, to verify, Denny again used the causal record to probe Mac's causality. The results remained shallow, revealing only recent causes and effects. Such causality should have appeared during the first probe unless Mac possessed a powerful artifact that concealed deeper causality. Amazing! Denny was internally shaken. Even the causal record was deceived by Mac. Talking nonsense in earnest? Qian didn't believe it. Traveling between states was exceedingly difficult, making it rare for entities from one state to appear in another. Never mind, I don't care whether you're genuine or not. Here, it doesn't matter if you're from the southern clan of Yinzhou or not. The god-bearing flower will only be mine. He sneered, his words filled with confidence. As he said, even if Mac were truly from the southern clan of Yinzhou, it didn't matter. The distance between states was too vast. Even if he killed Mac, the southern clan wouldn't be able to track him down. Chapter 119, Treasures Unveiled. If you want it, just go and take it. Why waste time talking to us? We're not stopping you. Mac said, you know the true origin of the burial god flower. Qian's eyes narrowed again. He was shaken internally. Could Mac really be from the Yin Prefecture's Nan clan? Otherwise, how would he know the true origin of the burial god flower? To let him go and take it, Mac must know the true origin of the burial god flower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like that. Go ahead and pick it. Without hesitation, Qian moved his hand, unleashing a large expanse of brilliant light filled with formidable power. Roar! Amanita bared its fangs and lunged forward, attacking Qian. It's a mystical spirit realm beast. I underestimated you all. Qian muttered, sensing the kitten's realm. However, he wasn't panicked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body glowed with terrifying brilliance, emitting an aura of the mystical spirit realm, which indicated his realm was also above the 5th layer. Stay put. He waved his hand coldly, lightning shooting out as he wielded powerful electric forces, striking the kitten. Crack. Thunder roared as Qian summoned a massive bolt of lightning that struck the kitten, causing it to cry in pain, its fur scorched. Indeed, coming from an ancient family, his skills and spells were extraordinarily formidable. Jamming axe. Amanita shouted, summoning the jamming axe. Instantly, this place was enveloped in chilling winds, darkening the sky, with greenish glows appearing intermittently, extremely eerie and chilling. This is a supreme treasure. Qian mumbled, his eyes glowing with desire. Coming from an ancient clan, his knowledge was extensive, recognizing the jamming axe as an extraordinary supreme treasure. Not bad, it's mine. Still confident, Kian raised a fan. It was a feather fan made from feathers of 7 different species, each in distinct colors, looking very delicate and beautiful. Shaking the fan, 7 colored light beams shot out instantly, dispelling the chilly wind and returning the area to brightness, erasing the eerie and chilling atmosphere. This is the 7 Avian Avon, made from the most precious feathers of 7 Avian kings, a precious treasure of my Mu clan. With another wave of the fan, 7 beams of light flashed, each carrying different powers intertwining, formidable and terrifying, subduing the kitten. Not good. Mac whispered, this guy is higher in realm than the kitten, at the 5th level of mystical spirit realm. Amanita can't win. I'll help you. Lamar yelled, quickly summoning the Heaven-Earth Mirror to assist the kitten, attacking Kian. The Jamming Axe, the Heaven-Earth Mirror, including Denny's Reincarnation Bell and Purple Lane Spear, were all obtained in the Sunset Mountains. In ancient times, many battles occurred on the earth, leaving countless ancient battlefields buried. Deep within the Sunset Mountains lay one such hidden battlefield, revealed when other beast kings fought over the corpse of an old beast king. Then, they had fought Maddox, who had reached the mystical spirit realm, and successfully killed him. However, the current Kian was undoubtedly much stronger than Maddox. The Heaven-Earth Mirror, fully activated by Lamar, floated in midair, reflecting numerous terrifying beams of light towards Kian. But Kian waved the 7 Avian Avon, the 7 colored light beams neutralizing all the reflected light from the Heaven-Earth Mirror. Another supreme treasure. Kian's eyes gleamed, recognizing the high rank of the Heaven-Earth Mirror. His heart raced in both excitement and alarm. What was the background of these people, and how did they possess so many supreme treasures? I'm coming too. Anastasia extended her slender hands, revealing an ancient fan. This was also obtained in the Sunset Mountains and given to her grandfather as a birthday gift. Her grandfather knew the fan was no ordinary item and left it for her. Unfolding the fan, scenic paintings of mountains appeared on the fan's surface. Ava fully activated it, causing the painted scenery to emerge and subdue Kian. The ancient fan was complex and required specific activation methods, which Denny informed her about. Otherwise, she couldn't activate it. Still more? Kian was astonished, not expecting yet another supreme treasure. However, despite the kittens, Lamar, and Anastasia wielding supreme treasures, their realms were too low to pose a significant threat. Kian shook the 7 Avian Avon, dispersing Anastasia's attack. Do you have any more supreme treasures? Kian said arrogantly. Desmond's. Mac gritted his teeth, raising a jade ruler and slashing forward. It was crystalline with various patterns glowing, emanating terrifying power. Is this that precious treasure? Denny was surprised, having never seen Mac use this jade ruler before. He suspected it might be Mac's most precious item. He really has more. Kian's face changed. Despite his immense strength and high realm, facing multiple supreme treasures pressured him. You must have run out. He looked at Denny, the only one who hadn't acted. I still have 2. Denny shone brilliantly, summoning the Reincarnation Bell and Purple Lane Spear. Kian gritted his teeth, alarmed. So many supreme treasures. Even the Mu clan might struggle to match this. Denny and others must truly have deep backgrounds. No matter. Determined, Kian unleashed more terrifying light from the 7 Avian Avon, intending to kill Denny and seize the supreme treasures. Boom. The area erupted in explosions, with fearsome power waves shaking dust into the sky. Kian's realm was too high, and coming from an ancient clan, he was exceptionally formidable. Despite deploying multiple supreme treasures, Denny and his companions were gradually being overwhelmed. Tinsleo Bolivarong Technique. Denny shouted, invoking the Tinsleo Bolivarong Technique, instantly channeling immense celestial energy into his body. Meanwhile, except for the kitten, Anastasia and others also deployed the Tinsleo Bolivarong Technique, gathering strong celestial energy to enhance their power. Their aura surged instantly, their combat prowess doubled. Gave me quite a scare. Kian, seeing this, became alarmed. But upon noticing the kitten didn't invoke the technique, he immediately relaxed. Without the kitten, there was no need to worry about the others due to the vast realm gap. If the kitten also boosted its combat power similarly, it would be a huge pressure. Prepare to meet your end. Kian sneered, unleashing lethal attacks to dispatch Denny and the others. Everything Denny and company showcased was too extraordinary and unexpected. He wanted to resolve the situation quickly to prevent further mishaps. Chapter 120. Wear you out. Terrifying and formidable power surged as Kian's strength was immensely powerful and fearsome. He was at the 5th stage profound spirit realm, an outstanding individual among them, hailing from a formidable ancient clan, wielding numerous awe-inspiring great abilities. Roar. A tiger roar echoed. Though the kitten didn't practice the Tinsleo Bolivarong technique, it had mastered the White Tiger Holy Art. It unleashed the White Tiger Holy Art. The White Tiger bloodline force gathered within it erupted entirely, its momentum skyrocketing in an instant, becoming exceedingly terrifying. Kian squinted his eyes, not expecting the kitten to also have such a formidable enhancement method. He dared not hesitate further, quickly invoking the Mu clan's clan-stabilizing divine power for suppression. With one thought the flowers bloom, with another they fall. He cried out softly, beautiful petals appearing, shimmering and cascading down from the sky. Though the petals were beautiful, they were even more deadly, each petal carrying an incredibly terrifying force, causing one massive explosion after another upon their descent. With a spurt, Lamar spat blood, staggered backward. Even though he successfully activated the Tinsleo Bolivarong technique, gathering extremely powerful heavenly forces, the gap between him and Kian was too large, resulting in him being blasted out of battle. He roared lowly, filled with unwillingness, wanting to rejoin the battlefield, but he couldn't do it. His entire body was injured, severely impacted, unable to circulate his inner energy. Following closely, almost immediately after, Anastasia was forced back, covered in wounds, unable to continue fighting. Denny grunted heavily, his face deathly pale. He too suffered a severe blow, sustaining serious injuries, but he could still fight on, not being pushed out of battle. I'll take over. Denny gritted his teeth, raising his hand to gather Lamar's heaven-earth mirror and Anastasia's ancient fan. With Lamar and Anastasia now out of the fray, unable to fight any longer, he took over the heavenly mirror and ancient fan, continuing the intense battle. The methods to activate the heaven-earth mirror and the ancient fan were what he had taught Lamar and Anastasia. Hence, he naturally could activate these tools. In fact, the power he unleashed with the heaven-earth mirror and ancient fan was even stronger than before. Are you trying to force me to go all out? Mac roared, he and the kitten being in the best condition, without many injuries, their combat power undiminished. His realm was higher than Denny, Lamar, and Anastasia's, albeit only slightly, just the 5th stage penetrating profound realm. Still, the gap between him and Kian remained substantial, a whole stage. However, he had many treasures on him. At critical moments, he would stick a protective talisman on himself, blocking most of the attacks. No need to mention the kitten. After unleashing the White Tiger Holy Art, its combat power soared. Although still having some gap with Kian, it wasn't easy to defeat. Roar! Amanita roared, bursting into full force. This time, it faced a truly tenacious opponent, Kian from the ancient clan, who was genuinely difficult to handle. The azure obscuring axe glowed, continuously chopping down, heavy as 1,000 caddies, putting considerable pressure on Kian. I'll risk it all. Mac shouted loudly, his eyes bloodshot. This time, he was prepared to go all out. He continuously hurled spirit explosion orbs, bombarding Kian. Simultaneously, he kept sticking charms onto himself, enhancing various aspects of his ability. These included strength boosting, speed enhancing, and defensive charms. He used all of them without reservation. In the past, he wouldn't have done this. These were all his treasures, ones he wouldn't easily use. Even if the current burial god flower was tempting and highly valuable, he would decisively give up rather than risking his life. Though Kian was strong, Mac had multiple trump cards. Even if he couldn't defeat Kian, he could rely on these cards to leave this place safely. However, he chose not to leave. He could leave, but Denny and others couldn't. He didn't want to leave them behind. Given Kian's ruthless killing intent, Denny and others would certainly be slain by Kian if left here. The Jade Ruler shone, runes pulsating. He activated its power fully, unleashing part of its might, attacking forward. Foolish. Could I be killed by you ants? Despite you being large ants holding heavy treasures, you are still just ants. Kian's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Apart from the kitten, Denny and others were all below the profound spirit realm compared to him, so insignificant. He attacked forcefully again, the 7 avian Avon emitting brilliant light, stirring up terrifying force, blasting Denny and others. Roar! Amanita roared, its fur streaked with blood, bearing shocking wounds. Some white tiger bloodlines regathered, making its physical strength extraordinarily strong. But under Kian's fierce assault, its physical strength broke through, suffering a heavy blow. Mac's figure wavered, the charms stuck on him exploding completely, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Denny was in the worst state, almost becoming a blood person. The terrifying powerful attack weakened him immensely, leaving him bruised and battered. At the critical moment, Dharma instruments like the cycle bell blocked many attacks, saving his life. Otherwise, he likely would have died directly. To participate in such a battle at the 2nd stage penetrating profound realm was truly far too much, almost impossible to win. Desmond, he did not give up, continuing to control the cycle bell and other items, engaging in battle. Damn it! Kian's expression darkened. Such a powerful attack did not knock Mac and Denny out of the battle, which he found very unsatisfactory and humiliating. Kill. He unleashed more powerful force, intending to eliminate Denny and others no matter what. Go to hell. When your Lordnan goes all out, even I am scared. Mac raised his hand and threw a pill, quickly swallowing it. Instantly, his aura soared, his earlier injuries disappearing, fully healed. Take this. He then threw several pills to Denny, Anastasia, and Lamar. These were healing pills identical to the one he just swallowed, high grade with astonishing effects. Kian glared, attempting to stop him, but the kitten blocked him, allowing Denny and others to receive the pills successfully. Can't beat you. We'll wear you down. Mac went all out this time, bringing out all his resources. Denny and others each held 6 pills that could instantly restore them. Give me one. I can barely hold on. Amanita shouted. Coming. Mac launched array platforms, which exploded instantly, forming vast arrays that enveloped Kian. Amanita caught its breath, joining Mac and receiving 5 healing pills from him. Kian was so angry he clenched his jaw. Was Mac traveling with a treasure vault? First were various charms, then countless medicinal pills, and finally, so many array platforms. Who could withstand this? Hashtag chapter 121. Refinement. Denny and the others quickly swallowed the medicinal pills, and immediately their injuries vanished, fully restoring them to peak condition. Come, let's continue the battle. Paris grinned widely, leaping into one array after another, charging at Kian. A real man must endure. Let's see who can last longer. Lamar shouted, regaining control of the universe mirror and blasting Kian. You all deserve to die. Kian was furious, so enraged that he felt a pain in his liver. Denny and the others had fully recovered, nullifying the advantage he had just painstakingly built up. Damn! His face darkened, unbearably ugly. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that he could not kill Denny and the others. His realm was higher, and his strength greater, but Denny and the others possessed potent treasures, preventing him from instantly slaying them. Unable to instantly kill Denny and the others, they could always recover with medicinal pills, while he could not. His power was rapidly depleting. He also had healing pills, but none as effective as Mac's. They couldn't heal him instantly and required time. If this continued, He would be ground down by Denny and the others until his strength was exhausted. By then, they would likely kill him. You win this time. He glared fiercely at Denny and the others before breaking through the layers of arrays and leaving the area. After he left, Denny swiftly approached the god burial flower, ready to pick it. The god burial flower was terrifying, deadly to touch. The moment Denny touched it, he trembled violently as if electrocuted. Denny! Anastasia and the others were deeply worried, fearing something might happen to Denny. But soon, Denny recovered and successfully picked the god burial flower. Once the flower was picked, the skull burst apart, turning into dust scattered on the ground. Let's go. Denny and the others didn't hesitate, quickly leaving the area for fear that Kian would return. Only when they found a safe place far away did they stop. That was close. Paris gasped for breath, still unsettled. If it weren't for the many treasures Mac possessed, they would have perished under Kian's hands. Thank you. Denny sincerely thanked Mac. He knew well that Mac had the ability to escape alone but chose not to, instead staying and fighting alongside them despite great sacrifice. No problem, you are all my friends, and I, Mac, will never abandon my friends. This god burial flower is for you. Denny handed over the flower to Mac. Given Mac's contributions, this was rightfully his share. The god burial flower shimmered with blood-red petals that exuded an extraordinary Tao rhythm. It was a rare and precious treasure. If revealed outside, it would cause chaos in Jeremiah, with everyone vying to obtain it. Note: I have made slight adjustments to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. The term Tao Yuan, rhythm, is simplified to Tao rhythm for better readability. Mac swallowed hard, desperately wanting to accept it. Don't. Everyone put in effort, especially Denny. Without Denny, we wouldn't have gotten the god burial flower. He refused, suggesting they split the flower equally. The hardest part about harvesting the god burial flower was correctly picking it. Even the most powerful beings struggled without the proper method. In fact, though Denny knew the technique, he didn't use it due to lack of preparation. Harvesting the god burial flower involved complex preparations that were impossible within the Tai battlefield. Once touched, the flower's power would infiltrate the harvester's body, igniting and exploding their soul. Even those of high realms could not resist this force, leading to immediate death. The Book of Cause and Effect presented two methods, the normal way and a brute force approach where the book protected Denny's soul from being ignited. Denny trusted the book and chose the brute force method. The protection allowed him to successfully harvest the flower. You used up the most resources this time. Keep it, Denny said. No need, having more won't help. Mac shook his head. One leaf of the god burial flower can refine the soul essence god. More leaves would only waste resources. We're friends and still have much exploration ahead. Understanding the flower's efficacy, Mac knew one leaf could greatly enhance cultivation. Ultimately, they agreed to divide the flower equally. This particular flower had grown 6 leaves, and each took 1. The remaining 2 went to Mac to compensate for his earlier efforts. Let's refine it immediately to avoid delays. Choosing to refine immediately, given the dangers of the Tai battlefield, they set to work. Mac activated an array platform, while the Temperance guarded them, followed by Denny and the others refining. After some time, Lamar and Anastasia completed first, successfully refining the god essence within their souls, marking a significant transformation. Isn't Denny done yet? After some more time, Mac finished, surprised he thought he'd be the last, only to find it was Denny. This guy is a monster. He couldn't help but say. With advanced soul cultivation techniques, his soul was undoubtedly very powerful. The stronger the soul, the harder and longer it took to refine God, but once achieved, the result was immensely strong. A long time passed, yet Denny hadn't finished, indicating his soul's power far exceeded theirs. Elsewhere, Kian returned. Damn it! He cursed, his face grim. The god burial flower was already harvested. Upon leaving, he contacted his kin, borrowing more powerful magical artifacts, rushing back with all speed. To his surprise, Denny and the others had already taken the flower. How did they do it? Confounded, he had no idea how they managed it. Don't dare refine the god burial flower, or I'll make sure you suffer horribly. With fierce eyes, he quickly instructed the members of his clan's overtly nurtured forces to issue a bounty for capturing Denny and the others alive. Be careful, I want them alive. He sneered, giving orders to capture Denny and the others alive. Chapter 122, Bounty. The Mu clan's openly cultivated forces quickly sprang into action, issuing a bounty. Soon, all the beings in the fringe areas knew about this bounty. What does the 10,000 Transformation sect intend to do? Do you wish to oppose our Cyan Profundity sect? Disciples of the Cyan Profundity sect in the fringe areas voiced their discontent. The 10,000 Transformation sect was indeed the Mu clan's publicly cultivated force, one of the top cultivation factions in Jeremiah. Don't make mistakes, we are not targeting anyone else from the Cyan Profundity sect. Voices rang out from the 10,000 Transformation sect. They were only after people like Denny. Rumors have it that the 10,000 Transformation sect has an immensely deep background, and now it seems these rumors are true. There truly is a powerful force behind the 10,000 Transformation sect. Desmond's otherwise, how could the 10,000 Transformation sect dare to act so boldly against members of the Cyan Profundity sect? Discussion spread throughout the fringe area. The Cyan Profundity sect wasn't the same as it used to be. It was suspected to have deep connections with the backing force of the Eternal Sky Auction House. In Tai City, a powerhouse from behind the Eternal Sky Auction House had once paid a visit to the Cyan Profundity sect bearing lavish gifts, causing them all to hold the Cyan Profundity sect in awe. Given this situation, if the 10,000 Transformation sect didn't have significant backing, they definitely wouldn't dare to openly target Denny and his group. But behind the 10,000 Transformations sect might also be support from an ancient noble clan. Many beings felt motivated and swiftly moved into action, searching for traces of Denny and his group within the fringe area. They entered the Tai battlefield to seize opportunities, so naturally, these opportunities took precedence. However, searching for opportunities, and for Denny's group did not conflict. Thus many beings started moving. The reward offered by the 10,000 transformation sect was very tempting. Meanwhile, Denny hadn't yet finished cultivating. He was still training in spirit. How strong must one be to reach this level? Mac was speechless. Could it be that Denny also specialized in soul cultivation, thereby possessing exceptionally powerful soul strength? Otherwise, why would it take him such a long time? Indeed, Denny's soul power was extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding Mac and others. The lane transformation pool had astounding effects, capable of purifying the body as well as tempering the soul, although not as significantly as its physical purification effect. Of course, with just the lane transformation pool, Denny wouldn't possess such formidable soul power. Most importantly, Denny practiced the Tao scripture. The Tao scripture was supreme and transcendent, being the most powerful foundational text, having refined all aspects, including soul power, to their utmost extent. It was precisely because of this that Denny possessed such powerful soul strength, making his practice of spirit especially difficult. After some time, Denny ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated spirit, causing a qualitative transformation in his soul. His eyes emitted divine radiance. His essence, energy, and spirit were incomparably vibrant and astonishing. His forehead glowed, revealing an indistinct mark. The divine mark. Mac was shocked, recognizing the mark on Denny's forehead. It was the divine mark, indicating that Denny's cultivated spirit was exceptionally powerful and transcendent. They had all cultivated spirit, but none came close to the power of Denny's spirit, nor could they reveal such a divine mark. So impressive. Denny was amazed. With just a thought, scenes from hundreds of miles around immediately appeared in his mind. After this qualitative change in his soul, his spiritual perception reached an incredibly strong level. He revealed a satisfied smile. With such potent spiritual perception, he no longer needed to fear ambushes from hidden foes. However, soon after, his smile faded, replaced by a chill running down his spine. Kian issued a bounty, wanting us alive. Through his spiritual perception, he clearly heard numerous discussions about the bounty. That guy is ruthless. Mac clenched his teeth. Clearly, Kian was determined to get the god-burying flower. Jaylakat, quickly refine it. Denny said. Jaylakat had been protecting the Dharma and had not yet refined the god-burying flower. Okay. Jaylakat nodded and began refining. Outside, many cultivators flew past but didn't discover them. Mac had set up a concealed formation here, misleading those cultivators who passed by and preventing them from discovering Denny and the others. Not only cultivators but also many other races and beast species were active. The bounty from the 10,000 transformations sect similarly lured these other races and beast species, who greatly desired it. A snow-white fox with a light, agile figure leaped over this area without stopping, seemingly unaware of Denny and his group. Something's off. Denny's eyes shone, his expression grave. He had been keeping an eye on the creatures passing through. Something was amiss with that fox. It returned. It noticed. Denny left Mac and the others guarding the formation and went alone to intercept the fox. Refining the god-burying flower was crucial for Jaylakat. Any disturbance could easily lead to accidents. He couldn't let the fox attack the formation, which would affect Jaylakat. Sure enough, the fox did notice something. Its destination upon return was clearly where Mac and the others were. Who could have set up this concealed formation here? A hint of an enigmatic smile played at the corner of its mouth. It seemed to have already guessed the answer. The concealed formation set up by Mac was quite powerful, hard for ordinary beings to detect. But it was different. Born with a powerful soul and exceptional spiritual perception, it sensed the presence of the concealed formation. The bounty belongs to me. It sneered, extending a claw to strike forward, intending to forcefully break the concealed formation. Suddenly, a purple spear appeared like a streak of violet light, instantly lunging towards it. Reacting swiftly, the fox's body shifted away from the original spot. Still, it was a bit slow. The purple spear slashed across its body, leaving a deep gash with flesh flaying open. You! The fox was filled with rage and shock, both eyes fixed on a certain direction. Zaya, revving up to your reputation for detecting hidden formations. Your spiritual perception is indeed formidable. From that direction, Denny emerged, the purple spear instantly flying back into his hand. Denny! The fox recognized Denny. The bounty issued by the 10,000 transformation sect had publicized Denny's appearance. Its mood soured, originally thinking Denny wasn't much, easy to deal with, but it seemed to have underestimated him. Denny was not that easy to handle. Before Denny attacked, it didn't sense his presence at all. Only when Denny attacked did it realize he was there. With such powerful spiritual perception, it still failed to sense Denny's presence beforehand. Denny was far more formidable than imagined. Don't be like that. Why rush to lethal moves right away? It laughed lightly, producing a charming voice while a dazzling glow enveloped its whole body, transforming it into a sultry and attractive Kira. If I don't kill you, you will kill me. Denny remained calm. Drop this, guys. It won't work on me. You can't seduce me. Really? The fox smiled alluringly. Men are drawn to beauty. Heroes fall for beautiful women. Denny, you sound so absolute. I don't quite believe it. Dare you let me test? Denny replied sternly. Do you dare let me try? Note, the last line is intentionally left ambiguous to match the original text's potential dual meaning. ##### Chapter 123. Strike the snake at its vital point. The fox was alluring and sensuous, her gaze inviting, her actions daring as she attempted to get closer to Denny. Without a doubt, she had transformed into an astonishingly beautiful Kira, seductive yet not vulgar, making it hard for any man to remain unaffected. There's no need to try anymore. I said it wouldn't work. Has your enchantment technique taken effect? Denny remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Not only had the fox transformed into an enticing beauty, but she had also employed the alluring techniques from her bloodline to tempt him, hoping to cloud his mind and bring him under her control. If he hadn't cultivated the divine spirit, he might have fallen for it. But because he had cultivated the divine spirit, her alluring techniques were ineffective against him. As he spoke, a mark occasionally appeared on his forehead. Divine seal. The fox's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected Denny to have cultivated the divine spirit, and such a powerful one at that. The divine seal flashing on Denny's forehead was undeniable proof. In an instant, she knew success was impossible. Someone who had cultivated a divine spirit was beyond her easy reach. You're only at the second stage of profound realm. Since allure doesn't work, I'll use force. Her eyes turned fierce as she lunged at Denny, a faint red light emanating around her, reverting to her original form in midair, rushing towards him. With her strong spiritual senses, she could clearly perceive Denny's cultivation level. Though hers was higher, at the 5th stage of profound realm, she would resort to brute force if subtlety failed. Using force won't work either. Denny's voice was commanding, radiating absolute confidence. Wielding the purple lane spear, he seemed like a war god, exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura as he clashed with the fox. Pooh! The purple lane spear moved faster than lightning, so fast it defied belief. The fox had no time to react as the spear struck her, tearing out a large piece of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. I'll kill you! The fox roared in anger, fangs bared, her eyes emitting terrifying ferocity. Ava spat out a flame, scorching heat spreading so intensely that the ground turned red, and nearby trees burst into flames. Since you can't do it, you really can't. Denny's expression was cold as he activated the Tinsleo Bolivaran technique. Immediately, boundless power surged into his body, enhancing his combat prowess and boosting his aura sky high. He didn't want to expose his presence or attract other beings. Thus, he acted swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for the fox to escape, killing her on the spot. Afterward, he deliberately left some traces at the scene to make it appear as though he had fled far away. Once done, he concealed his aura and hid in the shadows. Cultivating the divine spirit not only transformed his soul qualitatively, but also sharpened his spiritual senses and gave him the ability to shield himself from other beings' detection. Only those with extremely powerful senses could possibly detect him. The fox was a perfect example. Before Denny attacked, she couldn't sense his presence at all. Who attacked? Not long after, several cultivators flew over, examining the scene carefully. Although Denny had quickly dealt with the fox, the commotion hadn't gone unnoticed by these cultivators. They soon associated this with Denny and his group due to the current special circumstances. Let's chase after them. There's no harm in checking. Go. They followed the deliberate trail Denny had left behind, unaware of Denny's hidden presence or the nearby concealed formation. This can't go on. Denny's gaze was sharp. He came to the Tai battlefield to seek opportunities and transformations, not to play hide and seek. With many creatures hunting him for the bounty, how could he hope to find any opportunities here? This had to stop. He needed to find a way to resolve the bounty issue. He didn't return to the formation, hiding outside to prevent further discovery and ensure nothing disturbed Moira's cultivation. A long time passed without incident. Most creatures didn't possess the fox's acute spiritual senses, and Simon's concealed formation effectively masked their presence. Done. Simon informed Denny that Moira had successfully cultivated the divine spirit, and it took even longer than Denny had. You're another freak? Simon was stunned. How are they all so strong? Denny wasn't surprised. Moira's soul was among the strongest. Being the reincarnation of the white tiger demon sage, its soul couldn't be weak. My heart feels heavy. Something terrible must have happened to me, but I can't remember. Moira, now having cultivated the divine spirit, wasn't excited but rather deeply melancholic, feeling that it had forgotten something significant. Denny tapped Moira's head and said, "You're too young for such eerie thoughts." Knowing the truth, he tried to lift Moira's spirits. "You're treating me like a pet." Moira bared its teeth, returning to its usual self. It grumbled, "If you keep this up, I'll lose my temper." Denny ignored it, tapping its head again. "If you want to stay a cat, then go ahead. You're a meanie." Moira's anger quickly subsided, still counting on Denny to help it awaken more of its bloodline powers. "Don't think badly of me. I've saved something good for you to help you awaken your bloodline next time," Denny explained. "Do you mean the old Beast King Soul Crystal?" In the depths of Sunset Mountains, Denny had unexpectedly found the soul crystal of a dead old Beast King, which Moira had persistently asked for but never received. "It's not suitable for you right now. When you're ready, I'll give it to you." Denny nodded. The soul crystal held immense power, but since it belonged to a demonic beast, its benefits were limited for him. Instead, Moira, being a demonic beast, could fully absorb the soul crystal's power. Upon learning the crystal's origins, Denny decided to save it for Moira's future bloodline awakening. "Thank you, Brother Avon. You're the best." Moira's attitude did a complete turn, behaving like an affectionate kitten and wanting to kiss Denny. "Get lost." Denny slapped Moira aside, not wanting to be kissed and become disgusted. "Let's focus on real matters." Denny turned serious and began discussing his plan with Simon and others. He couldn't let the bounty situation drag on. He needed to end it, and he already had a plan in mind. Strike the snake at its vital point. Let's start with the 10,000 Transformations sect. Denny's gaze was icy cold. Chapter 124, Making an Example. Capture any of Denny and his group alive, and you will receive a 6th rank elixir, 2 captives, and you can get a king-class mystic art. The disciples of the Myriad Transformations sect increased their bounty, stirring even more excitement and fervor among the creatures in the peripheral regions. A 6th rank elixir, its grade was extremely high. Such items were incredibly rare even in the vast capital region, almost unimaginable in value. A king-class mystic art was even more astonishing, belonging to the sect stabilizing level, specifically from a top-notch major sect like the Myriad Transformations sect. What did Denny and his group do that could make the Myriad Transformations sect offer such an astonishing bounty? Fascinating. With the increased bounty, more creatures from the peripheral region were drawn in. These new arrivals were stronger and had deeper backgrounds, ancient clans, elite exotic races, descendants of powerful beasts. They didn't care as much about the bounty rewards, but were more interested in the reasons behind the bounty. Ultimately, they took action, joining the search for Denny and his companions. They speculated that Denny's group might have gained some incredible fortune or enlightenment, leading the myriad transformations sect to place such a huge bounty on them. Admittedly, they were quite perceptive, catching hints of the truth. Meanwhile, Denny's group split up and began targeting the myriad transformation sect disciples in the peripheral region. Indeed, this was part of their plan. They wanted to establish their dominance, making other creatures fear pursuing them. Denny, Mac, and Xuanhuan acted independently, while Anastasia and Lamar, being weaker, moved together. Boom. A massive explosion echoed as one of the myriad transformations sect disciples was attacked. His back exploded with blood and flesh, white bones exposed, a gruesome sight. Who's there? He roared angrily, his body radiating killing intent. The attack nearly killed him. Aren't you looking for me? Denny appeared, his expression cold, holding the purple lane spear. The wind blew, ruffling his long hair, giving him an exceptionally martial appearance. Denny. The myriad transformation sect disciples' face changed dramatically, not expecting Denny to approach them head-on. Kill. Denny attacked immediately, the purple lane spear glowing brilliantly purple. It struck the myriad transformations sect disciple's neck like lightning, ending his life. Afterward, he left to find other myriad transformations sect disciples. The situation between Denny's group and the myriad transformation sect was different. Denny's group hid their tracks while the myriad transformations sect disciples openly walked around, making it easy for them to be found. Opportunities in the peripheral region were limited, so were the abilities of the creatures who remained there. The strongest ones were merely at the profound spirit realm, with higher-ranking entities generally deeper within. Denny's group had a plan. Xuanhuan targeted the strongest myriad transformation sect disciples, while Denny and the others took on the weaker ones. Soon, Denny found another myriad transformation sect disciple and quickly subdued him. Denny, you dare come to me? You are courting death. A young man laughed coldly, displaying remarkable poise. He evaded Denny's ambush unscathed. No mean feat. Indeed, he was also a disciple of the myriad transformation sect, a six-fold mystic realm cultivator with outstanding talent, highly esteemed within the sect. Denny concealed his aura meticulously. Virtually no creature could detect him. Under such circumstances, his attacks had never missed, capable of heavily wounding enemies. However, this young man managed to evade Denny's assault without injury. He was indeed formidable. You're too confident. Denny, undeterred, thrust forward with the purple lane spear glowing brilliantly purple once more. Not too confident. Galen's voice was certain. He sensed Denny's realm. Only a second-fold mystic realm, nothing to him. Nevertheless, he didn't let his guard down. Denny's earlier surprise attack made him wary. Perhaps Denny wasn't as simple. He summoned a long sword, and they clashed. Clang clang clang. The purple lane spear met the long sword, sparks flying, metallic sounds echoing. Galen's eyes flickered. Indeed, Denny wasn't simple, incredibly strong. What kind of spear is this? Internally startled by the purple lane spear's power, he noted cracks forming on his sword after just a few strikes. It wouldn't hold up for long. He dared not continue the battle with his treasured sword and quickly stowed it away. 10,000 transformations decision. He shouted, unleashing a radiant aura. The myriad transformations decision spread like ripples, enveloping Denny. Suddenly, Denny felt his strength rapidly diminishing, a powerful force depleting his energy. Conversely, Galen's power surged as he stepped into the golden wave. Powerful technique indeed. Denny marveled at the 10,000 transformations decision's ability to sap his opponent's strength while boosting his own. However, he wasn't afraid. Swish. He formed hand seals, instantly deploying the small desolate technique. Pure elemental forces surged into his body. Instantly, his aura soared, reaching alarming heights. Roar. A roar combining dragon and tiger resounded. Denny unleashed Heavenly Lane Fist and White Tiger Saint technique without reserve, creating a terrifying spectacle. Bash. Galen was blasted backward, unable to match the sheer power of these techniques. You. He gritted his teeth, disbelieving. What kind of background did Denny have to possess such astonishing mystical weapons and arts? Perhaps all of these came from the Tai battlefield, leading that young master to capture Denny? This thought surfaced in his mind, growing more plausible the more he pondered it. But quickly, he pushed it aside, focusing on the present danger. Denny was charging at him with the purple lane spear. Kill. Struggling to rise, he unleashed all his strength against Denny. He knew retreat wasn't an option. If he couldn't subdue Denny, he would die. One mystic weapon after another was summoned. At this dire moment, survival was paramount. Useless. Denny coldly called out, appearing like a deity of death from the netherworld. The purple lane spear glowed dazzlingly purple, overwhelming and relentless. To make an example, he aimed to exterminate all myriad transformations sect disciples in the peripheral region, striking fear into other creatures, preventing them from easily capturing him. Chapter 125, Buying Time. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the magical weapons shattered, destroyed by the purple lane spear. Denny was incredibly fierce. Galen was no match for him and was slain under the purple lane spear. Continue. His eyes were cold as he then left the area to continue eliminating other disciples of the 10,000 transformation sect. Meanwhile, Megan, Mac, and others also made significant gains, killing numerous disciples of the 10,000 transformation sect. In their hands, they wielded extremely powerful magical weapons, especially since their attacks were carried out in secret. The 10,000 transformations sect disciples could not resist at all. Most importantly, the disciples of the 10,000 transformation sect had never imagined that Denny and his group would be so bold, daring to appear and exterminate them. If they had known this earlier, they would not have been so careless and scattered, but instead would have stuck together. After a period